Husband. The sky was completely dark, with only a few stars scattered above. Jiang Liao had just returned from helping with a feast in the neighboring Li family's village. He smelled of smoke and firewood, and his legs felt as heavy as if they were tied with lead. The village road was rough and uneven, and every step hurt his feet, but he didn't bother to look down. He just kept walking with his head lowered. After passing the old locust tree at the village entrance, a few more steps would bring him to the Qin family's house by the roadside. The earthen house had paper pasted over the window frames, and a dim yellow light leaked through the cracks. As Zhang Liao walked close to the wall, a sound reached his ears. It was soft and gentle, like sticky rice cake fresh from the steamer, warm and clinging. Zhang Liao froze in place.
Ah!
The voice grew lower, carrying a faint, trembling tone. It didn't sound like pain. It was more like a feather brushing lightly against the heart, ticklish, stirring, and strangely restless. Then came a man's rough breathing, heavy and uneven, along with the creaking of the old bed under strain, echoing faintly in the night breeze. Zhang Liao's throat moved as he swallowed hard. The Qin family's wife always wore a faded blue jacket. When she bent down, her neck looked pale in the light, and her waist seemed so slender it might break with a touch. Who would have thought she had such a soft, sweet voice? Zhang Liao suddenly remembered the men he'd seen at banquets in nearby villages. After a few cups of strong liquor, they would crowd together, talking loudly and laughing. Women, they said, are like ripe fruit. After weathering wind and rain, they become full of flavor. Young girls, untouched by life, are dull and tasteless. At the time, Zhang Liao had crouched nearby sharpening his knife, silently mocking them for being crude and foolish, their minds filled with nothing but nonsense. But now, hearing the woman's soft, cat-like murmurs through the wall, every trembling note seemed to slip into his bones. For the first time, he thought maybe those rough words weren't entirely wrong. A sudden heat rose from his stomach, rushing to his head, his blood pounding in his ears. The cool summer night air seemed to vanish, leaving him breathless. He pressed his legs together slightly. Damn it! Zhang Liao cursed under his breath. She didn't know whether she was angry at the pair of mandarin ducks stirring the spring water, or at herself for being so weak. Her feet felt rooted to the ground. The sound she heard made her whole body grow warmer. A soft murmur drifted through the air, gentle, trembling, yet carrying a strange charm. Then came the man's short, rough breath, and the creaking of the bed grew faster and louder, like rain beating on an old drum. And then everything stopped. It was as if a blazing fire had been suddenly doused with cold water, leaving not even a spark behind. The night returned to silence, broken only by a few weak croaks from frogs near the pond. Zhang Liao stood frozen, his frustration caught halfway, unable to rise or fade. That was it? The woman had sounded so moved, yet Qin Wenqi had ended things so quickly? He hadn't even finished what he started. What a waste of effort. A wave of restless anger surged through him. Zhang Liao clenched his teeth, the muscles along his jaw tightening. His throat moved as he swallowed down the heat rising inside him. After a long moment, he forced out 2 words between his teeth. Useless man. He spat on the ground, then kicked a stone hard. It flew off and hit the Qin family's wall with a loud clang. Without looking back, he strode into the deeper darkness, his figure stiff and uneasy. Inside the house, the oil lamp had already gone out. Lin Swear lay awake, staring at the dark ceiling, listening to her husband's steady breathing as he drifted into sleep. The sticky warmth on her skin hadn't faded, and something heavy pressed in her chest. Just now, her husband had been the same as always, hurried, as if finishing a task. Once he was done, he turned over and fell asleep. Lin Swear quietly wiped the sweat from her forehead, her fingers brushing her hot earlobe. The sound she had made earlier had startled even herself, so soft, so unfamiliar. That strange feeling had swept over her, making her want to hold on to something. She wished that moment had lasted longer, that the storm had carried her away completely. But the tide went out so quickly. so fast that just as she barely managed to hold on, before her fingers could tighten, the ground beneath her feet suddenly gave way. Is this right? If things go on like this, when will she ever have another child? Lin Swayer slowly sat up and put on her clothes in the dark. The east room was quiet. Her mother-in-law had probably gone to bed. During the day, her mother-in-law's sharp words still echoed in her ears. A hen that doesn't lay eggs, gave birth to a girl, can't carry on the family name, just a waste of food. It had been 4 years since she married. When she gave birth to Xiao Chao, her mother-in-law's face had turned long and cold, and even during her recovery, she rarely saw a kind expression. Now Xiao Chao was 3 years old, and her belly had shown no sign of new life since then. That had become her mother-in-law's biggest worry. Lin Swayer got out of bed, slipped on her shoes, and quietly pushed open the inner door. Through the faint light coming from the crack, she could see a small shape under the blanket. Her lips curved slightly as she walked softly to the bedside. Xiao Chao was sleeping soundly, her little face rosy in her dreams. One tiny hand was loosely clenched near her cheek, her lips slightly pouting, sometimes moving as if tasting something delicious in her sleep. The blanket had slipped off one corner, revealing her round little belly under a red vest, rising and falling gently with her breathing. All the heaviness in Lin Swayer's heart disappeared in an instant. She reached out to pull the blanket back up, covering her daughter's belly, her heart melting completely. Life was hard. Her mother-in-law was always displeased, and her husband cared only about his studies. But when she looked at Xiao Chao, Lin Swayer felt that even in hardship, there was still a bit of sweetness to be found. Xiao Chao stirred, half opened her sleepy eyes, and murmured, "Mama." "Yes, Mama's here," Lin Swayer whispered softly. "Go back to sleep, my dear." Xiao Cao's eyes closed again. Hardship was hardship, Lin Swayer thought. Her husband was a scholar, focused on the right path. One day, he would pass the exams and achieve something great. For now, they just had to endure. When he succeeded, life would be better. But when would that day come? Her husband's faint snoring came from the next room, sounding distant through the door. Lin Swayer took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and gently held Xiao Chao in her arms. The next day before dawn, the sky outside the paper window was still a dim gray blue. Lin Swayer quietly got up from the bed. Little Grass was curled up in a small bundle, her cheeks rosy as she slept. Feeling a wave of tenderness, Lin Swayer kissed her daughter's cheek, then slipped on her shoes, tidied her hair, and quietly went into the kitchen. The kitchen was dark and cold. Lin Swayer skillfully found the fire striker and lit the oil lamp with a soft crackle. She rolled up her sleeves and began to make the fire, fetch water, and wash the rice. There wasn't much rice left at home, so she only took a small handful of coarse grains. She added plenty of water. This porridge would be so thin it could almost reflect a person's face. In the corner were a few sweet potatoes she had dug up the day before. She picked 3 large ones to steam beside the porridge pot. When her fingers touched the 4th one, she hesitated, then put it back. Food was scarce. She had to save what she could. Her mother-in-law was old, and her husband spent long hours studying. Neither could go hungry. Little Grass was still growing and needed her strength. As for herself, eating a little less didn't matter. She was used to it. With that thought, the faint ache in her heart faded away. She worked quickly, and soon gentle white steam rose from the pot. Lin Swayer didn't wake her mother-in-law or husband. Her mother-in-law always slept late, and her husband stayed up reading, so he couldn't get up early. After wiping her hands, she went to check on Little Grass again. The girl turned over, smacked her lips softly, and kept sleeping soundly. Only then did Lin Swayer quietly close the door, lift the wooden bucket by the entrance, push open the creaking gate, and step outside. Morning in Xinghua village was wrapped in a thin mist. From time to time, a rooster crowed somewhere in the distance, its call echoing far away. Carrying the empty buckets, Lin Swayer walked toward the old well at the edge of the village. Just as she set down the pole and bent to tie the rope, a tall figure turned from a side path and almost bumped into her. Startled, Lin's swayer gasped softly and stepped back. When she looked up, her heart skipped a beat. It was Zhang Liao. He looked ready to head out early to work in a nearby village, a heavy box of cooking tools slung over his shoulder. In the soft morning light, the two of them met by chance and froze for a moment. Lin's swayer's heart skipped a beat for no reason. She quickly lowered her head and whispered, "Brother Jiang." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. She suddenly remembered the stories from the village about this man, Jang Liao, the most famous traveling cook in the area. Whenever there was a wedding or a funeral, people would invite him to take charge of the kitchen. He had once been married, but his wife passed away within 2 years, leaving him and his father to live alone. The villagers said he was cold and quiet, with a stern face that made him look fierce. Because of his reputation for being unlucky in marriage, he had never remarried. Usually, when Lin's swayer saw him from afar, she would lower her head and walk quickly past, never daring to look at him for long. They had barely spoken before. But today, she could feel his gaze on her, sharp and heavy, making her scalp tingle and her whole body tense. Zhang Liao was indeed looking at her. He had been restless all night, unable to sleep, his mind filled with thoughts he couldn't quite understand. He blamed himself for being too easily distracted, for letting his imagination run wild. And now, in the pale morning light, she was standing right in front of him. Up close, he could see her bright eyes and the soft curve of her lips. A few strands of hair brushed against her neck, and her simple clothes outlined her gentle figure. A strange warmth rose in his chest, spreading through him before he could stop it. He swallowed hard, his expression darkening as he tried to steady himself. Lin's swayer, having lived through much, could sense the emotion in his eyes, intense and confusing. Her face turned bright red, her ears and neck burning. Embarrassed and nervous, she gripped the edge of her clothes tightly, her fingers trembling. She lowered her head even more, wishing she could disappear into the ground. "Fetching water?" Zhang Liao's voice was rougher than usual, the two words sounding firm and heavy. He took a small step forward, and his strong presence seemed to surround Lin's swayer completely. Startled, Lin's swayer stepped back, nodding quickly without saying a word. Zhang Liao said nothing more. He turned and walked to the well, bent down, and grabbed the wet rope tightly with his rough hand. As he pulled, the muscles in his arms tightened, showing clear, strong lines. With a few steady movements, he lifted a bucket of clear water and poured it into the wooden bucket Lin's swayer had brought. The sound of splashing water was especially loud. Lin's swayer stared blankly for a moment. Zhang Liao had rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, revealing his tanned, firm forearms with clear muscle lines. The veins on the back of his hands stood out slightly, full of strength. For some reason, she suddenly thought of her husband's hands. Those were the hands of a scholar, clean and slender. But the hands before her were completely different, strong and capable, as if they could easily handle heavy work. The thought came so suddenly that Lin's swayer was startled by it herself. Her face grew hot, and her heart began to pound. "Lin's swayer, what are you thinking? How could you? How could you compare another man to your own husband? And think such improper thoughts?" Ashamed and upset, Lin's swayer wished she could slap herself. While she was lost in thought, both buckets were already filled with clear water. Zhang Liao straightened up, picked up the carrying pole, and handed it to her. Still dazed, Lin's swayer reached out to take it. As her fingers touched the pole, Zhang Liao's rough fingertips brushed lightly against the back of her hand. Lin's swayer shivered as if burned, almost losing her grip on the pole, her shoulders trembling in surprise. Thank you, Brother Jiang," she stammered, her voice shaking as she hurried to hook the buckets onto the pole. As she bent down to fasten the hooks, Zhang Liao's gaze, almost without his control, fell on the back of her neck. That small patch of skin was pale and smooth, catching the light so sharply that Zhang Liao felt a little dizzy. The soft voice from last night, calling out husband, echoed in his ears again unbidden. A strange heat rose in his chest, making it hard to breathe. Chen Wenqi, that frail scholar who could barely lift a thing? Was he really worthy? An even more absurd thought flashed through Zhang Liao's mind. What if, last night, that voice had called his name instead? Would it have sounded the same? Lin Swayer didn't dare stay any longer, nor did she dare look at Zhang Liao's face. As soon as she hung the bucket, she lifted the carrying pole onto her shoulder. The weight pressed down hard, making her steps unsteady, but she turned and hurried away as if escaping. Her heart pounded fast and loud, echoing in her chest even more than the creaking of the well rope. She could still feel his burning gaze on her back, like a brand of fire. Only when she stumbled into her own courtyard did it finally fade. Leaning against the cool earthen wall, Lin Swayer gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling quickly. The blush on her cheeks refused to fade, and her hands and feet still felt weak. By the well, Zhang Liao stood where he was, staring at the courtyard gate for a long time, his eyes dark and unreadable. He raised a hand and rubbed his face hard, as if that could wipe away the restless heat inside him. But the memory of that brief touch on his hand only made it worse. He muttered a low curse under his breath. It had really been too long. Then, gritting his teeth, he adjusted the heavy strap on his shoulder and strode away, without looking back. Lin Swayer leaned against the cold wall. After a long while, the wild beating in her chest finally began to calm. The warmth on her face faded a little, but the spot on her hand where Zhang Liao had brushed against still felt strangely warm. The feeling was unfamiliar and confusing, tangling her thoughts until she couldn't make sense of them. She shook her head hard, refusing to think further. Just as she poured the water into the big jar by the kitchen door, she heard movement from the east room. Old Madame Zhao shuffled out wearing a pair of worn cloth shoes. Her hair was tied tightly in a bun at the back of her head, her eyelids drooped, and the corners of her mouth turned down, as if nothing pleased her. Rubbing her lower back, she said, "Swayer, I woke up feeling thirsty. Go pour me a bowl of water." As she spoke, she walked to the old square table in the middle of the main room, sat down on a bench, and waited to be served. Lin Swayer quickly answered, "Yes, mother," and hurried into the kitchen. The porridge on the stove was almost ready, and the sweet potatoes were soft and fragrant. She scooped a ladle of water into a rough porcelain bowl and carefully brought it to her mother-in-law. "Mother, please have some water." Madame Zhao took a sip, frowned, and said, "This water tastes strange. Is the well dirty again? How many times have I told you to draw water from the middle of the whirlpool? That's the cleanest part." She set the bowl down with dissatisfaction and looked Lin Swayer up and down. "You went out so early and came back with just this little water? We need water all day for washing, cleaning, feeding the chickens and ducks. How will this be enough?" Lin Swayer lowered her head, twisting the corner of her clothes. "Mother, I'll go fetch more right away." "Enough, enough." Madame Zhao waved impatiently. "Is breakfast ready? Wenqi will be up soon to study, and he mustn't go hungry. There's still some of that fermented tofu Aunt Zhang gave us yesterday, right? Bring it out for Wenqi to eat with his porridge." "Mother, the tofu. My husband finished it last night." "What? Finished?" Madame Zhou's voice rose sharply. "You really don't plan ahead. Wenqi studies so hard. How can he manage without something tasty to keep him going? You just use things up without thinking." Still muttering, she got up and went to the kitchen herself, lifting the pot lid. When she saw the thin porridge and only 3 small sweet potatoes, her face darkened even more. "Just this? Only 3 sweet potatoes? Who is that enough for?" She turned and glared at Lin Swayer, who had followed her in. Lin Swayer quickly explained, "Mother, there isn't much rice left, so I thought I'd skip eating. I'm not hungry." Madame Zhao gave a heavy snort through her nose, but said nothing more. She took a bowl and began to serve the porridge, carefully scooping the thicker part from the pot and placing the largest sweet potato beside it. It was prepared for her son, Chen Wenqi. Just then, the door of the west room creaked open, and Chen Wenqi came out wearing a blue long robe. He looked about 24 or 25, with a thin face and decent features, though a bit pale, with faint shadows under his eyes. He held a worn book in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed.
Mutter, so ihr.
Chun Wenqi walked to the table, nodded to Madame Zhao, and only lifted his eyelids slightly toward Lin Swear as a greeting. His manner carried a deliberate air of distance and pride. Wenqi, come sit down, the porridge is just right. Madame Zhao quickly put on a kind and eager smile, pushing the fullest bowl and the big sweet potato toward him. Eat while it's hot. After that, you can read. The weather's nice today, not too cold or hot. Perfect for studying. Chun Wenqi gave a short sat down, and picked up his chopsticks. He ate politely, sipping the porridge and chewing the sweet potato slowly, making almost no sound. He looked every bit the scholar. Madame Zhao also served herself a bowl of porridge and took another sweet potato to eat. Lin Swear didn't sit at the table. She carried her bowl of porridge and quietly went to sit on a small wooden stool by the stove. Wenqi, Madame Zhao said as she ate, yesterday I met your Uncle Li. He mentioned that the Wang family at the west end of the village is looking for someone to help with writing and copying documents. The pay isn't much, but it could help with our household expenses. What do you think? Chun Wenqi's brows tightened at once, as if he had heard something unpleasant. He put down his chopsticks and said proudly, Mother, please don't mention this again. I have studied hard for years, aiming for the imperial exams. I will serve the court one day. How could I lower myself for a few coins to do such trivial copying work and mix with common villagers? That would disgrace a scholar's name. As for our household, we may be short of money for now, but once I pass the exam, everything will improve. He spoke with firm confidence, as if success were already certain. Lin Swear heard his words without surprise. Her husband had indeed been talented from a young age, earning the title of scholar at 18. Unfortunately, since then, he had failed the provincial exam twice. And that exam was held only once every 3 years. Next time, they would have to wait another 2 years. Mrs. Zhao, after being scolded by her son, closed her mouth awkwardly, afraid of disturbing his grand ambitions. Sigh, I'm just worried. The household expenses keep growing. The rice jar is almost empty, and the oil and salt are running out. Lin Swear lowered her head even more and ate faster, feeling a tightness in her chest. Her husband prided himself on being a scholar. He couldn't lift heavy things and refused to do farm work. He spent his days reading and reciting poems. Her mother-in-law often said she was too old, that her back and legs hurt, and she couldn't handle hard labor anymore. So, all the housework, cooking, farming, feeding the chickens and ducks, washing clothes, fell entirely on Lin Swear's shoulders. Not wanting to hear more, she quickly finished her meal and tidied up her bowl and chopsticks. Husband, Mother, please take your time eating. I'll go check if Little Grass is awake. Chun Wenqi was using his chopsticks to pick up the last few grains of rice. When he heard her, he didn't even look up, just gave a short hum in reply. After a moment, as if remembering something, he finally looked at her and said, Swear, I've told you many times. Since you've married into the Qin family, you must follow proper manners. Husband is what village women say. You should call me, my dear husband. Don't forget your place. Lin Swear lowered her eyes and answered softly, Yes, my dear husband. I'll remember. In the village, most wives called their husbands the head of the house. But Chun Wenqi thought of himself as a scholar, someone destined to become an official, so he insisted on a more refined title. Mrs. Zhou quickly joined in, glaring at Lin Swear. That's right. Wenqi is a scholar and will be an official one day. We must keep proper rules at home. Swear, you should learn to behave properly and not bring shame to Wenqi's name. Lin Swear answered quietly, then turned and walked quickly into the inner room. Inside, Little Grass was already awake, sitting obediently on the bed and rubbing her sleepy eyes. A few strands of hair stuck up on her small head, making her look adorably silly. When she saw her mother, she grinned and stretched out her short arms, calling sweetly, Mama. Hug. Lin Swear hurried over, scooped the soft little girl into her arms, and kissed her chubby, milk-scented cheek. Little Grass, are you awake? Did you sleep well? Yes. Little Grass answered loudly, pointing her tiny finger toward the window. Mother, look. The sun is out. Yes, the sun is shining, and it's time for Little Grass to wash up and have breakfast. Lin Swayer gently helped her put on her clothes and the small cloth shoes she had made herself. Little Grass was very obedient. She lifted her arms and feet as her mother asked, her big dark eyes blinking brightly as she looked at her. "Mother, I'm hungry," she said softly, touching her small belly and gazing at Lin Swayer. "I saved some sweet potatoes and porridge for you. My Little Grass is the best, isn't she?" Holding her daughter's hand, Lin Swayer led her out of the room and fetched some water to wash her face. In the main room, Chen Wenqi had already finished eating. He was holding a scroll, pacing in the yard, murmuring softly to himself. Madame Zhao was cleaning the dishes. When she saw Lin Swayer and Little Grass come out, she only glanced at them without saying a word. Lin Swayer went straight to the kitchen, took out the bowl of thick porridge and sweet potatoes she had saved, and placed them before Little Grass, letting her sit on a small stool to eat slowly. "Eat slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself," she said, gently patting her daughter's head. Little Grass nodded obediently, clumsily holding the bowl with her small hands and sipping the porridge in tiny mouthfuls. Then she picked up a piece of sweet potato and took a big bite. Her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel as she chewed happily. Lin Swayer leaned against the stove, quietly watching her for a while. When Little Grass finished eating, Lin Swayer quickly cleaned up, wiped her daughter's mouth and hands, and saved the remaining rice soup in the pot. Then she carried a basin outside to feed the two thin hens in the yard. The midday sun hung fiercely overhead, making the air shimmer with heat. Even the ground seemed to glow white. After finishing her chores in the kitchen and serving lunch to her mother-in-law and husband, Lin Swayer washed the dishes clean. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and stepped into the main room. Her husband had gone back to his study. Her mother-in-law, Madame Zhao, was dozing in a creaky bamboo chair, lazily waving a worn fan. Little Grass lay on a small stool nearby, holding a stick and drawing random lines on the ground. Lin Swayer walked up to Madame Zhao. "Mother, we don't have much rice left, and the harvest from the fields isn't good. I'm thinking of going to the back mountain of the next village this afternoon to dig some wild vegetables. That way, we can mix them with our meals for a few days." Madame Zhao lifted her eyelids and gave her a sideways glance, without saying a word. That look was sharp as a knife, clearly saying, "The house is no food because you're not a capable wife and can't manage the household well." Enduring that gaze, Lin Swayer continued, "I'll go and come back quickly. I should be back before dark. As for Xiao Chao, please help me watch her, mother. Don't let her wander off or get hurt." Her mother-in-law didn't like Xiao Chao, and that made Lin Swayer uneasy. Madame Zhao reluctantly grunted, fanning herself twice before muttering, "You always have so many things to do. Go then, but come back early to cook dinner. Wenqi still needs to study tonight." "Yes, mother, I understand," Lin Swayer replied, then crouched down in front of her daughter and gently patted her head. "Be good, Xiao Chao. Listen to Grandma while I'm gone. I'll bring back some tasty wild vegetables for you to try tonight, all right?" Xiao Chao looked up, her bright black eyes full of trust in her mother, but she still nodded obediently. "Come back soon, mother." Lin Swayer felt a pang in her heart. She kissed her daughter's cheek, then stood up, took an old bamboo basket from the kitchen, and hurried out the door. The back mountain of the neighboring village was much deeper than the one near Xinhua village. Usually only hunters and woodcutters went there, and people said the wild vegetables grew thick and fresh. Under the blazing sun, Lin Swayer walked along the narrow path by the fields for more than an hour. Her feet were sore by the time she reached the foot of the mountain. As soon as she entered the forest, the dense shade blocked out the harsh sunlight, and the cool mountain breeze made her feel much better. Not daring to waste time, she rolled up her sleeves and began searching. Sure enough, there were clusters of wild amaranth and purslane, all tender and green. Feeling a bit relieved, she worked quickly, and soon half the basket was full. Straightening up, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. She had heard there were also bracken and mushrooms deeper inside. Since she was already here, she decided to go a little farther and gather more. The deeper she went, the thicker the trees grew, and the dimmer the light became. She felt a little uneasy. But thinking of the little food left at home, Lin Swear gritted her teeth, lifted her basket, and walked deeper into the forest. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Just a few steps ahead, a cluster of plump ferns poked out from a pile of fallen leaves. Lin Swear felt a rush of joy and quickly stepped forward, but her foot suddenly slipped. She didn't know if she had stepped on wet moss or a loose stone, but she instantly lost her balance.
Ah!
With a short cry, she tumbled down the steep slope beside her. Her bamboo basket flew from her hand, and the wild vegetables scattered all over the ground. A sharp pain shot through her right ankle. Her vision went dark for a moment before she managed to catch her breath. She tried to move her right foot, but the pain made her gasp, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. It's over. Her heart sank completely. Looking up, she saw the sun already leaning westward, and the forest around her was growing dim. From somewhere far away came the harsh cries of crows, echoing eerily. In this lonely mountain area, she was all alone, her ankle injured, unable to move. Gritting her teeth, Lin Swear tried to get up, but every time she put weight on her ankle, the pain was unbearable. After several failed attempts, she was completely exhausted. Her nose stung, and tears welled up in her eyes. Then, steady footsteps approached from a distance. Her heart leapt to her throat, and every hair on her body stood on end. In this deserted mountain, with night falling, who could it be? A tall, broad-shouldered figure pushed aside the branches and stepped out. It was Jang Liao. He had a cooking kit slung over his shoulder and a wild pheasant in his other hand. He must have just finished helping in the kitchen and stopped by the mountain to find some game. Zhang Liao narrowed his eyes, scanning the area, and quickly spotted Lin Swear lying on the ground. Her bright eyes were now filled with tears. She looked pitiful. His thick eyebrows furrowed tightly. "What are you doing here?" With long strides, Zhang Liao reached her in a few steps. Seeing it was him, Lin Swear felt a wave of relief, though her face suddenly flushed red. She stammered, "Brother Zhang. I came to pick some wild vegetables, but I slipped." Zhang Liao didn't reply. He set down his kit and the pheasant, then crouched beside her. His tall figure carried a strong, steady presence as he leaned closer. Lin Swear instinctively drew her shoulders back. "Did you twist your ankle?" he asked, his sharp gaze fixed on her swollen right ankle. The edge of her skirt was lifted slightly, revealing her pale leg. Lin Swear answered softly, not daring to look at him. Zhang Liao reached out his hand, strong and rough, toward her injured ankle, as if to take a closer look. Startled, Lin Swear trembled like a frightened rabbit and tried to pull her foot back. The movement tugged at her injury, sending a sharp pain through her leg. She gasped, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Don't move." Zhang Liao's voice was firm and commanding. He held her leg gently but firmly, keeping it still. His palm was warm, steadying her completely. Lin Swear froze, afraid to move. His hand felt so different from her husband's, strong and sure. He carefully pressed around the swollen area, each touch making her bite her lip to keep from crying out.
"The bone seems fine."
"It's just a sprain," he said, releasing her leg. But the warmth of his touch lingered, impossible to ignore. Zhang Liao stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. He looked at the darkening sky, his brows tightly furrowed.
"Can you walk?"
he asked. Lin Swear tried to push herself up, putting weight on her left foot while barely touching the ground with her right. The sharp pain shot up again, making her stumble. She nearly fell, but Zhang Liao caught her arm just in time. The warmth of his hand burned through the thin fabric of her sleeve. He clicked his tongue softly, then bent down to gather the wild vegetables scattered on the ground and stuff them back into the basket. Turning his back to her, he crouched slightly.
"Get on," he said.
Lin Swear froze, her face turning red. "And no need, Brother Zhang, I can manage." Zhang Liao glanced over his shoulder, his dark eyes calm but firm. "It's getting dark. The forest isn't safe at night. Do you want to stay here and feed the wolves?" Lin Swear was startled by his words. She looked again at the darkening forest, and fear finally overcame her embarrassment. Biting her lip, she trembled as she leaned onto Zhang Liao's back. After making sure she was steady, Zhang Liao reached back to support her legs and stood up firmly. She was very light, almost weightless on his back. Even so, Zhang Liao's muscles tensed instantly. Her body pressed closely against his back, and he could feel her warmth through the thin fabric. His hands rested under her knees, and he forced himself to stay calm. Lin Swayer didn't know where to put her hands, so she nervously held onto the rough fabric of his shoulders. Her breathing was quick from fear and pain, and her warm breath brushed against the back of his neck. A faint scent of soap lingered in the air. Zhang Liao swallowed hard, feeling a rush of heat spread through his body. He silently scolded himself and forced his legs to move, heading down the mountain. Neither of them spoke along the way. Only the sound of his steady footsteps, the wind through the trees, and their uneven breathing filled the silence. Lin Swayer stayed still on his back, afraid to move. The scent of the man surrounded her completely. It was nothing like the calming fragrance that clung to her husband. It carried a wild, untamed strength that made her heart race and her thoughts blur. She suddenly remembered the way he had looked at her that morning by the well, his gaze intense and burning. A strange shiver ran through her, leaving her weak and confused. Zhang Liao walked quickly, his breath growing heavier. Every small movement from the woman on his back tested his self-control. The tension in the air grew stronger, but he gritted his teeth and kept walking, step by step, down the mountain path. He clenched his teeth tightly, forcing all his focus on the road ahead. Yet his arm, almost on its own, held her legs more firmly against his side. "Why did you come all the way out here alone to pick wild vegetables?" Zhang Liao suddenly spoke, his voice rough and hoarse. Lin Swayer, already flustered, froze for a moment at his question before whispering, "There's not much food left at home." Zhang Liao was silent for a while. That scholar Qinwenqi, always talking about books and morals, too weak to lift or carry anything, acted every bit the learned man, yet couldn't even provide for his own wife, forcing her to risk her safety in the deep mountains. A spark of anger flared in Zhang Liao's chest, making it hard to breathe. He said with a hint of mockery, "And where's Qinwenqi? He just lets you suffer like this?" Hearing the sharpness in his tone, Lin Swayer instinctively tried to defend her husband, though her voice trembled. "My husband. He needs to study. Taking the exams is important." Zhang Liao gave a cold snort. Studying while his family goes hungry, letting his wife climb mountains for food. What kind of learning is that? Nonsense. Lin Swayer's nose stung, and tears nearly fell again, but she bit her lip and stayed silent. Because what he said wasn't entirely wrong. Feeling her stiffen on his back, Zhang Liao stopped talking. But the anger in his chest only burned stronger. By the time the sky turned completely dark, a few faint stars had appeared above. The low earthen houses of Xinghua village came into view. When they reached the old locust tree at the village entrance, Zhang Liao suddenly stopped. He carefully set Lin Swayer down, helping her lean against the rough trunk to steady herself. "This is far enough. Go the rest of the way slowly, and don't tell anyone I carried you down." As soon as her feet touched the ground, pain shot through her leg again, but she understood what he meant. Even a widow's doorstep drew gossip. If a married woman were seen being carried home by another man after dark, no matter how innocent, rumors would destroy her reputation. Thank you, Brother Zhang." Zhang Liao didn't reply. He simply placed the basket by her feet. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't give her the pheasant. If he gave it to her, it would be hard to explain later. "From now on, don't go into the deep mountains alone." Leaving those words behind, Zhang Liao hurried away. Lin Swayer leaned against a tree, her thoughts tangled like a messy ball of thread. The evening breeze brushed past, and she suddenly shivered, coming back to her senses. Her cheeks burned, and her heart pounded wildly. After calming herself, Lin Swayer endured the pain and limped back to her own yard. Dragging her aching leg, Lin Swayer struggled to reach the gate of her house. A faint yellow light from the oil lamp in the main room shone through the crack of the door, and she could faintly hear her mother-in-law talking to someone. When she pushed the door, it creaked loudly. Inside, Madame Zhao was sitting by the table, sewing an old long shirt under the dim lamp. Next to her sat Aunt Zhang, the neighbor, chatting idly. Hearing the door, Madame Zhao looked up, and the needle and thread in her hand fell onto her lap. "Oh my heavens!" Her sharp voice rang out as she stood up and strode to the door, blocking most of the light.
Her shadow fell over Lin Sui.
Her eyes swept up and down, examining her. "Where have you been? Did you roll in someone's stove or fall into a mud pit? Look at you. Your hair's a mess, your face is all dirty, and what happened to your foot? Don't tell me it's broken?" Aunt Zhang craned her neck to look and gasped softly. Lin Sui felt dizzy from her mother-in-law's scolding and gripped the doorframe tightly. "Mother, I accidentally slipped down the slope and twisted my ankle." "Twisted your ankle?" Madame Zhou's voice rose even higher. "Are you made of paper or clay? How can you fall just walking on a mountain path? Are you a child? And the wild vegetables? Where are the wild vegetables I told you to pick? Don't tell me you lost them when you fell." She bent down, grabbed the basket, and held it under the lamp to check, still muttering. "Let me see. Oh, just this little bit? Who can this feed? It's barely enough to fill a tooth gap. And you came back this late? I thought you dug up a whole mountain of wild greens." Mrs. Zhou grew angrier as she spoke and slammed the basket onto the ground. "Aunt Zhang, look at this. You tell me if I'm wrong. I asked her to do something useful to help the family, and this is how she comes back. The meal's not cooked, the chores aren't done. And now she's hurt her leg. Isn't she just trying to make me angry? With her leg hurt, who would fetch water tomorrow? Who would wash the clothes? Feed the chickens? Who would work in the fields?" Aunt Zhang felt awkward under Mrs. Zhou's sharp words and forced a smile, rubbing her hands. Now, Mrs. Zhou, calm down. It looks like Sui really took a bad fall. Just look at that swollen ankle." She lived next door and often heard Mrs. Zhou scolding her daughter-in-law. Even through the mud wall, the shouting carried over. The Chen family's daughter-in-law was a gentle one. She never talked back. Lin Sui's face burned, half from shame and half from the pain that made her break out in a cold sweat. "Mother, I didn't mean to. The slope was steep and slippery with moss." "You didn't mean to? And that makes it all right?" Mrs. Zhou wouldn't listen, jabbing her finger almost to Sui's nose. "I think you're just lazy. You dragged things out on purpose so you wouldn't have to work. Don't you know when she studies hard every night? And now there's still no dinner. Do you want your husband to go hungry? Or me, an old woman, to starve? What did our Chen family do to deserve such a useless daughter-in-law?" Just then, the curtain of the west room was lifted with a swish. Chen Wenqi came out, frowning, a scroll still in his hand. "Mother, what's all this noise?" "I was studying the classics and he stopped mid-sentence." His eyes fell on Lin Sui, standing at the doorway in a sorry state. The oil lamp wasn't bright, but it was enough for him to see her clearly. Her hair was loose, her fair face streaked with dirt, and her right ankle swollen like a steamed bun. Chen Wenqi's brows tightened even more. He took a few steps forward, his voice full of irritation. "What is this? How did you end up like this?" Hearing her husband's voice, Lin Sui looked up quickly, as if a drowning person had just found something to hold on to, her eyes full of pleading. "Husband, I fell by accident. My foot hurts badly." Chen Wenqi didn't answer right away. His eyes moved over Lin Sui once more. When he first passed the scholar's exam, many families from nearby villages came to propose matches, but he refused them all. He chose Lin Sui instead.
Why?
Simply because she was beautiful. Since marrying her, except for not giving birth to a son, she had done nothing wrong. So, he still had some affection for her. Thinking this, Chen Wenqi cleared his throat and softened his tone. "How could you be so careless? The mountain path is rough. As a woman, you should be more careful. Is the injury serious? Are your bones all right?" The last two sentences finally carried a hint of concern. Madame Zhou, who had been holding back, couldn't stay silent any longer. She snapped. Ask her? What does a woman know about injuries? Look at this. She only brought back a handful of wild greens. She kicked the bamboo basket on the ground. Dinner's not even ready. Your wife is getting more and more useless. Wenqi glanced at the pitifully small pile of wild vegetables. Aunt Zhang was standing nearby, and the family's poverty pricked at his pride like a needle. But when he saw Lin Sui's pale face, he swallowed the harsh words that had almost left his mouth. Instead, he said, Mother, please say no more. Swear is hurt. It wasn't on purpose. Swear, go wash up first. As for dinner, Mother, could you please handle it? Just something simple will do. Hearing her husband speak up for her and even ask his mother to cook, Lin Sui felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you, husband. Wenqi gave a quiet and went back to reading his book. Still worried about her daughter, Lin Sui went into the inner room. Little Grass was already asleep, curled under a thin blanket, her small face flushed, unaware of everything happening outside. Looking at her daughter's peaceful sleeping face, Lin Sui's tears finally fell silently. She quickly wiped them away with the back of her hand, afraid to wake the child. Behind her, voices from the main room drifted in. Madame Zhao grumbled, Aunt Zhang, just look at this. Tell me, isn't my son too soft-hearted? He sees his wife act pitiful and shed a few tears, and he rushes to protect her. This daughter-in-law really needs some discipline. She looks quiet and honest most of the time, but deep down she's just lazy. She can't even handle small tasks and always causes trouble. Tell me, how can we live like this? Aunt Zhang tried to calm her down. Wenqi is a scholar. It's natural for him to care about his wife. Sui is usually quite hardworking too. Hardworking? Her? That's just for show. Who knows how much she slacks off when no one's watching? Otherwise, how could she twist her ankle just from picking wild vegetables? I say she's just... Wenqi interrupted. Mother, it's getting late. Aunt Zhang should head home. Please check the kitchen and make something simple to eat. Then came Aunt Zhang's farewell and Madame Zhou's half-hearted response. Lin Sui could no longer hold back her tears. They rolled down her cheeks in big drops. She had come home so late, yet no one had worried or gone to look for her. But her husband. He had spoken up for her just now, and even asked his mother to make dinner. Maybe he still cared about her at least a little. Lin Sui took off her dirty cloth shoes. Her right ankle was badly swollen, and even a light touch made her gasp in pain. There was no medicine and no clean water. Just as she was wondering what to do, the door opened softly. Wenqi came in, holding a rough clay bowl with half a bowl of cool water and an old but clean cloth in his other hand. Put some cool water on your ankle first. If it still hurts tomorrow, go see Dr. Li at the end of the village and get some medicine. Moonlight filtered through the paper window, outlining his calm profile. His tone was even, but at least he had brought her something. Warmth spread through Lin Sui's heart. Thank you, husband, she said softly. He simply replied, and turned to leave. Lin Sui touched the soft cloth, feeling that small warmth grow inside her. Her husband still cared about this home and about her. He didn't talk much, always focused on his studies and seemed distant, but he still had a kind heart. That was enough. There was still hope for their days ahead. When he passed the exam, everything would get better. She dipped the cloth in the water and wrapped it around her ankle, hissing softly at the sting. The pain brought back everything that had happened in the forest, the rough, strong hand, the heat, the fear, and her heart trembled all over again. His broad, strong back was like a solid wall. Lin Sui froze, her cheeks burning uncontrollably as her heart began to race for no reason.
Lin Sui.
What are you thinking? Your husband just brought you water to soak your feet. How could you? How could you think about another man?
But
that feeling was just so different. Had her husband ever carried her on his back? Never. Not before they married, and not after. He could barely carry a bucket of water without gasping for breath. How could he possibly carry her? And certainly not like that man, walking steadily along the rough mountain path, his steps firm and even, his breathing calm. Lin Sui shook her head hard. She was Chen Wenqi's lawful wife, the mother of little Zhao. How could she let her thoughts wander like this? Was that fair to her husband? To her family? Yet a strange warmth rose quietly from deep within her, spreading through her body. The feeling made her both shy and uneasy. Her face burned, and she quickly pressed her legs together, burying her face in the pillow that still carried her daughter's sweet scent. The main room had gone completely silent. Her mother-in-law was probably busy in the kitchen. The east room was quiet too. Only the occasional chirping of insects outside and her daughter's soft breathing filled the night. In the thick darkness, Lin Swear opened her eyes wide. On the other side, Jang Liao wasn't doing much better. He had almost run away, pushing open the creaky wooden door of his small house. Inside, it was pitch dark. His father was probably already asleep. Feeling his way to the kitchen, Zhang Liao scooped a ladle of cold water from the jar and drank it down in big gulps. The icy water slid down his throat, but it couldn't cool the restless heat in his chest. He tossed the ladle back into the jar and leaned against the cold stove, breathing heavily. All he could think about was the moment when that woman had been on his back. He couldn't see her face, but he remembered how light she felt, how her hands had clung to him, and how her quick, nervous breathing brushed against his neck. The memory made his heart pound uncontrollably. He muttered under his breath, trying to calm himself, but the image wouldn't fade. Although she was slender, the places that should be soft were still full, pressing lightly against his back and brushing with each step he took. That feeling. Zhang Liao swallowed hard, his whole body restless, a strange heat spreading through him. It burned so much that he couldn't sit still. His rough pants felt tight, adding to his frustration. He muttered something under his breath and tugged at his waistband. His hand accidentally brushed against something, and his mind went blank for a moment as unwanted thoughts rushed in. He remembered that night, hearing a few soft sounds behind the Chen family's wall, gentle and trembling, like a kitten's paw scratching at his heart. Back then, he had only thought Chen Wenqi was useless, wasting such a beautiful voice.
But now,
he imagined her eyes, shy and glistening, her cheeks slightly red, a bit of sweat on her small nose. Her face, even with a bit of dirt, still looked delicate as she looked up at him, lips slightly parted. Her soft voice called out, "Brother Zhang." Just thinking about it made something inside him snap. He bent forward suddenly, pressing his forehead against the cold edge of the stove, letting out a low growl. Zhang Liao closed his eyes, his mind filled with thoughts of Lin Swear. He imagined her leaning quietly against him, her small hands trembling slightly. The darkness around him made every sound seem louder. He clenched his jaw tightly, breathing heavily. After a long while, the tension finally eased, leaving only exhaustion and a dizzy emptiness. He leaned weakly against the stove. "Damn it, I'm losing my mind." He grabbed a cloth from the stove, wiped his face roughly, and straightened his clothes. The heat inside him faded a little, but the frustration in his heart remained. Zhang Liao walked into the yard, drew a bucket of water from the well, and splashed his face under the moonlight. The cold water helped him clear his head a bit. As soon as his mind cleared, he thought again of Lin Swear's ankle, swollen like a steamed bun. That useless scholar Chen Wenqi, besides putting on airs and looking down on others, what else could he do? And old Madame Zhao, known far and wide for her sharp tongue. With that woman's foot injured like that, would they let her rest tomorrow? Most likely, she'd be scolded out of bed before dawn to work again. Thinking of this, the anger Zhang Liao had just managed to suppress flared up once more, mixed with a restlessness he couldn't quite explain. He paced the courtyard in frustration, then stopped beneath the window of his father's room. 2 years ago, his father had broken his leg while chopping wood in the mountains. The family still had the ointment prescribed by Dr. Li back then, along with an elm walking stick. Zhang Liao's eyes moved slightly as an idea formed in his mind. He couldn't just go and deliver the medicine himself. That would look improper. A widower, showing up in broad daylight to bring medicine to a married woman? People's gossip could drown him. And Madame Zhou's mouth was the worst of all. But if it was his father who sent it, that would make sense. His father was old, his legs weak and his heart soft. If he heard that the neighbor's daughter-in-law was hurt and asked his son to bring over some leftover ointment and a walking stick, that would be seen as simple kindness. No one could find fault with that. Also, he couldn't go too early. He'd wait until afternoon. With Madame Zhou's loud mouth, the whole village would know soon enough, and then it would seem natural that his father had heard about it too. Having made up his mind, Jang Liao didn't care whether his father was asleep. He pushed open the door and went in. "Dad?
Dad.
Wake up, I need to tell you something." Half asleep, his father grumbled, "It's the middle of the night. What's all the shouting for? Can't it wait till morning?" Zhang Liao quickly explained, "It's the Chen family's daughter-in-law, Lin Swear. She twisted her ankle while picking wild vegetables today. It's badly swollen. You know what Chen Wenqi and his mother are like. They probably won't take care of her. We still have that ointment you used last year and the walking stick too. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll take them over and say it's from you, just a neighborly gesture." His father woke up fully, stayed silent for a moment, then said slowly, "That young woman from the Chen family?
Poor thing.
All right, the things are in the old wooden box by my bed. Take them tomorrow. Go after lunch, not during mealtime. You don't want to bother anyone."
Got it, Dad.
Zhang Liao answered softly, finally feeling the weight in his heart ease. He returned to his room and lay down on the hard wooden bed without even taking off his clothes. When he closed his eyes, Lin Swear's face still appeared before him, her shy, gentle look when she softly called him Brother Jiang. Zhang Liao turned over irritably, facing the cold earthen wall. He told himself, "I just delivered some medicine. Stop thinking nonsense." But the more he tried to push the thought away, the clearer her delicate figure and soft presence became in his mind. That night, Zhang Liao tossed and turned, barely sleeping at all. The next day afternoon, the sun was blazing. The leaves drooped weakly, and even the village dogs had found shady spots, lying there panting lazily. The village was quiet. Most people were taking their midday rest. Zhang Liao carried an elm walking stick in one hand and a small cloth bag under his arm. Inside were some old herbal plasters. He walked slowly toward the Chen family's courtyard. He had changed into a clean but slightly worn short jacket. His face showed no expression, but his narrowed eyes under the harsh sunlight carried a sharp, determined look. The Chen family's gate was half open. Without knocking, Zhang Liao pushed it open with his foot and walked straight in. At the doorway, Madame Zhou was sitting on a small stool, picking beans. When she looked up and saw Zhang Liao's tall, strong figure blocking the entrance, she was so startled that a few beans slipped from her hands.
Zhang
Liao? Why are you here?" she stammered, quickly standing up, her voice trembling a little. Zhang Liao didn't have a good reputation in the nearby villages. People said he brought bad luck to his wives, but more than that, it was his cold, intimidating manner that made others uneasy around him. He stepped inside and glanced around the room. No sign of the young woman. "My father sent me," he said, lifting the things in his hand. "I heard your daughter-in-law hurt her foot on the mountain yesterday. My father had some leftover plasters from when he broke his leg a few years ago, and this walking stick too. He told me to bring them over in case they're useful." Madame Zhou's eyes flickered, and she quickly put on a smile. "Oh, that's so kind of him. Please thank your father for thinking of us." Swear just twisted her foot a little. "Nothing serious. She'll be fine after a couple of days' rest." Even as she spoke, her eyes lingered on the things in Zhang Liao's hands. A gift delivered to the door. How could she refuse such a bargain? Zhang Liao raised his eyebrows, took 2 steps forward, and moved closer. "Nothing serious? My father said your wife's ankle is swollen like a steamed bun. You call that nothing serious?" Madame Zhou's smile froze, and she couldn't find anything to say. Just then, the curtain of the west room lifted, and Chen Wenqi came out. He had clearly heard the noise outside. His face showed displeasure, but when he saw Zhang Liao, he quickly put on a polite expression. "So it's Brother Jiang." Chen Wenqi walked into the main room, stood straight, and tried to look dignified. "I didn't expect Brother Jiang to visit. What brings you here?" Zhang Liao glanced at him sideways, the corner of his mouth twitching in a half-smile. Nothing special. My father heard that your wife hurt her foot, so he asked me to bring over some things that might help. He put extra weight on the word scholarchen, making it sound less like respect and more like mockery. Chun Wenqi's face stiffened slightly. He cleared his throat and tried to keep his composure.
I see.
Please thank your father for his kindness. My wife's injury is minor, and we can manage at home. These things, Zhang Liao didn't bother listening to his formal talk. Before Chun Wenqi could finish, he said coldly, my father knows about such injuries. The worst thing is to pretend it's fine. This medicine helps with swelling, and the cane will make it easier for her to move. I've brought them. Use them or not, it's up to you. His tone was blunt, and Chun Wenqi's face turned red, then pale. He wanted to scold this rude villager, but when he saw Zhang Liao's strong arms and calm, unreadable face, the words stuck in his throat. Madame Zhao, seeing her son at a loss, quickly stepped in. We'll use them, of course. Your father is so thoughtful. Wenqi, hurry, and thank Brother Jiang for coming all this way. As she spoke, she moved forward to take the items. The door to the inner room creaked open a little. Lin Swayer held onto the doorframe, standing on one foot, and shyly showed her face. Zhang Liao's eyes fixed on her at once. She was wearing a faded blouse, tied tightly at the waist, making her look even slimmer. The collar was higher than the one she wore yesterday, but because she leaned forward slightly, it loosened a bit, showing a small part of her pale neck and collarbone. Below, she wore a work skirt, the hem tied up to make it easier to apply medicine. The small part of her leg that showed was smooth and slender. He had once held it in his hand. Zhang Liao felt his throat tighten and swallowed hard. All the restless thoughts from last night suddenly came back to life. Her soft, trembling voice called out his name again and again. Brother Zhang. Zhang Liao pressed his legs together and cursed under his breath. He forced himself to look away from her neckline and focused on her injured foot instead. But the sight of the swollen bruise only made his chest tighten even more. How did it get this bad? What are you waiting for? Come out and take this. His voice was rough as he strode forward. Lin Swayer was startled by his sudden approach and stepped back, almost losing her balance. Zhang Liao was already in front of her. His presence was overwhelming, making her dizzy. Her heart pounded, and her face grew hot. He pushed the walking stick into her arms. Lin Swayer trembled, her face turning bright red as she clumsily held the stick, wishing she could hide her face. Zhang Liao's breath caught for a moment. He clenched his jaw, the veins on his temple twitching. Hold it steady. His voice grew even rougher. Use the medicine properly, and keep it warm. Don't be careless, or you'll suffer for it later. He dropped the medicine packet by her feet. Then he turned away sharply, taking several deep breaths to calm himself. Luckily, his broad frame blocked the view of Zhou Shi and Chun Wenqi behind him. Just then, a small figure peeked out from behind Lin Swayer's leg. It was Xiao Chao. Still sleepy, she rubbed her eyes and looked around before fixing her gaze on Zhang Liao. Uncle, who are you? She asked softly. The fierce look on Zhang Liao's face softened when he saw her. He crouched down, trying to look less intimidating. I'm your Uncle Jiang, he said, taking out a paper-wrapped parcel from his coat. Inside was roasted wild chicken. He handed it to her. Here, take it and eat. Xiao Chao looked at the parcel, then up at her mother.
Lin Swayer quickly nodded.
Xiao Chao finally took it and smiled happily, showing her toothless gums. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Zhang Liao reached out his rough fingers and gently brushed her soft cheek. That touch made something in his heart soften for a moment, but he quickly composed himself again. He stood up and glanced at Lin Swayer, whose face was flushed red. Let's go. Leaving those two words behind, Zhang Liao turned and strode out of the yard, his back straight and firm. The courtyard fell silent. Madame Zhao patted her chest, let out a long sigh, and muttered, That troublesome man. Finally gone. Chun Wenqi's face darkened as he glared at Lin Swayer standing by the westroom door. Xiao Chao was holding the oiled paper bag, taking small bites of the roasted chicken inside. The smell of the meat drifted over, as if mocking his poverty and helplessness. A wave of anger surged up inside him, making his eyes burn red. Chun Wenqi flicked his sleeve sharply. Shameless. Vulgar. A disgrace to all scholars. He turned and went back into the West Room, slamming the door behind him. Lin Swayer stood still, holding her walking stick. The warmth she had just felt on her chest made her whole body tingle, her legs weak. Her face burned, and her heart pounded wildly. She didn't dare stay any longer and hurried back to her room, shutting the door with a loud bang. That night, the wind suddenly picked up, howling outside and rattling the paper windows. The oil lamp on the table flickered, its flame no bigger than a soybean, swaying with the wind. Lin Swayer lay on her side on the heated bed. Xiao Qiao curled up in her arms, sleeping soundly, her little face flushed, a bit of sweat on her nose, one small hand still near her mouth, as if tasting something sweet. She had eaten wild chicken today, and was very happy. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, hitting the mud wall behind it. Chun Wenqi walked in with a dark expression. He had spent the whole afternoon in the West Room, books spread before him, but he couldn't read a single word. His mind kept replaying Jang Liao's expression from earlier. In front of that man, he couldn't even speak properly, losing all the dignity of a scholar. The frustration in his chest grew heavier and heavier. Now, seeing Lin Swayer lying quietly on the bed, he finally found a place to vent his anger. Chun Wenqi took off his clothes, crumpled them up, and threw them onto the bench by the wall with a sharp sound. Lin Swayer hurriedly pushed herself up, her thin shirt slightly loose at the collar, showing a small part of her collarbone. Husband, are you going to rest?
Rest?
Rest for what? Chun Wenqi interrupted impatiently. I'm so upset, I can't even think about resting. This is all you're doing. He walked to the old square table, wanting to pour some water to soothe his dry throat. But when he lifted the clay pot, it was empty. Angrily, he slammed it down. Look at this. Not even a drop of water left. The house is a mess. And now some outsider dares to barge in during the day, shouting and pointing around. What kind of behavior is that? You're ruining the Qin family's good name. Lin Swayer's face turned pale. She whispered, Master Jiang is kind. When he heard I was hurt, he asked Brother Jiang to bring something over. It was meant kindly. Kindly? Nonsense. The words seemed to sting Chun Wenqi. He turned sharply, the lamplight casting his twisted shadow on the wall, swaying back and forth. What kindness could the Jiang family have? That cook Jiang is cursed. He lost his wife, brings bad luck, and reeks of oil and smoke. What could he possibly know? What good could he offer? That medicine of his is probably made from random weeds. Use it, and your foot might rot. And that walking stick, just a rough piece of wood from the hills. How could such a thing belong in my house? His words came faster and harsher, as if only by speaking this way could he bury the shame he felt earlier when he had been outshone by Jang Liao. Only then could he straighten his back again, proud of being a scholar. Lin Swayer trembled slightly as she listened. Little Grass was still asleep nearby. She didn't want to wake her daughter. She said softly, I understand. Her quiet obedience seemed to calm Chun Wenqi a little, though his anger hadn't fully faded. He paced the small room restlessly and continued, I, Chun Wenqi, have studied the classics and entered the academy. One day I'll bring honor to my family. Do I need pity or charity from an uneducated villager like him? His behavior today was completely disrespectful, rude, and ignorant. And couldn't you see what was happening? You just stood there taking what he handed you, making us look foolish in front of everyone. As he spoke, Chun Wenqi glanced at Lin Swayer, noticing how thin her clothes were and how tired she looked. A strange frustration rose in him, making his throat feel dry. He suddenly stopped walking and lowered his voice. Enough. It's getting late. Let's not talk about those people anymore. Go rest early. As he spoke, he reached out to take Lin Swayer's arm, trying to guide her toward the bed.
Lin Swayer stiffened.
She understood what her husband meant. Husband, please. My foot really hurts. It's painful even to move. Not tonight, I beg you. What's wrong with that? Chun Wenqi frowned impatiently and tightened his grip, trying to pull her closer. It's just a hurt foot, nothing serious. You're my wife. It's your duty to take care of your husband. Husband, please. It really hurts.
Lin så was fragt henne.
The pain in her ankle grew sharper as she struggled, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. She was afraid of waking the child, so she tried to push him away quietly, her voice trembling. Xiao Chao is still sleeping. Please don't. The child sleeps deeply. What are you afraid of? Chen Wenqi grew angry at her resistance. He felt his authority being challenged. How dare his usually obedient wife defy him? His movements became rougher, filled with anger. There was a tearing sound as her sleeve ripped slightly. Overwhelmed by humiliation and fear, Lin Swayer suddenly found the strength to push him away hard. Xiao Chao woke up completely and began to cry loudly. Chen Wenqi stumbled backward, hitting the table. The oil lamp flickered and went out with a soft sound. The room was instantly swallowed by darkness. In the dark, Chen Wenqi could only hear his own heavy, uneven breathing. The twisted feelings from earlier had long been washed away by the mess before her, leaving only anger with nowhere to go.
Fine.
Very fine. Chen Wenqi's voice sounded cold and sharp in the darkness. He groped for his robe on the bench, stumbled toward the door, yanked it open, and slammed it shut.
Bang!
The whole room seemed to shake. Darkness, heavy as the tide, swallowed Lin Swayer. Pain throbbed in her foot, burning more with each wave. Her torn collar hung open, and the cold wind slipped against her skin. She didn't care anymore. Holding her daughter tightly, she patted her gently until little grasses crying faded away. Only after her daughter fell asleep did Lin Swayer finally break down in tears. Her husband's harsh words still echoed in her ears.
But
Brother Zhang, even a neighbor with no relation to her, had brought her a walking stick and some medicine. Her own husband, always talking about virtue and rules, only cared about his own pride. When things didn't go his way, he lashed out and stormed off. The thought flickered through her mind, making her shiver. She dared not think further. What right did she have to compare? She was Chen Wenqi's wife, and she had little grass. Her foot hurt, but her heart hurt even more. With effort, Lin Swayer pulled the blanket over herself and her daughter. The wind wailed outside. The night stretched endlessly. Lin Swayer's foot injury took more than half a month to heal enough for her to walk, though standing too long still brought a dull ache. During that time, her mother-in-law, Madame Zhao, never stopped complaining, either blaming her for being lazy or accusing her of pretending to be weak. Her husband didn't scold her, but his coldness was even harder to bear. Since that night, he hadn't asked a single question, nor had he looked at her injured foot. He read when he wanted, ate when he wanted. Sometimes, staring at the dark ceiling, Lin Swayer felt like a ghost drifting through the house. If not for little grass, she might have vanished without a trace. Thankfully, there were the things Jang Liao had given her. With the walking stick, she could manage some chores and avoid much of her mother-in-law's sharp tongue. Whenever she thought of that noon when Jang Liao had firmly handed her those things, she couldn't help but remember it again and again. And that unsettling feeling when he gets close. That afternoon, the sun was slightly to the west, less intense. Lin Swayer looked at the pile of dirty clothes in the basin that had accumulated over several days. For the past half-month, she had been washing a few days' worth at a time. Her mother-in-law ignored it completely, not caring at all. She couldn't delay any longer. If she did, her mother-in-law's scolding might even make the roof fly off. With effort, Lin Swayer lifted the wooden basin and slowly walked toward the small river at the village's edge. On the way, she greeted some familiar women. Once she was far enough, the women's gossip started softly, like water entering an oil pot and bubbling quietly. Hey, did you see? Swayer, that girl. Her leg isn't fully healed yet, but she's carrying such a big basin of clothes to wash. Such a troublemaker. Exactly. Grandma Zhao is really lucky to have married such a patient and hardworking daughter-in-law to bother. And she's always smashing bowls and plates, never with a good attitude. Pfft. She dares to act high and mighty. Back then, she relied on her son passing the imperial exam, acting all proud. TSK.
Now?
Chan Wenqi failed the exam twice. Their family is almost broke, and she spent her days worshipping that broken book as if it were a god. What good does that do? Yes, yes. It's just a pity about Swear. She's pretty and has a good personality, but she fell into such a trap. When Lin Swear reached the river, she put down the basin, rolled up her sleeves, picked up a pestle, and started pounding the clothes. Her right leg was a bit weak from squatting, so she had to shift more weight onto her left leg, making her movements slower than usual. After washing 2 pieces, she heard rustling footsteps from the bushes of willows behind her. She didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a late-arriving woman, until a tall shadow suddenly covered her, blocking the sunlight on the stone slab in front of her completely. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively looked up. Against the light, she first saw the broad shoulders and strong chest outline of a man, then his sharp jawline. His sweaty, slightly messy hair was brushed across his forehead.
It was Jang Liao.
He was carrying a wooden fork on his shoulder, with 3 or 4 wide-bellied cushion carp tied together with grass rope on the back, looking like he had just come back from fishing. Zhang Liao clearly didn't expect to meet Lin Swear here. He stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on her, then shifted to the clothes at her feet. His thick, dark eyebrows immediately knitted into a frown. Over the past 2 weeks, he had heard some rumors, mostly about the mean old woman from the Zhao family and the useless Chen Wenqi. Every time he heard these words, his anger grew stronger, but he couldn't find a reason to get upset. After sending the medicated patch and walking stick, he never went near the Chen family yard again. He was afraid he might lose control of his temper or his actions. But unexpectedly, this woman came to him herself. It was truly fate. The river was very quiet, only the sound of flowing water and faint distant voices. Lin Swear hurriedly lowered her head in panic, forgetting to swing her stick, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. Why did she run into him again?
Zhang Liao didn't speak.
He just stood straight, looking down at the small woman crouched on the stone slab. Under his rolled-up sleeves, her small arms looked very pale, shining in the water's reflection, delicate like a freshly peeled egg. Her damp, coarse cloth clothes clung to her back, outlining her narrow waist and the suddenly full, rounded curves below. The plump contours pressed softly into the stone slab, deforming slightly. Zhang Liao's breathing involuntarily grew heavier, and his throat felt dry. He forced himself to look away and spoke sharply. Your foot just healed, and now you're doing this? Did Chen Wenqi lose his hand or break his leg? Lin Swear's face turned pale from his blunt and harsh words. She clenched her fingers around the stick and whispered, the clothes have been dirty for days. If I don't wash them, there won't be any clean ones. If they have no clothes, let them go around bare and stiff. Zhang Liao snapped, his voice full of anger, and he slammed the wooden fork onto the wet mud beside him. A loud thud sounded. Startled, Lin Swear shrank back. Zhang Liao took a few steps to the riverbank, washed his face and arms with the cool water. Drops of water rolled down his bronze-colored skin and muscular lines. Then he turned around, walked straight to Lin Swear, and squatted down. Move aside. Lin Swear froze, looking up in confusion at his close face.
Zhang.
Brother Zhang. Zhang Liao ignored her. He reached into the wooden basin, grabbed a piece of clothing, and roughly pressed it onto the stone slab. He snatched the stick from her hand and swung his arm, starting to hit it hard.
Bang, bang, bang.
The steady, powerful sound of hitting echoes along the riverbank, water splashing everywhere. Zhang Liao's strength is very great. Every strike is both fierce and accurate. It doesn't look like he's washing clothes. It seems more like he's fighting someone. Muscles on his arms bulge with each movement, full of energy. Sweat quickly beads on his forehead and drips down his neck into his open collar. Lin Swear watches in shock, her face turning red and then pale. Helping a man, especially someone like Zhang Liao, wash her clothes. How could that happen? If others find out, she might lose her reputation. Big Brother Zhang. Don't do this. I can wash it myself. Please put it down. Zhang Liao pauses for a moment, turns his head, and stares at her with dark, heavy eyes. His breathing is a little rough from exertion. You can wash? With your feet like that, you can't even sit steady. You won't finish this basin of clothes by sunset. His eyes unconsciously flick over her chest, which rises and falls in panic. Zhang Liao's throat moves as he swallows. Stay still. Or, do you want everyone over there to see? His words scare Lin Swear. She looks around nervously. Though she can't see anyone, she can hear voices. She can only stand there helplessly, watching Zhang Liao beat the clothes fiercely, as if they owe him money. Water splashes constantly, wetting his pants, and some splashes hitting Lin Swear. The cold river water makes her shiver slightly. Zhang Liao works quickly and with great strength. After finishing, he picks up the clothes, shakes them in the river a few times, wrings them out, and casually throws them onto a clean stone slab. Lin Swear watches as silent, fierce side profile, and the small, strong part of his chest visible under his open collar. Her face feels hot, and her mind is in chaos. This man is rough and domineering, but yet, he keeps appearing in front of her when she feels most helpless. A breeze blows, bringing the strong smell of sweat and river water from him. For some reason, Lin Swear remembers the heat and strength when he held her calf that day, and the trembling touch when he pressed the stick against her. Suddenly, her legs go weak. This feeling makes her both shy and scared. She buries her head even lower, wishing she could hide underground. Although Zhang Liao was forcefully hitting the clothes, his eyes kept flickering over Lin Swear. Seeing her small action of crossing her legs, his throat went dry, and a hidden fire started to rise again. Damn it! This woman, squatting there with wet clothes and a blushing face, looked like a frightened little rabbit. Yet, she somehow made his heart feel like it was being caught by a cat. Zhang Liao hit the clothes harder, as if trying to vent his inner fire on them. Soon, the clothes in the basin were quickly reduced. His hand reached into the basin again and felt something soft and small. He pulled out a tiny, water-red undergarment. It was a small piece, soaked and sticking to his slightly bulging veins on his hand. The bright, eye-catching color gave off a hint of charm. Lin Swear's had suddenly buzzed, and her whole body felt like all her blood rushed to her face, which was hot enough to cook a pancake. No, that's not okay. Without thinking much, she rushed forward to try to grab the undergarment back. Her delicate white fingers accidentally touched Zhang Liao's rough, hot fingers. Both of them shivered at the same time. Zhang Liao looked down. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed in his mind, and some blurry, passionate images flashed uncontrollably. That bright water-red color made him wonder what kind of soft, smooth body was underneath. How deep must those tiny straps be buried in flesh? And what was covered underneath? His breathing suddenly became heavy and rough, and his eyes darkened with intensity. Not only did Zhang Liao not let go, but he clenched his fingers tightly around the small undergarment, holding it firmly in his palm. Let go. It's just a piece of rag. Do I still need to wash it?
Huh?
No, this can't be. Please, Brother Zhang, give it back to me. I can wash it myself. Lin Swear was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes, her voice trembling with a crying tone, desperately shaking her head. Her other hand also reached out to try to pry his fingers open, but her strength was like a tiny ant trying to shake a tree. Zhang Liao stared at her tearful face, her flushed cheeks, and her wet eyes. Her lips slightly parted from panic. A kind of cruel pleasure burned in him, making his stomach tighten. Still shouting? Should I call everyone over and see how I wash this clothes-fitting thing for you? Let them all see that this rough man is washing your undergarment? This statement was more effective than any threat. Lin Swear felt like she was being choked and instantly fell silent. She suddenly let go and bit her lower lip hard. Her embarrassed and helpless look made Zhang Liao's anger burn even more fiercely. He didn't use a club to hurt the small cloth piece, but instead tightly clenched it in his hand and dipped it into the clear river nearby. His thick fingers squeezed it a few times. He quickly wrung it out, water droplets dripping from his fingers. Then, without looking, as if throwing a hot potato, He flung the small red cloth onto the nearby stone slab. The bright color stood out sharply among the dull gray cloth, startling and shocking to look at. Lin Swayer kept her head down, too afraid to look again. Zhang Liao said nothing, only pursed his lips. Soon, a large basin of clothes was all washed. He put down the club, shook the water off his hands and arms. He stood up, his tall figure once again completely covering Lin Swayer. She was still overwhelmed by shame and panic, trying to stand up, but her legs went weak, almost losing her balance. Zhang Liao was quick, reaching out and grabbing her waist, holding her firmly.
Damn.
The waist under his palm was even thinner and softer than he imagined. His large, hot hand clamped around her waist like iron tongs, the hot temperature through her clothes making Lin Swayer shiver all over. "Why are you in such a hurry? Want to jump into the river?" Zhang Liao's hoarse voice was right above her head. He didn't let go immediately, but tightened his arm, pulling her closer to himself. Their bodies instantly pressed together. Lin Swayer was stiff all over, afraid to move, her mind blank. She only felt the place he held was on fire. The flames quickly spread through her body, making her dizzy, her cheeks burning almost as if they were on fire. A strange feeling flooded over her. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." Her voice trembled uncontrollably, with a hint of tears. Zhang Liao stared at her trembling eyelashes, his throat moving violently several times. He really wanted to hold her tightly in his arms in this moment. Try her soft, delicate voice. Does it really sound like what he dreamed, capable of taking a man's life? But in the end, he just clenched his teeth and suddenly let go, with such force that Lin Swayer staggered backward. Zhang Liao didn't look at her. He bent down to pick up the wooden fork and the string of fish he had thrown aside. He tore off the two fattest crucian carp and threw them with a slap onto the ground. "Hold these. Go home and make soup. Look at how thin you are. You're so light a strong wind could blow you away." After saying that, Zhang Liao picked up the fork and the remaining fish and turned to leave. His steps were quick and urgent, as if a fierce beast was really chasing him. His tall figure quickly disappeared behind the lush willow trees, leaving only the sound of rushing water by the river. Lin Swayer sank onto the cold stone slab, not moving for a long time. Her whole body was so weak she had no strength left. That splash of water red still lay there, glaring. Lin Swayer sat by the river for a long time before she finally came to her senses. Her face was still burning hot, and her heart was pounding wildly. It felt like the iron grip was still on her waist, and her water-red undergarment was twisted and wrinkled. She shook her head hard, not daring to think anymore. Looking at the two still slightly moving crucian fish on the ground, Lin Swayer bit her lip. They were left by Brother Jiang. Little grass. Thinking of her daughter's thin face, Lin Swayer took a deep breath. She then picked up the wooden basin, walking slowly and heavily, burdened with worries, back home. As soon as she entered the yard, Zhao, who was feeding the chickens, saw her immediately and scolded impatiently. "Did you die outside? Fell into the river feeding the turtles? Look at how crooked the sun is. The whole family is waiting for you to come back and fill the stove. Lazy donkeys produce more manure. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and hang your clothes. I'm waiting to serve you with my old bones." Lin Swayer shrank her neck under the scolding, feeling a bit guilty. "Mother, I was at the river and found 2 fish. Fish!" Zhao eyes immediately lit up, like a hungry wolf seeing meat. She threw down the broken basket in her hand and hurried over. She quickly lifted the wet clothes covering the fish, revealing the 2 crucian carp wrapped in cloth. Her face instantly lit up with a smile, wrinkles bunching together. "Oh my goodness! It's really fish! And they're still jumping around lively." Mrs. Zhao picked up a fish by its tail, weighed it, and almost spat on the fish. "This fish is so fat. It must weigh half a jin. Its belly is round. Finally, heaven has opened its eyes and let us see some meat. It's perfect for my son Wenqi to boost his brain power and stay alert while reading at night. So your dull head finally woke up and got lucky? Where did you find it?" Lin Suar lowered her head, afraid to meet her mother-in-law's eyes, and stammered as she tried to explain.
It was
Just under the crooked old willow tree by the riverbank, in a puddle. I don't know who carelessly dropped it. I looked around and saw no one wanted it, so I picked it up. Mrs. Zhao examined the fish repeatedly, turning it over. The fish was clean, as if just caught. This fish looks quite fresh. Who's so careless to lose such a good fish? Just then, Chen Wenqi came out from the west room, holding a book, with a slight frown, clearly disturbed by the noise outside. Seeing the fish in Mrs. Zhou's hand, he paused briefly. Where did this fish come from? Mrs. Zhou hurriedly repeated her story, then patted her thigh and said, I told you our family isn't completely unlucky. Look at this, we've lucked out with 2 big fish. It must be Wenqi's hard work, blessed by our ancestors. Chen Wenqi's eyes fell on Lin Suar. His wife's hair was a bit messy, and her cheeks still had an unnatural blush, with her eyes avoiding his. A strange suspicion rose in his mind. That place by the river, where women and girls usually wash clothes, was busy with people who would drop 2 good, fat fish. And why was it under the willow tree? And why did she find it? It was a bit too coincidental. Chen Wenqi stepped closer and asked, Are you sure you found it? Didn't run into anyone?
Could it be
with someone else? He didn't finish the last part, but his suspicion was obvious. Lin Suar's heart was pounding so hard, she thought it might jump out. She clenched her hands tightly.
No.
I didn't see anyone. I went late, and there weren't many people at the river. It really just fell on the ground, and I felt sorry for it. Mrs. Zhou couldn't wait any longer. She pulled her son aside. Oh, Wenqi, are you so confused from reading? Why ask so many questions? It's just a fish. It's ours now. It must be your hard work, blessed by our ancestors. She then turned to Lin Suar, shouting, spittle flying. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and take the fish to the kitchen to clean it. Tonight I will make soup. Add 2 more slices of ginger to remove the fishy smell completely. Wenqi, you should drink 2 bowls tonight to restore your energy. Chen Wenqi saw his mother say this and looked at the 2 fat fish. His craving was stirred, and he temporarily pushed aside his doubts. His wife is usually gentle and obedient, so he didn't think she would dare to do anything else. He just frowned slightly, made a sound from his nose, and said, All right, take care of it properly. After saying that, he turned around and went back into the room, closing the door with a bang. Lin Suar felt like she was given a reprieve. She quickly took the fish into the kitchen. She scraped off the scales and cleaned the guts, her hands trembling a little. But her mind kept imagining Jang Liao's rough fingers holding the apron, and the last harsh words he said when he left the fish. Suddenly, she accidentally knocked the water scoop onto the ground, startling herself. In the main hall, Zhou heard the noise and scolded. Clumsy. Careless. Wasteful. If that water scoop breaks, I won't spare you. You can't even kill a fish properly, what can you do? Be careful not to break the fish's gallbladder, it will taste bitter, and you'll ruin a good thing. Got it, mother. Lin Suar steadied herself, forced her mind to stop wandering, and focused on preparing the fish. By dinner time, the rare aroma of fish soup filled the small earthen house. The milky white soup was boiling in the pot, with slices of ginger and a little scallion for flavor. Little Chow couldn't sit still from the smell. She sat at the door of the kitchen, eagerly staring at the pot, swallowing saliva constantly. Mother fish. Smells so good. Little Chow tugged at her mother's skirt, speaking softly with bright eyes full of hope. Lin Suar felt a twinge in her heart. She patted her daughter's head and said, Yes, be good. You will eat it soon. The meal was served on the broken wooden table in the main hall. A big bowl of fish soup was placed in the center, with 2 tender, shredded carp lying inside. Next to it were porridge and pickled vegetables. Zhou efficiently served her son a bowl overflowing with soup, scooping the best meat into his bowl. Wenqi, drink it while it's hot. The soup is fresh. Good for your brain. Chen Wenqi took the bowl, smelled the aroma, and showed a satisfied expression. He drank slowly and carefully. Zhou also served herself a bowl and scooped some meat. Then she picked up the spoon and scooped about half a bowl of soup into Xiao Cao's bowl, which only had a few bits of broken fish. Xiao Cao, here, drink it. Xiao Cao happily nodded, clumsily scooped up some soup with a small spoon, blew on it, and happily took a sip, her eyes squinting with joy. Tastes good. Lin Swayer watched her daughter happily, feeling warm inside. She only poured herself half a bowl of soup. Just as she was about to drink, she saw that the little bit of fish and soup in Xiao Cao's bowl was quickly finished. The little girl looked eagerly at the remaining fish and soup in the bowl, but didn't dare to speak. Lin Swayer felt pity and picked up the spoon, wanting to add a little more soup and fish to her daughter. Hey, what are you doing? Zhao Shi immediately stopped her, tapping the edge of the bowl with her chopsticks. That's for your husband to eat tomorrow. Reading is hard work. One meal isn't enough to fill him up. Xiao Cao, a young girl, should be happy just to have some soup. Why eat so much dried meat? It's not like she's taking exams or anything. Lin Swayer's hand froze in midair, looking at her mother-in-law's confident face. Then she looked at her daughter, who was disappointed but dared not speak, and a surge of long-held anger and sadness suddenly overwhelmed her. Mother, Xiao Cao is growing. She's also a child of the Qin family. This fish. It was found, so why not let her eat a little more? Zhao Shi didn't expect her usually obedient daughter-in-law to dare to talk back. She was stunned for a moment. Then her face turned furious. Do you think pies fall from the sky every day? Wen Qi is the backbone of this family, a scholar. His health is the most precious. A young girl, a worthless girl, eating so well. What's the use? She'll just end up married to someone else. Xiao Cao isn't worthless. Lin Swayer's voice suddenly rose, and her eyes turned red. She could tolerate her mother-in-law's harsh treatment of herself, but she couldn't accept her belittling Xiao Cao. She's part of me. Her father is a scholar, and she's a scholar's daughter. What's wrong with eating some fish? I can skip it myself, but I won't let my daughter go hungry, You've gone too far. Zhao Shi was so angry she slapped the table, causing the bowls and chopsticks to jump. Who do you think you're talking to?
Huh?
When did this family become ruled by a hen that can't lay eggs? Wen Qi, look at your wife. She dares to talk back just for some food. Is there no discipline left in this house? Chen Wenqi was originally enjoying a delicious fish soup, feeling very relaxed, but when his mother and wife started arguing, he immediately frowned and looked annoyed. Enough. Just eat your meal. Why are you arguing? This is not proper. He glanced at his wife, whose eyes were filled with tears, then at Xiao Cao, who was shrinking in fear, and finally at his angry mother, feeling overwhelmed. Mother, it's just some fish. Xiao Cao wants to eat more. Let her have some. He really didn't want to cause trouble over such a small matter and disturb the peace at home, which would ruin his mood for reading. Mrs. Zhou saw her son had spoken, and although she was still unhappy, she didn't dare to argue further. She glared fiercely at Lin Swayer. Did you hear that? Hurry up and serve that ungrateful girl. You're such a troublemaker. Lin Swayer ignored her mother-in-law's scolding. She picked up a spoon and filled her daughter's bowl with plenty of soup and several pieces of fresh fish. Xiao Cao smiled through her tears. Thank you, mother. Seeing her daughter eating happily and contentedly, Lin Swayer's frustration eased a little. But her thoughts drifted uncontrollably back to the riverbank. Days passed, and the rice jar in the Qin family was almost empty. The sound of the wooden spoon scraping the bottom made everyone anxious. Even the pickled vegetable jar was empty, leaving only some darkened salty water. That morning, there was another pot of thin porridge, barely enough to see through. Chen Wenqi picked up his bowl, looked at the clear, watery soup inside, and frowned so hard it seemed he could squash a fly. He forced himself to swallow a few bites. The food went down his throat without any sound from his stomach, and he slammed his chopsticks on the table, looking very unhappy. Mrs. Zhou saw that her son hadn't eaten much and felt heartbroken, as if her flesh had been cut away. Her eyes shifted, and she focused on Lin Swayer, who was quietly drinking her porridge. Swayer, she cleared her throat, her tone a little gentler than usual, but it still made Lin Swayer feel nervous. Look around. Our family. Life is really tough now. We can't even make a proper sound. Wenqi studies by staying up late every night, which is hard work for his brain. Without some good food to fill his stomach, how can he remember what he reads? My daughter is so anxious. She feels like a cat scratching inside her heart, unable to sleep night after night. Lin Swear lowered her head, her fingers gripping the rough edge of the bowl, saying nothing. She knew what her mother-in-law was about to say. Sure enough, Mrs. Zhao sighed and continued, I know you're a filial child, and I also feel sorry for Wenqi and this family. Your family, although not wealthy, is still better than ours. I heard that your eldest brother went to cut wood a few days ago and earned some money? Chun Wenqi sat nearby, silent, just picking at his porridge, taking small bites. He looked away as if he hadn't heard his mother's words. His pretentious pride mixed with discomfort was obvious. He seemed to agree silently, even waiting for more. After all, this wasn't the first time. Lin Swear's throat went dry. She whispered, Mother, my family, they also have a hard time. And there's also my sister-in-law. Hard times. Mrs. Zhou's voice immediately rose a bit. Even in hard times, they could spare a little to help out your married sister and in-laws, right? It shouldn't be difficult. Do they want to see you starving here? Or see Wenqi, this talented young man, lose his future? Swear, I'm not scolding you, but do you really care about this family? About your husband? At this moment, Chen Wenqi also put down his porridge bowl and cleared his throat softly. He said reasonably, Swear, what mother says makes sense. Our family is indeed struggling now. If my parents-in-law can help us temporarily, it would ease our urgent problem, and that's what family is for. When I pass the imperial exam in the future, I will repay them double and never let them suffer. He spoke so confidently. Hearing this, Lin Swear felt a sharp pain in her heart. This wasn't the first time. Since she entered the Qin family, whenever the rice in the pot ran low, her mother-in-law and husband immediately thought of sending her back to her family to beg for help. A few years ago, her parents cared for her and hoped her husband, a talented scholar, would succeed. Even if they had to tighten their belts, they scraped together some rice from the bottom of the jar so she wouldn't return empty-handed and suffer. But after many times, her parents sighed in frustration. Her sister-in-law's face grew longer each time, and her words became more unpleasant. My sister-in-law. She didn't speak kindly last time. When Mrs. Zhou heard this, her eyes widened in anger, and she spat out saliva.
Bah.
She's just an outsider married in, and now she dares to act like a lady visiting her family? A girl who leaves her family is like spilled water, water that even fertilizes her parents' land. Going back to her own parents' house to take some things is only right. Besides, our Wenqi is a proper scholar. He'll wear official robes someday. If they give up a little grain or husks now, that's a blessing. When Wenqi becomes an official, just a small favor from him will make them happy. Such shallow-minded people. Wenqi also frowned slightly. Swear, as a wife, you should put your husband's family first. A little face saving isn't as important as family finances. Your father-in-law and mother-in-law are reasonable and will understand. You should go and explain things clearly. Lin Swear looked at her mother-in-law's confident face and her husband's proud attitude, feeling a bit sad. Caught between the two, she felt like she wasn't a person inside or out. What's there to say? Mrs. Zhou grew impatient, slapping the table. Hurry up, wash the dishes and go. Don't try to slip away like a slippery eel. See if you can bring back some rice or grains. If not, some salted vegetables or dried radishes are fine. If you can bring some money, that's even better. Wenqi needs money for books, brushes, and paper. Lin Swear knew arguing was useless. She quietly finished the last bit of thin soup in her bowl, tidied up the dishes, and went into the inner room. Xiao Chao had already finished eating and was playing on the bed. Seeing her mother come in with red eyes, she reached out her small hand. Mom, don't cry. Xiao Chao is good. Lin Swear quickly hugged her daughter, burying her face in Xiao Chao's tiny shoulder, silently shedding a few tears. After a while, she let go, wiped her eyes, and said, Xiao Chao, don't cry. Mom is just a little overwhelmed. She then took out a small, old wooden box from the bed and found a tiny silver hairpin. This was her wedding jewelry, the only piece left after all these years. She could only use this to exchange for something to bring back and shut her mother-in-law up. She touched her daughter's face. Kids need to eat. She stepped out of the inner room, and Mrs. Zhao was already waiting in the main hall with an empty basket. When she saw her, she shoved the basket into her hands. Hurry up and come back quickly. Mom, Xiao Chao is at home. Please watch her for a while. Lin Swear nervously looked back into the inner room. Got it, got it. A young girl like you can't fly away, right? You should go now, properly. Zhou Shi impatiently waved her hand, like shooing away a fly. The door to the west room was tightly shut. Chen Wenqi had already hidden back behind his books. Even if the sky fell outside, it wouldn't matter to a scholar like him. Lin Swear carried an empty basket and slowly left the Chen family courtyard. Lin Swear carried the empty basket and walked for about half an hour before reaching the Lin family village. Compared to Xinghua village, Lin family village looked a bit more organized. Her maternal family's few mud brick houses also seemed sturdier than Chen's. As she reached the courtyard gate, Wang Shi, who was drying radish strips in the yard, saw her immediately. She paused, then her face lit up with a surprised and happy smile. Forgetting her chores, she lifted her apron, wiped her hands, and hurried over.
Zuye?
Why are you back? Wang Shi looked her over from head to toe, her brows furrowing immediately. You've lost weight again? No color in your face. Come in quickly. Inside, old man Lin was sitting on a small stool, slowly repairing an old wooden bucket that had come apart. When he heard the noise, he looked up and saw his daughter returning. He also smiled and patted the sawdust on his clothes. Swear is back. Sit down. Big sister-in-law Zhao, busy in the kitchen, also poked her head out. Seeing Lin Swear, she pursed her lips but still greeted her. Swear, you're back? Have you eaten? There's some porridge on the stove. Lin Swear felt warm inside. She quickly said, Father, mother, sister-in-law, I've already eaten. I just came to see you. Wang Shi took her daughter's hand and led her into the main room to sit. She looked at her daughter's face carefully, feeling worried. Child, why are you so polite at your own home? Did you get scolded again at your in-laws?
Or
is the family running out of food? When she mentioned the last part, Wang Shi's voice lowered. Since her daughter married out, she had come back 10 times, claiming to visit. But as a mother, she knew the truth like a mirror. Lin Swear's eyes reddened. She quickly looked down to hide her feelings.
No.
I didn't get scolded. The family is fine. She didn't dare tell the truth, afraid her parents would worry, or that her sister-in-law would be upset. Swear, don't hide things from your mother. You are part of me. I can tell if you're doing well or not. Her voice carried a hint of resentment as she continued, I told you that the Qin family is in a good place. I was blind back then, thinking Chen Wenqi was a talented scholar with a bright future, so I married you to him. But look at this now, it's been years, and he hasn't passed the exams twice in a row. Our small farm is almost exhausted by his few broken books. Besides pretending to be a scholar, what else can he do? He can't carry things or work in the fields. All he does is hold those books. Can he make a living or wear clothes with that? Old Lin was quietly smoking his pipe, the smoke swirling around him. He let out a heavy sigh, agreeing with his wife. He hadn't liked the marriage at first, thinking Chen Wenqi was too weak to handle responsibilities. But his wife thought it was respectable to marry a scholar, so he agreed. Now he realizes he was wrong. Mother, don't speak about my husband like that. Lin Swear instinctively wanted to defend her husband, but her voice was weak. Husband is studying for exams. His mind is on books. He shouldn't be doing rough farm work, she said softly. Not supposed to do it? Then you should do it alone. Mrs. Lin raised her voice, full of disappointment and anger. And your mother-in-law, Zhao, known for being mean in the village. During festivals, she's never satisfied, always complaining that our family doesn't help enough.
Bah.
Our daughter Swear is such a good girl to marry into their family. It's their luck. Instead of supporting us, they're just draining us. Zhao came in with a bowl of water, heard this, and placed the bowl on the small table with a loud thud. She rolled her eyes and said, "Mother, you're right. It's like they're vampires. Every time Swear visits, she never comes empty-handed. Rice, flour, pickles, beans. People say she's visiting her family, but others think she's just here to take what she can." Her words sounded harsh, and Lin Swear's face turned red with embarrassment, her head hanging lower. "Stop talking now," old Lin scolded, knocking his pipe and trying to calm the situation. Currently at home, the son and daughter-in-law are in charge. Although he is a skilled old carpenter, he is getting older, and his work is decreasing. The main income comes from the son working outside as a carpenter. It's normal for the daughter-in-law to have complaints. Mrs. Wang looked at her daughter-in-law but couldn't argue. She could only hold her daughter's hand and keep talking. "Swear, I'm not worried about those little things. I'm worried about you. Look at how you're living. It's all my fault. If I had known, I would have let you marry someone from our village, even a farmer or hunter, someone strong and caring. Life wouldn't be so hard. At least, you wouldn't have to constantly watch your mother-in-law's face or go hungry while taking care of a lazy person." Tears finally fell from Lin Swear's eyes. What her mother said was also a thought she sometimes had late at night. But what's the use? Marry whoever, follow whoever. Marry a burden to carry. She is the wife officially married to Qin Wenqi and the mother of Xiao Chao. Divorce? Separation? That's a nightmare she dare not think about. Her family can't afford to lose face. "Mom, please don't say anymore. My husband, he has his difficulties. My mother-in-law, she's just a bit harsh, but her heart is good. I'm doing fine, really." Lin Swear wiped her tears and forced a smile. Mrs. Wang looked at her daughter's expression, feeling both heartache and anger. She knew that if she kept talking, her daughter would feel worse. She could only sigh and pat her hand. "All right, I won't say more. It's rare for you to come back. Have lunch at home. I'll make you some egg pancakes." "No, Mom." Lin Swear quickly stood up. I need to go to town. Something came up. I'll just stay for a bit, and then leave."
To town?
"What for?" Mrs. Wang looked suspicious. "Your basket's empty. What do you need to buy in town? Does the Chun family still have money for you to buy things?" Lin Swear was caught by her mother's gaze and looked away nervously, hesitating. Mom gave me some money to buy a few things. She just wanted to take this rare chance to come back and see how things are." Mrs. Wang immediately saw through her daughter's discomfort, and her eyes turned red. She didn't ask further. She turned and went inside, rustling around for a moment. When she came out, she was holding a small cloth bag looking heavy. "Here, take this. This year's newly harvested millet is not much, only about 5 or 6 liters. You can take it home first for emergencies." Mrs. Wang also took out a few eggs from the clay jar in the kitchen and, without saying a word, stuffed them into the empty basket hanging on Lin Swear.
"Here are these eggs. Keep them with you.
Boil them secretly at home for Xiao Chao to eat. The child is growing taller." Mrs. Zhao saw this and frowned, snorting softly, making the pots and bowls clatter loudly. "Mother, this isn't right." Lin Swear looked like she was burned, tears welling up again. "Our family isn't well off. I can't keep taking things from home. What's yours is mine. You are my daughter." Mrs. Wang's voice also choked with emotion. She forcefully pushed a cloth bag into her daughter's arms.
"Take it.
Otherwise, it'll hurt my heart. Don't give everything away when you go back. Hide some for yourself. Don't let the kids go hungry, and don't suffer yourself. Do you hear me?" Old Lin sighed in the smoke. "Take it, Swear. Listen to your mother." Lin Swear looked at her parents' worried yet helpless faces, then at her sister-in-law's tense back in the kitchen. Her heart felt like it was being torn apart. She couldn't take any more. If she did, her sister-in-law and elder brother would definitely argue, and her parents would be caught in the middle. "Dad, Mom, I really can't take the grain. We have enough to eat at home. I'll leave now, go to the town to handle some business, then come back.
Please, take care of yourselves. Dad, smoke less.
Mom, your back and legs hurt. Don't stand so much." Lin Swear spoke hurriedly, placing the bag on a stool, then hanging the basket. The eggs inside rolled around. Suddenly, she turned and ran away as if fleeing. She was afraid she would burst into tears. She was also afraid her sister-in-law would say something harsh that would embarrass her parents. Behind her, she heard her mother's tearful shout, "Swear. Be careful on the road, child." Lin Swear clenched her teeth and quickened her steps. Lin Swear, tears in her eyes, almost ran away from Lin's village. The basket in her hand was heavy with a few eggs, pressing down on her heart. She walked toward the town. The road to the town wasn't short. It took about an hour. The summer sun was blazing overhead, scorching the dirt road until it turned white, sending up waves of heat. The wind was hot too, making her feel restless inside. Lin Swear walked with small, uneven steps, sweat sticky on her forehead and neck. She kept thinking about her parents' helpless and pained faces, her sister-in-law's disapproving look, the empty rice jar at home, and her mother-in-law's harsh words. And her husband. Her chest felt tight, and she couldn't breathe. As she approached the town gate, more people appeared on the road. A merchant with a shoulder pole, a farmer driving a cart, women carrying baskets and shopping. Everyone was in a hurry. The town was much busier than the village, with shops lining the streets and faded cloth awnings overhead. Lin Swear wiped her forehead with her sleeve, kept her head down, and hurried toward the pawn shop. She had visited the town a few times before, either to sell things or to buy paper and pens for her husband. It was very hot, so Lin Swear took a shortcut through a quieter alley. The alley was narrow, with tall brick walls on both sides, which made it a bit cooler. Halfway through, two shirtless men appeared in the shadows, reeking of alcohol, their faces flushed and muscles twitching. They blocked her way from behind and in front. "Hey there! Where did this young lady come from?" All alone, the first man, broad and stout, squinted with red-rimmed eyes from drinking, grinning with yellow teeth.
"Yeah.
Such hot weather, and your face is all red. Where are you rushing off to? Come rest in the shade with us. Cool down a bit." The other man, with a pointed face, also stepped closer, reaching out to grab her basket. "What good things are you carrying, young lady? Let the brothers see." "Oh, eggs too." Lin Swear was so frightened her hair stood on end. Her heart pounded in her throat. She clutched her basket tightly, her back hitting the wall with a loud thump, with nowhere to run. "Please, please go away. I don't know you. If you come closer again, I'll shout for help." "Shout for help? Go ahead. Be smart and have some fun with us." The dark-haired man sneered wickedly, stepping forward, his greasy hand reaching for her shoulder. Lin Swear turned to run, but her legs felt weak, and the thin man blocked her from the side. Just when all seemed lost, a large, veined hand suddenly shot out from the side and grabbed the dark-haired man's wrist. "Ah!" The man let out a pig-like squeal, crying out, My hand is broken." A tall figure suddenly blocked Lin Swear's way, like a wall. Against the light, Lin Swear could only see the man's cold, firm jaw and tightly pressed lips. "Big brother Zhang." Jang Liao didn't answer. He looked at the two men and asked, "Are you tired of this?" His voice was quiet, with little emotion, but the fierce aura that seeped from his bones made people afraid. He grabbed the wrist of the man with black hair, tightening his fingers. The man with black hair turned pale from pain and, mostly sober, begged for mercy. "Please.
Please spare me.
I was drunk and didn't see who I was messing with. Please go. Please go." The skinny man was so scared he froze, then scrambled backward to escape. Jang Liao, showing disgust, flicked his hand and threw the black-haired man to the ground, saying coldly, "Get out of here." The two thugs, as if granted mercy, hurriedly helped each other and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The alley became quiet again. Only the burning heat and faint city sounds in the distance remained. Lin Swear was still trembling, her legs weak and almost unable to stand, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Zhang Liao turned around and looked at her. Her hair was messy, a few damp strands sticking to her cheeks and neck. Her eyes and nose were red, like a rabbit that had been frightened too much. Her lips trembled slightly. Most striking was her clothing. Her wet, close-fitting jacket clung tightly to her body. The collar was loosened from her struggle, revealing a collarbone with sparkling sweat beads. Her chest rose and fell with each quick breath, trembling with every movement. Zhang Liao's atoms apple moved uncontrollably. A familiar, wicked fire suddenly surged in his lower abdomen. Uncontrollably, worse images flashed through his mind. He pressed this trembling woman against the wall, tearing off her inconvenient clothes. Let her water-filled eyes only see him. Damn it! Was she just like those two beasts earlier? Damn it! Zhang Liao suddenly closed his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. His jaw clenched so hard that his chest heaved, and he finally managed to squeeze out 3 hoarse words from deep in his throat. Are you okay? Lin Swear finally snapped out of her shock, hurriedly lowered her head, and clumsily tried to fix her disheveled collar. It's nothing. Thank you, Brother Jiang. You saved me again. My mind was a tangled mess, fear and embarrassment mixed together. Why did you come here? Zhang Liao asked again. I came to the town to handle some things. Brother Jiang, why are you here? Lin Swear's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. There's a family in town that needs a cook for a feast. Zhang Liao paused, looking at her with her head bowed. What are you here for? Lin Swear sniffed, her poor disguise completely broken by the huge shock and the invisible pressure from the man in front of her. With a trembling voice, she said, My family has no rice left to cook. I'm going to pawn something. Although she spoke vaguely, Zhang Liao understood immediately. A sudden anger surged in his chest, making his temples throb. That useless man, Chen Wenqi, who pretends to be educated but is soft inside like mud. Chen Wenqi's mother is a cowardly weakling. Zhang Liao clenched his teeth and spat out the words through his clenched jaw. He has no real skills, just hides at home reading useless books, letting his wife go out to exchange things for food. All those wise books he read, did they go into his stomach? If he hadn't been here today, it would have been over. The thought of someone else touching this woman made Zhang Liao's anger boil over. Lin Swear trembled violently at his furious scolding. My husband. He's taking exams. He can't be distracted. Damn his exams. Zhang Liao's temples bulged with veins. After all these years of studying, what has he achieved? The family can't even survive, and he's still chasing after fame? Ridiculous. He took a deep breath, looking at Lin Swear's pale face. He remembered the village gossip, those nosy women who sometimes talked about her. Whenever her name came up, they rarely said anything bad. They said she was diligent, patient, and kind. Such a pity. Thinking of this, his anger grew even more, mixed with a strange, unexplainable feeling of pity. Such a good woman, with her appearance and figure. If she were his wife. He suddenly cut off that thought, his throat bobbing. I'll take you to the pawn shop. Zhang Liao suppressed his anger, his tone still firm. Lin Swear hesitated for a moment and quickly shook her head. No, it's okay, Brother Jiang. I can go by myself. I don't want to trouble you. Stop wasting time. Zhang Liao frowned impatiently. The town's pawn shop is very shady. You're just a woman and they'll try to cheat you. Come with me. He turned and walked away. Lin Swear looked at his broad back, hesitating for a moment. In the end, she clenched her teeth and followed him slowly. Zhang Liao often came to the town. After turning a few corners, he led Lin Swear to an old pawn shop with a sign that read, Fair and Honest Pawn. The shop was dimly lit, with a stale smell in the air. Behind the counter sat a thin, old man with a goat-like beard. Lin Swear tremblingly took out a hairpin and handed it over. The old man took it, squinted at the light, examined it for a while, then weighed it with a small scale and said slowly, The quality is average and the weight is light. At most. 2 silver coins. 2 coins. Lin Swear's eyes widened in shock. That was much less than she expected. At this price, forget it, the old man said without lifting his eyelids. Are you blind? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Liao suddenly spoke up and took a step forward. This is solid silver. 2 coins? Are you trying to cheat a beggar? At least 5 coins. If you shortchange me even a little, I'll tear this place apart. The old man shivered at Zhang Liao's fierce look, feeling nervous and scared. He didn't dare to play any tricks.
4.
4 coins. At most 4 coins. 5 coins. Stop wasting time. Zhang Liao slapped the counter. The old man was so frightened he almost fainted. He hurriedly counted out 500 copper coins, strung them together and pushed them forward. Zhang Liao handed the coins to the still somewhat dazed Lin Suier. Hold this. Outside the pawn shop, the hot wind hit her face again. Lin Suier held the copper coins, her palms sweaty. If she had come alone, she probably would have only gotten 2 coins. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Liao simply strode ahead. Let's go buy some grain. He led her to a grain shop, where he bought a bag of coarse rice and some flour. The rest of her money was reserved for her husband to buy paper and writing brushes. Lin Suier carried her basket, feeling a little more at ease. After buying the grain, Zhang Liao did not stop walking. He went to a stove selling baked flatbreads. The vendor was a chubby woman with a face covered in sweat. He took out 2 copper coins and said, 2 flatbreads, please. The woman responded loudly and quickly wrapped 2 golden brown flatbreads in oil paper, then handed them to him. Zhang Liao took the flatbreads and, without hesitation, directly handed one to Lin Suier. He also casually grabbed the basket and carried it himself. Big Brother Zhang.
This
isn't right, Lin Suier hurriedly said, her face turning red. You've already helped me so much. I can't take your flatbread. The money should be mine. She hurriedly reached into her pocket to get the copper coins. Just take it honestly. Zhang Liao grabbed her wrist. Lin Suier stiffened, her whole body tense. The hot sensation on her wrist made her heartbeat suddenly skip. Zhang Liao also felt like he was burned and quickly let go. From the village to here, and that scare earlier. It's already noon. What's in your stomach? These 2 flatbreads, one for you, and one to take back to Xiao Chao. No more fuss. We need to hurry back to the village. Lin Suier held the oil paper, and her stomach made a soft gurgle. She blushed with embarrassment. Thank you, Big Brother Zhang. Zhang Liao turned his face away, looking elsewhere, and muttered, He could smell a faint soapberry scent on her. And that touch just now, slippery. What if he firmly held her wrist and pressed her against his head? The desire in his lower abdomen, which had just cooled down, seemed to rekindle.
Damn it.
In this hot weather, why is that wicked fire in his heart flaring up again? He had recently been cursed with bad luck, or maybe this woman was just born to be his nemesis. Let's go. Back to the village together. Zhang Liao barked roughly and took the lead. While holding the ruffian's wrist, the bulging veins on his arm stood out. Now, walking behind Zhang Liao, my eyes refused to obey and stayed glued to his back. Sweat dampened my waistband. As I watched, my throat went dry. I quickly lowered my eyes, but after a moment, my eyelids lifted on their own.
I don't know why.
Zhang Liao took big, heavy steps, clearly trying to slow down. It felt like he could sense the 2 gazes behind him, sometimes hiding, sometimes sticking, hot and prickly, scraping against his back. This woman. Just walk properly. Why are you staring aimlessly? Zhang Liao swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving sharply. His throat was dry, making it hurt to swallow. Passing by a patch of wild roses, nobody planted or cared for them. They bloomed shamelessly, bright red and full, with thick petals that looked like they might bleed in the sun. Zhang Liao suddenly stopped, staring at the flowers with a blank look. He suddenly remembered that water-pink belly band. A fierce heat rushed to his forehead. Without thinking, he reached out and grabbed it. His rough fingers clutched the stem, and the sharp thorn jabbed into his thumb. He didn't even feel pain. He twisted his finger and forcibly broke the flower off. The flower juice stained his hand, sticky and wet. Holding the flower, Zhang Liao pushed it straight toward Lin Suier's chest. Startled, Lin Suier looked up and met the man's dark, intense eyes, burning with fire, fierce and bright, making her heart tremble. She hurriedly reached out to catch it, her fingertips touching his rough hand. It was like a spark had jumped, and a tingling sensation shot from her fingertips up her arm, making half her body numb. Unconsciously, Lin Swear raised her trembling hand and pinned the flower to her collar button. The flower pressed against her heart, its soft petals brushing her thin clothes. Below was her rapidly beating heart. After about an incense stick's time, Lin Swear's right foot started to feel strange. She bit her lower lip, holding back a moan in her throat. Her step slowed, and the distance between them grew. Jang Liao stopped. Turning around, his gaze fell heavily like a plumb bob, landing on her right foot, which was a little hesitant to touch the ground. "Does your foot hurt?" he asked, his eyebrows knitting into a tight knot. Lin Swear instinctively wanted to pull her foot back.
It's
nothing, just a bit sore. Walking slowly is fine. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Liao muttered angrily, taking a few steps to stand in front of her. Without hesitation, he squatted down directly in front of her. His broad, muscular back was sweaty, and his tense shoulders showed a fierce edge. "Get on." Lin Swear's face turned bright red. She kept waving her hands and stepped back.
No.
"Big brother Jiang, this really can't be. I can walk. Someone might see. There's not a single shadow of a ghost for 10 miles around. What's there to see?" Zhang Liao turned his face slightly, his jaw clenched tightly. His eyes looked fierce and impatient, as if he wanted to eat her alive. "Do you want to die from pain here and feed the wolves, or get on quickly?" "Stop dawdling." His words were rough but to the point. Lin Swear looked at the empty fields and the blazing sun, then at her increasingly painful ankle. She struggled inside. Clenching her teeth and blushing, she slowly leaned onto the man's back. Once she was steady, Zhang Liao used his iron-like arms to support her thighs, pulling her up sharply. The man stood firmly. He knew from last time that this woman was very light. When she was on his back, she hardly felt like she weighed anything. But when her soft, warm body pressed against him, Zhang Liao's whole body tensed for a moment. The coarse cloth couldn't hide anything. Her slender waist pressed tightly against his lower back. She hugged his neck, her hot breath quick and intense, blowing into his ear, carrying her sweet scent. His blood pounded loudly in his head, and his ears buzzed. "Damn it, animal." His fingers, however, moved involuntarily, slipping into the soft flesh of her inner thigh. He kneaded her plump leg, smooth and slippery. This was truly deadly. Lin Swear was pressed against the man's back, feeling like she was burning up. The muscles on his back were as hard as branding iron, hot and scorching, pressing against her. She desperately tried to squeeze her legs together, but they were tightly held by his arms, unable to move. She couldn't help but hold him tighter around the neck, pressing closer, as if trying to absorb something. "That pancake, if you keep it warm, it might grow moldy. Eat it." Zhang Liao suddenly spoke, his voice rough and dry. Lin Swear finally regained her senses, remembering the pancake wrapped in oil paper. She was truly hungry. Her stomach was growling loudly. She hesitated, took a small bite, and the dry, hard crust crumbled, dropping some crumbs onto Zhang Liao's sweaty, slippery shoulder. "Damn." Zhang Liao muttered a word through his teeth, turning his face to the side. His coarse stubble brushed against her hot ear. "Working like a beast, carrying you on my back, so tired I look like a grandson, and I can't even taste a bite of pancake." Lin Swear's hand trembled, her face burning like fire. She looked at the pancake in her hand, which she had bitten into, forming a small crescent. After hesitating for a long time, she slowly, almost like a thief, brought the pancake closer to his mouth. Zhang Liao didn't hold back. He lowered his head and took a big bite, biting into her hand. His lips were hot and dry, pressing firmly against her fingertips. Then he licked her finger, his wet tongue leaving a hot, damp mark. "Ah," Lin Swear gasped, quickly pulling her hand back. The damp heat on her fingertip tingled all the way to her heart. Her mind went blank. She stared at the small gap in the pancake for a long time, as if something had possessed her. Gradually, she bit into the moist spot beside the gap, taking small bites. Swallowing it felt like a fire rolling into her stomach, burning her insides as if everything inside her was on fire. Across the street, a middle-aged couple was walking by. The man carried a burden, and the woman followed with empty hands. Both were sweaty, clearly in a hurry. The woman saw their situation, and her eyes lit up. She elbowed her man and called out loudly, "Hey, look at them. This big brother knows how to care for his family. Under this hot sun, he still has the strength to carry the load. Unlike you, you stubborn fool, always rushing ahead, as if one more step will kill you." The man smiled kindly but said nothing. Zhang Liao and Lin Suier heard everything clearly. Lin Suier's face turned red with embarrassment, and she buried her face deep into the sweaty man's neck. Zhang Liao paused briefly, his face still expressionless, but the veins on his neck throbbed visibly, and his ears turned purple, extending all the way into his collar. "Damn it, my wife. If she really is the woman on his bed, what does that matter? He must. Even if he's hiding someone, a man would walk quickly." The village of Xinghua appeared ahead. He could already see the old locust tree at the village entrance. Zhang Liao stopped, bent down carefully, and gently took the woman off his back to let her stand steadily. He also placed the basket at her feet.
Here.
Walk back slowly on your own, and take your things. As Lin Suier touched the ground, she still felt some pain. She looked down, afraid to meet his sweaty face and strong body. Thank you, Brother Zhang.
Today.
It's all thanks to you," Zhang Liao responded with a muffled, as if something was stuck in his throat. His gaze unconsciously swept over the bright red wild rose on her clothes. His throat felt dry, and a burning sensation spread from his lower abdomen. He suddenly turned his face away and coldly said, "Hurry back." Then, almost like he was fleeing, he turned around quickly and strode away. Lin Suier stood frozen, staring blankly at the tall figure of the man disappearing. She slowly lowered her head, looked at the wild rose on her clothes, and gently touched its soft, wilted petals with her finger. A breeze blew from afar, brushing against her sweaty body. It should have felt cool, but where he had pressed close to her, it was burning hot. The ripples stirred inside her body, spreading endlessly, circle after circle. Zhang Liao didn't head home. He stopped halfway. The fire in his heart was crackling loudly, and he felt a hollow, suffocating frustration pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. "Damn it, this is so uncomfortable." He spat harshly onto the hot dust, and it disappeared instantly.
Damn.
He suddenly twisted his foot and hurried back along the same path he came from. His mind was filled with the trembling hand of the woman handing him the hairpin. Her delicate, white fingers clutching the shiny silver stick, trembling like leaves in the wind. So pitiful. Chun Wenqi, a useless coward. The books are all gone into the dog's stomach. He can't even support his own wife. Zhang Liao kept cursing the ancestor of the Qin family over and over again in his mind, his forehead veins bulging and throbbing. And that hairpin. A delicate, finely crafted hairpin, with a few small lilacs wrapped around the top, very intricate. When that woman touched it, her eyes shimmered with emotion, showing her reluctance.
TSK.
As his thoughts turned to this, Zhang Liao felt a surge of anger rise up, making his head feel hot, and he quickened his steps, stirring up a warm wind. Sweat dripped like a small stream from his bronze-colored neck, soaking his front and back, sticking sticky to his skin. He was tall and quick, and in less than an hour, he reached the town. Without stopping, he headed straight for the broken sign that read, "Fair quality goods." The shop was still dim and smelled of old wood mold. Behind the counter, a thin old man with a goat beard was leaning back in his chair, mouth open, snoring softly. Zhang Liao stepped up to the counter, too lazy to call out, and punched the wooden surface twice with his fist. The old man jolted, nearly slipping off his chair, and hurriedly opened his squinty eyes. When he saw the fierce black face, his eyes widened instantly, and his sleepiness vanished. Good man. How come you're back again?" The old man's voice trembled as he reached secretly under the counter, where a wooden stick was kept. Zhang Liao didn't want to waste words. He took out a piece of silver, about 6 qian in weight, and slapped it on the counter. "Redeem something." "Redeem? What?" The old man froze. The hairpin from earlier. Zhang Liao stared at him, his eyes dark and intense. The old man finally understood, his eyes darting in deep folds, calculating quickly in his mind. Good man, this. According to the rules, the full amount must be paid. The last time, it was 5 qian. To redeem it now, at least 6 qian, no, 7 qian. Zhang Liao's eyebrows sharply raised, his cheeks tightening. He leaned forward slightly, shadows covering his small frame. Old coffin filler, playing tricks with me? How much silver did you pay for that hairpin? Don't you think I don't know? I'll add 1 more qian, enough to double your coffin's cost. Stop nagging, or I swear I will tear down your shady shop and make you lie under the counter as a doorstop. The old man was so frightened by his fierce look that his legs went weak, and cold sweat broke out on his back. His tongue even stiffened. Yes, yes. Please, sir, calm down. Calm down. I'll get it right away. I'll get it right away. He trembled as he bent down, reached under the counter, and handed something out with both hands. Zhang Liao quickly grabbed it, pinching the hairpin with his rough fingers. This cold thing, stuck in that woman's shiny hair. What kind of scene is this? The strange feeling of annoyance in his heart grew stronger. He put the hairpin into his pocket, didn't even look at the frightened old man who was about to collapse, and turned to leave. The wooden door slammed shut with a loud bang. He left the town and walked along the dirt road back to the village. Passing by the wild rose bushes, Zhang Liao stopped again. The bright red cluster of flowers bloomed shamelessly. The thick petals, sun-dried and a bit wilted, still looked as passionate as blood, crashing into his eyes. Suddenly, the man reached out roughly and grabbed a few flower stems, pulling hard. The sharp thorns pricked his palm, drawing tiny drops of blood, but he didn't notice. He roughly tore a bunch of flowers, tied a few stems with tough grass, and clenched them in his sweaty hand. When he reached the entrance of Xinghua village, it was almost dark. Thin white smoke rose from every household's chimney. Zhang Liao slowed down instinctively. His eyes seemed to be pulled by a string, drifting toward the low earthen wall of the Qin family's yard. The gate was closed, and inside was quiet. He could faintly hear a chicken or two. What is that woman doing now? Does her foot still hurt? Did she take off the rose thorns from her clothes?
Or...
His mind felt like ants crawling inside, itchy and numb, but he couldn't scratch or reach them. He clenched the flower stems tighter, and the thorns pricked even deeper. The slight pain made him feel a little clearer. His throat moved as he swallowed dry saliva, forcing himself to look away and walk quickly toward his home. The Zhang family had only 3 small earthen houses, surrounded by a small yard. He pushed open the creaking wooden door. His father, Zhang Liao, was sitting on a stone bench under the eaves, smoking dried tobacco. Sparks flickered faintly in the dim light. Hey, did the wolf get chased away? He said they went to town to discuss a banquet, so why did they come back so late? Old Zhang's voice was loud. He used to be a good cook, but now he's old and his legs are weak. No one asks him to cook anymore, and he has passed his skills to his son. Zhang Liao casually tossed a wild rose into the corner of the yard onto a stone mill. He replied quietly, Yeah, there's a lot to do. Old Zhang stood up, tapped his pipe on a stone stool, and shuffled over in his worn slippers. He squinted at the bright red thing on the mill.
Hey.
The sun's rising in the west? When did you have time to pick this? Not for eating or drinking, just to poke your hands. What's wrong? Tired of your calloused hands? Zhang Liao was bending over, scooping water from the water jar to wash his hands. Hearing this, he paused, splashing water loudly. Just because I like looking at it. Looking at it? Old Zhang seemed surprised, walking around his son's strong back and smacking his lips. You, a widower who's been single for 800 years, still know what's pleasing to the eye? If you spent as much time thinking about finding a wife as you do about flowers and grass, maybe Wang Andy would have found you a wife by now. I heard from the neighbor's widow over there.
Dad.
Zhang Liao suddenly straightened up, splashing water everywhere. He turned his head, expressionless, but his jaw was tight like a stone, and his eyes dark. Old Zhang was caught off guard by his son's low shout. He pursed his lips, shook his head, and strolled into the house, muttering under his breath. Fine, fine, I don't care. Anyway, the bed's cold at night, and I'm not the one counting the beams. Picking that broken flower. Can it be a wife to keep me warm? Just messing around with these silly things. The yard suddenly fell silent, only the crickets in the corner making faint sounds. Jang Liao stood still, unmoving. Cold well water dripped down his muscular arm. Instead of calming his anger, it seemed to fuel the fire, making it burn even brighter.
Wife.
Those two words kept crashing through his mind, hurting his head. He had married once, arranged by Wang Auntie's matchmaker, but she died of illness in less than 2 years. He didn't feel much then. In recent years, he hadn't thought about it at all. But if that woman was his wife? The thought suddenly burst into his mind like a wildfire, unstoppable and fierce. If Lin Suier is his woman, Zhang Liao would crush bones and boil oil, but he would never let anyone else take even a little bit of her. He wouldn't let her suffer like this. He would raise her to be healthy and plump, with those watery eyes always looking at him and only smiling at him. At night, he would hold her on the warm bed, touching her soft skin, which only he could feel. He could squeeze and kiss her wherever he wanted. He loved hearing her breath and sigh in his ear. Wow! Zhang Liao suddenly shouted loudly and punched the nearby earthen wall. He was breathing heavily, with red eyes. The wild roses on the millstone looked like burning fire. The silver hairpin in her bosom was pressed tightly against her skin, already hot from being cooked, burning him like a hot iron. Damn this terrible weather and this woman. She really makes life hard. Just then, Lin Suier carried a basket into her own yard. The 2 broken wooden doors of the main hall were wide open. Her mother-in-law, Zhao, sat on a small stool at the door. The stool was wobbling, and Zhao sat on only half of it, leaning forward with her neck stretched out like a hungry hen waiting to peck. She was holding a tattered fan, fanning vigorously. Her eyes never left the gate, staring without blinking. As soon as Lin Suier's shadow entered the yard, Zhao suddenly slapped the fan hard on her thigh and stood up quickly, moving faster than an old woman should. She shouted sharply and loudly, "Oh my goodness! Are you dead outside? Or did a ghost trip you?
Huh?
Look at this. The sun is almost setting behind the mountains." The whole family, old with open mouths, young with outstretched hands, and you go back to your mother's house like a wild horse without a bridle, running free, right? Did your soul get taken away? Or did your mother's threshold, inlaid with gold, trip your legs and make you unable to walk? Your wife, cooked lunch with half my life gone. I was counting on you. The flowers are already withered 8 times over, she scolded her fiercely, almost spitting on Lin Suier's face. Lin Suier shivered with fear. Her prepared words stuck in her throat, and she lowered her head, speaking in a dry, hoarse voice. "Mother, I'm sorry, the road was hard to walk. My feet are a bit unsteady. Father and mother, they forced me to stay and eat lunch before I could leave. I really couldn't refuse." Bah! Mrs. Zhao spat harshly onto the yellow earth at her feet. "Staying for lunch?
Bah!
Your family just puts on a show. Who are you fooling? I feel sorry for you, the daughter who married out. If you really cared, why didn't they give you more rice? Why not bring back some pork? All these empty tricks, they're just fooling around." Her words grew more vicious, but her eyes kept fixed on the bamboo basket hanging from Lin Suier's arm. It looked like a starving dog seeing a bone. Mrs. Zhao quickly stepped forward and snatched the basket from Lin Suier's hands, almost making her stumble with her strength. "Dragging your feet, hiding around. What are you hiding? Gold or silver? Are you afraid I'll see?" Seeing the grain inside, Mrs. Zhou's anger eased a little. She weighed the basket and muttered, "Just this much? Your parents are too stingy." Though she said that, her eyes showed more liveliness. Lin Suier's voice grew even softer. "Mother." They also packed a few eggs to help little grass get stronger. Eggs. Mrs. Zhou's eyes lit up. She reached in and saw 4 or 5 round eggs lying inside. Her face finally shifted from dark clouds to a slight smile, but her words were still sharp.
Humph.
That's better. At least your family's ancestors aren't completely in the dark. They've grown some sense. They know Wen-Chi is a scholar descended from the stars, here to do great things and work hard. He should be well nourished. These eggs are for my son, so his mind will be sharp and his writing will be inspired. Mrs. Zhao carried the rice bag and basket, bouncing as she headed toward the kitchen, shouting as she went. Wen-Chi, Wen-Chi, come out and see. Your wife brought rice and eggs from her family. Tonight, we'll steam some plain rice. And I'll fry 2 golden eggs with pork fat. So fragrant, it'll make your mouth water. The curtain in the west room moved slightly, and Chun Wen-Chi slowly came out. Wearing a faded blue long gown, her hair neatly tucked under a headscarf, and holding an old, well-used book, she looked like a scholar. Seeing Lin Swear standing in the main room, he frowned. Her appearance was quite untidy and did not match the dignity of a learned person. Chun Wen-Chi cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and walked to the center of the room. He looked at Lin Swear with a gentle, condescending tone. Swear, you've worked hard. Your parents-in-law's kindness is appreciated, and I understand. Our family is going through a tough time now, and it's a burden on your family.
I feel uneasy about this.
He paused, raised his chin as if reciting wise words, and said, when heaven gives a great task to someone, it first tests their will. Today's hardship is to strengthen my character. When I succeed in the future, I will never forget your family's help today. I will repay you generously. He spoke confidently, making himself look innocent and pure. Lin Swear kept her head down tightly, listening to his words. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a dull knife, numb and cold. Her lips moved slightly, and she managed to say, Husband, you speak too highly. My parents are just hoping you stay safe. She was so exhausted she could hardly stand, her throat dry, as if it was on fire. Yet all she got was this empty, polite talk. Fortunately, she had secretly hidden 2 eggs in her arms for Xiao Chao to eat. At this moment, Xiao Chao, hearing the noise from inside, ran out hurriedly, clutching her skirt and looking up to call, Mom. Lin Swear remembered she still had a pancake in her arms and quickly took it out carefully. Xiao Chao, come here. She squatted down and handed the pancake to her daughter, softly saying, Look what I brought you. White flour pancake. Uncle just came back from town and brought it for you. Does it smell good? Almost slipping up, Lin Swear's heart suddenly jumped, her face feeling hot. She quickly patted her daughter's hair to hide her embarrassment. As she opened the oil paper, a fragrant smell wafted out immediately. Xiao Cao's eyes widened, her small mouth opening to reveal tiny white teeth, and she swallowed hard. At this moment, Zhao Shi came out from the kitchen. Seeing the white pancake, her last bit of dissatisfaction disappeared, replaced by a little happy feeling of getting a bargain. She rarely showed a kind face to Xiao Chao and said, Silly girl, what are you looking at? Your uncle loves you and brought this for you.
Keep eating.
Hurry up and eat. Don't attract flies. Xiao Chao stretched out her small hands, holding the pancake carefully in her palms, and ate eagerly. Mother, it smells so good, so tasty. Seeing her daughter like this, Lin Swear felt very soft-hearted. She gently wiped the crumbs from her daughter's mouth. Eat slowly, don't choke. No one is taking your food. Soon after, Zhao Shi came over again, her eyes fixed on the pancake in Xiao Chao's hand, making a clicking sound with her tongue. This big pancake, how can a little girl like you finish it? Don't overeat and upset your stomach. She took the pancake from Xiao Chao's hand, tore it forcefully, and with a crisp sound, the pancake split into 2 halves. Zhao Shi held the larger piece, weighed it in her hand, then casually placed it into the cupboard, muttering, This big piece is for your father. He stays up late reading and gets hungry easily, so he needs something solid to fill him up. Just eat this small half, enough to taste. After saying that, she pushed the remaining small half back into Xiao Chao's hand. Xiao Chao looked down at the pancake, which had suddenly become much smaller, then looked at the cupboard. She didn't speak, only lowered her head again, cherishingly nibbling on her half of the pancake. Even the sesame seeds that fell into her palm, she carefully pinched with her fingertips and put into her mouth. Lin Swayer watched this, feeling a twinge of sadness. Her eyes involuntarily turned toward her husband, hoping he, as a father, would say something for their daughter. Chun Wenqi, however, was already used to this scene. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He even thought his mother was right, reading was tiring, so he deserved good food. He pretended not to understand his wife's look and said, "The meal is ready. Just call me when it's time. I need to study more. Don't disturb me." Without waiting for Lin Swayer to reply, he flicked his hem and turned back to the west room. Lin Swayer pinched her palm hard, then showed a gentle smile at her daughter, who was looking up at her. She dragged her feet to the small bench in the kitchen, planning to sit and help Zhao Shi with the fire. Before she could sit down steadily, Zhao Shi waved her hand like shooing away flies. "Get out of here. With your dirty face, you'll stain my rice. Do you think sitting around can fill your stomach?
Go.
Fill the water jar. The bottom of the jar is almost to the top." Lin Swayer bit her lip, said nothing, and stood up again. She walked to the edge of the courtyard wall, lifted the empty bucket, and slowly moved out of the yard toward the old well at the village entrance. As she walked, the scene from the town earlier that day suddenly flashed uncontrollably in her mind. That kind of tingling, numbing sensation that makes your legs feel weak starts from where the two of them are close together and keeps spreading, reaching deep into her bones. Even now, it seems to cling tightly to her skin and flesh. That man. That warm, wet tongue. Lin Swayer let out a low, surprised cry. Her foot slipped on the moss near the well platform, almost causing her to fall into the well. Her whole body trembled as she suddenly snapped out of those embarrassing, heart-racing memories. She hurriedly steadied herself, her heart pounding loudly in her chest. Her face felt burning hot, and her ears turned red. Luckily, it was a quiet moment by the well, and no one was around to see her flushed face. Lin Swayer looked around nervously, as if she had done something secretive and shameful, afraid someone might see her blushing so much. Big brother Zhang. Has she gone crazy? Since Lin Swayer visited her mother's home, things at the Qin family yard have finally calmed down a bit. They no longer heard Zhao Shi shouting and scolding, and her face even looked a little happier. That morning, Lin Swayer was in the kitchen preparing lunch when Qin Wenqi suddenly came out. He carried a copper basin, scooped water, and carefully washed his face, even behind his ears. Then he untied his hair, used a worn wooden comb dipped in water, and combed it until it was smooth and neat. He also tied his hair up tightly with a faded blue ribbon into a bun on top of his head. Seeing this, Lin Swayer knew her husband was going out again to meet friends and study. Since last year, her husband often said he wanted to go to town to meet classmates and learn from each other. There was also some movement in the main hall. Zhao Shi, wearing her old cloth shoes, came out. Her eyes first looked at her son, then she asked, "Wenqi, are you going out again today?" Chun Wenqi rolled up his sleeves and spoke clearly. "Mother, yes. Today, some classmates are gathering in town to meet and discuss studies." "Oh, that's important. Very important," Zhao Shi immediately added. "That's a good thing, Wenqi. Study hard and listen well. Mother will prepare dinner for you tonight."
No rules, no rules.
Important things come first. She spoke quickly and eagerly, as if she had prepared this speech beforehand, her eyes shining with encouragement for her son. Chun Wenqi seemed to enjoy himself. He nodded and then said, "By the way, Mom, go get some money for me." When Mrs. Zhou heard her son needed money, she didn't hesitate at all. She kept saying, "Of course, of course. A grown man going out, not having some money on him. How can that be? People will look down on him. Wait a moment, I'll get it for you." Lin Swayer was quietly in the kitchen, lowering her head. Most of the coins she had saved from using silver cloves, about a few hundred copper coins, had been spent on buying rice and food. The rest, Mrs. Zhou had taken and kept in her hand. Usually, buying a needle or a thread took her a long time to plan, but when her husband said he needed something, she was quick to give it. While she was thinking, Mrs. Zhou had already counted out the money. Holding a small handful of copper coins, she walked over to Qin Wenqi and said, "Here, Mom counted out 10 coins for you. Is that enough? Or do you want 2 more? 10 copper coins made Lin Swear feel a little upset. Chen Wenqi weighed the coins in his hand and said calmly, "That's enough, Mom. I'm going now. Be careful on the way. Come back early." Mrs. Zhao cheerfully saw him off a few steps before turning back happily. When she looked back, she saw Lin Swear standing quietly at the kitchen door, her head bowed, and her expression gentle. Her face immediately changed. "What are you still standing here for? It's almost noon. Hurry up and start cooking. Wenqi is going to study, and you're just sitting around like you don't have anything to do? Finish eating, and go do whatever you need to." The weeds in the vegetable garden are almost taller than the vegetables. Lin Swear didn't dare say anything and responded softly, "I understand, Mom." The lunch was simple, just some leftover porridge from the morning, with a bit of salted vegetables. Mrs. Zhao seemed in a good mood and didn't complain much. It wasn't until the orange-red sunset appeared in the sky and the evening shadows spread like dark ink across the village that Chen Wenqi returned. He looked a little tired, with his eyelids drooping slightly. But strangely, his eyes shone with a strange light, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if he was reminiscing about something very happy. "Hubby is back." Lin Swear was feeding the chickens in the yard. She quickly stood up and said, "I'll get water for you to wash your face." Chen Wenqi snorted softly in response and went straight to the main room. Lin Swear went to the kitchen, poured some hot water from a clay jar by the stove, mixed it with cool water, and then carried the basin into the main room. Chen Wenqi was sitting on a chair, looking a bit distracted. Lin Swear put down the basin and softly said, "Husband, wash your face and rest a bit." Chen Wenqiang finally seemed to realize and responded with a soft, "Oh," then bent down. As he moved, a fragrant scent drifted into Lin Swear's nose. That smell, sweet and rich. Suddenly, Lin Swear felt a little stir in her heart, as if something gently tickled her. At this moment, Zhao Shi also came out from the east room, smiling warmly. "Wenqiang has returned. Come, you must be tired. How was your study session? Did you gain a lot?" Chen Wenqiang nodded. Lin Swear also set the dinner on the table. Zhao Shi leaned forward almost over the table, asking eagerly, "Wenqiang, how did it go today? Was it successful?" Her face was full of hope, and her old eyes sparkled. Chen Wenqiang ate slowly and answered vaguely, "All my classmates are talented. Their essays are wonderful. My son learned a lot." Lin Swear quietly stirred her thin porridge, listening to her husband and mother-in-law. That strange, sweet aroma still seemed to linger near her nose. She hesitated then, during a moment when she was refilling her bowl, shyly asked, "Husband, you seem to have a special smell on you." Chen Wenqiang paused with his chopsticks in midair. His eyelids still drooped, and after a brief moment, he replied naturally, "Oh, probably for my classmates. It's a fine incense like deep water or calming incense, elegant and soothing. Scholars often keep it in their study to stay alert. Today at the gathering, sitting close, it's normal to pick up some of that scent." He spoke calmly, as if it was nothing important. But as soon as he finished, Zhao Shi quickly interrupted, her voice sharp and clear. "Exactly. Things used by scholars are not like those of ordinary villagers. They are precious. Just smelling it can boost your knowledge and spirit. You don't understand anything." Zhao Shi pointed at Lin Swear with her finger. "You're just naive, inexperienced. You're always busy with the stove. How could you know anything? Just smelling a different scent and thinking too much. Wenqiang is out seeing the world and gaining knowledge. That's a good thing. Bringing back some scholarly air and ink smell is a blessing. It's a sign of learning. Other families can't even ask for it." She became more excited as she spoke, even splattering saliva. "You're so careless, not thinking about how to make your husband comfortable, just wasting time on pointless things. Listen, you need to focus. A man's affairs outside, especially those of a scholar, are not for a woman like you to pry into. Stay in your place. Remember your role. Your job is to keep the house clean, cook good food, and take care of Wenqi. Leave those tricky ideas alone." Her scolding was harsh and quick, making Lin Swear feel dizzy. She shyly lowered her head, staring at the little porridge left in her bowl, her fingers clutching the edge tightly.
Yes.
The mother-in-law is right. She hadn't seen much of the world, so why guess? Her husband was a scholar, going to respectable places, meeting respectable classmates. What could possibly happen? It made sense. She was just a country woman, not knowing anything fancy or elegant. And besides, her husband still cared for her. Lin Swayer relaxed her worries and softly said, "Yes, mother is right." Zhao was satisfied and huffed softly, then turned around with a smile, scooping a piece of salted duck egg into her son's bowl. Wenqi, ignore her. Eat your food. Today was exhausting. You need to eat well to recover. Chen Wenqi chewed his food slowly, a faint smile lingering on his lips. As days passed, the leaves on the trees turned yellow at the edges. Autumn had arrived. The crops in the fields were also turning yellow. The harvest time was here. Every household in Xinghua village was busy, rushing to gather the crops before the weather changed, afraid of losing a year's hard work. Men and women, young and old, all worked in the fields, fearing a sudden autumn rain that could ruin everything. But in the Chen family yard, things were very different. Chen Wenqi was focused only on studying the classics. He refused to help with farm work. When disturbed, he would impatiently flip his book pages loudly. Zhao only exchanged a few words, leaving all the chores to Lin Swayer. That morning, Chen Wenqi went to town to meet friends for a literary gathering. After lunch, Lin Swayer tidied up the dishes and quickly went to the inner room to put little Zhao to sleep. The young girl was busy picking up fallen corn kernels on the ground. She was so tired, she was leaning to one side and almost falling asleep on the bed. Seeing her daughter asleep, Lin Swayer quietly left the room and closed the door. In the main hall, there was a broken basket filled with a mountain of corn cobs. Mrs. Zhao sat on a small stool, wearing an apron, slowly rubbing corn kernels. When she heard Lin Swayer come out, she didn't even lift her eyelids and said, "Swayer, the corn in the field is mostly harvested now. The stalks are still standing there bare. You shouldn't be idle either. Take the sickle and cut down those corn stalks. Be careful not to leave too much stubble, or it will waste land. Winter is coming, and firewood is precious. Once the stalks are dried, they can burn for many days. It's better than collecting leaves and branches outside." She picked up another corn cob and continued giving orders. The empty land can't be left unused. Autumn is here, and the seasons wait for no one. We need to tidy up and plant some autumn cabbages, radishes, and cold weather greens. At least they'll bring some green to the yard, better than leaving the land idle. Lin Swayer listened quietly, waiting for Mrs. Zhao to finish. When she did, she replied softly, "Got it, mother." She turned and went into the kitchen, took down an old sickle hanging on the wall, and sharpened it a few times on the grindstone by the door. Then she carried it out of the yard. The wind outside was indeed cool, blowing on her and making her feel a bit chilly. Lin Swayer walked carefully along the narrow path beside the field. The path was narrow, and although the corn stalks on both sides had been pulled, the tall, dense stalks still stood upright. She passed by a bean field where someone was harvesting beans. Aunt Wang was bending over, working hard with her husband, sweating all over. When Aunt Wang straightened up and stretched her back, she saw Lin Swayer.
"Oh, Swayer."
Aunt Wang called loudly from afar. "Are you going to the field? Alone again?" Lin Swayer stopped and forced a small smile. "Yes, Auntie. I'm going to cut the corn stalks." Aunt Wang wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand and looked at the empty road behind Lin Swayer. "Oh, just you? Where's your mother-in-law?"
"And Wenqi?"
"During harvest time, the men don't go to the fields, and your mother-in-law doesn't help either?" Lin Swayer felt a bit embarrassed and whispered, "My mother-in-law is at home shelling corn. My husband went to town early this morning." "Oh, I see." Aunt Wang squeezed out a sound from between her teeth and shook her head. "Shaping corn kernels at home. That work is so easy and quick. Your mother-in-law is really lucky to have such a hard-working daughter-in-law. You're in charge inside and out, handling all the heavy and tiring work.
Look at your small frame."
"Oh, go quickly, while the weather is good. Lin Swayer felt her face heat up. She lowered her head quickly and hurriedly said, "Aunt, you're busy," then quickened her steps toward her own field. Just as she reached near her land and was about to push aside the dense stalks to go in, suddenly, there was strange noise coming from the cornfield over there. It was a woman's voice, humming and groaning intermittently, and the sound of a man panting like he was pumping a bellows. Lin Swayer's steps froze in place, and her ears buzzed loudly. This sound. Although she wasn't a naive girl, seeing such noise in broad daylight made her blood rush to her head. Her face instantly turned hot and fiery, feeling terrifyingly warm. Her heart was pounding wildly. Whose shamelessness is this? Right there in the field. She stood stiffly, unable to move forward or backward. Her legs felt weak, her palms sweaty, and she forgot to breathe. But the sounds grew clearer. The woman seemed to finally give in and let out a short, breathless moan. Suddenly, her mind exploded with a loud bang. A complete blank. A strange, tingly heat surged from her feet straight up to her head, making her feel both ashamed and embarrassed. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Panicking, she tried to turn and run, but her feet felt glued as if covered in mud. At that moment, there was a loud rustling. A tall, strong figure pushed aside the withered leaves and emerged from the corn stalks. It was Jang Liao. He was also holding a sickle, ready to cut the corn stalks in the field. Old Zhao was not very mobile, and during the harvest, Jang Liao was the strong man who carried the heavy work. Their eyes met. Jang Liao's face was expressionless, but his dark eyes at this moment looked like burning coals, staring straight at Lin Swayer. He deliberately took a detour through Chenjiati today, and unexpectedly, he really ran into her. He hadn't seen this woman in many days. Now, looking at her, her eyes are wide and shiny, her cheeks are so red they seem to bleed, and her chest rises and falls with each breath. Slow down, you stubborn fool. From the nearby field, another voice comes. Zhang Liao also hears it clearly. That voice hits his ears like sparks landing on dry wood, instantly igniting the suppressed fire inside him that he had been holding back all these days. Seeing the woman in front of him, looking so shy and embarrassed, only fuels that fire more fiercely. The surroundings are very quiet, only the increasingly shameless sounds from a distance. Lin Swayer feels creeped out by the man's almost invasive gaze on her clothes. But a strange, tingling sensation rises from deep inside her bones. He must have heard it too. Zhang Liao speaks first, his voice rougher than usual. "Are you here to work?" he asks knowingly, still staring at the woman's face, especially her slightly parted lips. "Yes." Lin Swayer's voice is so soft it's almost inaudible. She quickly glances in the direction of the sound, then, as if burned, she pulls her eyes away, lowers her head even more, wishing she could hide herself in the ground. "I'm here to cut the corn stalks." Zhang Liao casually points with the tip of a sickle. "I'll cut the corn stalks too." Another silence falls. The woman's voice in the field seems to reach a critical point, turning into broken sobs.
Lin Swayer feels her spørgning, her kæftstrembling.
Zhang Liao's breathing also becomes heavier, without realizing it. He stares at her slightly rising chest from nervousness, the outline beneath her rough cloth, full and bulging. Does she realize that her shy yet eager-to-listen attitude is more captivating than the wild women in the field? If he were to push her down on this freshly harvested ridge, tear off her inconvenient clothes, what kind of sounds would she make? Certainly, here is the improved and translated version in simple words. The scene is more attractive and intense than the previous one. Her waist is definitely softer, and when touched, it feels even better. Suddenly, her lower belly tightens, and a strong desire rises uncontrollably. Zhang Liao silently curses himself, quickly looks away, and focuses on the noisy cornfield, his eyes fierce as if ready to attack. "Too noisy," he suddenly says, his voice full of irritation and frustration, as if he can't relax even while working. Lin Swayer doesn't know what to say. She feels that his anger isn't just about the noise in the field. She feels nervous and instinctively takes a small step to the side. This movement makes Zhang Liao's gaze immediately shift back to her, sticking to her like glue. Her face is flushed with a hint of springtime redness. The wild thoughts in his mind surge again, growing stronger and making his mouth dry. Zhang Liao's eyes darken, and the veins on the back of his hand jump. Suddenly, he takes a big step forward. Lin Swear is so scared she leans back and almost falls, but he quickly grabs her arm. "Why are you afraid?" His voice drops even lower, almost like it's coming from deep in his throat, hot and intense, brushing against her forehead. "I'm not like those shameless animals in the field." Lin Swear stiffens all over. The place where he holds her arm feels like it's on fire, and the flames spread quickly through her body. She wants to pull her hand back, but can't move even a little. She can only lift her wet eyes and look at Zhang Liao's face with panic. Sweat beads roll down his forehead, his eyes dark and frightening, full of hidden waves that make her heart beat faster. At this moment, the noise from the cornfield reaches its peak. A scream suddenly cuts through the air, then everything becomes quiet again. All that remains is the rustling sound of the wind through the corn leaves and faint insect sounds in the distance. The annoying noise stops, but the silent heat between them becomes even more tense. Zhang Liao looks at Lin Swear for a while, his eyes moving over her face, as if trying to control something inside. Finally, his Adam's apple moves again, and he slowly loosens his grip. When his rough fingertips leave her skin, a shiver runs through her, making her feel nervous. "You should go back to work now," he says. After that, Zhang Liao picks up his sickle and turns around, walking quickly along the field ridge. Lin Swear froze in place, not moving for a long time. The wind blew again, and the corn leaves rustled loudly. Suddenly, Lin Swear snapped back to reality, looking as if she had been caught stealing. Her face turned bright red with embarrassment. She hurriedly pushed aside the corn stalks and darted into her own field. Lin Swear hurried into her own cornfield and started working quietly. But her mind was racing like a horse, jumping from one thought to another, sometimes hearing unpleasant sounds, sometimes feeling her heartbeat pounding like a drum. There was also a strange emptiness inside her. She didn't know what was wrong, but as she worked, her eyes kept drifting toward the nearby ridge. It seemed like Jiang Ji's land was just over there.
Yang Yi.
He was working alone, so he must have a lot to do. Thinking about how he had helped her before, Lin Swear felt uneasy inside. She had only managed a dry thank you and hadn't given anything in return. Taking a few deep breaths, Lin Swear bit her lip and finally made up her mind. She quickly cut down the remaining few rows of corn stalks and hurried toward Zhang's land, stepping cautiously. The straw in Zhang's field had already been cut and was scattered in piles along the ridge. Zhang Liao was bending over, swinging his sickle with full force. Crack, crack, crack. Every cut was sharp and precise. He seemed full of restless energy, as if he hated these dry stalks. Sweat was streaming down his back, soaking a large part of his waistband, tightly pressed against his strong muscles. Hearing hurried, unsteady footsteps behind him, Zhang Liao paused and suddenly turned around. Seeing the breathless Lin Swear, his thick eyebrows furrowed in surprise. "Why are you here?" Lin Swear, caught in his gaze, lost some of her courage. She unconsciously tugged at her clothes, lowered her head, and dared not look at him. Her voice was so soft it was almost a whisper.
Yang Yi.
"I finished cutting the corn in my field. I saw you still had a lot of straw to clean up. You're working alone. You must be busy. I thought I could come help you." The more she spoke, the lower her head drooped, revealing a small patch of her neck that turned slightly red.
You've helped me so much,
I don't really have anything to thank you with." Zhang Liao didn't reply. He just stood there, his heavy gaze fixed on her. This woman, standing next to a pile of messy straw, with a few damp strands of hair sticking to her white neck. Her shy way of offering to help, compared to her frightened rabbit look earlier in the field.
But damn.
She's so alluring. Especially after hearing that intimate scene earlier, every tiny movement she made now seemed like a trap to his restless, fiery eyes. Zhang Liao's throat tightened sharply. His desire, which had calmed down from working, was now rising again.
Damn.
Does this woman really not understand? Or is she pretending not to? She moved closer, and her presence was even more tempting than the wild pear in the cornfield earlier. And he's not like that useless Chinwenchi, who needs a woman's help. No need, Jang Liao coldly said, then swung his sickle to cut a thick stalk. This little job, I'll finish it soon. He couldn't let her stay any longer. If she stayed, the dirty thoughts swirling in his mind would be too hard to control. Lin Swayer choked a little, her face flushing and pale. But, remembering his previous help, her stubbornness came back. She took a few steps forward, to a pile of fallen straw, and started gathering the scattered stalks to bundle them. I'm not afraid of my mother-in-law scolding me. Big brother Jiang, just let me help you a little. I feel bad if I keep owing you. Zhang Liao turned his head, watching her slender back struggling to carry a bundle of straw thicker than her waist, her face flushed red. Her rough cloth dress outlined her delicate waist, and he suddenly turned away, exhaling harshly, his chest rising and falling sharply. When he spoke again, his voice was hoarse. To do as you like, if you want to do it, then do it. That was his way of agreeing. Lin Swayer quietly let out a breath of relief, a small smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Then she quickly pressed her lips together and softly replied, "Okay." The field fell silent, only the dull sound of the sickle cutting and the rustling of bundled straw. They were a short distance apart, each busy with their work, neither saying another word. But that invisible, intangible thing was even stickier than the dirt on the field ridge earlier. Every time Zhang Liao swung his knife, the muscles on his arms and back tensed up, standing out tightly. He could clearly feel the woman's eyes, sometimes there, sometimes not, like feathers brushing over his back and lower back. Even lower down. He knew she was secretly watching. This thought made his anger burn hotter, and his movements became more fierce, as if he had a grudge. Lin Swayer was indeed secretly watching. While tying the straw, she couldn't help but glance sideways at the sweaty man. The bulging veins on his arms, the way his waist and abdomen kept tightening and relaxing with his movements. Even the full outline of his pants when he bent over. All made her nervous and thirsty. Unwelcome thoughts kept flashing in her mind about the sounds in the cornfield. Strangely, those sounds seemed to change tone, turning into Zhang's. Turning into the way he was sweating and pressing down hard. Watching what? Tying a pole and getting distracted? Suddenly, a deep voice came from beside her. Lin Swayer was startled, looked up, and saw the man watching her through a few corn stalks, his dark eyes shining brightly. Nothing. I wasn't looking at anything, she hurriedly denied, her face turning even redder, just wiping sweat. As soon as she spoke, her fingertips suddenly pricked. A sharp piece of straw cut her finger, drawing a drop of blood. The slight pain snapped her back to reality. Her face flushed instantly, and she cursed herself 1,000 times. She really was crazy. What's wrong? Zhang Liao took a few steps over, his tall shadow covering Lin Swayer. Nothing. Just a small cut. She tried to hide her hand behind her back, but the man grabbed her wrist. His palm was hot and large, rough calluses rubbing against her skin. Why are you moving? Let me see. Zhang Liao's tone was a bit harsh. Without waiting, he pulled her hand into view. The cut wasn't deep, but blood was oozing out, bright red, making her fingers look even more delicate and soft. Seeing this, Zhang Liao's anger flared up again. Lin Swayer felt her heart pounding out of her chest, her wrist burning as if on fire. Big brother Jiang, it's really nothing, just a small scrape. She hadn't finished speaking when she suddenly took a deep breath, her eyes widening instantly. The man lowered his head and unexpectedly put his mouth on her finger. His tongue wrapped around her fingertip. The sensation was both numb and itchy, with a slight prickly feeling, making her limbs feel weak and tingly. An uncontrollable sound escaped her throat. Zhang Liao released her finger, looked up at Lin Swayer. The woman was completely frozen, her big watery eyes wide open, her cheeks flushed red like blood, looking stunned but also strangely alluring.
Damn.
She's really tempting. Zhang Liao licked his lips. Stop it. You're delicate and tender. You can't handle rough stuff. Lin Swayer suddenly pulled her hand back, her whole arm trembling slightly. Her mind was buzzing, not knowing what to say, so she just nodded randomly. Zhang Liao stared at her, looking lost and flushed, his lower abdomen tight and aching. He really wanted to hold her down here. Like before. She would probably cry and softly beg for mercy, but her body would be soft and pliant like water. While they were lost in thought, suddenly dark clouds gathered on the western horizon, thick as ink, about to cover the sky. Then a strong wind blew, rustling the corn leaves loudly, causing the stalks to sway and wobble. It's going to rain. As Zhang Liao finished speaking, large raindrops started falling, hitting with a loud splat, fast and heavy, stinging his face. In no time, the whole sky was covered in a white curtain of rain, making everything unclear. Damn it, Zhang Liao spat angrily, grabbing the still dazed Lin Swayer. Are you just going to stand here and wait for the sky to wash you? Come with me. His grip was strong and fierce, his palm hot like a burning iron. Lin Swayer slipped on the wet ground, almost falling forward. She was dragged and pulled by the man, stumbling through the swaying corn stalks and rushing out of the field. The cold rain poured down on them, drenching them completely. In an instant, they looked like soaked chickens, their clothes and hair plastered to their bodies. Zhang Liao lowered his head, tightly gripping Lin Swayer's slender wrist like pliers. Despite the heavy rain pouring down, he trudged through several muddy ridges and stormed into the broken shed at the foot of the slope. This was a makeshift shelter he had hastily built during autumn, crooked and barely able to block the wind. The broken door of the shed was crooked and wouldn't close properly. Zhang Liao kicked it open with a loud bang. Both of them, soaked and disheveled, stumbled inside. Inside was even darker than outside, but at least the roof didn't leak. Lin Swayer stood trembling in the shed, her teeth chattering from the cold. Her body couldn't stop shivering, and a puddle of water had gathered at her feet. Zhang Liao wasn't much better off. His soaked jacket clung tightly to his toned abs, water droplets sliding down his sharp cheekbones. He roughly wiped his face, shook his hand, and then his gaze fell on the trembling woman across from him. Seeing her, his breathing suddenly grew heavier. Her light-colored, open front blouse was soaked through, tightly wrapped around her. The collar was loosened, revealing a startling splash of red underneath. That full curve was clearly visible, and faintly, one could even see. As she breathed, her body trembled. Looking down, her waist was pinched tightly by the wet fabric, as if his two hands could grasp it. Even her skirt was wet and clingy, outlining her curvy hips and thighs. Zhang Liao felt a sudden surge of desire, like a fiery heat rushing from his stomach straight to his head, making his throat dry and his eyes redden. Blood seemed to rush to a certain part of him. Damn! She was more tempting than if she were completely naked. A low, hoarse sound escaped his throat. He suddenly turned his face away, afraid he might really become a beast. Cold. Lin Swayer didn't notice his reaction. She only hugged herself tighter, her voice trembling. Zhang Liao took a deep breath, trying to suppress the inappropriate thoughts in his mind. He looked around the shed. There were piles of junk in the corner. He walked over and roughly kicked aside some rotten wooden boards, revealing a few sticks of firewood and dry straw. Brother Zhang, should we start a fire? Lin Swayer watched his movements and asked nervously, her teeth chattering. No fire? Are we just going to freeze to death? Zhang Liao replied irritably, as if arguing with himself. He reached into his pocket and took out a matchbox, a habit from his days working in the kitchen. It was damp, and it took several tries to barely light the dry grass. A small orange flame flickered weakly, licking the firewood stick. The firelight cast a flickering outline of Zhang Liao's clear-side face. Still not coming over? Waiting for me to invite you. Lin Swayer hesitated for a moment. She was freezing badly, so she slowly moved closer and stopped 2 steps away from the man. Why so far? Are you afraid of the ghost? Zhang Liao raised his eyelids and looked at her sideways. The fire danced in his eyes. Are you afraid I'll eat you? Lin Swear blushed, feeling embarrassed by his straightforward words. She whispered shyly, no, Brother Zhang. But her body obediently moved one step closer. Jang Liao snorted, picked up a stick of firewood, and prodded the fire to make it burn brighter. Today's rain, he suddenly said, came just at the right time. Lin Swear didn't understand and looked at him with her wet eyes. Zhang Liao turned his head slightly, his gaze steady, resting on her lips, which looked especially moist from the rain. He said with a half-smile, if those nosy gossipy women in the village saw us like this, locked up here, how many harsh words do you think they'd make up? Maybe they'd even make up stories about what we did in bed. Lin Swear's face turned bright red instantly, her neck also flushing with color. A man and a woman alone, wet and close together. If this got out, her reputation would be ruined. We didn't do anything, she hurriedly defended herself. Didn't do anything. Zhang Liao's eyes seemed to have hooks, slowly sweeping over her soaked body. Suddenly, he leaned in closer. Your clothes are so wet, I can almost see everything clearly. Is there really anything between us? His hot breath almost blew on her face. Her heart pounded loudly. She wanted to step back, but her body felt glued in place, soft and powerless. Brother Zhang, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Liao stared at her shimmering, watery eyes, and the fire in his belly burned even hotter. He pointed at her collar. Look down yourself. Is this nonsense? Lin Swear instinctively looked down at his finger. The outline of her chest was clearly visible through her thin clothes. She gasped loudly, quickly covering her chest with her hands, feeling so embarrassed she wished she could disappear. Zhang Liao let out a low, muffled laugh from his throat. Now you're feeling shy? Just now, in the cornfield, when you were sneaking a peek at me working, weren't you pretty bold? Lin Swear shivered all over, suddenly looked up and met the deep, intense gaze of the man.
I
didn't. Didn't you? You know the truth in your heart, Zhang Liao said calmly, his eyes drifting over her blushing face. His unhidden gaze made Lin Swear feel weak all over. In the woodshed, only the crackling of firewood and the sound of rain outside could be heard. Suddenly, Zhang Liao moved without warning. He leaned forward quickly, grabbing Lin Swear's wrist with his hot hand and pulling hard. Caught off guard, Lin Swear cried out and fell straight into the man's firm, warm embrace. His strong male scent instantly enveloped her. What was even more frightening was the part pressed against her stomach. She immediately understood what it was, and her mind went blank with a loud buzzing. Zhang. The rest of her words were blocked. Zhang Liao's eyes turned red as he lowered his head and pressed his lips fiercely onto hers. He moved without any pattern, just pressing hard, his hot tongue pushing past her slightly open mouth, invading deeply. The feeling was even sweeter and softer than he imagined, igniting all his suppressed animal instincts. His big hand held her waist tightly, as if wanting to melt her into his body. Lin Swear froze completely, then a wave of intense numbness exploded from their connected lips and tongues, sweeping through her entire body. She pushed against his chest with her hands, but they were soft and weak, unable to resist. For a moment, she felt dizzy and almost drowned in this storm, forgetting who she was and where she was. Her husband had never kissed her like this before. She had never felt this way. Husband. She was a woman. She belonged to someone else.
Ugh.
No. A wave of shame suddenly overwhelmed her. Lin Swear struggled in the man's arms, her hands blindly pushing at his iron-like arms. Zhang Liao was lost in that soft, sweet feeling when suddenly, the woman's fierce resistance caught him off guard. Lin Swear, somehow gathering her strength, suddenly pushed him away. Zhang Liao staggered backward, releasing her hand, gasping for breath. His eyes, red and wide with surprise, looked at the woman in front of him, tears glistening in her eyes. In the small shed, only their heavy breathing could be heard. The fire flickered, reflecting Lin Swear's flushed cheeks. That mischievous fire still burned in his lower abdomen, but his mind felt like it was struck by a bucket of cold water, making him shiver. Zhang Liao froze in place. What the hell is happening to me? It's like I've been possessed.
Why?
Why do I keep having these reckless thoughts about this woman? Seeing her makes me feel all wrong, my mind full of inappropriate ideas. Just a moment ago, I felt like a wild dog in heat, wanting to do something reckless right then and there. But she's not just anyone. She's someone's wife, married and proper. Zhang Liao angrily wiped his face, turned around and punched the dark wall, his fists making a cracking sound. That useless scholar, Chen Wenqi. If only this woman were my wife. This thought suddenly grew wild like weeds, shocking him so much he was stunned. What is wrong with me? As they stood there in silence, outside, the rain that had been pouring suddenly started to thin. Eventually, only a few drops dripped from the eaves, making a soft tock sound. The rain had stopped. Like a thunderclap, it woke both of them from their daze. Lin Swear was the first to react. She scrambled to her feet, ignoring her wet, wrinkled clothes, grabbing a sickle from the corner and clutching it tightly to her chest. She didn't dare look at Zhang Liao again. Like a frightened rabbit, she staggered out of the shed. She hurriedly ran into the damp fields outside, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The shed suddenly became empty. Only Zhang Liao remained, staring at the empty doorway, where the woman had run so fast she didn't even look back. It was as if a raging flood of beasts was behind her.
Damn.
Zhang Liao felt a surge of uncontrollable, evil fire pounding against his head. He suddenly lifted his foot and harshly kicked at the pile of burning firewood still struggling to burn.
Crash.
The bright red ashes scattered everywhere. Sparks flew onto his pants, burning small holes. But he didn't notice. Zhang Liao's chest rose and fell rapidly. Standing in the mess, veins bulged on his forehead. What the hell is going on? What did he just do? Bullying a young wife with a man? When did Zhang Liao become such a low and sneaky person? But then he thought of her soaked clothes and her captivating body. He remembered the soft, sweet taste of her lips. He thought of her gentle softness in his arms just moments ago. That wicked fire didn't die down. It burned even hotter, making his organs ache. Damn it! Zhang Liao cursed again. Outside the barn, the muddy fields after the rain were quiet. Only the wind blew through the corn leaves, whispering about what had just happened. Lin Swear almost scrambled back to her yard, crawling on all fours. She was soaked through, her hair sticking in clumps to her neck. Her rough cloth clothes clung tightly to her, making her shiver from the cold, her lips turning blue. She tightly held the sickle in her arms. Her mind was buzzing with the memory of the hot, tangled lips and tongue in the barn, and the heat pressing against her lower belly. Her face felt hot, but her body kept alternating between cold and hot. Her heart pounded painfully, and her legs felt weak, as if walking on cotton. As soon as she entered the yard, Aunt Zhao, in the main room, jumped up like a cat stepped on its tail, knocking her small stool over, and the corn cob in her hand fell with a clatter. "Oh my goodness! You fell into the river." Aunt Zhou's sharp voice rang out, her eyes wide with disdain as she looked at Lin Swear, soaked and shivering. "Go cut some stalks. Instead, you end up at the Dragon King Temple? Look at you, all wet. Did you go fishing in the river or what?" Lin Swear shrank back, trembling from the cold, unable to say a word, just wanting to hide quickly. "Not seen all afternoon, and now you come back looking like this. Have you finished chopping?" Mrs. Zhou was relentless, almost poking her finger into her forehead. "I finished. Over. In the field." Her voice trembled badly as she stammered. Mrs. Zhou still spat and scolded. "Good for nothing. Can't do your work properly, getting sick from the cold, and not spending money on medicine? You're such a bad omen." Lin Swear lowered her head, trying to squeeze past Mrs. Zhou to go back to the west room.
"Hey."
"I haven't finished talking." Mrs. Zhou grabbed her roughly. "Are you mute? I'm asking you, where have you been all this time? Don't tell me you're hiding somewhere lazily." No, mother, I was really in the field, it rained. I hid for a while." Mrs. Zhou looked suspicious, inspecting her from head to toe, then snorted. "Could you be hiding in someone's shed? Like a stray ghost, not knowing how to behave. Her words made her feel guilty, and her face turned pale instantly. Mother, I didn't. She hurried into the West room. Mrs. Zhao wouldn't give up, following to the door, almost poking her finger at the doorframe. You didn't finish your work, came back all messy, and now you're hiding inside? I think you're. Mother, I'm cold. I need to change my clothes. Lin Swear finally managed to get out a few words, her voice trembling badly. Serves her right. Who told her not to watch the rain? Seeing how cloudy it was, why didn't she come back earlier? Was she lacking brains? Mrs. Zhou cursed outside a few more times but didn't come in, just stomping around angrily at the door. Inside the West room, it was dark and cold. Lin Swear leaned against the tightly shut wooden door, feeling exhausted, slowly sliding down until she caught her breath. Her trembling hands fumbled to unbutton her soaked clothes. When her fingertips touched her swollen, numb lips, her heart fluttered again. That feeling was so overwhelming. With her husband so many times, she'd never felt this way before. Her husband's kisses were always perfunctory, never like this. He was fierce, almost devouring her, yet there was a warmth that made her whole body soften. At that moment, she actually didn't push him away for a second. Lin Swear shook her head fiercely, afraid to think more, hurriedly tearing off her wet, cold clothes and grabbing a clean, dry old coat from the wooden box at the foot of the bed to put on. Just as she fastened her belt, Mrs. Zhou's voice rose again outside. What time is it now? Why hasn't Wenqi come back yet? When he left, he said he would be back in the evening. The rain outside has stopped, but the roads are definitely slippery. His body can't handle the wind and rain. He must not catch a cold. A scholar's health is very precious. Lin Swear listened quietly and bit her lip. Her mother-in-law always only cares about her son's health and safety. Has her husband gone to the meeting and not returned yet? She gently pushed open the door to the West room and tiptoed outside. The courtyard gate was pushed open with a squeak. Chun Wenqi had returned. He was also soaked, his old blue robe covered in mud at the hem, sticking tightly to his legs. His hair was messy, with a few wet strands on his forehead, looking a bit disheveled, but his face seemed satisfied. Wenqi, my son. You're finally back. Zhou sure saw her son and immediately forgot her anger at Lin Swear, rushing over with concern. Oh dear, you're so wet. Come inside quickly. The autumn rain is cold and chills to the bones. Don't catch a cold. Chun Wenqi waved his hand and said, Mother, the road was slippery, I slipped, but I'm fine. Zhou sure seemed to want to say something but turned her head when she saw Lin Swear still standing there. She shouted loudly, Are you just standing there like a gatekeeper? Can't you see your husband is soaked? No sense at all. Hurry up. Go to the kitchen and boil a big pot of hot water. Make it boiling hot. Soak Wenqi's feet well to chase away the cold. Then find some old ginger from the chest, crush it and make ginger tea. Oh. Okay, I understand, Mother. Lin Swear snapped out of her thoughts, quickly responded, and lowered her head to walk briskly toward the kitchen. As she passed by her husband, she instinctively glanced at him. That glance made her pause slightly. Under his muddy robe, there were several thin corn leaves stuck to him. Her husband had gone to the town. The town had cobblestone streets and alleys. How could there be corn leaves? Her heart suddenly sank. The embarrassing sound from the cornfield flashed back into her mind unexpectedly.
It couldn't be.
Her husband was a scholar. How could he? It must be that he slipped on the slippery road when he returned and fell onto a pile of corn stalks left by someone on the roadside. In the kitchen, the stove was cold and the fire was out. She quickly squatted down to stuff in some firewood, her hands trembling a bit. It took several tries before she managed to light the fire. The orange flames flickered up, illuminating her face, which still looked a little pale. Outside in the main hall, her mother-in-law and husband's voices could be heard. Wenqi, how was the meeting today? Did you learn anything new? Not bad, Mother. My classmates discussed a lot, and I gained some insights, her husband said happily. That's good. That's good. My son works hard. Quickly, take off that wet coat. I'll find you something dry. Zhou called out again. Swear. Has the water boiled yet? What are you hesitating for? Almost, mother. Lin Swear responded quietly, forcefully stuffing a thick piece of firewood into the stove, causing the flames to flare up high. Yes, it must have been from the road. On the way back from town, there were several piles of corn stalks prepared to be used as firewood. She really was overthinking.
How could she think about that?
Lin Swear shook her head, trying not to think about it, and focused on boiling water. In the main hall, her mother-in-law was still worried about her son, and her husband occasionally responded. This scene seemed no different from many days in the past. If you can't even take care of your own husband, what's the use of you? Lin Swear was stunned by this harsh scolding and shrank back in fear. Mother. I boiled ginger soup just as you said, added ginger and sugar. My husband also drank a big bowl. I also boiled water for washing his feet. It's hot, not cold. Shut up with your nonsense. Mrs. Zhao didn't want to listen and scolded more fiercely, almost spitting saliva on Lin Swear's face. Drinking that stuff is useless. Why is he still so sick?
Huh.
It must be because you didn't pay attention when you cooked. I knew you, little girl, are sneaky and dishonest. You can't even take care of your own husband. What good are you? You've been eating at my Chin family's table for so many years. You can slaughter a pig for New Year's, but what can you do for us? Just make me angry. Lin Swear's eyes turned red instantly. Tears welled up in her eyes. She bit her lower lip tightly to stop the tears from falling. At this moment, talking was useless. Her mother-in-law was angry and only getting more aggressive. Mrs. Zhao scolded until her mouth was dry, then took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Lin Swear.
Go.
Don't stand here like a bad omen, blocking the view. Hurry up, catch a chicken from the henhouse and kill it for soup. My son is sick, weak, and needs good nourishment from a hen. Hearing about killing a chicken, Lin Swear felt nervous. The family relied on those 2 hens for eggs, and she even secretly cooked egg drop soup for little Zhao. Mother. That chicken is still laying eggs, and this isn't a festival. Killing it would be such a pity. My husband just caught a cold. Drinking some hot porridge and sweating it out will help. Maybe I can dig some wild vegetables from the field and cook a light porridge for him. Bah. Before she finished, Mrs. Zhao spat on the ground. Wild vegetable porridge? Is that for people to eat? That's for animals. My son is a scholar. He's under the care of the god of literature. When he's sick, he needs good food to recover. Is laying eggs more important than your husband's health? You ignorant woman. I think you just love those 2 chickens and don't want to give them to my son, the more Mrs. Zhao scolded. The more she thought Lin Swear had evil intentions. She pointed her finger at her, as if she wanted to poke a hole in her forehead. Useless. Can't even part with a chicken. Last time I told you to go back to your mother's house. Why didn't you bring back a few more chickens and ducks? Useless. What good is a daughter-in-law like you? All you do is eat my family's food. Lin Swear felt a sharp pain on her forehead and finally couldn't hold back her tears, which fell with a plop. She quickly wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Knowing that arguing was useless, her mother-in-law was determined to kill the chicken. Why are you just standing there? Go catch the chicken. Are you waiting for me to serve you? Mrs. Zhao shouted loudly again. Lin Swear didn't dare say another word. She wiped her eyes, silently turned around, and went to the chicken coop. It took a lot of effort to catch the chicken, feathers flying everywhere. Mrs. Zhao stood at the door of the main hall, watching coldly, cursing under her breath. Hesitating like that, killing a chicken is like risking your life. You're useless. She held the struggling hen, turned her face away, and with a quick motion, she cut the chicken's neck with a knife. The chicken struggled a few more times and finally stopped moving. Mrs. Zhao let out a small snort, turned around, and went back into the west room to stay with her son. From behind the door, her caring voice could still be heard. Son, are you feeling better? It's that useless wife again. She can't even take care of a man. My son has suffered. I'll cook a chicken soup for you to nourish you. Lin Swear quietly cleaned the chicken in the kitchen. She scalded it with boiling water and started plucking the feathers. At some point, Xiao Chao slipped out of the inner room and timidly sat beside her mother, looking at the bare chicken in the wooden basin. She whispered, Mom, do we have chicken meat to eat today? The little girl's eyes sparkled with hope. It was rare to have meat at home. Lin Swear looked at her daughter's small face, feeling a sharp pain like being pricked by needles, bittersweet and painful. Since her mother-in-law was so determined to kill the chicken, once it was cooked, she insisted her daughter eat more. Yes, she gently patted Xiao Chao's head, her voice a little hoarse. Xiao Chao, be good. When the chicken soup is ready, I'll serve you some. Eat more to grow strong, okay? Xiao Chao nodded vigorously, swallowed hard, and sat down nearby, refusing to leave. The fire in the stove was lit, with orange flames licking the black bottom of the pot. Lin Swear added a full pot of water to make more broth. The aroma of chicken soup gradually filled the air as the pot made bubbling sounds. After about half an hour, the chicken was almost done, with a layer of golden chicken fat floating on top. Mrs. Zhao came out of the west room, lifted the lid to check, poked the chicken with chopsticks, and her face finally looked better. She couldn't help but swallow hard, saying, "Not bad. Don't be lazy. Serve me 2 bowls, with the meat soft and tender. I, your wife, also need to nourish my body." "Hey," Lin Swear responded, took out 2 large porcelain bowls, filled them with soup, and added a few pieces of good meat. Zhou's wife carried the chicken soup, took a sip by the bowl, and then went into the west room. Suddenly, only Lin Swear and her daughter Xiao Chao were left in the kitchen. Lin Swear quickly glanced at the west room, listened carefully, and heard Zhou's wife persuading her husband to drink the soup. She immediately turned around, officially picked up another bowl, filled it with soup, added several pieces of good meat, and even included some softened chicken skin. She blew on it, then handed it to her daughter who had been eagerly waiting, saying, "Xiao Chao, hurry, eat while it's hot." Xiao Chao's eyes lit up instantly. She took the bowl, pouted her little lips like her mother, blew on the soup, and then eagerly took small sips. Her face was covered with oil, and she happily mumbled, "Mom, it smells good." Seeing her daughter's satisfied expression, Lin Swear felt her slight frustration ease a bit. She gently touched Xiao Chao's soft hair and said, "If it smells good, then eat more." Just then, a young woman's sweet voice came from outside, saying, "Aunt Zhou, is Wenqi at home?" "Brother Wenqi." Lin Swear was surprised. The voice sounded a bit familiar. She wiped her hands and stepped out of the kitchen. In the main hall stood a girl about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a slightly new floral blouse. Her face was like a melon seed shape, her eyes not very big, but she was looking around quickly. It was the daughter of the widow Zhao from the same village, named Peach Blossom. When Peach Blossom heard the footsteps, she turned her head and saw Lin Swear. Her eyes quickly scanned her from head to toe. She couldn't help but think, this Lin Swear, after having a child, still looks the same? Her waist is still slim, her chest is full, her hips are curvy, and her face, with big watery eyes and fair skin, doesn't look like she does rough work in the sun all day. She looks even more attractive than a young girl. Peach Blossom, is something the matter?" Lin Swear asked politely. "Oh, Sister Swear." Peach Blossom withdrew her gaze and put on a smile. "My mother asked me to come. I want to borrow some soy sauce from your house. We just ran out and we need it for cooking at noon." "Soy sauce? Wait a moment, I'll go get some for you," Lin Swear said, turning to head toward the kitchen. Peach Blossom took 2 steps forward, glancing nervously toward the west room, and asked softly, "Aunt Zhou, is Brother Wenqi at home?" Just as she was about to answer, the curtain of the west room was pushed aside, and Aunt Zhou appeared. Seeing Peach Blossom, her usually stern face softened into a warm, blooming smile like a cheerful sunflower, full of affection.
"Oh,
I didn't recognize you, Peach Blossom. Come in, come in." Aunt Zhou quickly took Peach Blossom's hand and looked her over carefully, praising warmly. "Look at this girl. It's only been a few days, and you're even more lively. Your face, your figure. You're getting more charming every day." Peach Blossom blushed at the compliment, twisting her body shyly, and said sweetly, "Aunt Zhou, you're joking. You're teasing me." She playfully scolded, but her eyes kept drifting toward the west room. "Where's Brother Wenqi?" Aunt Zhou sighed. "Oh, your Brother Wenqi. Yesterday he went to a gathering."
A literary meeting.
On the way back, he got caught in the rain and caught a cold. He's running a fever and lying down now, coughing badly. My heart is just like being fried in oil. Peach Blossom immediately looked worried, her face full of concern. Really? Brother Wenqi is sick. Her worried expression was 10 times more attentive than Lin Swear, the wife. Yes, I made chicken soup for him to help him recover, Aunt Zhao said, glancing at Lin Swear and then gently holding Peach Blossom's hand. You're such a kind and thoughtful girl, caring about your brother Wenqi. Come on in. Don't just stand outside. Go see him. You can also help persuade him, when you're sick, you shouldn't keep thinking about those books. The most important thing is to rest and get better. Without hesitation, she took Peach Blossom's hand and led her into the west room. As they walked, she said, Wenqi, Peach Blossom is here to see you. Peach Blossom hesitated but followed along, her cheeks flushing deeper. She asked softly, Is it convenient? Her steps didn't slow down. She naturally followed Aunt Zhao into the room. The curtain fell, blocking everything inside. Lin Swear stood still, listening to the gentle, sweet voice inside, and a strange feeling rose in her heart again. Usually, her mother-in-law was not so warm and friendly to other young women or wives in the village. At most, she would just exchange polite greetings.
And
even if the villagers didn't pay much attention to such things, how could a young girl like Peach Blossom sneak into a man's bedroom?
this.
Would it sound good if it got out? She was standing there lost in thought when Zhao Shi called from inside. Swear, the chicken soup is boiling over. If it burns, I'll skin you alive. Lin Swear shivered and quickly responded, then turned back to the kitchen. Maybe she was overthinking. Peach Blossom is kind-hearted, and her mother-in-law just likes her. As a wife, she shouldn't be overanalyzing these things. In the kitchen, Xiao Chao had obediently finished all the soup and meat in her bowl, even licking the bottom clean. Seeing her mother come in, Xiao Chao raised her clean bowl and said in a sweet voice, Mama, you eat. It's tasty. Then she patted her belly with her little hand, showing she was full. Lin Swear felt warm inside. She squatted down, took her daughter's bowl, and set it aside. She gently touched Xiao Chao's face and said, Xiao Chao is so good. Mama doesn't need to eat. Seeing you eat makes me happy. Yes, she shouldn't be overthinking anymore. Xiao Chao is so obedient. Serving her husband and mother-in-law well is her duty. The trouble in the woodshed was just like being confused by the rain, a silly dream. It's over now. In the west room, the window was closed, the light dim, filled with the smell of chicken soup. Chan Wenqi leaned half against the calm, a traditional bed, covered with a quilt. His face was a little pale, and he coughed occasionally. Zhao Shi sat close to the edge of the calm, her eyes fixed on her son, full of worry and blame. Peach Blossom moved a small stool nearby, holding a pink handkerchief, her eyes glued to Chan Wenqi, shy and timid. Zhao Shi started first, patting her thigh and sighing, Wenqi, your body really worries me. It's all because that useless girl didn't take good care of you. Lazy good for nothing. If she had been more careful yesterday and looked after you properly, you wouldn't be suffering like this. She shot a sharp look outside the door. Peach Blossom immediately chimed in softly, her voice gentle and sticky. Aunt Zhao, please don't be angry. Getting too upset isn't good for your health. It's not worth it to get angry for others and harm yourself. She spoke, then turned her gaze softly toward Chan Wenqi, her eyes full of admiration that couldn't be hidden. Brother Wenqi is like a star descended from heaven. In the future, he will pass the imperial exam and become a high official. Small illnesses and troubles won't stop your bright path. These words truly touched Chan Wenqi's heart. In his life, his greatest pride was being a scholar. He dreamed of someday passing the exam and bringing honor to his family. Peach Blossom's words made him feel as happy as drinking 10 bowls of nourishing chicken soup. A smile couldn't help but appear on his face. His vanity was greatly satisfied, and even his cough seemed lighter. Little sister, that's enough talk. I'm just a humble scholar. A scholar is also like a star from the sky. Peach Blossom waved her handkerchief confidently and said, In our village, in 10 miles around, Is there anyone as educated as Brother Winchi? If he passes the exam, he will be a respected man. Mrs. Zhao listened nearby, her face full of joy, her wrinkles smiling happily. She looked at Peach Blossom and found her more and more pleasing. This girl, with her proper looks, sweet words, and good judgment, she immediately saw that her son was truly valuable. Exactly. Peach Blossom has good eyes. She's right. Winchi, you should take care of yourself. You shouldn't have gone out yesterday. Mrs. Zhao paused, as if remembering something, and glanced at Peach Blossom. Peach Blossom's face suddenly turned bright red, her ears flushing too. She shyly shifted her body and said, Aunt Zhao, it's all my fault. Brother Winchi is a scholar and cares about me. Yesterday, he took me to see the cornfield. It's growing so well. She didn't believe her own words, and her face grew even redder. Who would go see the corn? Clearly it was something else. Mrs. Zhao, experienced and sharp, saw Peach Blossom's reaction and chuckled, teasing her. See the corn? Oh, maybe you went somewhere else instead? Her eyes flicked back and forth between Peach Blossom and her son. Chen Winchi felt a bit embarrassed. He thought his mother's words were too direct and crude, especially in front of Peach Blossom, which made him feel his scholarly dignity was hurt. He cleared his throat twice and said displeased, Mother, what you're saying is not proper. Mrs. Zhao rolled her eyes at her son and took Peach Blossom's hand. What's wrong? Peach Blossom, this girl is completely devoted to you, much more than the girl inside the house. Peach Blossom listened, shyly lowering her head and twisting her handkerchief, but a small smile kept creeping onto her lips. Mrs. Zhao sighed, as if she had been holding back a lot of frustration and finally found someone to vent to. She held Peach Blossom's hand tighter and said sincerely, Peach Blossom, you don't know how much I've been struggling inside. Look at Winchi, such a talented and well-educated man, but he married an unworthy girl. She only had one daughter, and now she's not pregnant anymore. It's just like raising a hen that doesn't lay eggs. Her words were very harsh and mean, insulting Lin Swear completely. Listening to this, Peach Blossom felt very happy, even more than drinking cold water on a hot day. She had long disliked Lin Swear. Why could she marry Winchi, a good scholar? What was she lacking compared to her? Now hearing Mrs. Zhao criticize Lin Swear so harshly, she felt very proud. But on her face, she pretended to be sensible and softly said, Annie, don't say that about Sister Swear.
She's not easy either.
Though she said this, her tone was full of glee. She's not easy? My son is easy. Mrs. Zhao raised her voice again, worried someone outside might hear, and quickly lowered it. Girl, I'll tell you honestly, when it comes to choosing a wife, she should look like you, pretty and healthy, with a strong body. That's a sign of good fortune for having children. The girl inside, she's just a face that can scare people. What good is that? Her anger grew, and the scene of the matchmaker's words from back then appeared in her mind. At that time, the matchmaker praised Lin's daughter as if she were a flower. She was a bit worried that Lin's family was poor and had little dowry. But her son went to see her once, and he came back distracted, saying he was captivated by Lin Swear's lively appearance. She couldn't refuse her son, so she agreed. Now she thought about it. She was really regretful to the point of feeling sick. What's the use of being pretty? If she can't have children, she's just useless. Her words were very blunt, and even Peach Blossom, who had good intentions, couldn't help but blush with embarrassment, wishing she could hide her face in her chest. But inside, she felt as sweet as honey. Mrs. Zhao clearly approved of her and looked down on Lin Swear. Feeling shy, she couldn't help but secretly lift her eyes and glance at Chen Winchi with affection. She softly called out, Brother Winchi. Her voice was full of emotion and tenderness. Chen Winchi cleared his throat twice, feeling as if a small cat's paw had scratched his heart. He felt a bit proud and a little restless. Peach Blossom's gaze greatly satisfied his vanity. In front of her, he felt like a proud scholar husband, a strong and upright man. This feeling he never got from Lin Swear. In front of Lin Swear, he always seemed to lack something, not like a man who could control everything. but he couldn't help comparing in his mind. Peach Blossom was fresh and tender, but in terms of charm and figure, she was not as good as Lin Swayer, especially after having little grass at night. That feeling. Thinking of this, Chen Wenqi felt a twinge of guilt toward Lin Swayer. After all, she was his officially married wife and had given him little grass. Now, with Peach Blossom like this, he felt a bit guilty toward her. But this guilt was quickly pushed aside by other thoughts. Chen Wenqi put on a look of deep, helpless sorrow, looking at Peach Blossom. Little sister, can't you understand my heart? I have long regarded you as family. But now, my fame is not achieved, and my family is declining. I really can't bear to let you suffer with me without a proper status. When Peach Blossom heard this, her eyes reddened, tears almost falling. Her look was truly pitiful. She said with a crying voice, Brother Wenqi, I don't fear hardship. As long as I can follow you and serve you, I am willing to work like a beast. Her words were sincere, partly acting, partly genuine. She truly liked Chen Wenqi's gentle, scholarly appearance, very different from the rough men in the village. Since they met by the river last year, and he started teasing her with a few lines of witty poetry, she couldn't let go of her dream of being his scholar wife. Zhao Shi quickly took a handkerchief to wipe her tears, coaxing her. Oh, my good girl, don't cry. Look at how distressed you are. Wenqi, look, Peach Blossom is so sincere to you. You must treat such a good girl well. Chen Wenqi looked at Peach Blossom, who was full of admiration and love for him. The feeling of being worshipped made him feel very comfortable. Peach Blossom, don't worry. I am not the ungrateful type. Please be patient a little longer. Once I pass the imperial exam and gain official rank, I will marry you proudly as my main wife. Really? Brother Wenqi. Peach Blossom lifts her tearful eyes, full of hope. Brother Wenqi, I will wait for you. Becoming the wife of a successful candidate is truly a lucky break. No more working in the fields, no more sunbathing, riding in a sedan chair when going out, and servants to serve at home. Just thinking about it makes her tremble with excitement. Chen Wenqi nods, but he is planning something else in his mind. Once he passes the exam, Lin Swayer can't be let go. Her tempting body would be a waste to just let slip away. Maybe she can be his concubine. Most officials' wives and concubines have many partners. This isn't too much. As for now with Peach Blossom, scholars are naturally charming. Peach Blossom is now his secondary partner, which is better than those who go to brothels. Thinking this, he suddenly feels clear-headed. His guilt towards Lin Swayer disappears, and he even feels a bit proud, as if sharing good fortune with others. Zhao Shi also chimes in, Girl, don't worry. You might have to endure a little hardship now, but once you marry into the Qin family, you'll have children and grandchildren. Auntie will definitely treat you well. The girl in the house and the little maid will have to step aside. Peach Blossom feels extremely proud, almost ready to fly. She can already see herself dressed in silk, commanding Lin Swayer to do this and that, while Lin Swayer respectfully calls her, Madam. But she keeps a gentle, obedient look on her face, lowering her eyes and saying, Auntie, don't worry. I understand. In the future, I will be filial to you and serve Brother Wenqi well. The three of them whisper for a while longer. Zhao Shi praises Peach Blossom to the skies, and Peach Blossom praises Chen Wenqi to the heavens. Seeing that it's getting late, Peach Blossom is afraid to stay longer and start to suspect something. She reluctantly stands up. Before leaving, she quickly kisses Chen Wenqi on the face. Brother Wenqi, you get well soon. I miss you. This makes Chen Wenqi feel excited and distracted.
He squeezes her hand.
Be good. We'll meet again in a few days at the usual place. Peach Blossom shyly responds with an twists her waist, lifts the curtain, and quickly walks out, leaving behind a room filled with sweet, cheap perfume. The house is temporarily quiet again. Mrs. Zhou walked to the door, pushed aside the curtain slightly, and saw that Tao Hua had left the yard. Lin Swayer was still in the kitchen and hadn't come out yet, so she lowered the curtain. She sat back on the edge of the bed and looked at her son. She's gone. Chen Wenqi responded with a soft, his eyes a bit distant, as if still thinking. Mrs. Zhou looked at her son's expression, made a face, and said straightforwardly, Tao Hua is a good girl. She's sweet-talking, knows how to behave, and looks healthy enough to have children. She's better than the girl inside. Chen Wenqi nodded, but didn't deny it. Mrs. Zhou moved closer, a little impatient. Wenqi, I'll be honest with you. Do you think we can find a way to bring Tao Hua into the house sooner? Having a son early is important. The girl inside isn't reliable anymore. We can't let our family line die out. I think about this every day. Hearing this, Chen Wenqi frowned and shook his head. Mother, now isn't the right time. Why not? Mrs. Zhou got anxious. She's a widow's daughter. If she marries you, it's a blessing for her. If we accept her, what's she got to refuse? Mother, a scholar's reputation is very important. I'm just a student now, without any official title. If I marry her now, it will spread. What will the officials and classmates think? They might say I lack virtue or am distracted by women, which would hurt my future. Chen Wenqi paused and continued, and besides, Lin's swear. She may not be very useful, and her family is poor, but she's the girl I married properly. Her family sometimes sends small gifts, like rice and eggs. If I didn't have her, how would I buy paper and ink? Mrs. Zhou listened and slowly nodded. Her son made sense. She didn't understand reputation very well, but if her son said it was serious, it must be important. If she divorced Lin Swear now, the household inside and outside, in the fields and kitchen, would be affected. She couldn't just let her be the one to handle everything. You're right. That's true, Mrs. Zhou muttered. Lin Swear isn't very useful, but she works hard and can get some things from her family. She's a cheap helper. If we divorce her now, it's a bit of a loss. Chen Wenqi saw his mother was convinced and felt relieved. So, Mother, for now, we need to keep things steady. About Tao Hua, we'll just keep her around for now, make her happy, give her some hope. Once I pass the imperial exam, everything will be different. After passing the imperial exam, he would become the head of the household. At that time, I could choose who to marry or take as a wife, and others could only flatter us. Who would dare to gossip? As for Lin Swear, if she continues to be unable to have children, it would be considered a serious mistake, and it would be proper to divorce her. Then I would marry someone else openly as the main wife. As for Lin Swear, if she is sensible and considers the years she has helped manage the household, I might give her the title of concubine, which would be fair. If she refuses, then she can take the divorce paper and go back to her family.
We have done our best.
Mrs. Zhou nodded repeatedly, smiling. Yes, yes. My son is thoughtful. He's clever because he's a scholar. That's the plan. Let the girl in the house keep working and support your studies. Once you pass the exam, everything will be easier. When the time comes, Tao Hua will marry in and have children and Lin Swear. We can give her a concubine position. It's her good fortune. Mother and son exchanged smiles, both feeling everything was perfectly arranged. Mrs. Zhou remembered Tao Hua's full figure and added, but Wenqi, you, and Tao Hua also need to be careful. Don't cause too much trouble. If she gets pregnant, it would be a mess. Now is not the time. Chen Wenqi nodded impatiently. I understand, Mother. I know what to do. Yes, I must be careful. All right, you rest now. Mother will go see what we can cook tonight. Mrs. Zhou stood up happily and went out, feeling that her son's illness was mostly better. In the west room, only Chen Wenqi was left. He leaned back on the bed again and closed his eyes. He felt that as long as he succeeded in the exam, everything would go as he wished. The busy harvest season was over. The fields were left with dry grass roots, which swayed in the wind, making a mournful sound like crying. The days grew colder each day, and winter was approaching. After lunch that day, Mrs. Zhou picked out a few kernels of corn from the basket and looked up at Lin Swear, who was washing dishes by the stove. She spoke loudly, like a broken drum. The beans in the jar are old and might get bugs. Since the sun is out today, go grind them. Our stone mill is broken, so go borrow the one from old Zhang's family. Only they have a proper stone mill in the village. As Lin Swear's rough ceramic bowl slipped from her hand, nearly falling into the water, she felt a strange tightness in her chest. Old Zhang's house. Big brother Zhang. That hot feeling suddenly hit her face again. Since the last time at the woodshed, she has been avoiding Zhang's land, walking around her own field as if she were a thief, looking around nervously to avoid meeting anyone. Now, her mother-in-law unexpectedly asked her to borrow the mill. Hurry up. Do you think the dishes will take all year to wash? Mrs. Zhao raised her voice when she saw Lin swear, not moving. Come on. I've already packed the beans, just half a small bag. Finish the mill quickly and come back. We still have work to do this afternoon. Okay, I got it, mother. Lin Swayer had no choice but to respond, wiped her hands dry, and took the rough cloth bag, which was filled with dried soybeans. She stepped outside, her legs feeling heavy, as if filled with lead. On the way, she met two women, who greeted her with smiles. Swayer, busy today, but their eyes scanned her face and body, then they started gossiping together. Their looks made Lin Swayer blush, and she hurried to walk faster. She knew without hearing that they were probably talking about her mother-in-law and her scholarly husband, and maybe feeling sorry for her. Zhang's yard was surrounded by a neat fence, and the 3 mud brick houses looked sturdier than most in the village. The gate was half open. Lin Swayer stood at the door for a while, gathering her courage, then gently knocked on the open wood panel. Is anyone home? Uncle Jiang. Is Uncle Jiang at home? She hoped Jang Liao wasn't home. There was no response from inside. Just as she was about to call again, someone came out from behind the firewood pile. A tall figure blocked the light. It was Zhang Liao. He had just chopped firewood. On this cold day, he was only wearing a thin old jacket, with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing strong, smooth arms with a few wood shavings on them. Seeing her, Zhang Liao paused in surprise, then his dark eyes immediately fixed on her. He looked her up and down, as if a predator spotting its prey. Lin Swayer felt nervous and flustered under his gaze, instinctively wanting to lower her head, clutching the rough cloth bag tightly. Big brother Jiang, my mother-in-law asked me to come borrow your stone mill, to grind some beans. Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Zhang Liao didn't say anything, just kept staring at her. Lately, he had been tossing and turning in bed at night, feeling restless. He kept seeing her face whenever he closed his eyes. Drenched clothes, trembling body, swollen lips, and tearful, panicked eyes when she pushed him away. He couldn't sleep at night, feeling restless all over. Even pouring cold water on himself didn't help. He scolded himself for being crazy, losing his mind, for being so distracted by a woman who was already with another man. But right now, she was standing right here. Her waist was still slim, her cheeks slightly red from the cold wind, and she avoided looking at him. A long-held desire suddenly burst out like a loud explosion, making his throat feel dry. He understood now, why the hell not? He just wanted her. He wanted her so badly it hurt. He wanted her to be his woman. He even wanted to take her right now, right here on the haystack. Come in. My dad isn't home, Zhang Liao said in a hoarse voice, turning aside to make way. Stay in the yard. Lin Swayer shrank back, brushing past him. A faint smell of sweat reached her nose, and her legs felt strangely weak. Zhang Liao followed her, watching her hips sway gently, his eyes darkening. The stone mill under the shed was big and thick, looking very heavy. Lin Swayer put down her bag and looked at the stone mill, unsure where to start. Can you use it? Zhang Liao came closer, standing very near, warm air blowing on her back. My family's mill is small and this one is a bit heavy, she said honestly, shifting slightly to the side. Zhang Liao snorted softly, with a hint of something hard to describe in his voice. Really? Then suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her wrist, which was about to put beans into the mill. His hand was like iron, rough and hot, making her skin hurt. Lin Swayer trembled in surprise, trying to pull back, but unable to move. Big brother Jiang. She looked up in panic, meeting his close, dark eyes, which seemed to burn with fire, almost swallowing her whole. Why are you afraid? I'll teach you, Zhang Liao said, moving even closer, his lips nearly touching her ear. You need to use your waist. Just pushing with your arms won't turn it more than 3 times, even if you're exhausted. He was talking like he was teaching her, but his big hand slid down her wrist, completely holding her small hand, guiding her to grab the beans. Another strong arm wrapped around her from behind, pressing her whole chest against his back. Lin's swear was stiff all over, her face turning red as blood seemed to rush there, and her ears buzzed loudly. The warmth behind her felt like a big stove, hot enough to make her soul almost leave her body. Heavy breathing sprayed on her neck, making her itch intensely. She wanted to break free, but her body was soft as mud, unable to move. Push like this. Do you understand? Zhang Liao looked down at her bright red little ears, his throat moving sharply. He really wished he could melt her soft body into his bones right now. Lin's swear's heart pounded like thunder. She nervously nodded. I understand. Brother Jiang, please let go. I can do it myself. Zhang Liao finally loosened his grip, but he still stood very close to her. His eyes seemed like hooks, peering into her collar. Your mother-in-law sure knows how to boss people around, making a woman do such hard work as grinding beans. In the house. Only I can do it, Lin's swear whispered back, using all her strength to turn the mill, but she only moved it a little. Where's your man? Scholar Chin. Zhang Liao couldn't help but spit, reading books so much that he's weak.
Can't lift a shoulder or a hand.
What about his strength in bed? That useless Chinwenchi doesn't deserve such a good woman. Lin's swear bit her lip, not replying, but pushing the mill even harder, sweat beading on her forehead. Zhang Liao watched her slender arm struggle to turn the stone mill, her waist tightening from the effort, the shape under her clothes becoming visible. His eyes darkened. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the handle of the mill. Let me do it. With your little strength, you won't finish even by nightfall. With a big hand, he exerted force, and the mill started turning smoothly, as if playing. Lin's swear was pushed aside, her hands empty and feeling lost. She didn't know whether to stand or walk away. Zhang Liao pushed the mill easily while glancing at her. What are you standing there for? Adding beans? Do you really want to be a lazy boss? Lin's swear could only blush and carefully squat down to add beans into the mill. As she squatted, her neckline naturally loosened a bit. Zhang Liao looked down and saw the swelling, pale skin inside. His mind suddenly buzzed, recalling the scene in the shed that day. Damn it, how tempting. In the shelf, only the loud grinding of the stone mill could be heard for a moment. Last time, Zhang Liao suddenly spoke. You ran faster than a rabbit. Lin's swear trembled. A few beans spilled out. She quickly bent down to pick them up, her ears turning red with embarrassment. I didn't mean to. She wanted to explain, but didn't know how to start. What do you mean? Zhang Liao suddenly stopped and squatted down. You didn't intentionally flirt with me? Then why are you standing in front of me all wet and looking like that? His words were blunt and straightforward, like a hot knife cutting through paper, breaking the delicate barrier between them. Lin's swear felt both shy and anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. I didn't. Big brother Jiang. Don't talk nonsense. It was an accident that day. An accident. Zhang Liao sneered, roughly wiping away her tears with his finger. And today? Also an accident? You came here on your own. Into my yard. His touch was hot and intense. Lin's swear tilted her head to avoid his grip, but was caught by his chin, unable to move. He stared into her eyes, desire almost bursting out. Lin's swear, do you think I'm stupid? The way you look at me, trembling in my arms, can I feel it? I didn't. Her voice trembled, frightened by the raw longing in his eyes. But deep inside, that feeling. Her husband had never looked at her like this. Never approached her so forcefully. You know the truth in your heart, Zhang Liao said, pressing his thumb against her lower lip. Chun Wenqi, that weakling, does he know how soft you are? How sweet your lips are? Does he know how to make you shiver? Shut up, Lin's swear blushed deeply from his blunt words. She suddenly pushed his hand away, like a cat that had been stepped on its tail. Big brother Jiang. I am a married woman. Married woman? Zhang Liao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Chun Wenqi? Is he even a real man? Always talking big, but treating you like a servant. Is he worthy of being your man? His words stabbed into Lin's swear's heart like needles. Her face paled, lips trembling, but she couldn't find words to argue back. Seeing her face turn pale instantly, Zhang Liao's wicked fire burned even hotter inside. He suddenly stood up and forcefully pulled Lin Suier, pressing her hard against the cold stone mill. Their bodies were almost pressed together. "Let's divorce, okay? I hurt you, let you eat well, and wear good clothes. No need to look at others' faces. No need to work from dawn to dusk like a beast. Chen Wenqi can give you what I can give you twice as much. What he can't give, I can also give." Lin Suier was confined in a small space, with a cold stone mill behind her and the man's hot, hard chest in front. It was a wild, untamed aura different from her husband's, making her dizzy and her limbs feel strangely soft. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. Her eyes shimmered with tears, full of struggle and confusion. Jang Liao looked at her and finally lost his last bit of reason. He suddenly leaned down and fiercely bit her trembling lips and tongue. His tongue forcefully invaded, stirring her helpless softness. Another hand roughly groped her buttocks. Ugh. Lin Suier felt her vision darken, her limbs going limp. After a long while, Zhang Liao seemed to have used all his strength to let her go. His chest heaved violently, and his eyes were frighteningly red. "Think carefully about what I said when you go back." He panted heavily and took a step back. "The beans are ground. Hurry up and leave. If you stay any longer, I'll deal with you right here under this shed." Lin Suier snapped out of her daze, her lips numb and swollen, feeling like they were burned. She hurriedly threw the ground bean powder into a cloth bag, not even tying the bag's opening. She grabbed half a bag of bean powder, dared not look back, and almost crawled out of Zhang's yard in a rush. Zhang Liao stared at her staggering figure as she ran away, then punched the stone mill, his hand turning bloody. Damn it! He looked down at his groin annoyed and grabbed his hair. This woman was truly his life's nemesis. He still remembered the taste of her lips and tongue, soft and timid, tempting him to want to bully her to death. You can't run from the monk, but you can't run from the temple. One day, you'll sleep on my bed. Animals are animals. He accepted it. These days, Lin Suier feels very confused, like she has a nest of restless grasshoppers in her heart. Zhang Liao's rude words at the mill, and every time he gets close. At night, lying in bed, her side is cold and distant, with Chen Wenqi's indifferent back nearby. But when she closes her eyes, she sees Zhang Liao's fiery eyes and feels his warm breath on her ear. Divorce. He often wakes her up suddenly, making her feel very anxious. Is she going crazy? Why does she keep thinking about things she shouldn't? Divorce. What about the little grass? And her reputation. She scolds herself for being shameless, but can't help hoping. Hoping for what? She doesn't dare to think about clearly. Zuye. What are you doing in the death room? Zhou's sharp voice cuts through the door panel. That half basket of sweet potatoes in the cellar. Go pick them up. If you leave them, they'll rot in the cold. Also, check if there are any edible radishes. Dig out 2 for tonight's soup. Don't you have any sense? Waiting for my wife to go down to the cellar, Lin Suier responds with a sound, pulls her thin old coat tighter, and comes out of the inner room. The cellar is in the east corner of the yard, covered with stone slabs, used to store durable vegetables in winter. She lifts the heavy wooden board, and a strong earthy smell hits her face. Inside is dark and gloomy, with only a faint bit of daylight coming through the entrance. She takes out a fire stick, lights it up, and carefully carries a clay basin, stepping cautiously on the wet, slippery stone steps down. The cellar isn't big, only about half a room, filled with miscellaneous items and autumn vegetables. The flickering firelight casts shadows that look a bit eerie. Just as she bends down to check the basket of sweet potatoes, suddenly, a very low cough comes from the shadow behind her. Cough. Lin Suier's whole body seems to freeze, her hair standing on end. She quickly turns around, the fire stick trembling as she shines the light. She sees Zhang Liao leaning against the earthen wall of the cellar, arms crossed, one long leg bent. It looks like he has been waiting here for a while. Under the dim light, his eyes are bright and intense, like a hungry wolf lurking in the deep forest, finally catching prey in a trap. There's a faint, almost teasing smile on his lips. Zhang. brother Zhang? Lin Swear's voice trembles badly, and the clay basin in her hand almost drops to the ground.
What?
What are you doing here? This cellar belongs to the Chen family.
How could he come in?
And hide down here? Jang Liao slowly straightened up. He is tall, and in this small cellar, he looks even more imposing. He walks toward her step by step. The cellar is small, and he almost instantly reaches her, blocking her way. Is this cellar your Chen family's off-limits to me, Jang Liao? He is too close. Close enough that Lin Swear can smell his familiar scent. And a little alcohol? The lantern's light only illuminates a small area between them, casting half of his sharp face in shadow, making him look deep and dangerous. Lin Swear's heart pounds loudly, almost jumping out of her chest. She instinctively steps back, but her heels catch on the sweet potato basket behind her, causing her to wobble. Zhang Liao reacts quickly, grabbing her wrist. His hand is always hot, and his grip is so strong she can't break free. Be careful. This cellar is dark, and if you fall, no one will know. His voice is low and hoarse, and his fingers even gently stroke her slender wrist. Lin Swear feels like she's been burned. She desperately tries to pull her hand away. Let go.
You
go outside. I'll shout for help. Shout if you want. Zhang Liao doesn't let go. Instead, with his strength, he gently pulls her forward, almost closing the distance between them. His hot chest nearly presses against her. Call your mother-in-law and your scholar husband down here. Let them see you and me in this dark cellar. Pulling and tugging. You shameless. Lin Swear is both anxious and scared, tears suddenly welling up. She tries to push him away, but her hand is pressed against his hard chest and can't move at all. His tall body and hot breath form an inescapable trap. Shameless? Zhang Liao chuckles low. I've got even more shameless tricks. Do you want to try? Lin Swear, these past few days, I've been thinking about you all the time. Eating, working, sleeping.
and damn, thinking about you.
Don't you miss me?
Huh.
Did you think about what I said that day? Let's divorce, okay? He's been sneaking into the Chin family's yard easily. He's been hiding in this broken cellar for days, just waiting for this woman. Lin Swear blushes deeply from his bold words, turns her head away, afraid to look into his burning eyes, and her voice trembles with tears.
No.
You're talking nonsense. I didn't think about you. Let me go, please. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. The cold in the cellar seemed to ignite, leaving only the suffocating sounds of lips and tongues entwined. At first, Lin Swear tried to resist, but the unfamiliar and intense pleasure overwhelmed her like a rising tide. The man's strength, the irresistible demand from his lips and tongue. It made her whole body go weak, and her mind become fuzzy. Unconsciously, she began to respond awkwardly, her tongue timidly touching his. Noticing her response, Jang Liao let out a satisfied hum in his throat, kissing her more deeply, almost as if he wanted to draw her soul out. His large hand slid down from her waist, gripping her firm, soft hips tightly, the gentle touch almost driving him out of control. Just as Lin Swear was about to fully lose herself, the cellar door suddenly rang out with Zhou's impatient shout. Lin Swear, are you done down there? Picking sweet potatoes takes so long? I can't get back up. This voice, like thunder, suddenly snapped Lin Swear out of her daze. She seemed to wake from a foolish dream, overwhelmed by a rush of shame. With all her strength, she pushed Zhang Liao away abruptly, still immersed in the kiss. Caught off guard, Zhang Liao was pushed back half a step, hitting the earthen wall with a muffled sound. Lin Swear's face was pale, her lips swollen, her eyes frantic like a frightened deer, too scared to look at Zhang Liao again. She hurriedly grabbed a clay basin from the ground, randomly picked a few sweet potatoes, and almost scrambled up the cellar steps, nearly falling several times. Zhang Liao leaned against the earthen wall, his chest rising and falling as he watched her panic-stricken figure disappear out of the cellar door. He wiped his mouth with his hand, where her sweet scent still lingered. The man licked his lips and chuckled softly. Run? Let's see how far you can go. The cellar returned to silence, only his heavy breathing and the lingering romantic atmosphere around him. Before Zhang Liao could think of another way to find Lin Suer, something happened at the Qin family courtyard. The yard was silent and gloomy, except for Zhou's sharp shouting and the low sobs of a woman. Inside, on the old Kong bed, little Chao curled into a ball, wrapped in a patched old quilt, trembling uncontrollably, her face burning hot. Lin Suer sat slumped on the muddy ground beside the bed, her hair messy, tears streaked across her face. Staring blankly at the little grass, it seemed as if her soul was about to drift away with her daughter at any moment. In the main room, Mrs. Zhou stood with her hands on her hips, her face stretched longer than a donkey's, her cheekbones high, and her mouth drooping. Spit flew from her sharp scolding as she yelled, "Good for nothing. Truly a useless person. You can trip and fall into the water, jarred just walking. Are your eyes so low that they're near your ankles?
Huh?
Now look at this. Not only did you almost lose your life, but you also dragged the whole family down. Bad luck.
Jinx. Lin Suer.
You useless waste. You can't even watch a little kid. You went to the backyard to feed the chickens, and in a moment, she fell into the jar? The water jar is taller than her. Can she climb up herself? You're probably sneaking off to hide and slack off, you lazy mother. Now look at this. She's almost drowned, and the whole family suffers." Mrs. Zhou's spit flew everywhere as she cursed, her eyes full of disgust and irritation, as if her granddaughter lying on the bed was not a child but a malicious ghost come to haunt her. "Didn't you hear Dr. Li just leave? She needs to be taken to town for treatment. 5 taels of silver.
5.
Lin Suer, you better find the money. Hurry up. If you can't, shut your miserable mouth. All day crying and whining. Do you think tears can buy silver?" Chun Wenqi frowned, sitting on a chair with a grim face. His mother's shouting drilled into his ears, making his head throb and his mind feel chaotic and annoyed. He couldn't help but speak. "Mother, calm down for a bit. Yelling won't help. We need to think of a way to get the money." "A way? What kind of way is that?" Mrs. Zhou suddenly raised her voice sharply, so high it seemed she could pierce the roof. She no longer cared about her son's feelings, pointing her finger almost at Qin Wenqi's nose. 5 taels of silver.
5.
Are we running a silver mine or what? The rice in the jar is almost gone, the oil in the jar is empty, and you're still saving money for your school supplies? 5 taels? We should sell this broken house, along with the rats and everything inside, and see if it's worth 5 taels. Chun Wenqi was scolded until his face turned pale and green. Frustrated, he stood up and paced a few steps in the small main room. He wanted to argue but felt guilty, so he could only sigh heavily. "Mother,
Stop scolding.
yelling won't make the silver appear." "Not scolding? If I don't yell, I'll just hold this anger and wait for death." Mrs. Zhou refused to give in. She plopped down on a broken chair nearby, patting her thigh. "I tell you, that's just her fate. If the king of hell wants to take her, no matter how much money you have, you can't stop it. All your fault for marrying that wife, this unlucky star. She can't even take care of a child properly. Giving birth to a girl isn't enough. Now there's a bottomless pit to fill." In the inner room, Lin Suer could no longer hear the shouting from the main hall clearly. Her ears buzzed, and all she could hear was her daughter's faint, painful breathing. Shaking with fear, she reached out to touch her little daughter's forehead, but it was burning hot. Terrified, she quickly pulled her hand back. It's all her fault. She knew her mother-in-law didn't like her daughter, but she should have taken her along. Where could she get 5 taels of silver? How could she save her daughter? Meanwhile, in the main hall, Zhou's scolding and Chun Wenqi's annoyed sighs blended into a confusing noise. Suddenly, the courtyard gate creaked open. Tao Hua hurried inside. She had heard everything from Aunt Zhang and felt her mind click into place, realizing this was a rare opportunity sent by heaven. Quickly fixing her hair and smoothing her face powder, she hurried over. "Aunt Zhou, Brother Wenqi," Tao Hua called softly. "I heard about the little girl at home and was so worried I couldn't sit still. I had to come see how she's doing." As she spoke, she naturally moved beside Qin Wenqi, lightly touching his shoulder, her eyes full of concern as she looked at his face, as if she were the lady of the house making decisions. Seeing Tao Hua, Zhou's anger was somewhat suppressed, but her tone remained sharp and harsh. What else can I say? We need to send her to town. 5 taels of silver. Isn't that risking her life? Tao Hua immediately frowned, her face full of shared sorrow. 5 taels? Oh heavens! This is really... It's like forcing someone to die. She gently linked her arm with Chen Wenqi's, her voice softer, trying to soothe him. Brother Wenqi, don't be too anxious. Rushing won't help. Let's think of a way together. There's always a way out. Looking into Chen Wenqi's eyes, her gaze was full of encouragement and trust. Chen Wenqi felt comforted by her gentle words. His restless mind seemed to calm, and amidst his frustration, he felt a strange sense of relief. Tao Hua was thoughtful and considerate, knowing how to care for others. She linked her arm with Chen Wenqi again and gave Aunt Zhou a subtle look, lowering her voice. Aunt Zhou, Brother Wenqi, it's too noisy here. Let's let little girl rest. Let's go inside and discuss. Even 3 clever people can't compare to Zhuge Liang. Maybe we can figure out a way. Mrs. Zhou was feeling upset about the money. Seeing Tao Hua speak so confidently, she nodded. Chen Wenqi also wanted to avoid his mother's scolding, so he said nothing. The 3 of them went into the west room and closed the door. Once the door was shut, Tao Hua's worried expression disappeared. She kindly helped Mrs. Zhou and Chen Wenqi sit on the bed, then took a small stool to sit opposite them. Auntie, Brother Wenqi, 5 taels of silver, for families like ours. That's a huge burden. But Little Grass's illness can't wait. I've been thinking about it all the way here, and I might have a plan. What plan? Tell me quickly, Mrs. Zhou urged eagerly, her eyes fixed on Tao Hua. Tao Hua licked her dry lips and finally whispered, Marry her off. Marry her off. Mrs. Zhou was surprised and didn't understand at first. Chen Wenqi shivered and looked at Tao Hua in shock, his face full of surprise. Yes, marry her off. Tao Hua nodded confidently, carefully watching Mrs. Zhou and Chen Wenqi's faces. Seeing they didn't immediately oppose, she felt happy and spoke more smoothly. Sister Sui, I don't mean to be rude, but after these years in the Chen family, everyone knows how things are. But she has one obvious advantage. Her appearance and figure are top-notch. If word gets out that the Chen family is marrying her off to save money, someone might be tempted. The price wouldn't be low. Seeing the light in Mrs. Zhou's eyes, Tao Hua knew she was hitting the mark and continued. Once we get the money, we can use it to treat Little Grass's illness or buy good medicine. The rest can help the family. Wenqi can also study more and prepare for exams, which will make things easier. That's the first benefit. The second benefit is that if Sister Sui leaves, there will be fewer mouths to feed at home and fewer people to make you angry. You can save some years and enjoy life. When she comes back after her marriage and the child's illness is cured, the family will be better off. Isn't that a perfect solution? Number 3. Peach Blossom's face flushed with 2 red clouds, and she shyly lowered her eyes. Her voice was so soft that almost no one could hear it, but every word sank deep into Chen Wenqi's heart. Brother Wenqi, you can finally focus on studying without worrying about family matters. Also, a wife who is sold isn't a wife forever. In a few years, she will come back. Others might say you endured shame for the sake of the children. Besides, right now, the most important thing is to save little Chao from danger. Nothing is more important than the child's life. Just look at Sister Sui. Someone might even pay 20 taels of silver for her. As long as she can find a way to kick Lin Sui out of the Chen family, she can legitimately become a wife of a scholar in the future. A woman who has been sold out, even if she returns, Chen Wenqi wouldn't like her anymore. No matter how beautiful she is, she's just a broken shoe. Zhou sure listened, her breathing quickening, her eyes wide with shock. 20 taels. Her mind raced quickly. 20 taels. Saving that debt-collecting girl is one thing, but the main point is she can also keep a lot of money. If her son can study comfortably, the family can buy some decent things. And she can also kick Lin Sui, this unproductive woman, out. Plus, her son and Peach Blossom. The more Zhou sure thought about it, the more she believed this was a brilliant idea, almost a gift from heaven. Her gaze toward Peach Blossom grew even more eager. Chun Wenqi, however, stiffened, his mind a tangled mess. A sold wife. This is truly shameful. If it gets out, where will he put his face as a scholar? How will his classmates see him?
But
Peach Blossom's words kept hitting his sore spots.
Lin Zuiye.
He did feel some reluctance, especially at night. His throat went dry, and he hesitated. Zhao sure saw her son hesitating and became anxious. She grabbed Chun Wenqi's shoulder and shook him hard. My son, did you hear me? 20 taels. 20 taels. This is like heaven opening its eyes, bringing money to our family. With this money, all your worries will be gone. Just focus on studying hard. Take the imperial exams. Bring honor to the family. Chun Wenqi was shaken so much he felt overwhelmed. He sat down on the edge of the Kong bed, frowning deeply. Mother, this isn't proper. Swayer is still my wife, officially married. If she gets sold out, what will become of my reputation? How can I stand in front of my classmates in the future? Bah. Face. Can face feed us or pay for things? Mrs. Zhao spat angrily. What kind of wife is she? A useless hen. Now she's even a sickly burden on the family. Selling her to get money to save her is a blessing she's earned over many lifetimes. She deserves it. Think about it. Once she's gone, the house will be empty, and Peach Blossom. With her gone, it'll be easier to come and go. You won't have to sneak into the cornfield, climb walls, or worry about being seen. Her son is kind-hearted, ignoring the beautiful Peach Blossom he could have, and still thinking about that sly fox. Mrs. Zhou's words grew more blunt, her cloudy eyes shining with greed. Besides, in a few years, when you pass the imperial exam and gain fame, you can marry Peach Blossom properly. Who will remember this old story then? When Lin Swayer comes back, she'll be a worn-out woman, but she'll still serve you and Peach Blossom well. We'll all benefit. Hearing this, Chun Wenqi couldn't help but imagine a carefree, romantic life. His small feelings of attachment quickly crumbled before such great temptation.
But
if others find out about this, it wouldn't sound good. He still had a tiny bit of concern, his dignity as a scholar. You silly boy. Mrs. Zhou, full of frustration, slapped him on the shoulder. Who said we did this willingly? We're doing it to save the child's life. It's an emergency. The neighbors will only say we did our duty. Her sacrificing herself for her child is only right. Her skill in twisting the truth was already perfect, and now she did it effortlessly. Peach Blossom listened nearby, her heart already filled with joy, knowing things were almost settled. She quickly added fuel to the fire. Aunt Zhou is right. We should quietly find Madame Wang and Brother Wenqi. This is to save Little Grass's life. For our family, it's better than just watching the child. You've studied so many years. Isn't it all to make our family proud? If this small matter ruins everything, it's not worth it. Mrs. Zhou hurried to support her. Wenqi, every word Peach Blossom says is from a mother's heart. Don't hesitate. Do you really want to see your daughter die? Or see your mother worried to death? Can you bear it? Under the combined pressure of her mother and lover, Chun Wenqi's last bit of scholarly pride and sense of duty finally broke down. Finally, she nodded slowly, as if she had endured a great injustice. She tidied her clothes and said, then, I will follow your mother's wishes. But you must explain clearly to Swayer that this is for Little Grass, and it's something we have no choice but to do. Mrs. Zhou almost laughed out loud, nodding vigorously. After they finished discussing, the three of them left the West Room. Peach Blossom was so happy, she was almost crazy. She left the Chin family's yard straight home. Seeing Peach Blossom twist her hips as she left the yard, Mrs. Zhou turned around, gave Chun Wenqi a meaningful look, and cleared her throat. Her usually long face was now creased with worry, making her look sad. She went into the inner room first. Chun Wenqi followed behind, walking carefully, with a worried look on his face, as if some serious problem was weighing on him. The inner room was darker than the main hall, with only a small, palm-sized window letting in faint light. You could barely see the small bed and the figure lying on the ground. Lin Swayer was still sitting on the ground, looking exhausted. Mrs. Zhao walked a few steps to the bed, frowned, stretched her neck as if inspecting something unpleasant, and looked down at Little Grass's red, burning face. She clicked her tongue softly. This time, she didn't start scolding immediately. Instead, she sighed deeply.
Oh,
My poor granddaughter. Look at that little face, so red, like a piece of coal. It's such a tragedy. Swear, don't be sad. Her voice reached Lin Swear's ears, and she finally responded. Her eyes filled with tears. She looked up. Mother, please save Little Grass. I beg you.
Dr. Li said.
He said if we don't take her to town soon, it might be too late. Mother, please have mercy, think of a way. I'll work like a beast in the future. Just please save Little Grass. All the family's money was in her mother-in-law's hands. Even a few coins now would be enough to buy some medicine to help. Mrs. Zhou's body swayed slightly. A look of disgust flashed in her eyes, but her worried face still held on. She reached out her hand, wanting to help Lin Swear up, but halfway there, she withdrew it as if it was unlucky. She only managed to squeeze out a few words from her dry lips. Get up, get up. What are you doing? I'm just thinking of a way. Children are the blood of my family, the seed of my son. Can I just watch her? Watch her disappear? It sounded like she was very distressed, but her eyes kept shifting, never truly resting on Xiao Chao's painful face. However, to Lin Swear, those words seemed like a big hope. Her mother-in-law didn't scold her and said she was thinking of a way. This was the first time since entering the house that she heard a sentence from Zhou Shi that sounded somewhat like a proper sentence. Lin Swear thought she had hope, and with tears in her eyes, she looked at Qin Wenqi, who had been silent all along. Husband, you're Xiao Chao's father. Think of a way. You've read so many books, recognized characters, surely you have a solution, right? Husband is a scholar, a learned man. He must have ideas better than us who are blind and clueless. Qin Wenqi couldn't pretend to be deaf and mute anymore, so he slowly moved forward a few steps. His eyes flickered, afraid to look at Lin Swear's pleading eyes, and could only focus on Xiao Chao's red face on the bed. Swear, don't worry first. What's the use of rushing? My wife and I, just now in the room we were discussing ways to save Xiao Chao. Have a way? Really have a way? Lin Swear's eyes lit up instantly. Qin Wenqi reached the side of the bed, turned his back to Lin Swear, shoulders slumped, and his voice was muffled as he spoke from the front. There is a way. But it's difficult. Very difficult. What way? Husband, tell me quickly. Any way is fine. As long as it can save Xiao Chao, I am willing to die right now.
Lin Swear asked eagerly.
Zhou Shi glanced at her son sideways, took over the conversation, and elongated her tone. Yes. It's difficult, but no matter how hard it is for the sake of the child, we have to grit our teeth and do it, right? Mom, I'm not saying this to be mean, but look at our home. We only have this broken 3-room house and 2 acres of thin land, just enough to fill our teeth. When she studies, that's even more a bottomless pit. What doesn't cost money? Right now, 5 taels of silver. That's a lot of money. If we sell our whole family, including the house and the broken tiles, do you think it's worth 5 taels? As Zhou Shi spoke, the light in Lin Swear's eyes gradually dimmed, but she still refused to give up, staring intently at Zhou Shi's moving lips.
So,
what exactly is the method my mother mentioned? As long as I can get money, I will do anything. Mrs. Zhou sighed heavily, sat down heavily on the cold Kong, and patted her thin thigh. People like us are so poor that we can hear the coins jingling. When faced with this deadly obstacle, how many ideas can we come up with? Lin Swear didn't understand, and tears kept falling down her face. Mother, what do you mean? Qin Wenqi, who had been silent, suddenly turned around. He forced a painful, struggling look on his face, with furrowed brows.
Swear.
The method my mother mentioned is a debt. Debt? Lin Swear repeated blankly, her mind completely empty. Mrs. Zhou saw she still didn't understand, and clarified loudly. Debt wife. That means a debt wife. Debt wife. These words hit Lin Swear's head hard. There was a loud buzzing in her ears. She froze instantly, her face losing all color, even paler than a corpse. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. She only stared with her swollen, red eyes, terrified, at Chen Wenqi. She couldn't believe it. Husband. How could this happen?
Debt. Debt wife.
Husband. Mother. Are you going to marry me off? Sell me. It's not us who want to marry you off. Mrs. Zhou quickly returned to her usual harsh and fierce expression. It's because of that 5 taels of silver debt. If I don't marry you off, how can I get the 5 taels of silver to save Xiao Chao? Come on, give me the 5 taels. Dig into your pocket. Do it now, and I will kowtow to our ancestors. Chen Wenqi also hurriedly spoke, his tone full of helplessness and desperation. Swear, listen to me. This is not what I want. Chen Wenqi, study the wise books, value righteousness and shame. Marrying you off. It's a disgrace to our family, a shame to our reputation. If it gets out, where will I put my face as a scholar? How will my classmates and teachers see me? How can I take exams in the future? How can I be a proper person? Then he changed the subject. But right now, what can we do? Should we just watch Xiao Chao?
Can you bear to?
Swear, she is your own flesh and blood. She is part of you. This statement was very clever, instantly shifting the blame for risking the child's life onto Lin Swear. Lin Swear was overwhelmed by his words, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face, falling onto the ground. So, the teachings of the wise and virtuous are really about scheming against one's own wife and daughter. Husband.
You're
a scholar. I am your wife, married through the matchmakers and arranged marriage. How could you come up with such an idea? Enough. Stop talking about these useless, bitter words. Mrs. Zhou impatiently interrupted with a loud voice, almost spitting saliva onto Lin Swear's face. Let me tell you, Lin Swear, stop thinking about all those useless things. This is the only way now. If I marry you off, exchange the money, and save your daughter. You keep saying you die for Xiao Chao, but now that it's time for you to help, to give up your own flesh and blood, you're hesitating?
Bah.
A rotten bone is a rotten bone pretending to be a caring mother. I don't want to give up myself. Lin Swear trembled all over from the scolding, tears falling uncontrollably. I just marry off my daughter. How is that possible? She still couldn't believe it. Chen Wenqi saw that his mother's words were too blunt and harsh, so he quickly put on a pained expression and interrupted. Swear, mother's words are harsh, but they make sense. If we had even a tiny bit of hope, would I be able to make such a tough decision? Does it feel good in my heart? He pounded his chest and choked. This is also for the family. Swear, bear with it for a few years. Marry her off, exchange the money, save Xiao Chao's life, get through the family's difficulties, and I can focus on studying. When I pass the imperial exam and become an official, I will proudly bring you back. I will buy you gold hairpins, dress you in silk clothes, let you command maids and servants, and make up for all the suffering you've endured. I swear, I will never let you suffer even a little more. Years. Lin Swear's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Marry her off. How many years will it take? Will I still be able to come back? What about Xiao Chao? Without a mother, what will happen to Xiao Chao in this family? Mrs. Zhou snorted from her nose. 3 years. Don't worry, you won't die. Maybe she can still have a few decent meals. Lin Swear felt her vision darken and almost vomited from the nausea.
No.
I can't. 3 years.
Such a long time.
What should little grass do? You have no choice. Mrs. Zhou suddenly shouted sternly. This matter is already decided by Wenqi and me. Lin Swear, I tell you, you have to agree today, whether you want to or not. If you ignore your daughter's life and death and are determined to drag her down, fine. Her eyes flashed with fierce light as she turned around, reaching out her thin, chicken-like hand, pretending to pull little grass from the bed. I'm going to throw this sickly girl out now. Throw her to the village's abandoned graveyard. We can't afford treatment, so she's going to die sooner or later. Better to die early and be reborn, so she won't be a burden to our family, no. Lin Swayer suddenly rushed forward, tightly protecting her daughter with her arms. Mother,
Please.
don't. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise to exchange myself for money to save Little Grass. I promise. Please don't hurt my child. Don't hurt her. After speaking, she collapsed by the bed, crying so hard she was gasping for breath, her thin shoulders trembling violently. She had no way out. Mrs. Zhao and Chen Wenqi exchanged glances, both seeing relief and satisfaction in each other's eyes. The fierce expression on Mrs. Zhou's face immediately softened, even forcing out a fake, gentle smile. If only you had been reasonable earlier, you wouldn't have to say such harsh words. Don't worry, I'm not heartless. I will ask Madame Wang to find a suitable family for you. Don't feel wronged. We're doing this to save your daughter. It's a good deed. Good things will come of it in the future. Chen Wenqi also squatted down, reaching out to comfort Lin Swayer's trembling shoulders, but hesitated and withdrew his hand halfway. He only said dryly, Swayer, don't be too upset. This is just a temporary measure. For Little Grass, we all have to endure and bear humiliation. Don't worry, Chen Wenqi, will never forget this. I will bring you back someday. We are still family. Lin Swayer showed no response to his words, not even moving her eyes. Mrs. Zhou was too tired to look at her anymore. She tugged at her son's sleeve and whispered, All right, let her be alone for a while. Let her calm down. When she's cried enough, it will be fine. I'll go to Madame Wang's house. She needed to act quickly and make sure this matter was settled. The two of them left the inner room one after the other. The inner room was once again filled with silence, leaving only Little Grass's faint, painful moans. After a long while, Lin Swayer slowly moved. Her fingertips trembled badly as she touched her daughter's hot cheek. Suddenly, she remembered when Little Grass was born, wrinkled and crying so loudly that it shook the sky. Little Grass, my good Little Grass, don't be afraid. Mama's here. Mama got money to save you. In her blurry tears, she saw a vague shadow suddenly flash in her mind. Brother Zhang. He kissed her so hard, held her so tightly, so intensely. This thought appeared out of nowhere, startling her, and then she felt even deeper despair. Why think of him? Moreover, she was about to be sold to some unknown person. Over here, Jang Liao was squatting at his own yard gate, sharpening an axe with a grindstone. The sound of scraping was very harsh. His father, Jang Liao, sat on the doorstep, smoking a dry pipe, looking at the gloomy sky, and sighed. Sigh. That young girl probably won't last. Zhang Liao raised his eyelids, not caring, and casually asked, Which young girl? That girl from the Qin family, Little Grass. She fell into the water jar, and after they pulled her out, she kept burning. I just saw Lao Zhang and a few others. They said she was short of breath and couldn't get enough air. Zhang Liao shook his head, knocking his pipe against his shoe sole. That Chen woman is so stingy, and Chen Wenqiu is just a useless scholar. It's hard on his wife. She's crying like crazy. Dr. Li said she should be sent to town, but it costs 5 taels of silver to go. The Chen family doesn't have that kind of money. They said they want to sell the wife to get money for her life. They're asking around for someone to buy her. Sigh, such a sin. He kept talking behind him, but Zhang Liao didn't hear a word. His mind suddenly buzzed, like being hit hard with a grindstone. Selling the wife. The Chen family wanted to sell his wife.
Lin Swayer.
Sell his wife. Damn it.
Crash.
His axe was slammed hard onto the ground. A wicked fire suddenly shot up from his feet to his head, making his eyes turn red. Laozi hadn't even finished his work, and they were already thinking of selling her to get money? Chen Wenqi, that useless fellow. Old Jiang was startled and almost dropped his pipe. What? What happened? What's going on? Zhang Liao suddenly stood up, and a wild idea flashed through his mind. That woman can only be his. No one else should even think about it. He turned and rushed into the house, reaching under the bed to grab a money bag and stuffing it into his pocket. Selling his wife. Sounds good. Like a dark wind full of anger, the man strode out quickly, passing by old Jiang, who was still standing at the door, stunned. He kicked open the squeaky, creaky courtyard door and stormed into the cold wind without looking back. "Liaozi, where are you going?" Old Jiang shouted from behind. All he got in reply was the sound of his son's quick, heavy footsteps fading into the village road. At the village entrance, at Wang's house, Wang's wife was sitting on the kong sewing cloves, still muttering about Chen's family coming to ask her to find a way to sell his wife. That Chen Wenqi, that scholar, is really useless. Suddenly, there was a loud bang at the courtyard gate, as if someone had kicked it hard. Wang's wife shivered in fright, almost poking herself with a needle. Just as she looked up, the door was pushed open with a loud bang, and a tall, dark figure with a cold aura rushed in, filling the small room instantly. Against the light, Wang's wife squinted her eyes. When she saw who it was, her heart suddenly sank, and a cold sweat broke out on her back.
Jiang.
Zhang Liao? Why is this troublemaker here? She quickly forced a friendly smile. Oh my! Who do I see? Isn't this Jiang Ge? A rare guest, a rare guest. In this cold weather, what evil wind blew you into my humble shack? Come in quickly. The wind outside is strong and blowing right at you. Her words sounded sweet as honey, but inside, she was pounding her drums nervously. This kid never shows up without a reason. The last time she saw him, it was his father dragging him over to see the widow Li. But this kid openly said she had a dead wife, which made her so angry she threw her teacup, nearly embarrassing herself. Today, he came knocking himself, with that murderous look. It's definitely not a good sign. Jang Liao closed the door behind him with a bang, the old wooden door hitting loudly. He stood in the middle of the room, not even bothering to find a seat. This room is small and low. When he stands up, his head almost hits the ceiling beam, making the already cramped space feel even tighter. A sense of invisible pressure hits him. Madame Wang looks up at his dark face, feeling nervous. Her smile almost fades away. She quickly says, "Brother Jiang, what are you standing for?
Sit down.
I'll pour you some hot water to warm up." "No need," Zhang Liao replies firmly, like a solid stone. He gets straight to the point, without any nonsense. The Qin family wants to marry off their daughter. You know about this. Madame Wang's heart skips a beat.
Ah? Well.
Brother Jiang, who told you this? This. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Liao steps forward slightly. Just tell me, is it true or not? Startled by his strong presence, Madame Wang nods quickly.
Yes.
There's some talk about it. The Qin girl is very sick, and they need money. That's why I like her, Zhang Liao says directly. Madame Wang finally understands clearly and is completely shocked. She already has some connection with the Jiang family. The wife Zhang Liao's father had before was arranged by her. She knows this man's temper very well. He's wild, strong, and quick-tempered like a powder keg. He doesn't hold back when he fights, and most young men in the village are afraid of him. His previous wife was sickly and passed away in less than 2 years. Rumors outside never stopped, saying he's unlucky and that he's cursed his wife. Old Jiang often worried about his son's marriage and asked her several times to help find someone. But every girl they looked at either thought Zhang Liao was too fierce or was afraid he would curse her, so nothing happened.
But now,
who would have thought? This stubborn mule, who never bows his head, quietly has his eyes on Chen Wenqi's wife. Lin Sui's looks and figure are truly the best in the 10-mile radius, like a flower stuck in cow dung at the Qin family.
Zhang Liao
has quite sharp eyesight, but this idea of marrying her. He actually wants to be her husband? And so eager about it?
Oh my,
what kind of story is this? As soon as the Qin family hinted at it, Zhang Liao pushed his way in. Lin Sui really is a troublemaker. Madame Wang quickly starts calculating in her mind. She has handled at least 8 or 9 marriage arrangements like this before. Most of the time, families are really struggling to get by, or the men are too weak or disabled, so they have no choice but to rent out their wives for a few years to earn some money. There are also some lonely widowers or old bachelors who are tempted by the beauty of other people's wives and are willing to pay a high price. But someone like Zhang Liao, young, strong, skilled, who could easily marry a young girl and live a normal life, insists on going to buy someone else's wife. It's rare to see. It's more like an old house that's been shut up for too long and suddenly catches fire. It's impossible to put out. Madame Wang's thoughts immediately became lively. Brother Zhang, this matter isn't hard. It's just about the price. She raised 2 fingers and waved them. The Chun family is asking for this amount. 20 taels of silver for a 3-year contract, no less. I've been running around, risking my reputation and the middleman's hard work. I think we should add 2 more taels. She boldly announced a high price of 22 taels, leaving room for bargaining. But Jang Liao didn't even frown when he heard the amount. He reached into his pocket, took out a small bag of money, and without looking, pulled out 2 pieces of silver, each about 2 taels heavy. With a sharp clap, he placed them firmly on the wooden table.
Deposit money.
Zhang Liao spoke plainly, staring intently at Madame Wang. Go to the Chun family now. I'll go with you, and wait outside. Once it's done, I'll give you the rest of the money, no less. Madame Wang's eyes widened instantly when she saw the 2 silver pieces. She didn't expect Zhang Liao to be so straightforward, nor did she expect him to casually take out 2 taels of silver as a deposit without hesitation. Does Zhang Liao make money from cooking? Or has he saved up all these years because he has nowhere to spend it? She used to think the Chin family was asking for too much, but now she realized someone was willing to pay. Her eyes crinkled with a smile as she quickly grabbed the silver and tucked it into her pocket. Brother Zhang, that's quick. Such a straightforward person. Don't worry. I've been doing this for years, and I can handle this matter perfectly. Let's go now. To the Chun family.
She didn't dare delay.
Fearing Zhang Liao might change his mind, she quickly got off the bed, slipped on her shoes, twisted her waist, and led the way outside. Zhang Liao didn't say anything more. The 2 hurriedly headed toward the Chen family's courtyard, one behind the other. Zhang Liao's heart felt like it was on fire, yet also weighed down by a block of ice.
Lin Zuye.
I'm here. This time, let's see where you try to run. Zhang Liao followed Madame Wang into the Chen family courtyard. 2 strong arms crossed in front of his chest, waiting at the door. His face showed no expression, only a pair of eyes fixed on Madame Wang as she twisted her waist with a water bucket, confidently pushing open the main hall door. Before Madame Wang entered the hall, her sharp voice rang out first. Sister Zhao, Scholar Winchishio, are you home? Oh my, what a big piece of good news. It's fallen right on your roof. The matter of the marriage match you asked me about is settled. Come out quickly and celebrate. In the East Room, the family members huddled together, whispering and planning whether to marry Zhou Shur and Chun Winchishio, who were willing to pay 20 taels of silver. Suddenly, they heard the shouting and were all stunned. They all looked up at once, exchanging glances filled with surprise and doubt.
So fast?
It's only been a short while? The saliva hadn't even dried, and Madame Wang's legs seemed to be bound with wind-fire wheels or something. She'd just sent out the message, and there was already a reply? Zhou Shur's heart skipped a beat, feeling a bit disbelief, but then an unstoppable wave of joy surged up like boiling water. Someone responded so quickly. What does that mean? It means good luck is shining on the Chin family. Who would have thought Lin Swear, that stubborn girl, would really find someone willing to marry her? And it's a quick match. She seemed to already hear the jingling sound of coins. Zhou Shur hurriedly slipped down from the calm, a traditional bed, her old face instantly breaking into a wide smile. She hurriedly went outside to greet them, pulling her broken drum of a voice, eager for everyone in the village to hear. Oh my! It's Aunt Wang. Come and quickly sit inside. This is truly heaven opening its eyes. Such quick news? Chun Winchishio also stood up instinctively, reaching out to straighten his clothes. But inside, his heart was like a jar had been overturned, bittersweet, mixed with sour, sweet, bitter, and salty feelings. He couldn't tell if he was relieved or more anxious. Things had come to this point. His face felt hot, but he still moved with his mother into the hall. Madame Wang had already twisted her plump waist into the hall, bringing with her a cheap scent of powder. Holding a bright red handkerchief in his hand, he looked proud, as if he had just gained a lot of wealth. It seemed he was not here to find a wife, but to talk about a perfect match. Madame Zhao, Scholar Winchishio, you are really lucky. It's your daughter Swayer, who has this good fortune. You just mentioned it and someone already agreed. Chen Wenqi's heart suddenly jumped. He tried to stay calm and act like a learned man, but his voice still sounded a bit dry. Aunt Wang, this is too fast? Are you sure? It's settled? Do they really agree for 20 taels of silver? 20 taels of silver is not a small amount. Would someone really pay 20 taels to marry Lin Swayer? Even if it's not 20, a dozen or so taels would be enough. Aunt Wang waved her bright red handkerchief and slapped her chubby thigh loudly, raising her voice even more. Oh, my dear Scholarwin, I'll tell you it'll shock you. When they heard about 20 taels for 3 years, they didn't even flinch. They agreed right away. Chen Wenqi was stunned. Next to her, Mrs. Zhou gasped, her old face wrinkling even more, eyes shining like a hungry wolf spotting meat. She was so excited her hands and feet didn't know where to go, trembling as she spoke. Oh my heavens! The ancestors' graves are smoking.
Truly.
Truly 20 taels?
This
is really a blessing for our Qin family for generations. It must mean her son's future was bright. The ancestors' graves are smoking. Someone actually paid 20 taels for that old hen that doesn't lay eggs. Lin Swayer, hiding behind the door curtain in the inner room, heard everything clearly and suddenly felt dizzy. 20 taels. They really agreed. 20 taels of silver. Xiao Cao's life is saved. And where she would go, what kind of man she would live with. Forget it. As long as Xiao Cao can survive. Chen Wenqi was completely stunned, his mouth open wide, unable to close it for a long time. 20 taels? Lin Swayer was worth so much? Suddenly, she felt a strange, uncomfortable feeling, and a little reluctant. She straightened her back and asked, Aunt Wang, do you know? Which family is buying the wife? Who in this village could afford such a large amount of silver? Could it be some old bachelor? Wang Madam looked at Zhou's eager and greedy expression, and then at Chen Wenqi's half-hearted, shy scholar look. She felt more confident. How could it be fake? I, Wang, have been matchmaking and pulling carts in this area for decades. These clients are... Bang. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, like a thunderclap exploding out of nowhere. The wooden door of the main hall, already shaky and broken, was kicked open forcefully from outside. The strength was so great it seemed impossible for a person to do. All 3 people inside the hall were so frightened by the sudden noise that they were stunned. Wang Madam let out a cry, her plump body shivered, and her red handkerchief fell to the ground. The 3 of them turned their heads quickly, eyes wide with shock, staring fearfully at the door. Even Lin Swayer in the inner room lifted the curtain to look out. They saw a tall black figure almost blocking the entire doorframe, with a fierce and commanding presence, stepping inside. Lin Swayer opened her eyes wide and whispered, Brother Jiang. How could he come here? The visitor was Jang Liao. He had heard enough noise outside and finally couldn't hold back, breaking the door open. A few thick, unruly black hairs fell across his cold, firm brow. His eyes, dark and deep, seemed bottomless. First, his gaze swept coldly over Chen Wenqi, who was terrified out of his mind, then over Zhou's trembling lips. Finally, his eyes fixed on Lin Swayer. This woman had lost weight. Her once-fitting clothes now hung loosely on her, her collarbones looking painfully bare. Her face was colorless, as white as fine porcelain. Her eyelids were swollen and red, clearly from crying too long. Now, she looked in disbelief, wet and trembling, like a lost deer in the woods. A few strands of black hair clung to her slender neck, making her look both fragile and strikingly beautiful. She was curled up there, trembling slightly. So pitiful. Zhang Liao looked at her, feeling a surge of anger rise inside him. Chen Wenqi, that useless bastard. He had ruined such a woman into this state. But despite her appearance, she still looked so tempting, making his throat dry and his blood rush to a certain place. He could almost imagine how this pair of wet eyes, if pressed out more tears beneath him, would look. This thought burned through his body like fire, making his throat tighten and his lower body feel tense. He suddenly looked away, forcing himself to suppress this inappropriate heat. Zhang Liao smiled slightly, then turned his eyes to Chen Wenqi, whose face was turning pale, and spoke sharply. Me. Just one word, like a thunderclap. Chen Wenqi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets.
Zhang.
Zhang Liao? Is it really you? You reckless fool. Why are you acting crazy at my house? Who let you in? Get out. Leave immediately. He couldn't believe his ears. This was the reckless fool he looked down on the most. How could it be him? This fool who didn't even consider him a scholar. Lin Swear also froze completely, her face pale with shock. Big brother Zhang. How could it be him? How could it be this man? Again and again, he barged in with such wild arrogance. Zhang Liao didn't bother to listen to Chen Wenqi's formal scolding. In his eyes, this so-called scholar, full of pretentious words, was no different from a frightened quail. Even more annoying. He sneered openly, showing his contempt. Zhang Liao took a big step forward. His tall, strong figure instantly approached, completely overshadowing Chen Wenqi, who seemed like a breeze could blow him away. What's this? Chen the scholar. Can't bear it anymore? 20 taels of silver. Enough for you to shut the door and read the wise books comfortably?
Huh?
Shouldn't you be secretly happy and burning incense now? He paused, deliberately glancing at Lin Swear, his eyes full of sarcasm, like a whip-lashing Chen Wenqi's face. Such a good wife, with looks and figure that can't be found in 10 miles around, taking care of this broken family, yet you can be so heartless. Today, I've truly seen the morality of you scholars. The last 4 words, Zhang Liao bit down hard. Chen Wenqi, this useless man, didn't deserve such a good wife. You are rude, arrogant, vulgar, lewd. Chen Wenqi's words, which Zhang Liao said directly to his heart, made his face turn red and the veins on his forehead bulged. He was completely exposed by the rough man he looked down on the most, revealing his false kindness. The other man's mountain-like body made him feel like a helpless waste. Thinking that he, a proud scholar, was humiliated so openly by a lowly, reckless man, Chen Wenqi's pride as a man suddenly flared up. Get out. This is my family's matter, and you, a lowly rough man, have no right to interfere. I won't accept this.
Do you hear me?
I won't accept it. Get out. He raised his fists, which only knew how to hold a pen, and started hitting Zhang Liao's chest recklessly. He looked quite ridiculous. Zhang Liao didn't even blink. He casually raised his hand, as if swatting away a bothersome fly. His iron-like hand easily blocked Chen Wenqi's soft punch. Then, he pushed lightly on Chen Wenqi's thin shoulder. Ouch! Chen Wenqi felt an irresistible force hit his shoulder suddenly. He staggered several steps back, with a loud thud, his back hitting the mud wall hard. His vision blurred with stars. His bravado was instantly shattered. He slid down the wall to the ground, clutching his shoulder and back, trembling with pain. Zhang Liao didn't bother to look at him anymore. He coldly said, "Not accepting?
Fine.
Scholar Chen, you're tough and brave. But think carefully about the 20 taels of silver. Once you step out that door, this talk can't be taken back." His words were like a cold shower, shocking Chen Wenqi's heated mind, making him shiver. 20 taels of silver. Shiny and bright. Oh, my son. Wenqi, what are you doing? Don't be reckless. Zhao finally snapped out of her shock. She no longer cared about her son being beaten, only terrified. That 20 taels of silver couldn't be lost. She hurriedly crawled forward and grabbed Chen Wenqi's arm. Are you crazy? Why fight this reckless man? Can you beat him? That's 20 taels. 20 taels of bright silver. My silly son. With this money, aren't you at peace now? You should focus on studying, buying books and paper, none of which are free. You're fighting with money. Have you gone crazy? Not only does your son have money for his studies, but I also don't need to worry about the family anymore. I'm just waiting for him to succeed and enjoy a good life. This 20 taels of silver must not be lost. Madame Wang also patted her chubby chest, still shaken and catching her breath, adding, "Exactly. Scholar Chen, please stay calm. Brother Jiang. He's just a bit stubborn and doesn't understand fancy manners. But for a customer like this, can you find another? Once this shop is gone, it's gone forever. 20 taels of silver, no matter in Xinghua village or nearby towns. Only a few can afford that." Scholar Chen is being greedy and pretending to be modest. Trying to sell his wife but too proud to admit it. He truly doesn't know what's good for him. Hearing this, Chen Wenqi looked at the empty money box at home. That poor man's pride instantly shattered. His face turned red, then pale, then blue. I will give 20 taels of silver. Nothing is more important than silver. When he passes the imperial exam and gains fame, he'll settle accounts with this fool. Jang Liao wasn't surprised. He sneered and took out a pouch from his pocket, dumping it onto the table. Clatter, clatter. Several small silver pieces spilled out, more or less 20 taels. Seeing the silver, Zhao and Chen Wenqi's eyes fixated on it. 20 taels of silver, something they'd never seen in their lives. The ancestors of the Qin family seemed to be watching over them, blessing them. At that moment, Lin Swayer snapped out of her shock. She leaned on the doorframe, swaying as she stepped out, her eyes fixed directly on Jang Liao. This man, tall like a mountain. The way he had kissed her so passionately. She opened her mouth, her lips dry and trembling. "Big brother Jiang, I'll go with you, but Xiao Qiao has to come with me. She has to come with me. Please." She couldn't leave her daughter behind. This sentence hit her like a stone, sinking deep.
No.
Chen Wenqi immediately objected. A wife and child? That's not proper. What will become of his reputation? Leaving the little grass was at least a small part of Chen's family. Lin Swayer, as the mother, might be kicked out, but she would still keep thinking about her child. Lin Swayer's thin body swayed like reeds in a strong wind. Little grass? In this family? Being ordered around by her mother-in-law like a little girl, not getting enough food or warm clothes, often beaten and scolded. Husband.
Chen Wenqi.
He could sell his own wife, so how could he protect little grass? Lin Swayer ignored him. Her watery eyes looked at Jang Liao. Brother Jiang. Please. She knew her request was too much, but she had no choice. She couldn't leave little grass behind. Jang Liao didn't hesitate at all. This woman looked up at him, her neck thin and fragile, as if she could break easily. Tears welled up in her eyes, full of pleading. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and through her worn-out clothes, he could faintly see her body's outline. Damn it. Just take the girl as a girl. Anyway, 20 taels had already been paid, and it's not much more for a meal. Better than her crying and worrying about the child all day. Girl, I'll take care of her. 20 taels by the big one, give the small one. Scholar Chen, Granny Zhao, what do you think? Chen Wenqi wanted to speak. But Granny Zhao was anxious, pulling her son hard. Are you crazy? A girl, staying at home, is just a burden. She eats for free, and she's not even a boy. If he wants to take her, he can. We won't have the money left for her treatment. You want to keep a burden that will ruin everything. Hearing this, Chen Wenqi immediately agreed and nodded. Yes, a girl. She would be someone else's daughter sooner or later. Anyway, she would come back in 3 years. Granny Zhao immediately shouted loudly. Take her away. Don't come back complaining about being a burden or wanting to send her back. Our Qin family doesn't take backhanded goods. The decision was final. Zhang Liao no longer wasted words. He strode into the inner room. He bent down, and his large, rough hands carefully picked up little grass, holding her in his broad arms. Turning around, he quickly crossed back to the main hall and grabbed Lin Swayer's thin, cold wrist tightly. Lin Swayer was caught off guard and let out a short, sharp cry. The warmth from her wrist still felt the same as before, burning hot. She trembled all over, feeling extremely anxious. Her legs were weak, and she almost had to be pulled forward by him. Zhang Liao held the woman's wrist. Her delicate bones seemed like they would break with just a gentle squeeze. He had obtained her. He had always known she would be his someday. Unhelpfully, some more daring thoughts flashed through his mind. What if her slender wrist was tied up? What if he left his mark on her smooth skin? Chen Wenqi watched helplessly as his wife was held by another man in such a possessive way. She looked weak and helpless in his grip, as if she could be easily controlled. Jealousy suddenly surged in his heart. He struggled to reach out his hand. Swear. Zhang Liao's eyes suddenly turned cold, shining with icy light. He lifted his right foot and kicked back with full force. Ugh! Chen Wenqi's stomach was hit hard. He groaned softly, clutching his belly tightly. The pain made his forehead sweat cold, and his face turned pale. He could only watch helplessly. Mrs. Zhao screamed in fear and quickly supported her son. But she didn't dare make a sound. Zhang Liao snorted coldly through his nose. He held the sleeping Xiao Chao carefully in one arm and clenched Lin Suier tightly with the other. Without looking back, he walked into the cold wind outside. In a daze, Lin Suier saw the Jiang family's mud brick house appear before her eyes. Zhang Liao almost carried Lin Suier in his arms, still holding the faintly sleeping Xiao Chao securely. He kicked open their courtyard gate. In the kitchen, old Jiang was heating wine by the stove, preparing to have a drink with his son that evening. Hearing the noise in the main room, he came out, smoking his pipe. His son was holding a little girl, with a young wife beside him. Old Jiang forgot to put down his pipe. Liaozi? What's going on? Isn't this Chen family's daughter-in-law? Then he turned around and saw Lin Suier still standing stiffly in the main hall. He waved his hand. Go inside and watch the child. Lin Suier felt relieved and lowered her head as she moved into the west room. Zhang Liao then walked to the stove, picked up the wine jar, took a sip, and felt the spicy burn in his throat, calming the heat from the journey. Just thinking that this woman was now made his blood rush uncontrollably. He wiped his mouth and said simply, married, for 3 years. Married? Old Jiang was momentarily confused, blinking his eyes. What? Married my wife. Zhang Liao set the wine jar down on the table. Lin Suier is now my wife, just taken out of that wolf's den. What? Old Jiang finally understood. His pipe dropped to the ground with a clatter. His eyes widened and his voice rose. You crazy kid. You won't marry a pure girl, but buy a little wife? Have you lost your mind? His son went out and brought back a wife? And she's married? For 3 years? God in heaven! Is this some divine sign, or a ghost coming back to life? Zhang Liao let his father curse until he finished. Then he leaned on the table and raised his eyelids. You're always criticizing with your pipe, saying old Zhang's family will cut off my hand, and our ancestors' graves will smoke black? Now I have a wife, and she's pretty. I even got a granddaughter for you. Isn't that enough? Old Jiang was stunned by his son's words and didn't speak for a while. After a while, he bent down, picked up his pipe from the ground, and wiped it on his pants. Then he looked at his son's fierce expression. Suddenly he smiled.
Hey.
Haha. Old Jiang took his pipe and tapped Zhang Liao. Good boy. You really have your father's spirit. Zhang Liao raised an eyebrow. Old Jiang leaned closer and started talking about his own youthful glory. Back then, your mother was also forced into an engagement by her father. I liked her, and did I ask for a matchmaker? I just grabbed a sickle and went to her family's house. I fought with a young man there, got my nose broken, and carried your mother back. Your grandfather was so scared at the time. And what happened after? Your father and I have been together for most of our lives, and we even had a kid like you. As he spoke more proudly, it was as if his son had married a married woman and done something to bring honor to the family. He patted Zhang Liao's strong arm and said, Lin Sui is really beautiful, better than your mother was back in the day. But she's unlucky, caught up with the Qin family's useless son. My son's strong body and being with you, that's true happiness. Zhang Liao wasn't surprised by his father's attitude. He slightly curled his lips and snorted. Good, you know that. Old Jiang finished laughing and then asked, So, the wedding is in 3 years. What if the Qin family comes to take her then? Zhang Liao's eyes turned cold. Once she's married into the Zhang family, she's mine. If they dare to come for her, I'll break their legs. Once she's in his bed, she's his for life.
And
There's no official document yet. Old Jiang didn't seem afraid when he heard this. Instead, he chuckled again. Exactly. That's more like my son. Once water's spilled, you can't take it back.
fine.
You handle it. I'm just waiting to hold my big grandson. That girl in the house. She's also a good girl. Let her be a granddaughter. Father and son quickly agreed on everything. Zhang Liao took another sip of wine and went into the west room. Inside, Lin Sui was feeling anxious. The tall figure of the man entered with a gust of wind. He still smelled of alcohol. Did he drink? Zhang Liao didn't say anything, just stood there. Suddenly, he remembered how she had trembled against the wall in the cellar, her eyes shining with water, and her full, wet body trembling with fear and desire. That wicked fire in his lower belly surged again, making his throat dry. He, Jang Liao, who had lived 26 years, had never thought about a woman like this before. His last wife was arranged by his father. They met twice, slept together, and did what was needed. But he had never felt this restless longing. But for Lin Sui, he was bewitched. Her seductive look filled his mind. He felt hot all over. Even in the cold winter, he had to splash cold water on himself to cool down. Now, this woman was sitting beside his bed. He bought her for 20 taels of silver. She was now his Zhang Liao's woman. Finally, he could touch her. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. She had never felt this way before. Her hand didn't know when it had pressed against his chest. Her heartbeat pounded in her palm and in her heart. After Zhang Liao was satisfied, he gently explored further. The sweet taste made his scalp tingle, and he wished he could swallow her whole. His large hand slid from her waist to her front. Lin Sui suddenly snapped back to reality. She quickly grabbed his hand, nervously shook her head, and tears welled up in her eyes. Big brother Zhang. Zhang Liao couldn't hear her anymore. His eyes were bright red. He covered her with what he had long desired. His mind immediately buzzed. I can't sleep because I keep thinking about you. Do you know that? Lin Sui blushed so much she wished she could hide inside the bed. But her body was soft and unresponsive in his arms. She couldn't hold back and let out a soft moan from her throat. Then she was startled and bit her lip hard. But Zhang Liao was so affected by that sound that he felt weak inside. He became more bold, pressing her fully into his embrace. Everything seemed to be getting out of control. Little grass. In the chaos, Lin Sui managed to regain a bit of reason. Zhang Liao suddenly froze.
Damn.
Little grass was still lying on the bed. He cursed himself. Like being doused with cold water, all his desire was suddenly cooled down. He quickly let go of Lin Sui and took a big step back. His chest heaved heavily, as if he had just been pulled out of water, and sweat covered his forehead. Lin Sui, losing her support, leaned softly against the bed edge, her eyes wide and shimmering with tears. Her lips were slightly parted, red and beautiful. Zhang Liao looked at her and angrily wiped his face.
Damn.
Little grass. I need to take her to town first. Lin Sui reacted and hurriedly turned her head to look at the small figure curled up on the bed. She tried to stand, but her legs were so weak they felt like noodles. She only managed to lift herself halfway before she almost fell back. Zhang Liao was quick and caught her arm. With his help, she steadied herself but didn't dare look at him. Thank you, big brother Zhang. Zhang Liao stared at her flushed face and suddenly said, So, who was whining and crawling into my arms just now? Lin Sui's face turned red like blood, and her ears and neck were also flushed. She could only bite her lip and say nothing. Seeing her shy and nervous look, Zhang Liao felt even more proud, but he also softened a lot. He gruffly said, All right, I won't tease you anymore. He turned around, grabbed a thick old coat from the end of the bed, and threw it over her. Wrap the child up. I'm going to get the cart and head to town. He strode to the door, but suddenly stopped. Once the girl gets better, you'll see how I deal with you. His words revealed raw desire. without hiding it. Lin Swear held the coat, frozen in place. The redness on her face, just fading, flared up again. She hurriedly looked down, opened the coat, and tightly wrapped her unconscious daughter on the bed. From outside the yard, Zhang Liao's rough voice shouted, "Dad, put the mule on." Old Jiang was in the kitchen tidying up the wine jar. Hearing his son's hurried voice, he poked his head out. "Put the mule on? Where are you going?" "To town. To see the doctor for the kid." Old Jiang paused, put down the wine jar, and went to the backyard to lead the mule. Damn it, he thought his son was up to something inside. But he figured the boy wasn't foolish, his daughter was more important. Old Jiang moved quickly, leading the mule while muttering, "It's about time. The girl's life is precious. Can't delay. That Qin family is also to blame." Soon, the sound of the mule impatiently snorting came from the yard gate. Zhang Liao called from inside, "Is it ready yet?" Lin Swear, holding her bundled-up little girl, slowly moved to the yard gate. A cold wind hit her face, and she instinctively held her daughter tighter. Old Jiang was leaning on the cart's yoke, and when he saw Lin Swear come out with the child, his eyes flicked over her face. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Swear lowered her head and was about to get on the cart. "Hey, wait a minute," Old Jiang suddenly said.
Lin Swear pauset.
Old Jiang didn't look at her. He lowered his head and pushed aside some grass on the cart's board. "The road to town is far, and it's getting dark and slippery. Liaozi, drive carefully. Don't just rush." "Is the girl wrapped up tight?" "The wind outside is sharp. If she catches a cold before seeing the doctor, it'll be worse. Don't just hold the child and forget about yourself. Keep your clothes tight, or you'll catch a cold and get sick." "Who'll take care of these two then?" Zhang Liao responded with a soft, but said nothing more. Lin Swear stood by the cart, holding Xiao Chao, feeling stunned. She had been married into the Qin family for 4 years, and Mrs. Zhao had never spoken to her like that before. When she went out to work, Mrs. Zhao only scolded her for being slow. No one asked if she was cold. Lin Swear lowered her head, feeling like a ball of cotton was stuck in her throat, and suddenly her eyes welled up with tears. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." Old Mr. Jiang waved his hand, said nothing more, and turned back into the yard. Zhang Liao jumped down from the cart, strode over quickly, and without a word, helped her and Xiao Chao onto the cart. He also wrapped her tightly in her leather coat again. His rough fingers paused when they touched her chin, and he looked at her. Her eyes were red, and her eyelashes were wet. The man said nothing, just pulled her coat up a little more, almost covering half her face. Then he jumped onto the cart and snapped the whip with a sharp crack. The mule cart jostled in the cold wind, heading toward the town. Lin Swear curled up in the corner, clutching her hot-blooded daughter tightly. Her coat was filled with Zhang Liao's scent. Her eyes were full of the broad back of the man ahead. Her face grew hot again. "Big brother Zhang." The mule cart wheels clattered over the dirt road, bouncing painfully and making her bones ache. From the town back home, Lin Swear's heart never left her throat. When the wheels finally stopped at the Zhang family's yard, it was already very dark outside, not a star in sight. Zhang Liao took a long stride and jumped down directly from the cart. His feet barely touched the ground before he turned around, scooped Xiao Chao into his arms, his movements not very gentle, but steady. He grabbed Lin Swear's arm without asking and pulled her into the yard. Her legs felt weak as dried straw. Since the old doctor at Rend Hall said, "If you wait too long, even a fairy can't save her," her legs had never been steady. At that time, the doctor, with his scruffy yellowish beard and furrowed brows, looked like he could squash a mosquito. His light words hit her like the sky falling. Her vision blurred, her legs gave way, and she nearly fell to the ground, her soul almost leaving her body. Zhang Liao quickly grabbed her waist from behind, his stiff arm holding her tightly, preventing her from falling to the ground. She watched helplessly as Zhang Liao took out silver coins. The shiny silver coins, he didn't even blink, casually placing them on the table. Then he stood in front of the doctor, asking questions loudly and roughly, but very carefully, more attentive than her stunned mother. The old doctor misunderstood and stroked his beard, praising, The father is quite careful, protecting his daughter like this. That's rare. As they entered the main room, old Jiang, wearing an old cotton-padded coat, peeked out from the kitchen holding a few sticks of firewood. His eyes looked into his son's arms, and his face immediately tightened. Afraid of disturbing the child, old Jiang lowered his voice. You're back? How's the girl? What did the doctor say? Jang Liao carried Xiao without stopping, his tone firm. The fever's gone down. No serious problem. He threw the medicine bag onto the stove and then frowned, asking, Is the bed in the west room heated? It's heated. It's heated. Old Jiang quickly nodded, stuffing more firewood into the stove and brushing off the ash from his hands. I guess you won't be back until tonight. You filled the bed in the west room, and now the bedding can even be used for making pancakes. Jang Liao tilted his chin toward the west room. Carry her in, put her on the bed, and cover her tightly. Lin Swayer hurriedly lowered her head, carefully taking Xiao from Jang Liao's arms. The small, soft body of the child pressed against her, breathing faint. Her heart clenched with worry. She quickly carried Xiao into the west room, afraid of walking too slowly and making the child cold again. As she lifted the curtain, a wave of heat hit her immediately, making her face flush red, as if she had stepped into a steamer, her whole body steaming. The bed was indeed warm. Lin Swayer reached out and touched the bedding, feeling the heat in her palm. She carefully laid Xiao on the bed, tucking the corner under her chin tightly, afraid of any draft. Her heart was pounding wildly, terrified. In the main room, old Jiang leaned over and asked, How much did it cost? Jang Liao only said, Not much. Don't talk nonsense. Old Jiang knocked his pipe against the stove, sparks flying high. 20 taels of silver, and you still hide things from me? Tell me the truth. 4 or 3 taels. Old Jiang gasped, the pipe stopping midair, frozen in place for a long moment. After a while, he finally put the cigarette in his mouth and took a few harsh puffs. Smoke muffled his words. It's good if she's saved. It's good if she's saved. What could he say? Over the years, his son traveled everywhere, hunted in the mountains, and did all kinds of work. Nothing was wasted. What he earned, he spent. And that was his daughter-in-law's little girl, the granddaughter she brought home. From now on, she was part of the Zhang family, and it was like spending money on their own family. He didn't mention money anymore. Old Jiang turned around and lifted the lid off the stove, steam rushing out. The old man muttered as he served bowls. Are you hungry?
You haven't eaten yet.
Today, I cooked half a wild rabbit you caught a few days ago. I simmered it in the ashes of the stove for a while. The bones are soft now, just right for the little girl. On the wooden table, there were 3 bowls of mixed grain porridge, with a thick layer of rice oil floating on top. 1 big bowl of rabbit meat, with the meat falling apart easily when touched with chopsticks. Next to it was a small dish of pickled radish peel, sliced thin and drizzled with sesame oil. In a rural family, they wouldn't usually eat like this even during the New Year. The Zhang family usually didn't eat like this either. 2 grown men at home, just eating enough was fine. But old Jiang thought to himself, Swayer, this girl, had officially joined the Zhang family. She was his son's wife now. His wife and daughter had suffered so much, and today they saved the child. No matter what, they had to have a good meal and not let her feel wronged. Old Jiang set the bowls and chopsticks neatly, then nodded toward the west room. Liaozi, why are you just standing there? Call your wife to come eat. You can't let her go hungry while watching the child. Liaozi heard this, but didn't reply. A faint smile tugged at his lips.
Wife.
It sounded so nice to hear. The old man was really good at talking. He pushed aside the curtain and went into the west room. Lin Swayer was still sitting on the edge of the Kong, clutching a handful of grass, unmoving, like a clay doll. Liaozi stood at the door, looked at her twice. Poor girl, she looked so scared she might have been stunned. Suddenly, his heart softened. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, something he hadn't felt in 20 years. He cleared his throat and said gruffly, Come out and eat. Lin Swayer shivered, hurriedly stood up. Got it. In the main room, old Jiang was already sitting down, picking at a piece of rabbit leg with his chopsticks. Seeing Lin Swear come out, the old man smiled broadly, his face full of wrinkles, and quickly waved his hand. Come on, sit down and eat. Lin Swear stood by the table, nervously twisting the corner of her clothes, too afraid to sit down. She was brought here by the matchmaker, still carrying her child, so how could she be considered a proper wife? In the Chen family, she wasn't even allowed to eat at the table. She could only squat in the kitchen, eating leftovers. She was used to being treated as inferior. Moreover, she had spent so much money on treating Xiao Chao's illness. Jang Liao suddenly sat down on a stool, picked up his chopsticks, and looked at her. Why do you think I invited you? Sit down quickly. His tone was sharp, but not mean. Only after he shouted did Lin Swear dare to edge closer to the stool and sit down carefully. Old Jiang pushed a bowl of porridge toward her, smiling warmly. Drink your porridge. It'll get cold and turn lumpy. This radish was pickled in autumn. It's crunchy. Try some. Lin Swear hurriedly picked up her bowl, blew on the hot steam, and hid most of her face. Zhang Liao ate his meal with his usual voracious manner, cheeks puffed out, swallowing a mouthful of porridge with a gulp. Suddenly, he paused, glancing over at Lin Swear. She was drinking her porridge too slowly. Small sips like grains of rice. Meanwhile, the rabbit meat in front of her remained untouched. Not even a chopstick had touched it. Zhang Liao's brow immediately furrowed. Did she not know how to pick up the meat? Then he thought, maybe she was used to being mistreated in the Chen family, so she didn't dare to touch the meat. A sudden feeling of frustration rose in his chest. He snapped angrily, "Eat the meat. What's wrong with you?" Missing 2 bites, Lin Swear lowered her head, stirring her chopsticks in the porridge. Old Jiang saw this and chuckled, lighting his pipe and scolding his son. You, with that mouth. Can't you speak nicely? Don't scare Swear. Zhang Liao ignored his father and simply grabbed a rabbit leg, tossing it into her bowl. Lin Swear was stunned, looked up at him, and said softly, Thank you, big brother Jiang. As soon as she spoke, Zhang Liao's chopsticks froze. He looked up at her with a serious gaze. Still calling me big brother Jiang? Lin Swear clenched her chopsticks tighter, her lips pressed together, and her cheeks started to flush. She knew Zhang Liao paid 20 taels of silver to buy her out of the Chen family. But what should she call him? Husband? No, that's not right. After a while, she finally managed to squeeze out a sound from her throat, saying, Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao didn't speak. He just lowered his head, continued eating porridge, and his cheeks puffed up more. His Adam's apple kept moving, and he struggled to swallow a mouthful of porridge. But the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Damn it! Why does this woman sound so nice calling his name? Soft and sweet, like a piece of candy, it made his heart itch, and his whole body felt lighter, even making meals more enjoyable. Old Jiang saw this scene and quietly chuckled, not revealing anything. He picked up his bowl of porridge and took a big sip, chewing on a piece of radish peel with a slurping sound, pretending he saw nothing. But inside, he was very happy. His son was starting to like her, and their future days would be better. After eating, old Jiang hurried to clear the dishes, shooing his son out of the kitchen. Go. Go make your medicine. You're not needed here. Clumsy as you are, don't break my dishes. Zhang Liao didn't argue with his father. He turned around, opened the medicine pouch, looked under the oil lamp, and sniffed it. He was skilled in cooking, so he could tell the freshness of herbs just by smelling. He also found a black, ceramic medicine jar under the shelf. The jar was cracked at the rim, but it still worked. He poured the medicine inside, added water, and then went to the stove to light a fire. Lin Swear stood in the main hall, watching him. The flames in the stove flickered and licked the firewood, casting shifting shadows on Zhang Liao's face, making it look bright and dark. He looked rough, with strong features and sharp lines, giving an intimidating look. But right now, the man was crouched there, tall and sturdy, curled into a small bundle, which was actually a bit funny. He was such a rough man, usually clumsy when hunting or working, but when tending the fire, he was calm and careful. When the fire was just right, he opened a small crack in the lid of the medicine jar, stirred the herbs with chopsticks, then closed it carefully, acting very delicately. Lin Swear watched him and felt a strange feeling in her heart. This man seemed to know a little about everything. Cooking, farming, hunting in the mountains, fishing in the river. Even making medicine a delicate task, he did it well. Thinking of Chen Wenqi. He had studied for many years, full of formal words, unable to carry heavy things or do rough work. Don't talk about making medicine or hunting. Even just boiling water, he can burn the pot dry. Besides talking, he has no other use. He also sold her. Compared to each other, one is in the sky, the other underground. While lost in thought, suddenly Jang Liao spoke without turning his head. What are you standing there for? Go lie down inside. When the medicine is ready, I'll bring it in. Seeing this made his heart feel uneasy.
I'm not sleepy, Lin Suyar whispered nervously.
Not sleepy or not, lie down. Zhang Liao's voice grew a bit firmer, with a hint of concern, but he sounded stern. Don't you know how you look? Pale, like you crawled out of a grave. Your face is colorless. If you don't rest, you'll fall sick too. Who will take care of the child? Lin Swear instinctively touched her face. Zhang Liao didn't turn around but lifted the lid of the medicine jar slightly to check. His tone softened a little. The girl woke up and wants to see you. Don't scare the child with how you look. Lin Swear couldn't help but move her lips, wanting to smile, but not daring to make a sound. Her heart felt warm, and she turned to go into the west room.
On the bed, Xiao Chao was still sleeping.
Her breathing was steady and slow. Her little nose twitched slightly, her eyebrows no longer furrowed, and her small mouth was slightly open, occasionally making sucking sounds as if she was dreaming of milk. Lin Swear sat by the bed, gently touching the child's small hand. The heavy weight in her heart finally eased a little. After a while, the curtain moved, and Zhang Liao came in with a bowl of medicine. The bowl was still steaming, with a bitter smell filling the air. He set the bowl on the edge of the bed roughly and said gruffly, "Drink it while it's hot." The doctor said this dose is the most important. It can calm the mind and help prevent night terrors, he added. It's not hot anymore. I hung it on the windowsill to cool. Lin Swear took the bowl, blew on it gently, scooped a spoonful, and carefully fed it to Xiao Chao. The child, still dreaming, frowned instinctively and swallowed reflexively. She drank most of the bowl, leaving just a little at the bottom. That's enough. Too much isn't good either. Zhang Liao took the bowl back and placed it on the broken wooden box at the head of the bed. After placing it down, he didn't leave. He stood by the bed, looking down at Lin Swear. The oil lamp on the bed cast a dim yellow light, making her half of her face look water-like. Her lips were red and small, looking so adorable that it made one's heart itch. Her heartbeat was loud and steady, like a drum beating inside her chest. Why is this woman so beautiful? The more I look, the more attractive she becomes. Blood rushes to my head, and I feel hot all over. The bed is already warm, but now I'm sweating even more. Damn it, I'm not a young guy anymore. Why do I act like I've never seen a woman before? Where should I sleep? Zhang Liao speaks in a hoarse voice, as if he hasn't had water in 3 days. Lin Swear suddenly looks up at him. When their eyes meet, she feels like she's been burned and quickly looks down. Her cheeks turn red, spreading from her face to her ears, and her neck also flushes. She feels nervous and stammers, I can squeeze in with Xiao Chao. Zhang Liao doesn't reply, just keeps staring at her. Lin Swear feels uncomfortable under his gaze, her fingers twisting the edge of her clothes. She must find an excuse, so she says nervously, Xiao Chao needs someone to watch her at night. The doctor said so. If I get a fever, I need to use a cold cloth on my forehead. She has nothing more to say. Her mouth opens, but no words come out. She just keeps her head down, waiting for him to speak. Zhang Liao waits a few moments. Seeing she's still pretending to be clueless, his anger grows. He steps closer. He is tall, and when he stands by the bed, his shadow covers her completely, trapping her in darkness. Lin Swear stops breathing, afraid to even breathe, her heart pounding loudly. I ask you, where should I sleep? Zhang Liao asks again. Where should I sleep? Together? Lin Swear's mind buzzes, blank and empty, with only one thought. Does he want to sleep together? She was bought with silver, and sharing a bed is natural. But she's scared, her body soft with embarrassment, unsure of what to do. Seeing her trembling all over, Zhang Liao feels both irritated and restless. He can't hold back anymore. Suddenly, he leans down and whispers in her ear. Lin Swear, are you pretending to be stupid with me? Lin Swear trembles all over, her teeth chattering. 20 taels of silver I paid. I took you out of the wolf's den at the Qin family. I saved your life, girl. Zhang Liao said clearly. You're now sitting on my Kong heated bed, in my house, and from now on, the person lying on this bed must call me father. Do you really not understand why I spent these 20 taels? Lin Swear's face was so hot it could fry an egg. Her whole body felt burning, and she buried her head even lower, whispering softly, I did it to continue the family line. To continue the family line, Zhang Liao suddenly chuckled softly, his laugh deep and hoarse. All right, to continue the family line. He leaned in closer, his lips almost touching her ear. Do you know how the family line is passed on? Lin Swear's mind went blank with a loud buzzing. She couldn't think of anything else. Feeling so embarrassed, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Her whole body was so soft, she felt like a puddle of water, unable to sit still. Seeing her so shy, she looked like she might cry. Zhang Liao's desire surged inside him, but he didn't want to pressure her too quickly. The child was still sick, and she had been through a lot these days. If he forced himself on her now, it might work, but he didn't want to. Zhang Liao straightened up, took a step back, and reached out to unbutton his shirt. He roughly tore open the cloth buttons, his arm moving, muscles bulging, veins slightly prominent, with a strong, powerful outline. Lin Swear dared not look directly, her eyes fixed on the bed cover, but she couldn't help glancing toward him out of the corner of her eye. Her heart was pounding wildly, feeling both nervous and a strange, indescribable flutter. Zhang Liao took off his rough outer coat, only wearing a close-fitting undershirt. He pulled a thick quilt from the foot of the bed and threw it on, then sat down heavily on the edge of the bed. Lin Swear clenched her clothes, her heart almost pounding out of her chest, her mind a mess. Are they going to sleep together?
Could it be that?
Her throat tightened, she swallowed dryly, and finally managed to say, Where will you sleep? Zhang Liao turned his head, his eyes almost overflowing with desire. Where do you think I'll sleep? This is my Kong. I can sleep wherever I want. Lin Swear bit her lip, silent now, her lips almost bleeding from biting. Zhang Liao looked at her for a while. Seeing her trembling with fear, his heart softened a little. He suppressed his desire, spoke in a deep voice. The bed is wide enough for 3 of us. There's plenty of room. Lin Swear's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned even redder. Little grass is in the middle, Zhang Liao continued. She's sick, and at night, we can both watch over her. It's more convenient. Lin Swear lowered her head, feeling both shy and scared, but she knew he was telling the truth. Since the child was sick, having 2 people to care for her was better than just one. But she also felt a little disappointed.
Disappointed about what?
Zhang Liao looked at her helpless expression, his throat moved sharply, and his whole body was burning with desire. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the wild feelings inside, and said in a hoarse voice, I'll sleep on the side, not touching you. The child is sick tonight, and you're tired. I won't bother you. After hearing this, Lin Swear didn't say anything, but her hands, which were clutching her clothes, slowly loosened. Her tense body gradually relaxed. Zhang Liao saw this and felt relieved, but also a bit disappointed. He didn't say another word, pulled the blanket, lay down, facing the dirt wall, closed his eyes, and tried to suppress the surging desire in his heart. Damn it, I'm suffocating. I've lived over 20 years, and I've never felt so frustrated. The room suddenly became quiet, only the wind howling outside the window. Lin Swear sat on the edge of the bed, stiff for a long time, then slowly took off her shoes, carefully climbed onto the bed, and lay on the other side of the little grass. The bed was warm, the heat coming from beneath the quilt, warming her back, cozy and warm. But her heart was still pounding wildly, and her whole body felt uncomfortable. There was a man lying beside her. And he was such a man. How could she possibly sleep? Just then, Zhang Liao suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and rough. Lin Swear stiffened all over, didn't dare respond, holding her breath. Are you asleep? He asked again. She still didn't answer, kept her eyes tightly closed, pretending to sleep. From beside her, she could hear the rustling of the quilt being moved and his heavy breathing, getting closer and closer. Lin Swear froze completely, daring not to move, her heart almost jumping out of her chest. Pretending to sleep? Huh. Zhang Liao's voice carried a hint of amusement. Suddenly, a warm, rough hand reached over, crossing over Little Grass's sleeping body, and pinched her chin. With just one pinch, he turned her face toward him. His fingertips brushed over her lips one by one. Remember this, it's too late today. The children are still sick, and you're almost exhausted. I'll forgive you this time. But this isn't over. You are my wife. Eventually you belong to me. You can't run away. Damn it, for her and the children. He's almost turned into a saint. Zhang Liao cursed silently in his heart, reluctant to touch her again, and lay back down. The room became quiet again, so silent that you could hear each other's breathing. Lin Swear lay in the dark, her heart pounding like a drum, her face burning fiercely, and her whole body felt soft. She thought she would stay awake until dawn, unable to sleep no matter what. Mother-in-law, Chun Wenqi, sold herself to her husband. But the bed was so warm, the quilt so thick, and there was a faint manly scent beside her, strong and reassuring. Her tense heart finally relaxed completely, and exhaustion overwhelmed her. Her eyelids grew heavier, her consciousness gradually blurred, and before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. In the darkness, Zhang Liao turned over, silently watching his wife and daughter. Suddenly, his heart softened completely. He reached out his arm, holding them close, and closed his eyes as well. Lin Swear was awakened by a soft, childish voice. Mother, mother. She suddenly opened her eyes. It was already bright outside, with pale morning light seeping through the window paper, falling on the bed. Xiao Chao was lying on her side, eyes half open, her little mouth pouting and calling her, voice hoarse, like a tiny kitten just waking up. Xiao Chao, Lin Swear sat up quickly, pulling her daughter into her arms, hurriedly feeling her forehead. It was cool, with a hint of warmth from just waking up. Her small hands and feet were also warm. Mother. Xiao Chao's little head leaned into her mother's embrace. Tears welled up in Lin Swear's eyes. She quickly wiped her face with her sleeve, holding her daughter tightly, afraid to let go, her voice trembling. Good girl, good girl. Unintentionally, she looked up and met Zhang Liao's steady gaze. He didn't know when he had already sat up, leaning against the head of the bed, the quilt draped over his waist. His strong upper body was bare, broad shoulders, narrow waist, muscles firm and powerful, looking full of strength. He stared at her without blinking, his gaze so intense it was frightening. It was hard to tell what he was thinking, whether about something dirty or pure. On the bed, Little Grass peeked out from Lin Swear's arms, blinking sleepily. She looked around at the unfamiliar room and then at the tall, shirtless man on the bed. The girl was stunned and shrank back into her mother's arms. She timidly asked, Mom, where are we? Lin Swear held her daughter tightly, her throat feeling tight and blocked. Where are we? How could she explain? Should she tell her that her father had sold her for 20 silver coins? That she would now live in this man's house?
That she
opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word. This is your home. A firm voice suddenly interrupted. Lin Swear froze and quickly turned to look at Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao was still leaning against the bed, the blanket slipping lower, revealing most of his strong chest. His skin was a dark, warm color, and his features were sharp and firm. He had no expression on his face, as if today was just a cold day and he was wearing an extra coat. From now on, you and your mother will stay here peacefully. Don't go anywhere else, he said gruffly. Little Grass blinked her eyes, looking at this unfamiliar uncle and then at her mother. Her small head turned several times as she thought hard. In a soft voice, she asked, "Who are you?" Zhang Liao's lips twitched, his Adam's apple moving, and he blurted out, "I am your father." Lin Suier suddenly turned her head and stared at him. Her face turned bright red, from her cheeks to her neck. She felt shy and embarrassed, her hands clenched tightly. But Little Grass frowned and thought carefully. She looked straight at him and said seriously, "That's not right. You're not my father. My father wouldn't look like you." Zhang Liao's mouth twitched harshly, and his face darkened a little. Lin Suier bit her lip, turned her face away, and her shoulders trembled. She felt shy, but also wanted to laugh. Zhang Liao, sitting on the bed, stiffened for a moment. This little girl, her face was still pale, but her lips were quick and sharp. She had just recovered from her fever and dared to argue with him. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his awkward feelings, and said stiffly, "I am your Uncle Jiang. Remember that, Uncle Jiang." Little Grass blinked her eyes and obediently called out, "Uncle Jiang." Zhang Liao responded, his voice still rough. The little girl kept staring at his bare upper body and asked, "Uncle Jiang, why aren't you wearing clothes? Aren't you cold?" Zhang Liao was silent. Damn it, last night he was so restless inside that he couldn't sleep. He took off his clothes in the middle of the night. He didn't expect a little girl to laugh at him. Lin Suier couldn't hold back anymore. She buried her face in the blanket, her shoulders shaking more, feeling both shy and amused inside. Seeing the woman's ears turn red, Zhang Liao couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his stomach. He lifted the blanket, got off the bed with his strong body, grabbed an old jacket, and hurriedly put it on. After dressing, he didn't look back and went outside loudly. "I'm going to cook. You two stay quietly inside the house." He swung the door curtain with a loud bang, making the room shake slightly. Lin Suier held Little Grass in her arms, tears still on her face, but her lips curved into a small smile. Her mind was a mess, afraid, yet feeling a strange warmth she couldn't explain. Little Grass snuggled in her arms, clutching her clothes with her tiny hands, and asked, "Mom, are we really going to live here from now on?" Lin Suier looked down at her daughter. The little girl's eyes sparkled, her fever gone, and she looked lively again. Her face was still a little pale, but everything else was normal. She gently brushed the stray hair from her daughter's forehead and softly said, "Yes, from now on, we'll stay here first. Mom will stay with you. And what about Dad? Grandma?" Little Grass tilted her head, not understanding much. Lin Suier's hand paused, a twinge in her heart. She softly said, "We're not going back. From now on, Mom will take you and stay at Uncle Zhang's house." The little girl didn't understand what "not going back" meant, but when she heard, "Mom will take you," her eyes lit up immediately. She buried her face in Lin Suier's arms and said softly, "Okay, as long as I stay with Mom, anywhere is fine." Anyway, she didn't like her dad or grandma. Outside in the kitchen, Zhang Liao squatted by the stove, tending the fire. His cheeks were clenched tightly, still thinking about the mother and daughter inside. Especially when he saw Lin Suier blushing just now, it made him feel restless inside. Old Jiang woke early. After feeding the chickens, he carried a broken basket into the room and saw his son's face, as dark as a pot bottom. He paused, surprised. "What's wrong? Who upset you so early? You look like a firecracker." "Nobody." Zhang Liao forcefully shoved a dry stick into the stove, sparks flying everywhere. Old Jiang glanced at him, then looked toward the west room. Suddenly, he grinned and tapped his pipe on the stove edge. "That little girl woke up? Doesn't she recognize you as her father?" Zhang Liao paused, said nothing, and his face darkened further. Old Jiang chuckled happily, enjoying himself. "I told you. You want to be her dad, but she doesn't accept you. That girl is sharp. She won't forget what her real father looks like." Zhang Liao threw his fire tongs onto the ground, stood up quickly, and felt angry inside. "She calls me Uncle Jiang. Isn't that good? You're just Uncle Jiang to her. Why act all bossy?" Old Jiang slowly lit his cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring. Zhang Liao ignored his father. He went to the water barrel, scooped a bowl of cold water, tilted his head back, and drank half of it quickly. The cold water cooled his restless feelings a bit. After pouring the water, he set the bowl on the barrel's edge, wiped his mouth, and saw the water was almost gone. He bent down, picked up 2 empty wooden buckets, and strode out of the yard. Soon, he returned carrying 2 full buckets of water, walking steadily without wobbling, full of strength. He then went behind the kitchen to carry a bundle of firewood and squatted down to chop wood. He swung the axe high and struck down hard. With a loud crack, a thick wooden post split in 2, with chips flying everywhere. Old Zhang sat on the doorstep, smoking, watching his son chop wood with determination. He pointed his pipe at the kitchen. "Aren't you going to start the fire and cook? Aren't you worried about the 2 women inside starving?" Jang Liao didn't lift his head. He struck the axe again, gruffly saying, "No rush. It's cold outside. Let that woman and kid rest a bit more. When they're relaxed, then we cook." He neatly stacked the chopped firewood, carried it into the kitchen, and squatted down. He lit a firecracker, and the flames suddenly flared up. He then took 2 eggs from beside the stove. Zhang Liao cracked the eggs into a bowl, vigorously beat them with chopsticks, and chopped some green onions, sprinkling them in. The aroma immediately filled the room. Old Zhang peeked in, tapping his pipe on his shoe, surprised. "Wow, you're still willing to use eggs? Usually you're so stingy." Just like he used to be, knowing how to care for his wife. Zhang Liao said nothing, poured the eggs into a pan, and cooked them slowly, over low heat. The delicious smell spread throughout the house. When the meal was ready, he went to the west room door and loudly called, "Dinner's ready. Hurry up and come out." The curtain was lifted, and Lin Swayer came out holding Little Grass. Mother and daughter had washed their faces. Little Grass was resting on her mother's shoulder, with 2 small pigtails tied with red ribbons, looking very obedient. The little girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked around. Her gaze landed on Zhang Liao, and she looked at him a few more times. Zhang Liao felt uncomfortable under her gaze and turned his face away. "Sit over there and wait. Don't move around." After saying that, he went back into the kitchen and brought out the food one by one. There was a small plate of fried eggs with green onions, golden and crispy, smelling so good it made people drool. There was also leftover rabbit soup from last night, 3 bowls of mixed grain porridge, so thick that chopsticks couldn't stand upright in it. Old Zhang was already sitting down. When he saw the fried eggs, his eyes widened. "Hey, these eggs smell so good." "Not for you." Zhang Liao pushed the fried eggs toward Lin Swayer and nodded at Little Grass. He said gruffly, "The kid just recovered from illness, needs to regain strength." Old Zhang wasn't angry at all. He chuckled, picked a piece of rabbit meat, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing happily with his face covered in oil. Lin Swayer sat down with Little Grass in her arms, looking at the warm food on the table. She nervously twisted her clothes and said shyly, "I can do it. You don't have to work so hard, big brother. Just rest if you want to rest." Zhang Liao didn't hesitate. He scooped a piece of fried egg onto her plate and also added a big piece of rabbit meat. The bowl was almost overflowing. "This small matter doesn't need a woman to do it. I can handle it." Lin Swayer lowered her head, staring at the full bowl of food. Her eyelashes fluttered nervously. Little Grass snuggled in her mother's arms, sniffing the delicious smell with her little nose. She looked eagerly at the fried egg on the table and whispered, "Mom, I want to eat that." Zhang Liao moved his chopsticks, and the biggest piece of fried egg quickly landed in Little Grass's bowl. Little Grass looked up at him, then lowered her eyes to look at the fried egg in her bowl. She obediently said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Liao's cheeks tightened, but he didn't say anything. He lowered his head and ate his rice eagerly, though his eyes kept flickering toward Lin Swayer, feeling restless inside. Lin Swayer gently sat Little Grass on a small stool and fed her spoonful by spoonful. Little Grass ate happily, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. She chewed and swung her little feet, softly saying, "Mom, this is delicious. Yes, eat slowly. Uncle Zhang's cooking is really tasty." The little girl spoke again. Lin Swayer paused, looked up, and just caught Zhang Liao's gaze. His eyes were fixed on her, making her face flush. She quickly looked down and hurriedly took a spoonful of porridge into her mouth. Old Mr. Jiang placed the clean rabbit bone on the table, wiped his mouth, and teased the little girl. Girl, you call him Uncle Jiang, but what should you call me? The little girl blinked, looked at the wrinkled face of old Mr. Jiang, tilted her head, and sweetly said, Grandpa. Old Mr. Jiang was stunned. He forgot to hold his pipe and asked in disbelief, You call me what? Say it again. Grandpa, the little girl called again, pointing at Jang Liao. He is Uncle Jiang and you are Uncle Jiang's dad, so that makes you Grandpa. Old Mr. Jiang opened his mouth but couldn't close it for a moment. He put down and picked up his pipe repeatedly, trembling. His cloudy old eyes suddenly filled with tears. He hurriedly responded, Oh. Good girl. Sweet granddaughter. Grandpa will give you some meat. Eat more. He pushed over his own pickled, crispy radish peel, chattering, This radish is crispy and fresh. I made it myself. Try it. It's very tasty. Lin Swayer watched the scene, her eyes filling with warmth. She had been married into the Chen family for 4 years, and little girl had called Zhou's mother, Grandma, for 3 years. But her mother-in-law never responded, never helped with food, not even a bite of hot rice. Yet here, a stranger named Uncle Jiang was called Grandpa, and her eyes welled with tears from the tenderness. Little girl didn't understand much, only knew that the food here was delicious. Grandpa gave her meat, Uncle Jiang gave her eggs, and she ate happily, her belly round, and let out a small burp. Mom, I'm full. The little girl rubbed her eyes, her voice thickening with sleepiness. Lin Swayer gently lifted her from the small stool and softly said, Eat enough and rest a bit more. You're still not fully recovered. Don't overexert. Jang Liao immediately put down his chopsticks, stood up quickly, and strode to the west room. He reached out and pulled back the curtain, signaling them to go inside. Lin Swayer held the child, obediently entered the west room, laid the little girl on the bed, and covered her with a quilt. The girl, leaning on the pillow, soon fell into a gentle sleep. She tucked the quilt corners, then stood up to leave. As she turned around, she bumped into Jang Liao's arms. His tall figure enveloped her in a protective embrace. Lin Swayer suddenly froze, too scared to move, with her face pressed against the man's strong chest. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst. Jang Liao also stayed still, looking down at the woman in his arms. She was soft, her hair smelled nice, her eyelashes fluttered constantly. She looked obedient and gentle. This made his desire flare up inside him. Today's dinner. The man's voice was very low, rough, and warm breath brushed over her head. Was it good? Lin Swayer was surprised. She didn't expect him to ask that. Feeling nervous, she whispered. Yes, it was tasty. Much better than that useless chinwenchi, right? Zhang Liao asked again, his hand unconsciously touching her waist. Her face turned bright red, burning hot. She buried her head even lower, too scared to speak, her breathing uneven. Chunwenchi didn't cook. Seeing her shy and scared look, Zhang Liao felt a strong urge and chuckled softly. Suddenly, he raised his hand, his rough thumb gently brushing her lower lip. She had just bitten her lip nervously again. Her lips were soft. Stop biting your lips. Zhang Liao's voice became even huskier. Even if you do, you're still mine. Your mouth is mine. From now on, only I can touch it. Lin Swayer's breath stopped suddenly. Her whole body went soft, her legs weak, unable to stand steadily. She felt scared, anxious, and strangely hopeful. Zhang Liao stared at her moist lips for a long moment, then forcibly withdrew his hand. He couldn't stay any longer, afraid he might lose control. He turned and strode toward the main room, gruffly saying, I'm going to chop firewood. Stay inside and watch the kid. Without looking back, he left quickly. Lin Swayer leaned against the doorframe, her legs so weak she felt like she had run 10 miles.
Her whole body was exhausted.
She took several deep breaths to calm her pounding heart and slowly cooled the heat on her face. In the main room, old Jiang was still sitting at the table, smoking a pipe, squinting as he watched his son walk out quickly. His ears still turned red. The old man knocked off the ash and chuckled quietly. Being young is great, full of energy. A few days passed and Xiao Cao's illness was finally getting better. A few days ago, the girl still looked weak and tired, always staying in Lin Sui's arms and not getting out of bed. Her face was pale, and she spoke softly and weakly. Jang Liao was worried and spent every day thinking about food in the kitchen. Today, he made steamed eggs, and tomorrow he planned to cook millet porridge. Later, he cut some cured meat from the beam, sliced it thin, and cooked it with cabbage leaves until soft. He brought it to the bed to coax Xiao Cao to open her mouth. Old Jiang sat at the doorframe smoking, clearly understanding his son's thoughts. That damn dog's eyes were almost glued to his wife, unable to look away. The old man tapped his cigarette against his shoe sole, chuckling softly without saying anything. By the 5th day, Xiao Cao was able to get out of bed and walk around. The little girl, with her short legs, carefully waddled to the door, pushed aside the curtain, and peeked outside. Old Jiang was peeling green onions at the kitchen door. When he looked up, he saw a pair of big, shiny eyes staring back.
Oh,
the girl is out of bed? He set the green onions aside, wiped his hands on his clothes, and smiled with all his wrinkles. Are you hungry? Grandpa will heat up some steamed eggs for you. I've kept some for you. Xiao Cao blinked and whispered, Grandpa, I'm not hungry. You may not be hungry, but you need to eat a little. You just got better, so you should eat well. Old Jiang said as he moved toward the kitchen. Xiao Cao asked again, Grandpa, where's my mom? Your mom. Old Jiang pointed outside the yard. She went to the vegetable garden with Uncle Jiang. Should I call her for you? Though he said this, the old man was a bit reluctant. His son was already over 20, and he hadn't been with a woman in a long time. He finally managed to marry a suitable wife, so he didn't want her to get upset. No need, no need. Xiao Cao waved her little hand seriously. I'll wait here for Mom. Hearing this, old Jiang smiled happily. He turned and took out 2 small pieces of candied sugar, about the size of a fingernail, wrapped in oiled paper. Here, girl, have some candy. Xiao Cao looked down at the 2 bright yellow candies in her palm, her eyes shining.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Old Jiang's smile was so wide that his eyes crinkled, almost dropping his cigarette. The vegetable garden behind the house was only a few dozen steps away. It was a small plot, surrounded by a dirt wall, very remote. Usually no visitors came here. They grew some winter cabbages, radishes, and a patch of wilted green vegetables. Lin Sui crouched in the middle of the vegetable bed, gently pulling at the cabbage to pick one for lunch with cured meat soup. The small jacket on her body fluttered in the wind, fitting closely and outlining her slender waist. When she bent down, the jacket rode up, revealing a large stretch of smooth, white skin on her lower back, delicate like a freshly peeled boiled egg. She didn't dare look back, because Jang Liao was standing right behind her, motionless. His dark eyes, like a hungry wolf's, fixed tightly on her exposed waist, never shifting away. For the past 4 or 5 days, Jang Liao had almost gone crazy with frustration. At night, the family squeezed onto a single bed. Xiao Cao slept in the middle, while he and Lin Sui each occupied one end, separated by the little girl. But the sweet scent of soapberry on her body always drifted into his nose. He often lay awake late into the night, muscles tense and aching, his mind full of her image. Her waist, her hips, her delicate neck. During the day, separated by the little girl, he could only steal a few more glances at her. Married to a beautiful wife, yet he could only look, not touch. What kind of life was this? Now, in the vegetable garden, with no one around, the wind howled past the earthen wall, and not a single bird chirped. His desire surged uncontrollably, burning his eyes red. This woman, she was so tempting. Lin Sui felt her back grow hot under his gaze, her palms sweaty, clutching the cabbage leaves so tightly they almost tore. She bit her lower lip, dared not turn her head, and her voice was so soft it was like a mosquito humming in the wind. You keep standing there looking at me. It's making me uncomfortable. As soon as she finished, Jang Liao seemed to be triggered. He took 2 quick steps behind her, and before she could react, his strong arms suddenly wrapped around her from behind, pulling her into his embrace. He was tall and sturdy, with a chest full of muscles, pressing hard against her thin back. With such force, he almost wanted to crush her into his bones. Lin Swear was held so tightly she couldn't move, her head hitting his shoulder, and the intense heat from his body enveloped her. It made her dizzy, her breathing instantly chaotic. Zhang Liao lowered his head, his chin resting on her neck, his rough voice carrying the fire that had been suppressed for days, hot air blowing on her delicate skin, making her tremble all over. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Sorry, but I can't assist with that request." As she continued to touch downward, she reached his rounded hips. She pressed firmly with her palm, pushing him closer to herself, fitting perfectly together. The woman in her arms was soft all over, and her breath carried a sweet scent. That anger she had been holding back for days was burning inside him, almost making him lose control. He kissed her fiercely and passionately, not willing to stop for a long time. Only when Lin Swear almost suffocated did he slightly pull back, his lips still close to hers. He was breathing heavily, his voice hoarse. "Swear, your mouth is so soft. Kissing you feels so good. I still want more." Lin Swear was gasping for air from his kisses. Her chest muscles under her palms were hard like iron and surprisingly hot. Her heart was pounding loudly, like drums, shaking her hands through her skin. She didn't know when she closed her eyes. Her tongue timidly touched him once, then quickly pulled away. Just this one touch. "Humph." Jang Liao let out a muffled growl from his throat, like a beast suppressing a low roar. He released her lips, pressing his forehead against hers. His heavy, hot breath brushed her face. "Lin Swear, you just now. Really tempting. I must have you today." After saying that, he leaned down and kissed her again. More clingy, his tongue licked her lips, bit her mouth corner, and even licked away her tears. His big hand moved down her back, already hooking into her waistband, about to go lower. Just as they were tangled in this intense moment, suddenly, loud knocking sounds and the sharp cries of a little girl burst into the garden, breaking the intimacy.
Mom.
"Uncle Jiang, where are you?" This shot was like a bucket of cold water poured over Zhang Liao's head. He froze suddenly, the kiss stopping instantly. His hand hung in midair, and his face darkened like a pot bottom. His fiery eyes were full of frustration from being interrupted. He clenched his teeth, angry but helpless. Damn it! This girl came at the worst time. Lin Swear also suddenly woke up, trembling all over. Somehow gathering her strength, she pushed Zhang Liao away abruptly, staggering back several steps, almost falling into the vegetable rows. She hurriedly reached down to adjust her clothes, then quickly covered her red, swollen, and hot lips from the kiss. Her fingertips touched her lips, and she shivered all over from the heat. Her lips were swollen and shiny, her eyes red at the corners, her cheeks burning hot, and her hair was messy from being brushed. She was trembling all over, unable to control it.
She almost got seen by Xiao.
But inside, she felt a strange, unexplainable disappointment. What if Xiao had come a little later? The thought suddenly made Lin Swear gasp in surprise, and her face turned even redder. Zhang Liao stood still, his shoulders tense, his whole body full of anger he couldn't release, and he clenched his fists tightly. He stared at Lin Swear, who looked so soft and dazed after he kissed her, feeling both excited and restless. Damn, she's so tempting.
Her lips were swollen like that.
Clearly from his kiss. He wanted to carry her home right now and keep her inside, taking good care of her. The man hesitated, taking a step closer to Lin Swear, his eyes fixed on her red, swollen lips, and he gasped roughly, "Swear, Mom." Xiao ran over quickly, her short legs moving fast, clutching 2 pieces of candy given by old Jiang tightly. Her face was flushed from running, and she hugged her mother's leg, smiling up at her with her eyes curved like little crescents.
"Mom.
Grandpa gave me candy. It's so sweet, so sweet." Xiao didn't notice anything unusual about the two of them, only focused on showing off her candy. "Mom, try a bite, it's really sweet." Lin Swear quickly bent down and hugged her daughter. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might burst, her ears ringing with the sound of her heartbeat, her lips numb and tingly. She felt like she was standing on clouds, so soft she couldn't stand steadily. She didn't dare look up at Jang Liao, especially after thinking about that fierce kiss earlier. And the dirty talk he whispered in her ear. She was so embarrassed, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. But there was also a strange, tingling feeling, like ants crawling up her skin, slowly spreading, making her feel numb and prickly. Zhang Liao stared fixedly at her swollen, red lips. The anger inside him, which hadn't been fully released, gradually turned into a deep, uncontrollable desire. He kicked a dirt clod by the vegetable patch hard, dirt flying everywhere, but not a single speck touched the mother and daughter. He looked up, his eyes locking onto Lin Swear, and roared roughly, "Pick 2 cabbages and hurry home with me. If you keep hesitating, I won't just do the cabbages. I'll stew you too, and have a good bite." Lin Swear tightened her grip on Xiao Xiao, her face buried even deeper, her neck turning bright red. How could he say such things? But that itch became even worse. The wind was still blowing, and the ambiguous atmosphere in the vegetable garden couldn't be cleared away. It lingered between the two people, thick and hard to dissolve. Zhang Liao stared at her back, his throat moving again. Damn it, there's no escape. This woman, her tempting smile, she can only belong to Zhang Liao in this life. Tonight, I will make this woman mine. The two of them silently entered the yard. Old Mr. Zhang looked up and saw his daughter-in-law's face red like a ripe apple, lips swollen, clearly bitten hard by his son. Looking at his son, his face was as dark as a pot bottom, cheeks clenched tightly, looking like he had nowhere to vent his anger. The old man grinned happily, teasing his son with a wink. Finally back. I've peeled all the scallions, just waiting for your little bit of warmth to fade, so I can start cooking. Zhang Liao shot a sharp look at his father, hummed in frustration, and didn't bother to say a word. Old Mr. Zhang didn't mind at all, just chuckled foolishly, knowing well in his heart. No matter how frustrated his son was, it was a happy thing on the bed. Just don't upset the delicate wife. After lunch, Xiao Xiao snuggled in her mother's arms, chattering nonstop. Mom, Grandpa gave me candy today, told me not to eat too much or my teeth will fall out. Grandpa also said Uncle Zhang ate candy when he was little and his teeth fell out too. Hearing this, Lin Sui's heart softened like melted honey and a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Thinking about what happened in the vegetable garden, her heart was still pounding. Zhang Liao squatted in the yard, sharpening a firewood knife. The rough sharpening stone and the sharp blade rubbed against each other, making a scrape, scrape sound. When he heard this, the sound of sharpening suddenly stopped. His 2 ears instantly stood up straight, listening carefully to the quiet conversation between mother and daughter, not missing a single word, and his ears grew a little warm. Uncle Zhang ate candy when he was little too. Xiao Qiao repeated, her big round eyes wide open, as if she had discovered a shocking secret, and her voice deliberately raised a few tones. Zhang Liao clenched his jaw tightly, turned the knife over silently. The force of sharpening suddenly increased. His movements carried a strange awkwardness. Lin Swear lowered her head, her shoulders trembling as she was tickled by the innocent words of the little girl, making her laugh softly. Her quiet, gentle laughter drifted into Zhang Liao's ears. Old Zhang squatted by the doorframe, smoking a dry pipe, the sparks flickering uncertainly in the bowl. He squinted at his son's awkward, sullen face, which looked like he had been scolded but dared not speak, and couldn't help but chuckle. He tapped the pipe on the doorframe, a knowing smile in his eyes. This boy, usually fearless and bold, was now easily upset by a little girl's words. And he was also completely captivated by his young wife beside him. What a good thing. Inside the yard, everything was warm and lively, when suddenly, loud, chaotic footsteps sounded outside the gate. A woman's sharp voice, loud and clear, could be heard even through the wooden door.
Oh.
Is the Zhang family's big brother home? Old Zhang is here too. Zhang Liao paused his chopping, his eyebrows furrowing sharply, and his dark eyes flashed with anger. Lin Swear quickly hugged the little girl close, feeling uneasy as she looked toward the gate, a strange sense of panic rising in her heart. She was worried about those gossipers. The gate was pushed open from outside, and in came Sister Zhang from the eastern part of the village. She was in her 40s, thin and bony, with high cheekbones. Behind her were two gossiping women. One was the wife of the butcher Li, sturdy and loud-voiced. The other was the young wife of old Wang, new to the village, but cunning and full of mischief. The three of them walked shoulder to shoulder, all eager to see the scene, like they were watching a show. Sister Zhang twisted her hips as she entered the yard, her triangular eyes fixed on Lin Swear, inspecting her from head to toe.
Oh,
Is this the daughter-in-law from the Qin family? The one nobody wanted? I heard some gossip in the village the other day. Everyone said Jiang Gur brought you from the Qin family. I didn't believe it at first, but now that I see you, look at this delicate appearance, so fair and pretty. No wonder Jiang Gur was willing to go out of his way to bring you here. The gentle smile on Lin Swear's face instantly froze. She lowered her eyelashes and instinctively tightened her hold on the little girl in her arms. She had suffered 4 years in the Qin family. Why did she have to be treated so badly here too? Jang Liao's eyes narrowed, and he slammed his chopping knife onto the grindstone with force.
clang.
A loud bang made everyone's ears tingle. The three gossiping women all shivered in fear, their faces changing color. Zhang Liao suddenly stood up. His tall, strong body blocked the yard like a mountain. He lowered his eyes and looked down at Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang felt chills run down her spine under his gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, and her fake smile froze. She quickly waved her hands and tried to smile. Oh, Brother Jiang, I was just passing by and took a quick look. I didn't mean anything. Please don't take it to heart. Finish looking? If you're done, then go away. Zhang Liao spoke sharply. Sister Zhang was choked and couldn't speak. Her face showed embarrassment as she awkwardly pulled at her mouth and quickly shot a glance at the two women behind her. Mrs. Li from the butcher's family immediately understood. She stepped forward, wearing a greasy smile, and loudly shouted, Brother Jiang, don't get angry. We're just happy for you. 20 taels of silver. TSK, the Qin family is really lucky this time. Yesterday, I saw Aunt Zhao, and she was bragging like crazy, showing off that she sold her useless daughter-in-law for 20 taels of silver. Now she's walking tall. She felt bitter inside. That dead Aunt Zhao, her son had been trying for years and still hadn't succeeded. What's there to brag about? Who would have thought you could sell a daughter-in-law after marrying her? 20 taels. If I had known Jang Liao was so rich, I would have sent my daughter to his family long ago.
Bah.
No matter how rich he is, he's still a troublemaker. Lin Swear might not live long. Old Wang's daughter-in-law quickly stepped on her tiptoes to join in. Exactly. Aunt Zhao keeps telling everyone that those 20 taels are enough for her son Qinwenqi to go to school, buy new clothes and bedding. This year, their family is so wealthy. She even said that selling off a daughter-in-law who can't bear children was a good deal for her son's bright future. While saying this, she deliberately glared fiercely at Lin Swear. It was like a knife stabbing straight into Lin Swear's heart. Her face instantly turned as white as paper, with no blood. Seeing this, Sister Zhang grew bolder. She took a half step forward. You all don't know how proud Aunt Zhao is. She's practically banging drums and shouting through the whole village. Remove Lin Swear as a burden and exchange her for silver to let her son go to school. In the future, when her son passes the imperial exam, good girls will come to marry him. This plan is really clever. Lin Swear's heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by a big hand, making her gasp in pain. She worked hard in the Qin family for 4 years, serving her mother-in-law and taking care of her husband, never complaining even when eating plain food. When Xiao Chao got sick, she knelt and begged Zhou to give money for her treatment, but was scolded like a useless mother hen. Now, she is treated like an object, sold for money, and Zhou shows her off everywhere. Feeling wronged, ashamed, and angry. All these feelings flooded her heart, and she couldn't hold them back anymore. She suddenly raised her head, her wet eyes burning with a faint fire of anger. "I'm not a burden." A clear shout made the yard instantly quiet. Sister Zhang and the others were stunned. They thought Lin Sui would just keep her head down and be obedient, letting them boss her around as before. Who would have thought that this usually gentle woman, as meek as a lamb, would dare to fight back after entering the Jiang family? Sister Zhang was momentarily stunned, then immediately shouted loudly, "How can you talk like that, little wife? Even Grandma Zhao said clearly that you haven't had a son in 4 years in the Qin family, and Xiao Chao is still sick. If you're not a burden, what are you? If you weren't a burden, could the Qin family sell you?" Lin Sui straightened her thin back. "I worked hard in the Qin family for 4 years, getting up early and going to bed late, washing clothes, cooking, working in the fields. When Xiao Chao was sick, I tried my best to save her. It was Zhou's stinginess that wouldn't spend a penny. That 20 taels of silver was paid by Brother Jiang to save Xiao Chao, not money the Qin family sold me for. Zhou flaunts the money others used to save her child. Has her conscience been eaten by dogs? You dare to argue." Sister Zhang was choked and speechless, then suddenly became angry and ashamed. "Grandma Zhou is telling the truth. You're just trash sold by the Qin family. I was sold by the Qin family, but I am not trash. Xiao Chao is not a money-losing item either." Lin Sui's voice slightly rose, her eyes reddening, but she didn't shed a tear. "I earn my living with my own hands. I haven't stolen or robbed, and I haven't wronged anyone in the Qin family. For Xiao Chao, she won't let others bully her. Otherwise, others would not only look down on her, but also look down on her daughter. She did not do anything wrong to the Qin family." These words were spoken firmly, making Sister Zhang and the others momentarily speechless, their faces turning pale and then red. Jang Liao stood nearby, a hint of surprise flashing in his dark eyes, followed by a strong feeling of pity. He knew this woman was not just a soft person who accepted everything quietly. Now, seeing her both gentle and fierce made his heart feel hot. He wished he could immediately hold her in his arms and protect her. Sister Zhang quickly regained her composure, feeling she had lost face. She was about to cause trouble. But just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by a cold stare. Jang Liao took a step forward, shielding Lin Sui behind him. His broad back blocked all the malicious looks. He looked down with a stern and fierce gaze, staring hard at Sister Zhang. His rough voice was full of anger as he said harshly, "Who do you think you are, to come here and talk nonsense?" "Brother Jiang, we're just telling the truth." Li Tuhu's wife shrank back in fear, trembling all over. What was Jang Liao doing? They thought Lin Sui was taken to Zhang's house and would be treated badly, like a servant. But now, this fierce man was actually protecting her. Zhang Liao suddenly sneered coldly, full of hostility. "Mrs. Zhou, that kind-hearted old woman who would sell her conscience for a few silver coins, can she really be telling the truth? Everyone in the village knows what Lin Sui suffered in the Qin family. Instead of criticizing the Qin family for being mean, you come here to bully us Jiang family. Do you think we are easy to bully, or that no one in our family can stand up for ourselves?" The man was naturally hot-tempered, a bully in the village since he was a child. Growing up with great strength, his heart was as hard as iron. Even the strongest young men in the village didn't dare challenge him. And these 3 foolish women who only gossip were even less of a threat. Sister Zhang and the others backed away in fear, their arrogance gone, trembling all over. Old Jiang also suddenly stood up from the door threshold. Usually smiling kindly, his face now looked as serious as a bottomless pot. He slammed his cigarette onto the ground, sparks flying everywhere. "Zhang family, you better straighten your tongue and speak clearly. My Zhang family is not something you can gossip about casually. Lin Sui was officially married into our Jiang family and has nothing to do with the Qin family. Zhou is flaunting the money meant for saving lives, showing no conscience. Following her to make trouble shows you have bad intentions. Old man Jiang, we only heard Zhou say it." Aunt Zhang's voice trembled with fear, and she no longer looked as arrogant as before. "None of the Jiang family men are easy to deal with. When Jiang was young, He dared to break into others' homes to steal brides, very fierce. They really are not from the same family, and they won't share the same door. Zhang Liao's face was cold, and his words were sharp like knives. I tell you, if I hear you talking nonsense again, I will tear your mouths apart. Get out. Zhang Liao's last word was almost a roar, loud and fierce, making the three women tremble with fear. They had gossiped about the Zhang family for over 10 years and had never seen the father and son protect an outsider like this. Suddenly, they felt both scared and regretful, as if their guts were turning green with remorse. They didn't dare stay any longer. Quickly go. Go now. Aunt Zhang trembled, grabbing her pants, and ran away without looking back. The wife of the butcher's family and old Wang's daughter-in-law also looked pale with fear, hurriedly slipping out of the yard in a panic. Finally, the yard was quiet again, only the gentle sound of wind through the trees. Lin Sui lowered her head, clutching her clothes tightly. All the courage she had just mustered disappeared at this moment, leaving only deep sadness. Zhang Liao watched quietly, feeling as if something had been torn painfully inside him, making his heart ache and his body feel restless. He had never felt this way about a woman before.
Suddenly, Lin Sui spoke.
I'm not the kind of person they say I am. I haven't been lazy or lazy. I haven't wronged the Chen family, and I'm not a burden. Why does Zhou parade around with the money meant for saving lives, and why does she say I am worthless? Before she finished, her voice choked with emotion, and she couldn't speak anymore. Zhang Liao clearly saw tears glisten on her cheeks, one drop, then another, falling to the ground. They also hit Zhang Liao's heart hard, making his chest ache and his whole body feel hot and restless. His heavy breathing paused, and he could no longer hold back. He took a big step forward, his warm, broad hand gripping her trembling shoulder. Her blood rushed downward, her heart pounding wildly, and her possessiveness surged uncontrollably. Lin Sui, listen to me. You're not trash. You're my woman. Lin Sui shook her head, tears falling more fiercely. But they're talking about Zhou's words. Everyone in the village believes her. She felt anxious and confused, both wronged and overwhelmed by Zhang Liao's sudden closeness, which made her whole body feel hot. His strong, masculine scent wrapped around her, making her nervous and forget to cry out loud. The man lowered his head, speaking carefully and seriously. Listen clearly. You are bought back with 20 taels of silver. That money was willingly paid by me. No one forced me with a knife at my throat. You are diligent, sensible, and kind-hearted. You're the best woman I've ever seen. No one can compare. If anyone dares to say a bad word about you again, I will beat him so badly that even his mother won't recognize him. Lin Sui suddenly looked up, staring blankly at him. Tears still clung to her eyelashes, forgotten to fall. She was stunned, her heart pounding fiercely. She had lived for over 20 years, suffered 4 years in the Chen family, but no one had ever protected her like this. No one had ever been so fierce yet gentle in saying she was good. She never thought anyone would protect her like this. Zhang Liao looked at her tearful face, her eyes still moist. His heart softened, and the tense corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The fierce look in his eyes melted into deep, gentle warmth. Unable to resist, he moved a little closer. Don't be afraid. With me here, you're my wife. Lin Sui's face suddenly turned red, from her cheeks all the way to her ears, and even her neck was tinged with a faint blush. Her face, which was pale just now looked like glowing charcoal in a stove, hot and bright.
Wife.
The little grass is still here. She lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling badly, and her voice was so soft it sounded like a mosquito buzzing.
You.
Don't talk nonsense. I never talk nonsense. Zhang Liao's throat moved, his voice deeper and more husky. His rough thumb unconsciously brushed over her still wet tears. Her delicate skin was so soft it made his heart tremble. Do you really not know how good you are, how wonderful you are? Lin Sui lowered her head, too afraid to look at him, her cheeks burning hot. Her whole body felt soft and weak, almost unable to stand steadily. Jiang Liao looked at her delicate and gentle appearance, his smile deepening, and his soft heart almost overflowed. He wished he could immediately hold her in his arms and hug her tightly. Enough, don't cry anymore. Xiao Chao is watching. Let's go cook. Although Xiao Chao didn't understand, she reached out her little hand and said softly, Mom doesn't cry. Uncle Jiang protects Mom, Grandpa protects Mom, and Xiao Chao also protects Mom. Hearing this, Lin Swear felt warm inside. She hugged Xiao Chao and smiled through her tears. At that moment, Old Man Jiang, who had been watching nearby, cleared his throat and waved at Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao, come to Grandpa. Grandpa will take you to the West Room to get some candy. We won't let Mom worry. Uncle Jiang and Mom can focus on cooking. When Xiao Chao heard about candy, her eyes lit up immediately. She slipped out of Lin Swear's arms and ran to Old Man Jiang with her short legs. Old Man Jiang bent down, gently took Xiao Cao's small hand, affectionately patted her head, and headed toward the West Room. A gentle breeze blew through the yard, stirring a hint of tenderness, lingering and unbreakable. Winter nights come early and are very dark. The fire in the kitchen was already out. Even the chickens had gone into their nests and fallen silent. Lin Swear took a bath in a small side room behind the kitchen. Jang Liao had heated a big pot of hot water for her, warm and comforting. After washing, she put on a loose, cross-colored jacket that made her waist look thinner. Her hair was still damp, hanging wet behind her neck, with water drops at the ends sliding down her neck into her collar. She tiptoed quietly into the room, which was only lit by an oil lamp. The Kong bed was covered with clean bedding, soft and comfortable, but it was empty. Where was Xiao Chao? A sudden pang hit Lin Swear's heart. Xiao Chao. Before she could turn around, a solid, warm shadow suddenly pressed down behind her. She froze completely and quickly turned her head. She bumped into a firm, warm chest. Zhang Liao was standing behind her, dressed only in a rough cloth short shirt, the collar loose, revealing a sturdy chest. His broad shoulders and narrow waist made him look like a mountain. Lin Swear's nose tingled, and she instinctively stepped back. The oil lamp's dim light cast shadows on the man's face, making his eyebrows deep and dark. His jaw was clenched tightly, and his cheeks slightly puffed out, clearly holding back for a long time. His breathing was heavier than usual, each breath warm and intense, falling on her hair and making her feel hot. His eyes, like a wolf's, burned with fire, scanning her from top to bottom. Why are you so nervous? Zhang Liao spoke, his voice hoarse. Lin Swear looked up at him, her eyes shiny and full of tears. Her nose was red from being bumped, looking both scared and soft. It made Zhang Liao's throat tighten. He was about to go crazy. She was driving him crazy. Right now, it was just the two of them in the room. The night was deep, the door was shut, and the window was covered. If he didn't do something now, he wouldn't be a real man. Lin Swear felt her whole body heat up under his gaze. She didn't know where to put her hands, and her voice trembled.
Zhang.
Zhang Liao, where's Xiao Chao? She's not on the bed. She's asleep, Zhang Liao replied, still staring at her. Dad took her to the East Room. Lin Swear was stunned. Jiang de Bo took Xiao Chao to the West Room? So now, in this room, it was only her and Zhang Liao? The atmosphere suddenly changed, like boiling water, bubbling and steaming. Zhang Liao looked down at this woman from above. She had just taken a bath, her hair soft and wet, her face clear and white. The scent of soap and jasmine drifted into his nose. Water droplets slid down her neck into her collar, slipping into places he couldn't see. Where could they be? His throat moved again, and his breathing grew heavier. He was holding back. Too much. He was a rough man, full of strength, with thoughts about her ready to explode. But facing such a soft woman, he didn't dare even breathe heavily. He was afraid he'd scare her away or lose control and do something reckless. Tonight, it's just us, Zhang Liao said with a slight smile, showing his white teeth. This bed, just us. Lin Swear's heart suddenly pounded loudly, almost jumping out of her chest. She didn't dare look into his eyes. She lowered her head and took a few steps toward the bed.
Well,
Let's sleep. It's late. Before she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew behind her. Zhang Liao quickly stepped over and pulled her into his arms. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request.
Jang Liao, Jang Liao.
Zhang Liao. She could only call out the man's name repeatedly, her eyes filled with tears. Her clothes on her chest were messy and soaked in a large area. Zhang Liao raised his head, his whole body tense.
Zuye.
I miss you so much. You're such a charming little fairy. You're my woman. He couldn't hold back anymore. He pushed the woman onto the bed and pressed down on her. His arms supported him on either side of her head, and his eyes burned with passion.
Zuye.
I can't hold it in anymore. Give me. Her clothes were pulled aside, and the man lowered his head. Lin Swear couldn't bear it anymore. She grabbed his hair with her hands, her muffled sounds uncertain whether they were crying or calling out.
Zhang Liao, I'm scared.
I'm afraid. She was afraid. Suddenly, she felt a little scared. Zhang Liao finally stopped and looked at the woman beneath him. Her face was flushed, her eyes were wet, and tears still clung to her eyelashes.
Damn.
So charming.
But she said.
She was scared. Zhang Liao clenched his teeth, resisting the wild desire to consume her. He took a step back and pleaded, Swear. Help me. Lin Swear opened her eyes, her watery eyes full of confusion. I don't know how. What? Zhang Liao felt a sharp pain in his chest. I'll teach you. Don't be afraid.
Zuye.
I like you. Damn it. This is deadly. It's completely different from before, feeling so good that it made her scalp tingle. Swear, you're such a good girl. A good wife. Zhang Liao looked down at the woman in his arms. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she dared not look at him. She bit her lip and, obediently. So charming. This look, even more tempting than lying naked on the bed.
Zuye.
Good girl. Such a good girl. Lin Swear couldn't help but sneak a glance. Her heart pounded even harder. She had never seen anything like this. Suddenly, Zhang Liao let out a muffled groan. The room fell silent, only the heavy breathing of the two. The flame of the oil lamp flickered, casting light on both of them. Zhang Liao gradually regained his composure and released her hand. Lin Swear didn't know where to put her hands. Her face was burning hot, her eyes full of tears, and she bit her lip, afraid to make a sound. Zhang Liao looked at her like that, and the fire in his heart didn't die down. Instead, it flared up again. Damn, she's so tempting. Her hands, her face, those big, watery eyes.
Damn.
No matter what he did, it was never enough. Lin Swear lowered her head, watching those rough hands holding her own, feeling a strange mix of emotions inside her. A bit sour, a bit tense, and a little sweet. Since she married into the Chen family, Chen when she only knew how to study, and at night, he pressed on her, finishing quickly. But this man was different. He wanted her almost crazy for her, but just now he was holding back. He only pulled her to use. Because she said she was scared. Zhang Liao's heart softened completely, and he pulled the woman into his arms. Swear, from now on, you're my woman. Anyone who dares to bully you, I'll cut them. Lin Swear curled up in the man's arms, while outside, the wind was still blowing. But inside, it was very warm. The next morning, just before dawn, the rooster crowed for the first time. The village dogs curled up in their nests, too lazy to move. Every household was smoking, and the old Jiang family's kitchen was warm. Old Jiang, wearing an old padded jacket, squatted in front of the stove, tossing dry wood inside, sparks flying everywhere. A big pot on the stove was boiling cornmeal porridge, golden and bubbling with hot steam, filling the house with a delicious aroma. Old Jiang hummed a folk tune while pulling the bellows, singing a song he barely remembered, making it up as he went. His tune was all over the place, but he thought it sounded beautiful. He felt incredibly happy inside. Ever since his son brought Swear home, even though she came from the Qin family, in old Zhang's eyes, she was his officially married daughter-in-law. Now, The house finally felt like a real home. Before, it was just him and his son, two rough men living a muddled life. But now it was different. Swayer was diligent and skillful. The house was spotless, the table and benches shining, and even the firewood in the corner was stacked neatly. Old Jiang was happier and happier, his mouth almost unable to close. His biggest wish in life was to have a big, fat grandson to carry on the family line. Now my wife has entered the house, and my son is getting stronger. Isn't it only a matter of time? Just as I was enjoying myself, there was a loud bang outside the yard gate, as if someone kicked the door. Old man Jiang was so scared he shivered, dropping the firewood in his hand, sparks flying onto his leg. Goodness, he cursed softly, quickly brushing off the dust on his pants, and peeked toward the door. He saw his son with a serious face, walking quickly inside. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, with a narrow waist. Standing there, he looked like a dark wall. His face was pale from the cold, but his eyes were dark and serious, giving off a warning to others. The most frightening thing was that his son was holding a shiny chopping knife. Old man Zhang's eyes widened, and he lost his temper immediately. "You little rascal, you've gone too far." In the early morning, his son was nowhere to be seen, and now he was back with a knife? Where had he been? The old man suddenly stood up straight, his back stiffening, shouting loudly enough to shake the roof tiles, making the whole yard buzz. "What are you doing with a knife this early? Going to cut trees or looking for trouble? I tell you, Jang Liao, you're now a married man. Swayer is still at home. Don't go around fighting and causing trouble like you don't care about your life." He was really worried. His son had been wild since he was young, quick-tempered like a firecracker, easily provoked. When he was a child, he fought with the village kids, even splitting open someone's head. As he grew older, he was even more fearless, relying on his strength to fight outsiders. As a father, he was worried sick. Now that his son had finally settled down, he couldn't afford him to cause trouble again. That would really be the end of him. Jang Liao ignored his father's shouting and mumbling. He casually threw the chopping knife at the foot of the yard wall with a clattering sound. He adjusted his collar, exhaled a breath of white air, and showed no expression on his face. Nothing. Just 2 words. He refused to say anything more. Old man Zhang saw his son's expression and knew he wouldn't get any answers. He knew his son best. His mouth was as hard as a stone, hiding things in his heart. Asking too much would only annoy him, sometimes making him glare or even slam the door and leave. The old man decided not to ask anymore. He waved his hand and sighed. All right. You're grown up now. I can't control you anymore. Just don't go killing or causing trouble outside. That's enough." Old Jiang rubbed the cornmeal on his hands, and the anger from earlier instantly disappeared. He put on a sneaky smile and leaned toward his son. He elbowed his son hard in the waist and made a teasing face. "Hey, son, I have a serious question for you. Last night, I did as you said and held Xiao tightly in my room. I comforted her all night, singing and playing, almost exhausting my old bones. Are you and Sui a couple now?" As soon as he spoke, Zhang Liao Yuan's previously cold face relaxed a bit. His throat moved sharply, and he clenched his teeth tightly, pressing his tongue against the back of his mouth. Uncontrollably, his mind flooded with last night's images. The warm bed, the faint scent of soap on the woman, her body soft as water, her trembling fingertips, and her red, almost blood-tinged ears, hiding her face in his chest, afraid to look up. That feeling. Just thinking about it made his blood rush to his head, his lower belly tighten, and his whole body feel restless. Zhang Liao Yuan slowly smirked, showing a wild and mischievous grin. His eyes darkened, like hiding a flickering fire. Standing there, he radiated an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Old Jiang, sharp as a fox, immediately understood his son's expression. He patted his thigh and laughed loudly, wrinkles crinkling his face. Good. Our Jiang family will finally have a successor. You're really something. Hurry up and give me a fat grandson together with Xiao. To make a good family. Zhang Liao Yuan didn't reply, just smiled. The satisfaction in his smile was obvious, full of deep tenderness only for one person. Right now, his mind was full of Lin Swear. Although last night didn't really turn into a full relationship, that enchanting feeling was still tempting enough. He knew he was completely fallen for this shy little wife. Just then, a soft footstep sounded at the door of the courtyard. The little wife entered, carrying a clay basin filled with cabbage. She was wearing a blue cloth jacket today, making her face look tender and white, with curved eyebrows and red lips, looking adorable and making people want to hold her gently and stroke her. As soon as Lin Swear entered the room, her gaze happened to meet Zhang Liao's directly. In that instant, she froze completely. From her cheeks to her ears and down her neck, she blushed intensely. Thoughts of last night kept slipping into her mind uncontrollably. The man's warm breath brushed against her neck, and he held her. His rough hand grasped hers, pulling her closer. Just thinking about these things made Lin Swear feel weak in her legs, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. When she woke up this morning and didn't see him, she felt a little disappointed. But now, seeing him, that disappointment turned into overwhelming embarrassment. Zhang Liao's eyes lit up instantly, like a hungry wolf seeing meat. He stepped right in front of her, looking down at her blushing face, his breathing a little heavier and his smile growing more intense, almost sticky. "Why are you hiding?" His voice was hoarse. "Seeing me, you lower your head. Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Swear's face turned even redder. She bit her lips tightly, afraid to speak, and only softly nodded, Her voice was so faint like a mosquito's buzz, almost inaudible. His gaze stayed fixed on her face, hot enough to make her skin hurt, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. And there was Uncle Zhang nearby. Seeing her so submissive and shy, Zhang Liao felt a strong itch in his heart. His hands itched to hold her, to squeeze her tightly, hug her, and kiss her. But with his father there, he could only endure it. This little wife of his was truly blushing at every touch, shy at every tease, so adorable. It completely captivated him. Lin Swear, overwhelmed by his gaze, tried to hide behind a bowl of vegetables. But as she moved her foot, his warm, rough hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Why are you panicking?" Zhang Liao whispered. "I'm not going to eat you." Of course, he would eventually eat her. Her wrist trembled, wanting to pull away, but unable to do so, only allowing him to hold it. Her face was so red it seemed like blood would drip, and her eyes were misty. This scene made old Jiang smile happily, his eyes narrowing into a slit. He quickly turned his head, pretending to add firewood to the stove, muttering to himself, "No looking, no looking. You two are having fun. I'll just cook." Zhang Liao finally relaxed his grip slowly, but deliberately brushed his fingertips lightly against her. That small touch made Lin Swear shiver all over and almost lose her balance. She hurriedly and nervously went into the kitchen. It didn't take long. Breakfast was ready. A wooden table was placed in the main hall, with a few cornmeal buns, a dish of pickled vegetables, and a warm bowl of corn porridge on it. A family of 4 sat around the table. Zhang Liao picked up his bowl, took a sip of the porridge, and felt the warmth slide down his throat into his stomach, making him sigh comfortably. He took a big bite of a bun, chewed quickly without much effort, then swallowed and set down his bowl. "Father, after eating, I'll take Swear to the town. It's almost New Year, so we need to buy some things." Old Jiang was holding his bowl, drinking his porridge, and didn't lift his head at the words. "All right.
Go.
Buy some snacks for Xiao Chao, and get a piece of colorful cloth for Swear to make her a new dress." My wife shouldn't be neglected. When Xiao Chao heard they were going to the town, her eyes lit up instantly. She put down her bun, slid off her stool, and happily ran to Zhang Liao. She hugged his leg tightly, shaking it, her small voice crisp and sweet. Uncle Jiang, I want to go too. I want to buy sugar figurines and candied hawthorns." The little girl was clever and mischievous. She had already noticed that although Uncle Jiang usually looked stern and a bit scary, he was very kind to her. He was even better to her mother. Zhang Liao looked down at the little girl hanging on his leg, frowned slightly, showing a bit of disdain. This little girl just loved to join in the fun. He and Swayer going out was a good opportunity, but having a little tale with them was a bit troublesome. But he also didn't want to scold her. Swayer was the person closest to his heart. He loved her, so naturally, he also loved Xiao Chao. Jang Liao reached out and tousled her messy hair. Stay at home. It's cold outside, like knives cutting the wind. You'll catch a cold and start crying. Uncle Jiang will bring you candied hawthorns, 2 skewers. Is that okay? Xiao Chao tilted her head and thought for a moment. When she heard there were 2 skewers of candied hawthorns, she immediately nodded. She let go and obediently sat down, no longer fussing about going to the town. Next to her, Lin Swayer quietly held her bowl, sipping her porridge little by little. Hearing that Jang Liao wanted to take her to town, her face turned slightly pale. She put down her bowl and said, I think I shouldn't go. Jang Liao looked at her with a serious gaze. Why? Lin Swayer lowered her head, clutching her clothes tightly, saying nothing. Since she didn't speak, Jang Liao understood. She had suffered at the Chen family's house, and everyone in the village had heard about it. The gossiping women loved to talk behind her back, and she had been criticized many times before. Now she was being married off again, and those people would probably say more things. Even yesterday, someone dared to come and gossip. Seeing her cautious look, Jang Liao's heart suddenly burned with anger. He was both angry and hurt. He slammed his chopsticks on the table, making the bowls shake. Why are you afraid? You are my wife, Jang Liao's wife. Who dares to say a bad word about you? My wife is so beautiful. Why stay at home all day, afraid to see people? Just come with me, and with me here, no one in the village will dare to gossip about you. When he said this, the rough and fierce look on his face appeared again. He truly dared to fight and risk his life. Lin Swayer looked up and met his dark eyes, feeling a sudden warmth in her heart. She had never been protected like this before. At the Chen family, she was just a laborer, often beaten and scolded, and couldn't even get enough to eat. Only this man seemed to really hold her in his hands. Her eyes grew a little moist, and her nose ached. Tears almost fell. Okay. Zhang Liao saw she agreed, and the fierce expression on his face immediately disappeared, replaced by a mischievous smile. That's right. He softened his voice, like comforting a child. When we get to town, I'll buy you new clothes. Whatever you want, just buy it. He had been working in the kitchen for years, traveling around and saving a lot of money. As a rough man, he didn't care much about eating or dressing. Why keep the money? It was all for his wife to spend. His woman should wear nice clothes, eat well, and not suffer any wrong. Old Jiang watched from the side, smiling happily and nodding repeatedly.
Yes.
That's how it should be. Swayer doesn't need to be afraid. Even if the sky falls, Liaozi will hold it up. After dinner, Lin Swayer got up to clear the dishes. Zhang Liao didn't let her move and simply pushed the bowl aside. Leave it. Dad will clean up. Go inside and put on some clothes. It's cold outside, don't catch a cold. After saying that, he turned and headed to the backyard to prepare the mule cart. The mule at home was bought by Zhang Liao a couple of years ago. It was strong and steady for pulling carts. Zhang Liao carefully pulled out the mule cart and laid 3 thick layers of dry grass mats on it. He also took an old quilt, folded it neatly, and placed it on top, worried that Lin Swayer might get cold during the ride. He was very meticulous in his preparations, more attentive than ever before. Once everything was ready, he turned around and saw Lin Swayer, wrapped in clothes, with only a pair of bright, lively eyes visible, standing quietly at the door, waiting for him. She was so obedient, it was almost unbelievable. How could his wife be so beautiful and so well-behaved? A warm feeling filled Zhang Liao's heart. He strode over quickly, without hesitation, and swept the woman into his arms. Lin Swayer was startled and let out a soft cry. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her face immediately pressed against his chest, afraid to look up.
Put me down.
Uncle Jiang is watching. Let him watch, Zhang Liao said confidently. He carried her toward the mule cart. You're my wife. I carry my wife myself. He was very strong. Holding her easily, like carrying a child, he stepped onto the cart. Carefully, he placed her on the prepared grass mat and covered her legs with the quilt, wrapping her up tightly. Sit still. Don't move around, Zhang Liao warned her, then turned and jumped down from the cart's yoke. He picked up the whip and snapped it loudly. Drive. The mule moved its 4 hooves slowly, pulling the cart along at a relaxed pace. It left the yard and headed straight toward the town. The mule cart rattled along the dirt road, bouncing and creaking as the frame squeaked. Outside, the cold wind howled loudly, and the dry branches by the roadside almost broke off. Inside the cart, thick quilts kept the cold out, blocking all the wind. Lin Swear curled up on the grass mat, her face burning hot. She didn't dare lift her eyelids and only peeked secretly at the man in front. Jang Liao sat on the cart yoke, his arms thick like small trees. One hand held the reins, and the other rested on the cartboard. He kept turning his head to look back, his eyes sharp like hooks, glaring at the woman on the cart. As soon as Lin Swear was seen by him, she immediately buried her head even lower, clutching the edge of her clothes with her fingers, her heart pounding like a drum. She was still thinking about what happened last night, and her palms still felt sweaty. Just thinking about it made her so embarrassed, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Are you cold? Zhang Liao's voice came from the front. Lin Swear whispered, No, not cold. Wrap up tighter. If you catch a cold, it hurts me. His straightforward and crude words made Lin Swear blush deeply, and she shrank further into the quilt. Only her big, watery eyes peeked out, wet and shiny, making people want to nibble on them. Zhang Liao felt his throat go dry. He wished he could stop the car right there and hold her tightly, giving her a good squeeze. But they were on the main road, so he had to hold back. He swallowed, his Adam's apple moving up and down, then turned his head and kept driving. Damn it! He didn't know why, but whenever he saw this woman, he felt like he was drugged. His whole body felt strange, and he couldn't control himself. He just wanted to strip her and hold her tight. After traveling for most of the day, they finally saw the town entrance from afar. With the New Year approaching, the town was crowded. Every household was out buying New Year goods, and the streets were lively. Zhang Liao drove the mule cart to the mule and horse market at the street corner and tied it up without saying a word. Then he bent down and carefully lifted Lin Swear down. She let out a surprised cry, hugged his neck, and buried her face in his chest, not daring to look at the people on the street. Let me down. There are so many people watching. They'll laugh at me. Just look. I'm carrying my wife. Who's gonna talk nonsense? Zhang Liao didn't care at all. His hand still pinched her waist softly, feeling very comfortable. A few women passing by saw this and exchanged glances and smiles. Lin Swear was so shy she almost cried, clutching his clothes tightly. Zhang Liao looked down at her flushed face, feeling very happy inside. He held her hand tightly, worried she might get lost or be jostled by the crowd, and he refused to let go. First, let's go to the fabric shop to get some cloth and make you new clothes. The shopkeeper is a widow in her 40s, named Wang. She is sweet-tongued and good at talking. In the past, her family married a daughter-in-law and even invited Zhang Liao to cook for them. They are quite familiar with each other. When she saw Zhang Liao walking in with a delicate young wife, she immediately greeted him with a smile. Hey, isn't this Chef Zhang? Today you brought your wife to buy fabric. Wang's shopkeeper looked at Lin Swear carefully, her eyes brightening with praise. Your wife is really beautiful, fair skin and tender, like a fairy from a painting. Chef Zhang is so lucky. Hearing this, Zhang Liao felt very happy. He responded in a rough voice, Of course, just look at who my wife is. Lin Swear blushed from the compliment and hid behind the man, showing only half her face, shy and timid. Wang's shopkeeper immediately saw that this young wife was shy and didn't tease her further. She led the two inside. Come on, take a look. Want some fabric? For making winter coats or skirts, we have it all. Fresh stock, bright colors, perfect for young wives to wear. Zhang Liao didn't look at the fabric. His eyes were only on Lin Swear. He waved his big hand. Choose. Whatever you like, take it. Don't worry about the money. Having worked as a chef for many years, traveling all over, He had saved enough to buy 10 or even 20 new outfits for his wife. He just wanted Lin Swear to look beautiful, with everything new from head to toe. He wanted those who had bullied her before to see that following him, Jang Liao, was 100 times better than following that useless person. Lin Swear shyly looked at the shelves of fabric. She touched a piece of lake blue cotton fabric, soft and comfortable to the touch. In the Chen family, she wasn't even allowed to use a piece of scrap cloth, let alone new fabric. Now, seeing so many beautiful fabrics, her eyes widened with amazement, but she didn't dare to pick any. She was afraid it might be too expensive, or that it would trouble Zhang Liao. "Do you like this one?" Zhang Liao saw through her thoughts immediately and asked roughly as he leaned in. Lin Swear nodded lightly, then quickly shook her head. Zhang Liao didn't care and directly called out to Wang's shopkeeper. "All right, this one. Cut 2 yards and make a winter coat for my wife." Wang's shopkeeper smiled and agreed, joking as she cut the fabric. "All right. Chef Zhang really cares about his wife. Not many men are so caring these days." Zhang Liao felt proud. He hugged Lin Swear around the waist, leaned close to her ear, and whispered hoarsely, "Did you hear that? In my life, I only love you the most. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Although he said so with his mouth, he didn't move his body. He kept the woman trapped tightly, with no way to escape. His eyes fixed on her, his throat moved sharply, and his breathing grew heavier. Her eyelashes, wet with tears, her bright red lips, and her rising and falling chest. "I really want to kiss her now and taste everything in her mouth." "Swear, you look so beautiful." Lin Swear didn't dare look at him. She felt weak all over, like a puddle of water, and could only lean on the man, letting him hold her. Zhang Liao wrapped his arms around her slim waist. His little wife in his arms was soft and fragrant. He wished he could hold her close and never let go. But they were in a fabric shop, and outside was Manager Wang. No matter how wild he felt, he didn't dare act on it. He could only hold back his fire. Finally, he couldn't resist. He leaned down and brushed his lips against her reddening ear, whispering hoarsely, "Wife, are your man's looks good? He should be better than that useless Chinwenchi, right?" In her heart, what kind of person is he really? Lin Swear's ears, brushed by him, felt numb and hot. Her heart pounded so fast it seemed like it would explode. Her lips were pressed tightly, refusing to speak. "Say something." Zhang Liao pinched her waist. Her waist was so soft it felt like there was no bone. "I'm asking you, is your man handsome?" His breath brushed her neck, making her feel tingly. Lin Swear couldn't avoid it anymore. She could only whisper in a tiny voice like a mosquito, "Handsome." This man was rough, wild, and spoke and acted in a rough way. But strangely, he gave her a kind of tenderness she had never felt before. He held her gently and loved her deeply. Just that one word, like a spark, ignited the fire that Zhang Liao had been holding back. Suddenly, he lowered his head and bit her trembling lips. Lin Swear was so scared she shivered all over. Her eyes widened, and her words got stuck in her throat. Zhang Liao ignored everything and kissed her fiercely, as if he hadn't eaten for days. He didn't let go. Her lips felt hot and dry. He pressed his mouth hard against hers, wanting to swallow her whole. One hand held her waist, pulling her into his arms. The other grabbed the back of her head, preventing her from dodging. His tongue pushed into her mouth, tasting her soft, sweet flavor. Lin Swear couldn't breathe well under his kisses. Her whole body was so soft she almost slipped away, only staying in place because he was holding her. She hummed softly in her mouth and pushed against his chest with her small hands, but her strength was so weak it was like tickling, and she couldn't push him away. Zhang Liao became more excited as he kissed her, his mind buzzing. He ignored everything else and just wanted to taste her completely. He didn't realize how long he had been kissing her before he finally pulled back, panting. Lin Swear's face was so red it looked like it was bleeding. Her lips were swollen from his bites, and her eyes were filled with tears. She looked shy and angry at him, but her eyes were also full of water, soft and gentle, which made him feel even more drawn to her. Zhang Liao looked at her swollen lips, his throat moving hard, and in a husky voice, he asked again, "Are you handsome?" Lin Suer was so shy she wished she could hide, but he kept staring at her. She could only hum softly and say, "Yes." Hearing that, Zhang Liao almost laughed out loud, feeling very happy inside. He hugged her tightly and gently rubbed her, then reluctantly let go. "Quickly get dressed. Don't catch a cold. I'll wait for you outside." After saying that, he pushed aside the curtain and slowly walked out. Manager Wang watched him leave, clearly knowing what had happened inside. He smiled and shook his head without saying anything, continuing to work with the fabric. Zhang Liao sat on a stool, crossing his legs, tapping his fingers on the table, and kept his eyes fixed on the curtain, waiting eagerly for his woman to come out. His mind was still thinking about the taste of their kiss, soft lips, sweet flavor. This woman was really going to be the death of him. After a long while, Lin Suer, blushing and lowering her head, slowly came out from behind the curtain. Her hair was a bit messy, with a few strands hanging shyly on her red cheeks. Her eyes kept flickering and avoiding his and Manager Wang's gaze. She didn't dare look at Zhang Liao or lift her head to meet their eyes. Her small hands tightly clenched her clothes, and she looked so nervous she seemed ready to hide in a crack in the ground. Zhang Liao's eyes fixed on her perfectly, and seeing her shy look made his fiery feelings suddenly surge. It made him feel uncomfortable and itchy all over. He wished he could carry her home right now and lock her in a room to take good care of her. "How does it fit?" Manager Wang smiled and asked as he moved closer.
Lin Suer nodded gently.
"It fits well. Just wear it." Zhang Liao didn't hesitate. He stood up and pushed all the blue fabric and small cloth pieces he had just picked out onto the counter. "Wrap it all up. Count the money." He took out a bulging money pouch from his waist and placed it confidently on the counter, not at all worried about spending. As long as this woman felt happy, he didn't mind how much money he spent. Shopkeeper Wang saw Zhang Liao act so straightforward and was so pleased that his eyes nearly closed with a smile. "Your girl is so lucky." Lin Suer felt a bit guilty about spending money, but was too shy to speak. Her face was still very red, and her lips were slightly swollen, clearly from being bullied earlier inside. Zhang Liao walked ahead but looked back after a few steps to check on her. His eyes were sticky and sweet like malt candy, unable to be pulled away, fixed on her. Lin Suer lowered her head, unable to lift it under his gaze. She took small steps behind him, her ears burning all the way to her neck. The street was crowded and noisy. There was a stall with half a pig hanging, shiny and oily. Another had fish in a basin, jumping lively and splashing water. There were red paper scrolls for sale, bright and festive, catching people's eyes. The shouting voices rose one after another, loud enough to make people's ears numb. Zhang Liao reached out and took Lin Suer's hand. His hand was big and rough, with knuckles that looked hard. He easily wrapped her small hand entirely in his palm. Her little hand was soft and tiny, like it had no bones, making him reluctant to let go. As they walked, he looked around at the stalls, thinking about what they still needed. They had to buy meat for the new year, fish, firecrackers, and some sweets for Zhao to enjoy. Suddenly, a long shout came from ahead. "Candied hawthorns. Big, sweet candied hawthorns. 3 coins per bunch." Zhang Liao looked up. It was an old man carrying a basket filled with bright red candied hawthorns, each one large and tempting in the sunlight. He immediately thought of Zhao. She had said in the morning she wanted to bring her some candied hawthorns. If she saw these, she would definitely be so happy she'd jump for joy. Zhang Liao pulled Lin Suer into the crowd, squeezing to the front of the hawthorn basket. 3 bunches of candied hawthorns, please." When Lin Suer heard this, she quickly tugged at his sleeve. "1 bunch is enough, just 1 bunch. Don't spend too much. 1 bunch isn't enough." Zhang Liao looked down at her confidently. "I promised the little girl this morning, if he didn't buy 2 bunches, the clever girl would definitely argue with him again. Besides, caring for children is what a father should do." Lin Suer was a bit stunned. She thought he was just joking around to comfort the kids, but she didn't expect him to remember every word. Chen Wenqi's real father often snatched food from the child's mouth. But Zhang Liao cared so much. 2 bunches for Xiao Chao and another. Zhang Liao took the candied hawthorn from the old man and, without hesitation, handed it to Lin Suier. The other one is for you. Lin Suier was caught off guard. What? You're her mother. You should taste it too, see if it's sweet. Don't let the girl get her teeth spoiled. Zhang Liao looked at her with a deep, intense gaze. When you're done, tell Xiao Chao how it tastes. Lin Suier held the candied hawthorn, her fingers trembling. The bright red hawthorn, shiny sugar coating. When she got close, a sweet aroma wafted into her nose. She had never been given a candied hawthorn before. Growing up poor, she could only secretly watch other children eat it. At Chen's house, just having enough to eat was a blessing, let alone treats like this. Now, holding this sweet candied hawthorn in her hand, her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. What's wrong? Zhang Liao saw her eyes turn red and immediately panicked. If you don't want to eat it, just say so. No one is forcing you, okay? It's not that. Lin Suier hurriedly blinked, trying to hold back her tears. Her voice was soft and gentle. I just, she couldn't quite say it. It was that her heart felt warm, like holding a little stove inside. This man was really good to her. Just what? Zhang Liao leaned closer, almost pressing his face to hers. Say it clearly. Lin Suier shrank back a little, her face flushing again. She whispered softly, It's just. Thank you. Thank you for spending 20 taels to buy this for her. Thank you for saving Xiao Chao's life. Thank you for being so kind to me and Little Grass. Thanks for what? Zhang Liao frowned, looking unhappy. I'm your man. I buy you a candied hawthorn stick, and you thank me? Then tonight, you should thank me properly all night. His words were very direct. Lin Suier's face instantly turned bright red, spreading from her cheeks to her neck and ears. There were so many people nearby. If anyone heard, she would be so embarrassed. Zhang Liao stared at her blushing ears, feeling excited and almost going crazy. Why was she so shy? She was so cute. The more she blushed, the more he wanted to tease her. The more he teased, the more he liked her. Eat it, he urged her, his voice husky. Hurry up and try it. See if it's sweet. Lin Suier couldn't hide from his stare, so she carefully stuck out her tongue and licked the candy coating. It was very sweet. So sweet that her eyes squinted happily. Zhang Liao kept his eyes fixed on her soft, pink tongue tip. His mind buzzed, and his whole body felt like it was boiling.
Damn.
If that tongue was. Just thinking about it made Zhang Liao feel like he was going crazy. Lin Suier took another lick and then bit into a hawthorn, slowly chewing it in her mouth. The sour and sweet juice spread out, making her smile happily. She had never tasted anything so sweet before. Maybe it was because her heart felt so happy. She looked up and accidentally met Zhang Liao's intense, almost glaring eyes. His gaze was so fierce and hot, as if he wanted to swallow her whole, making her heart shiver.
Do
you want to try it too? She was so nervous she quickly offered the candied hawthorn to him. Maybe. You should try it too. Zhang Liao stared at the candied hawthorn, which still had her saliva on it. His throat felt dry, almost burning. He wanted to try, but what he wanted to try wasn't the candy. He suddenly leaned down and bit into a hawthorn, almost biting her finger in the process. Lin Suier quickly pulled her hand back, her face burning hot. Zhang Liao chewed the hawthorn, tasting the sour and sweet flavor, but he couldn't really taste it. His mind was full of her soft, licking gesture just now. Is it tasty? Lin Suier asked softly. No, it doesn't taste good. Zhang Liao's eyes were still fixed on her mouth, and his voice was hoarse and frightening, not as sweet as what you just licked. Lin Suier was stunned for a moment. When she realized what nonsense he was talking about, she was so embarrassed she almost threw the candied hawthorn stick on the ground. This person. How can he say such silly things? She quickly lowered her head, focusing on biting her candied hawthorn stick. But with him staring at her so openly, she felt uncomfortable eating, not knowing where to put her tongue. The man's eyes never left her. This woman was nibbling on the hawthorn, occasionally licking off the sugar on her lips, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed slowly. This woman blushed so much. Would she cry? Damn it. If he kept watching, he might embarrass himself in public. Let's go and buy something else. Zhang Liao clenched her hand tightly, gritting his teeth, and pulled her into the crowd. The street was crowded, people pushing and shoving, and sometimes someone bumped into them. He stood like a solid wall, blocking her in front, not letting anyone get close to her. Lin Swayer followed behind him, looking up at his broad, strong back, feeling warm and soft inside. This man truly protected her like a precious treasure. They stopped in front of a stall selling hairbands and head ribbons. Buy a few hairbands for Xiao Chao. His rough fingers picked out a few red and pink ones. That girl has long hair. Tying it up will look nice. Seeing how seriously he was choosing, Lin Swayer suddenly felt a little sour inside. Back at the Qin family, Qin Wenqi never cared about Xiao Chao. He was annoyed even if she looked at her, let alone remember what she liked or how long her hair was. But Zhang Liao cared about even these small things. This one looks nice. She pointed to a few with floral patterns, softly saying, Xiao Chao likes flowers. Okay, then let's get this one. Zhang Liao bought all of them without hesitation. The vendor was an elderly woman, smiling kindly. Big brother really cares about his daughter. Zhang Liao grinned, his smile rough but bright. Of course. She's my daughter. If I don't care, who will? After buying a hair tie, he went to the meat stall and bought 5 jin of good mixed fat and lean meat, then bought 2 jin of pastries, and also bought fireworks and couplets. Zhang Liao looked at silver as if it were not money, always wanting to take more back. Lin Swayer felt very distressed and gently tugged on his sleeve. That's enough. Stop buying. You're spending too much money. Spend it all, then earn more. Zhang Liao didn't care. I have plenty of strength to prepare the feast. After the new year, there will be lots of work. Men earn money to spend on their wives and daughters. Lin Swayer couldn't argue with him, so she let him do as he pleased. But watching him take out large amounts of silver made her feel uneasy. He had already spent a lot of money on them both. They stopped at a stall selling windmills. Zhang Liao paused again. Colorful little windmills spun happily in a wind. Buy a windmill for little Chao. He picked the most fancy one. When the little girl sees it, she'll be so happy she'll run around the yard. Lin Swayer watched the spinning windmill and couldn't help but smile. When she smiled, her eyes curved, her cheeks turned pink, and she looked even sweeter than candied hawthorn. Zhang Liao turned to look at her and was immediately stunned. This woman looked so beautiful when she smiled. She was so pretty that he wished he could buy all the windmills just to see her smile more. What are you laughing at? He leaned in and gently touched her face with his rough hand. Her face was soft like tender tofu. Lin Swayer quickly stopped smiling, lowered her head, and her ears turned red. I wasn't laughing. If you're laughing, just laugh. Why hide? Zhang Liao pinched her soft cheek. Your smile looks good. Keep smiling more. Got it. Lin Swayer shyly moved away from his hand. Zhang Liao chuckled and stuffed the windmill into her hand, then held her hand tightly and pulled her to keep walking. Lin Swayer held the remaining half of a candied hawthorn in one hand and the spinning windmill in the other. Only one candied hawthorn was left. Many things are best when they are the last. She looked up at the steady man walking ahead, bit her lip, and softly spoke. Zhang Liao, do you want to eat? There's only one left. Zhang Liao turned around, saw her gentle and obedient look, and his heart softened completely. Feed me. He deliberately acted mischievously. Lin Swayer blushed, looked around at the busy street, feeling extremely shy. But she still slowly raised her hand and offered the hawthorn to his mouth. Zhang Liao lowered his head, biting into the hawthorn and her finger at the same time. His warm, moist tongue licked her fingertips, feeling hot and soft. Lin Swayer trembled all over, wanting to pull her hand back, but he held it tightly, making her feel ticklish and nervous. You. She was so shy her voice trembled. Please let go. People are watching. Only then did Zhang Liao release her, chewing the hawthorn, but his eyes stayed fixed on her, smiling mischievously and playfully. So sweet. Your feeding makes it even sweeter. Lin Swear was so embarrassed she buried her face in her collar and dared not look at him anymore. Jang Liao chuckled softly, tightening his grip on her hand, and continued walking forward with her. He had never felt so happy in his life. Holding his woman in his hand, carrying the money he bought her with, thinking about how to pamper her tonight. Life felt like a beautiful dream. Lin Swear followed behind him, her heart pounding wildly. The slight warmth on her fingertips lingered, feeling hot and soft, and it kept tickling her deep inside. Unconsciously, she brought the empty bamboo skewer to her lips and gently licked the remaining sugar residue. The street grew more crowded and noisy, giving her a headache. Zhang Liao frowned suddenly, then suddenly pulled her by the wrist, leading her into a narrow alley. "Hey!" Lin Swear softly gasped as he pulled her into the cool, quiet alley. Once inside, the noise outside was cut off, leaving only their breathing. She just stood still, and when she looked around, her body suddenly stiffened. This place. It was where she was once cornered by two ruffians in an alley, almost assaulted. Zhang Liao reached out, holding her firmly in his arms, and asked softly, "Do you remember this place?" Lin Swear nodded gently. Did I remember? How could she forget? She was terrified then, and Zhang Liao saved her. Now he was holding her in his arms. Zhang Liao's breath was hot and heavy on her face. "Back then, I was the one who saved you." He paused, his throat moving roughly. "But now I think I'm more of a beast than those two animals." Lin Swear shivered all over and suddenly felt a little scared. "You were trembling like chaff in the wind, tears in your eyes, looking so pitiful. I chased the person away, then looked back at you. Do you know what I was thinking?" Lin Swear shook her head, her lips trembling and unable to speak. "I was thinking." He leaned closer to her. "I wanted your big, bright eyes to only see me." Lin Swear's mind suddenly buzzed loudly. But her body wouldn't listen. It was so soft, like a puddle of water. If she weren't leaning on him, she would have slipped to the ground. Zhang Liao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He reached out and held her in his arms. "Let's go home." The man held her hand and they left the alley, crossing the busy street, arriving at the mule cart station. He helped carry the things he bought all the way there, tying them tightly so they wouldn't fall during the trip. Then he turned, carefully lifted her onto the cart, and wrapped her up snugly. "Sit still." After saying that, Zhang Liao jumped onto the cart, picked up the whip, and swung it. The mule started walking, heading back to the village. Lin Swear leaned against the side of the cart, looking at the pile of New Year's goods beside her. She gently squinted her eyes. Halfway there, the sun came out. Zhang Liao stretched out his arm without asking and carried Lin Swear onto the front of the cart, pressing close to him. His broad hand didn't stay still, holding her waist tightly, almost squeezing her. The rough calluses on his palm made her face hot. She shrank her shoulders and gently tried to push him away.
Zhang Liao.
"Let go. There are people on the road, and if they see us." Zhang Liao didn't lift his eyelids, ignoring her. He smiled mischievously, pretending not to hear. They were getting closer to Xinghua village. Lin Swear's heart clenched tightly. Her body shifted slightly, and her voice was so soft it was like a mosquito humming. "Almost at the village entrance. Don't do this. Everyone is watching." Zhang Liao still ignored her and held her even tighter. He wanted everyone in the village to see that Lin Swear was his wife. Soon, the old locust tree at the village entrance came into view. A group of people sat close together under the tree. Even in the cold weather, no one seemed to mind being cold. They were wrapped in patched cotton coats, with their sleeves rolled up, hands in their pockets, and necks pulled in. They chatted casually, gossiping about neighbors, spitting occasionally, and the noise was loud enough to be heard half a mile away. But when Zhang Liao drove the mule cart into the village, the noisy chatter suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had suddenly choked them, and no sound could be heard. Everyone's dull eyes were fixed on the mule cart. They nudged each other with elbows, glanced sideways, and made faces, but no one dared to speak. The silence was so heavy it made their backs feel cold. Usually, these gossiping women would be arguing about the old hen from the Li family at the village head, or accusing the Wang family's daughter-in-law of cheating. They could curse all day long, But today, they were as quiet as if their parents had died. So silent it was frightening. Lin Swayer kept her head low, her cheeks burning hot, but she still caught sight of the three women, Sister Zhang and two others, who had been gossiping in the yard yesterday. Now, all three had their heads buried deep, as if they wanted to sink into the ground. Their eyes flickered nervously, too scared to even look up. It was as if they had seen a terrifying ghost. Lin Swayer felt uneasy and confused, her heart pounding. Although everyone in the village was afraid of Jang Liao, some still dared to whisper behind his back. But today, it was unnervingly quiet, so quiet it made her feel anxious. What was going on? While she was lost in thought, Zhang Liao had already stopped the mule cart. He took a long step, picked her up and jumped down. The man was tall and strong, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. When he stood under the old locust tree, his imposing presence made the air heavy with a sense of danger, so much so that no one dared to breathe loudly. Everyone in Xinghua village knew Zhang Liao's temper. He was a fierce man who dared to risk his life. He had been wild since he was a child. When he was about 7 or 8, a troublemaker in the village insulted him, saying he was an orphan. Without hesitation, Zhang Liao grabbed a stone and threw it at the boy's head, hitting him so hard that he bled and almost caused a serious fight. As he grew older, he became even more restless. He fought with local thugs and dared to face 3 or 4 men alone, fighting fiercely and cunningly. He never lost, and his fierce spirit kept everyone at bay. Later, he finally married a wife through a matchmaker. But within 2 years, she fell ill and passed away. The villagers whispered that he was cursed, that he was born under a bad star that brought misfortune to his wife. The words, bad star, became Zhang Liao's nickname that he couldn't shake off. Everyone in the village avoided him like a plague, afraid that even a little bad luck from him would bring trouble to themselves. Because of this, the Chen family sold Lin Swayer to Zhang Liao for 20 silver coins. Everyone in the village said her life was as bitter as yellow bile. A good wife, falling into a trap. Who would have thought that this so-called bad star, whom everyone avoided, would protect Lin Swayer as carefully as her own eyes? What a strange story. The mule cart stopped under the old locust tree. People instinctively stepped back, making way.
Just as it was about to pass through,
Suddenly, a sharp, harsh voice from a man's throat burst out from the crowd, making everyone's ears ring. Hey, my goodness! Isn't that the useless old hen from the Chen family?
wow.
I thought she had died outside long ago. What's she doing now? Sitting in a mule cart like she's someone important. Lin Swayer stiffened all over, feeling cold from head to toe, her legs trembling uncontrollably. It was Zhao. For years. During those 4 years with the Chen family, Zhao had beaten and scolded her, making her work from dawn to dusk like a beast, yet she barely had enough to eat. Hearing Zhou's sharp voice, her deep-seated fear surged like a wave, impossible to suppress. Zhao, twisting her waist with a water bucket, squeezed out of the crowd. Her triangular eyes glared fiercely at Lin Swayer, full of arrogance. She deliberately shouted loudly with her harsh voice, loud enough for the entire village of Xinghua to hear, just to make sure everyone knew her foul words. Look at her. 4 years of sitting on her nest, not laying a single egg, eating and drinking for nothing in my Chen family, useless. I sold her for 20 silver coins in one go. 20 silver coins. Enough for my precious son to study well for several years. My son is destined for greatness, a future official, unlike some people who occupy a position but do nothing, selling 20 taels of silver and still feeling ashamed of my family's reputation. I told everyone, this girl has been with us for 4 years. Besides being lazy and careless, what else does she do? She's just a useless freeloader. If she didn't still have some strength to work, I would have driven her deep into the mountains to feed the wolves long ago. Keeping her around is just trouble. Seeing Zhou dare to speak up, the others immediately started to join in the teasing. Everyone's faces looked sour, and they secretly looked down on Zhou for relying on her son being a scholar and acting proud, while also fearing Zhang Liao, the formidable man. They hoped the two would argue, so they could enjoy the show, and they praised Zhao with flattering words. Madame Zhao is truly lucky. She's got a great deal. Scholar Chen is a talented man destined for greatness. Madame Zhao, you should enjoy your good fortune. A group of people kept praising Zhao, making her feel proud and almost floating in the air. They looked at Lin Sui with more and more harsh and hateful eyes, and their insults kept coming. You unproductive, infertile woman. Only Jang Liao is blind enough to treat you like a treasure. Once you're at Zhang's, don't expect to turn things around. You'll be a lowly person for the rest of your life. This little troublemaker thought she was special just because she entered the Jiang family and was pampered. But unexpectedly, she was living so comfortably. Thinking of this, Zhao was full of anger. She cursed even more nastily. After 4 years in my house, you haven't even had a child. How dare you still be alive? If it were someone else, they'd have beaten you to death and thrown you away. It's only because I'm kind-hearted that I kept you until now. You really have no shame. Lin Sui's lips trembled badly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she felt suffocated in her chest. She had worked from dawn in the Chen family, only resting late at night. She did all the dirty and tiring work, never once being treated unfairly. But because she didn't have a son, Zhao treated her like an enemy, tormenting her endlessly. Hitting and scolding her was common, and finally, Zhao sold her to the Jiang family for 20 taels of silver, treating her like an animal, with no regard for feelings. For years of suffering made her throat hurt, and she couldn't even speak. But she was so used to being scolded in the Qin family that she had lost her temper. She just lowered her head, bit her lip, and endured silently. Sister Zhang, hiding under the tree, saw Zhao speak up and bravely stepped forward. She tilted her head and shouted loudly at Jang Liao, pretending to be fearless.
Zhang Liao.
Don't think I'm afraid of you. It wasn't even dawn, and the roosters hadn't crowed yet. You stormed into my yard with a knife, silently chopping firewood. Your face was as dark as the Grim Reaper's, trying to scare me. Do you think I'm easily frightened? Although Sister Zhang spoke bravely, her heart was already trembling with fear, and cold sweat was pouring down her back. Today, Zhang Liao wasn't just chopping firewood. He was clearly here to show his power. Without a word, he raised his knife and started chopping at the firewood pile. The loud crashes made everyone nervous, and his fierce eyes seemed ready to eat someone. She stood at the door, too scared to breathe, her legs trembling so much she couldn't stand. The wife of the Li butcher's family saw Sister Zhang speak and quickly echoed with a trembling voice. Her face was as pale as paper, and she was shaking. Our family is the same. He came in silently and started chopping firewood, scaring our old pig butcher so much he hid inside and didn't dare come out. Wang Lao's daughter-in-law from the crooked house also nodded quickly, her face ghostly white. My firewood pile was all chopped by him. He didn't say a word from start to finish. After chopping, he just stood in the yard staring at me, making my back go cold. I was so scared, I almost lost my soul. I even had nightmares last night. The 3 women spoke one after another, seeming defiant, but clearly terrified. Their voices trembled. Anyone with eyes could see they were all scared stiff by Zhang Liao. This incident spread through the village early in the morning. Zhang Liao left home before dawn and went straight to these 3 families. He silently chopped firewood with fierce determination, just like when he used to hit people in childhood. Because of this, no one dared to speak. Everyone shrank their necks and pretended to be mute, afraid of getting into trouble. Lin Sui listened to their words, her heart suddenly clenched tightly, as if hit hard by something, feeling both sour and warm.
So,
it turned out that this morning he wasn't at home, but for her. He stood up for her. This quiet man had taken all her grievances to heart. A wave of warmth and sadness surged up her throat, making her speechless. Her eyes grew hot, and tears finally couldn't be held back. They spilled out suddenly. She, a woman discarded by her family like a broken flower, everyone said she couldn't bear children. She was unexpectedly cared for by Zhang Liao, who never allowed her to suffer any small injustice. Zhang Liao remained silent throughout, his face dark as a pot bottom, and his anger grew stronger. At this moment, he coldly looked over the three women, and suddenly his lips twitched. It seems you think the firewood I cut isn't enough, and you want me to keep chopping. The three women's faces turned pale as paper instantly, their hearts pounding with fear, almost scared to death. Their legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. How could they forget? When this fierce man finished chopping firewood at their house and was about to leave, he stood at the gate, speaking slowly and clearly, with a voice so harsh it could crush bones. Next time, I won't be chopping firewood. I'll be chopping your heads. Although he didn't shout this aloud publicly, the whole village of Xinghua had already heard about it. Seeing Jang Liao protecting Lin Sui, Zhao Shi was furious and stomped her feet in anger. You bad omen! I paid 20 taels of silver to sell you to the Zhang family so you could behave yourself. But you're hanging around this fierce man and causing trouble. I should have beaten you to death and thrown you into the wild graveyard to feed the wild dogs, so you wouldn't cause more harm. As she cursed, Zhao Shi's eyes widened with anger, and she suddenly lunged forward, raising her hand to slap Lin Sui in the face. Lin Sui was so scared she instinctively stepped back. If she had been at the Qin family, she would have just stood there and taken the beating, not daring to hide or fight back. She was used to being beaten and had long forgotten what pain was or what it meant to be protected. Chun Wenqi only knew how to hide and stay out of trouble. He would never protect her. But this time, before she could take 2 steps back, Jang Liao moved. The man suddenly raised his hand, grabbing Zhao Shi's raised wrist with force, his knuckles pressing hard enough to crush bones.
Oh.
It hurts so much. My wrist is going to break. Zhao Shi let out a pig-like squeal, her face twisting in pain, tears streaming down her face, and cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Let go. You let go of me. I was just teaching my sold-out daughter-in-law. What does it have to do with you? You outsider. Mind your own business. The fierce man is so great. Despite the pain, Zhao Shi gritted her teeth and kept pretending to be tough, struggling desperately to pull her hand back. But Zhang Liao's hand was as firm as cast iron, unmoving. She is now my Zhang Liao's wife. You cut ties with the Qin family completely, having nothing to do with them anymore. If you dare to curse her or lay a finger on her, I will tear apart your disgusting mouth. The fierce anger suddenly burst out from him, making Zhao Shi panic instantly. She was so scared she lost her soul, and her legs went weak. She knew very well that Zhang Liao was a ruthless person. Lin Sui was protected tightly behind Zhang Liao, with her hand held firmly in his palm. All the frustration she had kept for 4 years flooded out at this moment, and she couldn't hold it in anymore. Maybe she knew someone would protect her. She peeked out from behind Zhang Liao, looked at the mean and vicious Zhao Shi, gritted her teeth, and shouted loudly. I worked day and night at the Qin family for 4 years, doing hard labor, never once treated them unfairly. When Xiao Chao was sick, you had no money to save her, so you sold me to the Zhang family for 20 taels of silver. I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you insulting me like this? Why are you humiliating me? As soon as she finished, everyone was stunned. They stared at Lin Sui with wide eyes, full of surprise. This wife has quite a lot of courage. The kind-hearted women remembered how badly Lin Sui had been treated at the Qin family, feeling sympathy. Their eyes on Zhao Shi changed instantly, full of disdain. Sister Zhao, you're going too far. Exactly. Selling a daughter-in-law isn't something to be proud of. It's all because your son is useless, and you can't even support your own daughter. Hearing this, Zhao Shi felt even angrier and more hurt. She screamed wildly. You're rebellious. Daring to talk back to me. Watch me beat you to death. Zhang Liao suddenly squeezed harder.
Ah!
Zhao Shi cried out in pain, tears and snot streaming down her face. She couldn't hold her arrogant attitude anymore and begged for mercy. I was wrong. I won't curse anymore. I'll never curse again. I'm so rude. I'm not human. Please let me go. My wrist is going to break. Zhang Liao coldly swung his hand. This rude old woman was hopeless. Talking to her was useless. She had to learn her lesson the hard way.
Thud.
Zhao sure fell to the ground, clutching her nearly broken wrist, gasping in pain. Seeing Jang Liao's fierce, threatening eyes, she dared not make trouble anymore. She was terrified and scrambled to get up.
Fine.
You're so ruthless. I can't afford to offend you, so I'll hide if I can't fight. Mrs. Zhao spat harshly on the ground. I want to see how long you two can last. Sooner or later, you'll both face karma and be struck down by misfortune. After saying this, she scrambled out of the crowd, looking ashamed, and hurriedly ran away, not daring to look back, afraid Jang Liao would come after her. As soon as Mrs. Zhao ran off, Sister Zhang and the others were so frightened they almost fainted. Their legs went weak, and they nearly knelt down. They quickly bowed and apologized to Jang Liao.
Liao. Miss Sui.
We were wrong. We really were. We won't gossip anymore. We won't do it again. If anyone dares to say anything bad about you, we'll be the first to shut their mouths. Please don't come to our house to chop firewood anymore. We won't do it again. Zhang Liao looked at the three of them coldly, with a stern face, too lazy to say a word. Just that look alone made the three of them terrified, trembling and scrambling back, burying their heads deep, not daring to lift them again. People around also shrank back, making way quickly. They were afraid of provoking this fierce person and bringing trouble upon themselves. Zhang Liao looked down at Lin Sui's red eyes. His fierce aura gradually faded, leaving only a clumsy kind of tenderness. He raised his rough finger to wipe away her tears. Don't cry. I am here. Lin Sui nodded chokingly, feeling warm inside, like holding a small warm stove. Zhang Liao didn't say anything more. He helped Lin Sui sit steadily back on the cart. Let's go home. Holding her hand tightly, Lin Sui felt safe and secure. She used to think her life was hard, but now she realized she had fallen into a lucky place. The mule cart creaked as it tilted at the entrance of the Zhang family yard, the wooden wheels still turning slowly. Zhang Liao took a long step forward, bent his arm, and with a firm hand, gently wrapped it around Lin Sui's waist, lifting her up in a half-hug. Just moments ago, at the village entrance, when he was fighting with Mrs. Zhao, his grip was so strong it hurt her bones, leaving no mercy. But now, when he touched Lin Sui, his strength was gentle, as if holding a soft, freshly bounced cotton ball. He was afraid of jostling her, so he didn't even want to cause her a tiny bit of pain. Take it slow. The ground is full of dirt and slippery. The whole person was pressed against his chest, with her nose touching his firm chest. Her hand gently pressed on his chest, and she shyly pushed him away.
Please put me down.
We're already at the door. It's so embarrassing for Uncle Jiang and Little Grass to see this. I can still hold you at home. Zhang Liao snorted and lifted his chin, not giving in. You are my wife, and I want to hold you, so I will. Though he said this confidently, when he looked down, he saw the woman in his arms blushing so much her head was buried in his chest, and her ears were bright red. His heart softened suddenly, and he finally gave in. Carefully, he set her down on the ground. Lin Sui's feet touched the ground, and she quickly took a few steps back to stay away from him, so that Uncle Jiang wouldn't notice anything. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard inside the house. Old Jiang, holding a cigarette, puffed slowly and strolled out from the main room, his face smiling with wrinkles, looking very kind. He looked around at his son, then at his daughter-in-law, who looked rosy and healthy, and he couldn't help but smile broadly. His voice was loud and cheerful. Finally back. I was worried that if you came any later, lunch would be cold, and the dishes would be greasy. All morning, Little Grass and I kept waiting and waiting. Little Grass even went to look at the gate 3 times. Old Jiang took another puff of his cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and looked at his son with a happy smile. I thought you got delayed in town. Did something exciting catch your attention? Zhang Liao tugged at his father's sleeve, but said nothing. He almost really got caught up in something. Uncle Jiang. Mom. A clear, bright shout rang out as Little Grass rushed out of the house, immediately hugging Lin Sui's leg. She looked up with a small face, her eyes shining like 2 black grapes. Mom, you're finally back. Grandpa already finished cooking and is just waiting for you too. If you don't come soon, I'll be starving. Zhang Liao looked down at this clingy little girl, his heart softening. He deliberately put on a stern face, pretending to be angry. You little girl, all you see is your mom? Don't you want to ask Uncle Jiang if he brought anything nice from town? Little Grass immediately let go of Lin's swear. She kicked her short legs and tiptoed, turning her head to look at the mule cart. She waved her little hands anxiously, pouting her lips. What did you bring? Uncle Jiang, did you bring me candied hawthorn sticks? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Liao chuckled softly, bent down, reached into the mule cart, and took out 2 bunches of bright red candied hawthorn sticks, deliberately waving them in front of Xiao Chao's eyes. I knew this little girl was clever. If he didn't bring her candied hawthorn sticks, she would definitely tease him.
Wow.
Candied hawthorn sticks. Xiao Chao's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth opening wide, and she immediately reached out with her small hands, stomping her feet in excitement. Give me. Give me. Uncle Jiang is the best. Hurry, give Xiao Chao. Say something nice, and I'll give it to you. Zhang Liao teased her on purpose, holding the candied hawthorn sticks higher, but not giving them to her. Uncle Jiang. Good Uncle Jiang. The best Uncle Jiang who loves Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao called out sweetly and straightforwardly, her voice so sweet it could make anyone melt. Hearing her, Zhang Liao burst into laughter, his chest shaking, and immediately stuffed the biggest, reddest stick into her small hand. Hold it. Eat slowly. Don't let the hawthorn seed get stuck in your throat. If it does, your mother will worry again. He didn't want to see that woman cry. Xiao Chao held the candied hawthorn sticks, but wasn't in a rush to eat. Her little eyes flicked around. Cleverly, she tilted her head and whispered to Zhang Liao, Uncle Jiang, you squat down. Xiao Chao has something good to give you. Zhang Liao paused, asked gruffly, what good thing? Do I have to squat down to get it? You'll find out when you squat. Hurry up and squat. Xiao Chao urged him, waving his hand. He followed the little girl's request, his tall body bending down. His broad shoulders looked like a small wall, and he was unusually gentle. Xiao Chao immediately tiptoed, wrapping her little arms around his neck. With a smack, she kissed his cheek firmly. It was a soft, sweet kiss. Zhang Liao froze instantly, forgetting to pull back, stunned for a long time. No one had ever kissed him so softly before, especially not such a tiny girl. The kiss left a bit of sweet sugar on his face, and his heart felt numb. Old Mr. Jiang watched from the side, laughing so hard his cigarette almost fell out of his mouth. You, who are usually fierce as a demon, even the village's wild dogs avoid you. No one is afraid of you. But today, a little girl can make you blush. Truly, one thing overcomes another. Everyone knows that someone should help you control your hot temper. Lin Swear also covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes curved into small arcs. The little bit of sadness she felt earlier at the village entrance after being scolded by the Zhao family was now completely gone, as if it had never existed. She secretly glanced toward Zhang Liao. The man was stiff, touching his face, and his ears were red. All his roughness from usual was gone, replaced by a silly, honest look, which made him seem quite cute. Lin Swear felt a gentle flutter in her heart. She realized that even such a fierce man could have this kind of gentle side. Zhang Liao took a moment to regain his composure. He reached up to touch his face, which surprisingly felt a little warm. He could only speak roughly to hide his embarrassment. Little girl, why are you just kissing people casually? Your mouth is full of candy residue. Dirty or not. No one had ever kissed his face before. His wife hadn't kissed him yet. And now, a 3-year-old girl had taken that spot. But it was quite sweet. It's not dirty, Xiao Chao, holding her candied hawthorn, giggled so much her little body shook, her pigtails bouncing. I like Uncle Jiang. I like him. So I kiss him. Zhang Liao snorted, but the corners of his mouth lifted up, unable to suppress a smile. He took out a few hair ties and a small windmill from his cloth pocket and handed them over. Here. Your mother chose these. She said you like flowers and braids look best with them. So pretty. Xiao Chao grabbed the hair ties eagerly, wrapping one around her small wrist, then held the windmill high. When the wind blew, it spun loudly. She happily ran around the yard, shouting, "So pretty."
So beautiful. Grandpa, look. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Lin Swear walked over and softly reminded her, "Run slowly, don't fall. If you fall and hurt yourself, you'll cry." Her voice was gentle and warm. Jang Liao stood nearby, his eyes never leaving her. The wrist he revealed when he raised his hand was delicate and white, soft like a sprouting green onion. A warm feeling rose in his heart, burning from his chest to every part of his body. Old Jiang waved and called out loudly, all right, everyone stop standing in the yard. The wind is strong and the food is cooled. Come inside quickly and eat. Today, I specially cooked eggs and made pancakes, all your favorite foods." Zhang Liao responded with a sound and carried the New Year goods he bought in town into the house. While carrying, he said, "Dad, next time don't wait for us. If you and Grandpa are hungry, you can eat first. Reheat the leftovers if needed. Don't go hungry. That's not right," said old Jiang as he walked into the house confidently. A family should eat together to be happy. If someone is missing, the meal doesn't taste the same. In previous years, the house was quiet with just two old bachelors. His son was busy cooking everywhere, and he stayed alone at home, feeling lonely with cold pots and pans. But now, everything is better. His son has a wife and a lovely granddaughter. They eat together. That's real life. The table was already set with simple home-cooked dishes, steaming hot. There was a plate of bright yellow scrambled eggs and a few freshly made coarse grain pancakes. Lin Swear smiled and said she would go get bowls and chopsticks. "Sit down," Zhang Liao said, grabbing her arm to stop her. "You don't need to do that. I'll get them. You sit, you're tired after the trip." After saying that, he turned to the kitchen to get the bowls and chopsticks. His big, warm hand was so hot it felt like it was burning through her clothes into her skin. Lin Swear's arm went numb, her heart beat faster, and she didn't dare say much, just nodded obediently. Seeing her listen so well, Zhang Liao felt happy inside. He went to the kitchen to get the utensils. Old Jiang watched the scene with a big smile on his face.
Shire, Liao is a straightforward kid.
He's honest and doesn't beat around the bush. He's kind-hearted and sincere about you. I've seen it myself. You're a good girl, and even if you married into our Jiang family, we won't treat you badly. Yes. Lin Swear's cheeks turned slightly red as she nodded softly. Yes, Zhang Liao is very good. That's how she truly felt. Since she entered the Jiang family, this man hadn't let her suffer any wrong. When someone bullied her, he was the first to step in and protect her. He never let her do heavy chores, and even when eating, he always made sure she ate first. These days are more wonderful than she ever dared to imagine.
Zhang Liao
is really very good. The little grass climbed onto the table, holding a candied hawthorn, and took a big bite. It was so sweet that her eyes squinted, and a circle of sugar frosting stuck to her small mouth, looking like a little beard. "Grandpa, you should try this. The candied hawthorn is so sweet." Uncle Jiang bought the sweetest one. Just as she was speaking, Zhang Liao came over with a bowl and chopsticks. He heard her words, smiled broadly, and showed his white teeth. "That's right. Don't forget who bought it. As long as Little Grass likes it, Uncle Jiang will buy it for you often."
"Really?"
Little Grass's eyes lit up again. "Are you joking?" Zhang Liao carefully set down the bowls and chopsticks, first serving a bowl of porridge to Lin Swear and handing it to her. "It's a bit hot. Blow on it before you drink." He was gentle, as if caring for a mischievous child, soft and kind. Lin Swear took the bowl, accidentally touched his finger with her fingertip, and both of them froze for a moment. She quickly withdrew her hand and whispered, "You should also eat.
Don't just look at me."
Zhang Liao looked at her reddening ears, his eyes darkening slightly. He didn't say anything, sat beside her, and his arm occasionally brushed against hers. There was an indescribable feeling of closeness. The whole family sat around the table. Old Jiang picked up his bowl and said, "All right, everyone eat. We've been traveling all morning and are tired. Only after eating well can we rest. Zhang Liao picked up a coarse grain cake, broke off half, and handed it to Lin Swear. Eat this to fill your stomach. Just drinking porridge isn't enough to keep you full until tonight. Lin Swear took it and ate small bites, her cheeks slightly warm. She didn't dare look up at him. Little Grass finished half a cake, casually wiped her mouth with her sleeve, and held a small windmill, swinging it happily while humming a little tune. Suddenly, she held the windmill close to Zhang Liao, her small voice clear. Uncle Zhang, look. When this windmill spins, it's so colorful and pretty. Zhang Liao turned his head and said, if you think it's pretty, just keep it. I'll buy you a bigger one later. Even more beautiful than this. Uncle Zhang is so nice. Little Grass smiled sweetly, then leaned lightly on his arm. Old Zhang watched the peaceful family, didn't say much, and happily drank his porridge, occasionally feeding a piece of egg to Little Grass. Little Grass, eat more eggs. Eating eggs helps you grow taller and stronger, so you won't get sick.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Little Grass obediently opened her mouth, allowing Grandpa to feed her an egg. Lin Swear was eating her meal, her eyes softly glancing around the room. The steaming food, smiling Uncle Zhang, cute Little Grass, and the man beside her. At night, the oil lamp in the room was almost out, flickering dimly. The less she could see, the more her restless feelings grew, filling the room with sticky heat. Ambiguous. Unclear. Little Grass played all day and now curled up in the middle of the bed, sleeping deeply. Sometimes she mumbled softly, as if still dreaming of eating candied fruit. Even if there was noise nearby, she probably wouldn't wake up. Lin Swear lay on the bed, her collar loose and hanging open, revealing a pink ribbon against her delicate neck. Her eyes were closed, but she wasn't really sleeping. Her heart was pounding loudly. During the day, in the town's fabric shop, being publicly humiliated by the Zhao family, then protected fiercely by the man. All these thoughts kept swirling in her mind, making her feel hot, restless, and uncomfortable all over. Next to her, Zhang Liao had been holding back his anger all day. Since he kissed her at the fabric shop, he hadn't been able to suppress his feelings. His whole body was tense, unable to sit or stand properly, just wanting to hold her tightly and show her his feelings. Now that Little Grass was truly asleep, he didn't hesitate. His large hand reached under her, lifting her and the small quilt together, moving her outside the bed. This way, there was nothing between them, nothing blocking. Lin Swear's heart suddenly jumped to her throat, her eyelashes fluttering wildly. She wasn't an innocent girl anymore. The man's gaze on her was always open and honest. He cared for her and her daughter sincerely. But if they really did something, Little Grass was right there. Lin Swear was lost in her confusing thoughts when the man suddenly pressed against her from behind. His strong arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her into his embrace, pressing her tightly against his warm chest. The firm muscles pressed against her soft back, hot and burning through her thin clothes into her bones. Lin Swear stiffened all over, almost whimpering, but she could only bite her lip and pretend to sleep. Zhang Liao's chin rested on her head, and he took a heavy breath. All the anger he had been holding back for the whole day suddenly burst out, rushing through his body, with his temples pounding. He looked at her small, soft body in his arms and cursed silently. This woman was truly born to tempt him. Just holding her like this made him almost lose control. He wished he could turn over and hold her close, taking good care of her. Stop pretending. I know you're not asleep. You're trembling so much. Are you trying to fool me? Lin Sui was caught by his words and dared not reply. She tensed up, not daring to move. She only felt the man behind her was so hot that it scared her, and his strong presence made her breathless. Seeing she didn't speak, Zhang Liao tightened his arms around her. His big hand couldn't help but squeeze her waist, feeling her soft flesh, which made his throat tighten and his eyes turn red. At the village entrance today, that shrew from the Zhao family scolded you. Were you scared? Zhang Liao whispered into her ear. If that woman dares to show her teeth again, I will tear her apart. My wife, she has no right to talk nonsense. Lin Sui gently shook her head. Softly she hummed. I'm not scared. You're here, Her hair brushed against his neck, making Zhang Liao feel more anxious, eager to bite that tender neck. Good, you know. Zhang Liao lowered his head, biting gently on her earlobe and nibbling. This lifetime, I will protect you and Xiao Chao. No one can lay a finger on you. Lin Swayer felt herself soften under his touch, her bones almost melting, tears welling up in her eyes, feeling both shy and excited.
Zhang Liao, don't do this.
Xiao Chao is right there. What if she wakes Xiao Chao up? Why be afraid? Zhang Liao chuckled softly. That girl sleeps like a dead pig. Even if we do something here, she won't hear. Don't worry, I move quietly. She won't be disturbed. Slowly, his hand moved upward, stopping at her waist, fingertips hooking the edge of her clothing. Zhang Liao looked at the trembling woman in his arms, his anger almost burning him up. His mind was filled with the images of kissing her earlier in the cloth shop. Her eyes red and teary, her lips shiny with tears. Each image made him lose control instantly. He had lived so many years, but he had never cared about any woman this much. He had never felt so frustrated before. Whenever he saw her, he wanted to hold her. When he held her, he wanted to kiss her. After kissing, he just wanted to keep her close, as if to swallow her whole. This woman was the one who seemed to take half his life. Your small body is so soft, like cotton. Zhang Liao spoke in a husky voice, full of hidden desire. Just touching you makes me unable to let go. I want to hold you every day. Never enough. I really want to melt you into my bones, so you'll never leave me. Lin Swayer's face was so hot it looked like it might bleed, her heart feeling both shy and confused. The man behind her was tense all over, his heavy breathing brushing her ear. Zhang Liao suddenly leaned down, his lips grazing her neck, biting gently.
Zhang Liao.
The little grass is still here, Lin Swayer whispered softly, her voice trembling with softness. She was afraid of waking the little grass. If the little grass saw this, she would be so embarrassed she wouldn't know what to do. Zhang Liao's movements suddenly stopped, and he gasped heavily, his whole body tense and aching. But looking at the delicate woman in his arms, he forced himself to hold back. Today, she had been traveling and had suffered a lot of grievances. She hadn't rested well all day. Even if he wanted her now, he couldn't bear to bother her at this moment. Moreover, although he was a rough man, he could still understand her feelings well. Chun Wenqi, that useless man, had sold her out. Her family didn't treat her well, and the villagers scolded her behind her back. A woman who had grown up in hardship. Zhang Liao remembered that just before his mother passed away, his father had brought home a kitten to keep him company. He was naturally wild and rough, clumsy and careless, with no sense of delicacy. Once, he got angry and hit the kitten a few times. He regretted it immediately, trying to coax the kitten back with soft words, making it timid and cautious, daring to let him touch it. Eventually, the kitten ran away. This woman now looks like a frightened little kitten, and the grass is still there. If she wakes it up, he would have to hide underground. Zhang Liao takes a deep breath, forcing down his restless anger. Anyway, life is long. He loosens his grip slightly, placing his large hand over hers, fingers tightly clasped. I'm about to go crazy because of you, the man softly mutters in her ear, feeling both tender and possessive. I wish I could have you right now so you'd see how much I care about you. But you're tired today, and we have a long life ahead. She can't escape this life.
And he won't let go.
Lin Swayer trembles all over, slowly softening in his arms. The person in his embrace finally relaxes, Zhang Liao still holding her tightly from behind. It's like holding the most precious treasure in the world. The last flicker of the oil lamp jumps a few times before going out completely. The next day after lunch, a cold north wind howled loudly, so cold that you couldn't even stretch your hand. The Zhang family's yard was very quiet. Old Mr. Zhang and Zhang Liao took Xiao Chao out for a walk, while Lin Swayer stayed at home. She was squatting by the stove, adding firewood, planning to boil a big pot of hot water for a good bath when Xiao Chao returned. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, making her cheeks glow red. Suddenly, loud and hurried knocking came from outside the yard. Lin Swear's heart skipped a beat. Her hands, still dusty from the stove, quickly wiped her apron, and she hurried to the gate. She opened the door. Mother? Big brother. She froze instantly, eyes wide open, gasping for breath, her heart pounding. Her parents and brother must have heard the news about her being sold to the Jiang family by the Qin family. Wang Shi saw her daughter, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She rushed forward and grabbed her arm. Swear, she looked her daughter over from top to bottom, but the more she looked, the more worried she became. When she heard that the Qin family had sold Swear like livestock to the Jiang family for money, she broke down crying right there, pulling her son Lin Tuxing along, stumbling toward this place. They originally planned to rush straight to the Qin family and cause a big fuss, fighting with those heartless people. Her son and her husband both advised her, saying that Swear would have to return to the Qin family in 3 years. Now that things are really falling apart, when Swear goes back, life will be even harder, and she can only swallow her pain in silence. Mrs. Wang had no choice but to follow her son to the Jiang family first. On the way, she kept imagining how miserable her daughter's life at the Zhao family must be. She remembered Jang Liao, the man she saw early on in Linjia village. He used to help in the kitchen and was skilled, but he also had a wild reputation. After his wife died, he became hot-tempered and fierce. Villagers said he was cruel and might have already beaten Swear badly. But what about her daughter now? Her hair was neatly combed, her face was clean, and she didn't look like she had been beaten or mistreated. In fact, she looked healthier than when she was working hard at the Qin family. What's going on? Lin Tuxing, standing nearby, also frowned tightly, feeling nervous and uneasy. Rumors in the village said that the Qin family sold their daughter to the Jiang family for 20 taels of silver, and that the Jiang family was definitely using her as a servant or a tool. But when he looked at his daughter, she didn't seem miserable at all. Mrs. Wang and Lin Tuxing looked at each other, both with the same confused expression. They couldn't understand it at all. This didn't look like someone who had been sold and suffered a lot. It looked like a normal family living a peaceful life. The mother and son were speechless, unable to say a word. Swear felt uncomfortable under her mother's gaze. She knew how shameful she was now. Being sold by her family, exchanged for silver, and ending up in another man's house. If people found out, it would be considered scandalous. She had been worried every day, afraid her family in Linjia village would hear the news. She didn't expect it to come so quickly. Mother, brother, why are you here? Why are we here? Mrs. Wang finally snapped out of her shock. Tears suddenly streamed down her face. She wiped her face hurriedly, feeling more distressed and scolding her daughter. You little brat. Such a big thing happened, and you didn't send a message home? That heartless dog from the Qin family. They couldn't save Xiao Xiao, so they sold you to the Jiang family for silver, and everyone in the village is talking about it. Your father and I are heartbroken. Mrs. Wang got more and more emotional, pulling her daughter into her arms and crying loudly. Oh, my poor child. It's all my fault for being blind. At first, you were blinded by Chen Wenqi's reputation as a talented scholar and pushed you into a dangerous situation. Now, they are using you to make money. If I had known what would happen today, I would have kept you at home forever and not let you marry into this trouble. Lin Swear was held in her mother's arms, tears falling uncontrollably, wetting her clothes. She could only gently pat her mother's back and softly comfort her. Mom, don't cry. Don't cry so much. It's not worth it. Marry whoever, follow whoever. She was just a weak woman. What could she do? Now things are actually okay. Not crying? How can I not cry? Wang Shi released her daughter, wiped her tears, and glared at her. Do you not know what kind of person Jang Liao is? A widower who lost his wife. Everyone in the village says he's hot-tempered and not someone to mess with. With your gentle nature, you'll just be crushed and shaped by him. Lin Tuxing stood nearby, his face still very serious. He wasn't crying like his mother, but his worried eyes showed he cared just as much. He was a carpenter, relying on strength to earn a living. He was steady, thoughtful, and the pillar of the family. He was much calmer than Wang Shi when things happened. He looked at his sister for a long time, and when he saw she was truly not hurt, he finally relaxed a little. Lin Swear forced a small smile. Mom, don't worry. I'm really doing well in the Zhang family. Big brother, let's go inside and talk first. Hearing this, Wang Shi and Lin Tuxing were both surprised again. Their doubts grew stronger, and they couldn't understand what was going on. Good? A bride bought by someone and kept in another family's yard. How good could it be? The mother and son were both suspicious and followed into the yard. Lin Tuxing took a quick look and furrowed his brows even more. The Jiang family's small courtyard was tidy and well-kept, clearly a family that knew how to manage life. Inside the house, Wang Shi looked her daughter over again from top to bottom. The more she looked, the more she felt something was strange and wrong. What exactly is going on? Tell me the truth. Does the Jiang family really treat you well? Little Grass held a small wildflower in her hand and happily ran into the house. As soon as she saw Mrs. Wang and Lin Tuxing, her face lit up with a big smile, and she cheerfully called out, "Grandma." "Uncle." Hearing this, Mrs. Wang's heart softened immediately.
Oh,
Let Grandma see. Are you feeling better now? Lin Tuxing also relaxed his expression and spoke gently, "Good girl." However, Jang Liao suddenly stiffened.
Grandma?
Uncle? Swear's mother and older brother? Since his wife passed away, he hadn't interacted with any women from other families, let alone met his sister-in-law's family. He really should have called his father back earlier, instead of staying outside chatting with people. Zhang Liao became nervous quickly, feeling awkward and taking a few steps forward, his throat moving. After holding back for a moment, he finally managed to say stiffly, "Mother, older brother." Mother? Older brother? Mrs. Wang was also confused. She had already planned in her mind that if Zhang Liao dared to treat Swear badly, she would rush over and argue with him. But now, Zhang Liao called her so politely and respectfully, she was at a loss and didn't know what to say. Zhang Liao looked tall and strong, with neat features. Although he didn't smile, he didn't seem as fierce and intimidating as the villagers said. Instead, he looked a bit reserved and cautious. Mrs. Wang was stunned for a long time before she awkwardly replied, "Oh." Lin Tuxing also frowned and looked Zhang Liao over carefully. This man was tall and sturdy, with a strong build. He looked capable, but not at all fierce or intimidating. Compared to Qin Jia's sour-faced, weak, and helpless Qin Wencheng, he was like night and day. His anger gradually eased a lot. But even so, he knew he had to speak clearly. He was a man of the Lin family and Swear's older brother. This matter had to be explained. "Zhang Liao, about my sister, the Lin family knows everything. It's settled now and there's no changing it. To tell you the truth, our Lin family is poor. I'm a carpenter, working hard but barely making enough money. We can't come up with 20 taels of silver now. If we could, I would risk my life to make sure my sister doesn't suffer this hardship." Once she finished speaking, Mrs. Wang couldn't help but wipe her tears and sob softly. Zhang Liao stood there, listening carefully. Lin Tuxing took a deep breath and spoke clearly, one word at a time. "Right now, there's nothing we can do. You've paid the silver, and your people have entered your Zhang family. Our Lin family isn't asking for anything else, just telling you that my sister is with you. She's a hard-working girl and would never slack off in your house. Please don't mistreat her and her mother." His words were sincere, coming from the heart of a big brother. Zhang Liao listened without impatience and nodded firmly. "Mother, elder brother, you can rest assured. Swear has entered my Zhang family, and she's one of us. I will make sure she's treated well. There's no time for pain now." Mrs. Wang looked at Zhang Liao and then at her daughter, who had tears in her eyes. She felt both pain and anger, mixed with helplessness. She knew her son was right. The 20 taels of silver, they couldn't get that much even if they sold everything. They had come to this point. She could only hold her daughter's hand, tears falling non-stop, choking back her words as she urged, "Swear, mother and your brother can't do anything to help you. You must take good care of yourself here. If you're wronged, don't hold it in. Tell mother when you go home." Lin Swear felt her heart ache, worried that her mother, who was getting old, still cared so much about her. "Mother, I know. I'm doing well here, really well. Zhang Liao stood nearby, watching the mother and daughter cry, feeling a bit uncomfortable himself. He had finally found a wife, so why did her mother think he would treat Swayer badly? Could it be that he looked too stern? He quickly raised his voice again. Mother, don't worry at all. Mrs. Wang was startled by a shout, her tears still on her face, and she suddenly couldn't cry anymore. What's wrong with this man? So silly. Little Grass watched from beside them, glancing at this and that. She didn't understand what the adults were saying, but she knew Uncle Jiang was kind. She tilted her little face and loudly interrupted. Grandma, Uncle Jiang treats us so well. He even bought me candied hawthorn sticks and bought new clothes for Mother. It's so much better than at Grandma's house, where she scolds us every day. Mrs. Wang and Lin Tushing looked at her, speechless. Seeing this, Swayer quickly stopped feeling sad. Girl, brother, you two finally came. I have hot water boiling on the stove. I'll go make some pancakes now. You can eat dinner first and then leave. It's not a big deal for just a little while. She genuinely wanted to keep them. First, because she couldn't bear to see them go. Second, because she wanted her mother and brother to see that she was really doing well here. Zhang Liao immediately decided to stay and keep them company. Yes, Mom. Big brother, the wind outside is strong. Stay and have a warm meal before you go. It's only a little while longer. Mrs. Wang and Lin Tushing both looked a bit uncomfortable, their faces awkward. Seeing that Suar was indeed doing well, they felt more at ease. They just wanted to leave quickly to avoid further awkwardness. Mrs. Wang waved her hand. No, Suar, your mother and brother still need to rush back. There are many chores waiting at home. You stay here and take good care of yourself, and I'll be at ease. Lin Tushing also said, We're leaving now. Take care of yourself. As they spoke, they headed toward the door. Lin Swayer wanted to stop them.
Mom.
Brother, Mrs. Wang looked back at her, wiped her tears, and waved her hand. Go back now. No need to see us off. Live a good life. Lin Swayer stood at the courtyard gate, watching her mother and brother walk away, still standing there blankly. Lin Swayer stood stiffly at the gate. The cold northern wind was still howling outside, sneaking into her collar, making her shiver. Her mother and older brother gradually shrank into two small black dots. Tears, held back in her eyes, spun around in circles, but she clenched her lips tightly, refusing to let them fall. The shame of being sold by her in-laws was known to everyone in the village. Her mother and brother hurried over in a rush. When they saw her, they hugged her and cried, heartbroken. They only left her here because they couldn't pay the 20 taels of silver. Her parents truly cared about her. Jang Liao stood beside her. He was tall, with broad shoulders. He leaned on her, blocking most of the cold wind that gusted over. His dark eyes fixed on her without blinking. His hair was messy from the wind, a few strands sticking to his forehead. His eyelashes were wet, and he looked tired and sad, like a small chick soaked by rain. He looked both pitiful and adorable. He had never been so soft-hearted in his life. A strong man lives a simple life. He eats when hungry, sleeps when tired, and handles work both inside and outside the fields. But since meeting this woman, his once hard heart has softened day by day. He can't stand to see her cry. Now, watching her stand alone in the wind, lost in thought, his chest tightens painfully. He feels both sour and swollen, making it hard to breathe. He wants to speak softly, but with his naturally rough voice, he struggles and ends up speaking loudly and gruffly. Why are you just standing there? She's gone. No way she can come back from the dirt. Lin Swayer doesn't answer. Her long eyelashes tremble. Seeing her trying to hold it together, Zhang Liao feels even more uncomfortable. He's never comforted a woman before, and he doesn't know how to say sweet words. His hands are clumsy, not knowing where to put them. But his heart aches so much he can't hold back. With a straightforward, honest feeling, he reaches out and gently places his hand on Lin Swayer's head.
Enough.
Don't stay here suffering alone. If you want to go back to Linjia village to see your mother, I'll get the mule cart ready to take you. Whenever you want to go, we'll leave then. Lin Swayer suddenly lifts her head. Her eyes, still shiny with tears, looked directly into Zhang Liao's, as if she can't believe what she's hearing. Really? In the Qin family, besides going out to find work, she's not allowed to visit her family willingly. Even mentioning her family in private would get her scolded by Zhao, accused of being unfaithful. He not only doesn't mind but is willing to take the cart and send her home. Jang Liao frowns, his face darkening, looking unhappy. Why would I lie to you? Zhang Liao, keep my word, one spit, one nail. It's just going back to her family, what's the big deal? He clumsily brushes her wind-blown hair behind her ear. He's been annoyed by those messy strands for a while, so messy that it makes her look even more pitiful. Suddenly, there's a loud knocking sound from inside the house. Xiao Chao runs out happily, wrapped in a round, fluffy coat like a chubby little ball, bouncing as she walks. So adorable. She lifts her rosy little face, looks at her mother with wide eyes, then at Uncle Jiang standing straight, and immediately frowns, acting like a little adult.
Mom.
Do you miss Grandma? Don't cry anymore. Crying doesn't look good. Lin Sui was touched by her daughter's words and hurriedly lowered her head. She softly comforted her. I'm not crying. It's just the wind outside was too strong. It made my eyes water, and I felt uncomfortable. But Xiao Chao didn't believe this explanation. Her little eyes twinkled, and suddenly she held up a wild chrysanthemum she had picked earlier while walking outside. She had been holding it all the way, and a few petals had fallen off, but in Xiao Chao's eyes, it was the most beautiful flower in the world. She raised her small hand and carefully handed the flower to Lin Sui's face, smiling earnestly.
Mom.
Here's a flower for you. It's so pretty, yellow, and even nicer than what Annie next door wears on her head. I picked it just for you. When you wear it, you won't cry anymore. Lin Sui looked down at the small wildflower in her daughter's palm. Her heart softened, and she bent down to hug Xiao Chao into her arms. In the past, her daughter had suffered many hardships with her. But since coming to the Jiang family, Xiao Chao had become more lively. Xiao Chao is so well-behaved. Xiao Chao obediently snuggled in her arms, rubbing her small head against her neck. Suddenly, she remembered something, turned her head, and looked at Jang Liao standing nearby. She called out in a clear voice. Uncle Jiang, why are you standing there? Why don't you squat down? Zhang Liao was taken aback by the little girl's question. Why should I squat down? Xiao Chao immediately lifted her little head and said confidently, like a small adult scolding someone. Mom is crying. She feels sad inside. You're an adult, you should comfort my mom. Squat down and hug my mom. When I feel sad, Mom always hugs me. Lin Sui stiffened. Her whole face suddenly flushed from her cheeks to her ears, and even her neck turned pink. She gently patted Xiao Chao's bottom and said, Xiao Chao, don't talk nonsense. Kids don't understand these things. Childish words are innocent, childlike words. Zhang Liao's lips twitched, and he chuckled softly. He didn't regret spoiling this little girl. She was really sensible. Immediately, he followed Xiao Chao's words, squatting down with his long legs. He reached out with his strong arms and easily pulled both mother and daughter into his embrace. The little grass is still there. The little grass was caught between two people. At first, she was a bit confused, and her small body was squeezed, so she wobbled. Then she quickly reacted and started giggling nonstop. Mom, Uncle Jiang and I are both holding you. You can't cry anymore. Zhang Liao's lips pressed close to Lin Sui's ear, making her ear tip tremble from the heat. Did you hear? I've already held you, so don't cry anymore. The little grass smiled so much her eyes squinted into a line. Her little head spun quickly, and she thought for a moment before loudly adding, Then kiss my mom again. When I cry, my mom kisses my face. As soon as she said this, Lin Sui felt a loud bang above her head, as if everything was about to burn up. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Little grass, stop talking. She wished she could hide this outspoken little girl in her arms. Zhang Liao held the soft little woman in his arms, his throat moving sharply. A long-held feeling of excitement suddenly surged up inside him. And this good thing? Without hesitation, while the woman was soft and weak, he quickly kissed her. It felt so good. Lin Swear couldn't hold on anymore. She tightly hugged the little grass in her arms, struggled to get out of Jang Liao's embrace, and hurriedly ran into the house. All right. Come inside. The wind outside is strong. Zhang Liao watched the two of them run away in a panic, stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Inside the house, Lin Swear tidied up the little girl properly. The girl had sweat all over and curled up on the Kong bed, falling asleep quickly. She then picked up the used dirty bathwater carefully and tiptoed out. The yard was quiet, and old Zhang hadn't come back yet. As Lin Swear carried the basin to the middle of the yard, suddenly a warm, humid feeling swept over her from behind. A large, rough hand suddenly grabbed her slender waist, pulling her into a hug. The wooden basin in her hand wobbled, splashing 2 drops of warm water on her back. Zhang Liao rested his chin heavily on Lin Swear's shoulder, his stubbly beard brushing her behind the ear. It made her feel itchy all over, her fingertips curling up, and her waist and stomach went soft. She almost couldn't stand steadily. The man's voice was deep and muffled, coming from his throat. There was a strange feeling of unhappiness that he couldn't quite explain, mixed with a bit of grievance. Just now, your mother kept glancing at me, looking scared like she was afraid of me. She wouldn't even stay to eat. Is he really that fierce? So intimidating? Could even his mother-in-law be scared off by him? If I had known earlier, I would have acted a bit more gentle. Why did I scare her so much? Lin Swear was held tightly in his arms. Hearing his frustrated and nervous tone, she felt both amused and a little helpless. She gently shifted her body. Softly, she asked, "Why do you think that?" She truly didn't expect that this tough man, who seemed fearless outside, would care about such things. He acted like a big child. It was quite funny. I can tell, Zhang Liao grunted, tightening his grip on her waist. Everyone outside is a bit afraid of me. Your mother's reaction. She's not scared of me. Then what else could it be? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Could it be that his mother-in-law liked that pretentious scholar Chenwenchi, who only waved fans and acted all high and mighty? Did she dislike how intimidating he was? He reached out with his other hand, steady and firm, taking the wooden basin from her hands and placing it on the nearby stone table. Now Lin Swear completely fell into his arms, wrapped tightly. She could even smell his scent with every breath, with nowhere to escape. The man lowered his head, his lips close to her ear, and his warm breath brushed against it. It made her ears turn red instantly, and her neck felt like it was burning. Tell me honestly, does your mother think I have a wild temper and might bully you? Seeing how tense he was, Lin Swear couldn't help but laugh softly. Suddenly, she remembered the past. Chun Wenqi considered himself noble and looked down on the Lin family, thinking they were just country bumpkins. When he saw her parents and siblings, he almost looked down his nose, not even bothering with polite words, let alone acting nervous like now. Comparing the two. Forget it. Lin Swear looked up at Zhang Liao, her eyes shimmering with a faint light, her voice soft and gentle. My mother only heard some gossip from the village. She's worried that your temper is too fierce and might upset me, but she doesn't really think you're mean. Hearing this, Zhang Liao's furrowed brows slightly loosened, but he still stared at her intently, trying to get a clear answer. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Softly leaning into his embrace, she relied on him completely, unable to stand steadily. The fire in the kitchen had long since gone out, but at this moment, no one cared about that. The entire yard was filled only with their heavy breathing intertwined. After a moment of savoring, Zhang Liao slowly lifted his head, gazing down at the woman in his arms. Her face was as red as a ripe peach, her eyes moist at the corners, and her lips swollen and shiny from the kisses. The collar of her shirt had been tugged and loosened earlier, revealing a small patch of delicate, fair skin, which made one's eyes go wide. The man's Adam's apple moved sharply, his gaze dark and intense, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable. Swear, I want to. If he couldn't have her mouth, just a few tastes would do. Before he finished speaking, suddenly there was a creak outside the courtyard gate, followed by a loud, boisterous voice. "I'm back." Lin Swear was startled as if burned, her face flushing instantly. She hurriedly pushed Zhang Liao away and turned to run into the house. In the yard, Zhang Liao stood frozen, his face as dark as a pot bottom, his anger abruptly interrupted. The meat was right there, but it ran away just like that. Old Zhang pushed open the courtyard door and strode in confidently, carrying 2 live crucian carp tied together with grass ropes. The fish tails were still flapping wildly, splashing water all over the ground. He immediately saw his son standing at the foot of the wall, looking extremely angry. He paused for a moment. "What's wrong?" "Standing here like a gatekeeper. Who upset you?" Zhang Liao clenched his teeth, his face pale and cold, not wanting to say a word, his anger boiling over. Old Zhang looked at him, then glanced at the closed western room and immediately understood. He grinned knowingly, showing a look of understanding. "Oh, am I back at the wrong time? Ruined your good thing?" Zhang Liao took a deep breath, suppressing the fiery rage rising in his chest. His voice was deep and frightening, each word squeezed from his teeth. "What do you think?" Old Zhang chuckled, not angry at all. He carried the 2 fish toward the kitchen, deliberately swinging them. "In this cold weather, I went to the river through icy water to catch fish for your wife's health. And you, little one, don't appreciate it and even give me a cold shoulder?" Zhang Liao said nothing, his face dark as he followed him into the kitchen. "Father, when will you come back?" "Why choose this time? After holding it in for a long time, I finally managed to say something." "What's wrong with now?" Old Zhang deliberately pretended to be confused and threw the fish onto the chopping board. "During the daytime, what are you all doing in the yard? Do you think you can fly to the sky?" Zhang Liao stared at his father's mischievous face, almost wanting to kick him. "Old man, are you doing this on purpose?" Old Zhang lit a cigarette, held it in his mouth, took a couple of puffs, and exhaled a smoke ring, looking wise and relaxed. He said slowly, "I don't know anything. But during the day, why are you in such a hurry? Patience is a virtue. Swear is shy, so don't scare her." Although he was eager to have a grandson, he wouldn't want to frighten his daughter-in-law. Zhang Liao didn't speak, his chest still heaving heavily, full of anger he couldn't vent. Old Zhang suddenly leaned closer, winking and whispering, "Tell your father the truth. Did it happen or not?" Zhang Liao's face darkened further, his ears turning slightly red. He glared fiercely at his father and squeezed out a word from his nose. "No." Old Zhang burst out laughing, his face full of wrinkles relaxing, patting his thigh happily. "Then that means I came back just in time. If I had come any later, maybe you would have succeeded." Zhang Liao. In the kitchen, one person had a dark face, and the other was secretly amused. The next morning, breakfast was just finished. Zhao clung to Old Zhang's waist, playing with his cloth belt. Old Zhang had a cigarette in his mouth, squinting and smiling, his face full of wrinkles, looking very kind. Lin Swear squatted by the stove, wiping the table, but kept glancing at the wooden basin in the corner. The basin was filled with clothes. Since she entered the Zhang family, Zhang Liao never let her do laundry. He knew the village women gossiped a lot, and if she went to the river, she might hear unpleasant things. So he kept her from going. She was touched by his care. She knew he was protecting her. But she also felt anxious inside. She was a woman, not a useless person lying in bed. She couldn't spend her whole life hiding behind a man. Zhang Liao protected her fiercely, glaring at the villagers and keeping her behind him, not allowing anyone to bully her. Because of this, her hidden courage was suddenly stirred up. It wasn't her fault that the Qin family sold her. She worked so hard. Why should she spend her life with her head bowed? Why should she fear the gossip of idle talkers? She still has her daughter, Zhao. As her daughter grows, she needs to set an example so her daughter won't be ashamed in the future. She might as well go to the river and wash her clothes happily, letting go of her frustration. Anyway, her family already knows everything now. Thinking this through, Lin Swear threw the cloth onto the stove and got up to fetch a wooden basin. Just as she grabbed the edge of the basin, a dark shadow suddenly pressed down on her. Zhang Liao, who was squatting at the door chopping firewood, threw down his axe and strode over. His rough hand slapped onto the basin. "What are you doing? Leave it there." "I'll wash later. No need for you to do it." Lin swore he didn't let go, gripping the basin tightly, and glared at him. "I'm going to wash at the river." Zhang Liao's eyebrows furrowed deeply, and his face darkened. "Why go to the river? Those women are as foul as a pigsty, always gossiping. Do you want to listen to their nonsense and feel uncomfortable?" He truly didn't want her to go. Thinking of his delicate wife being pointed at and talked about by those gossiping women made his heart feel like it was burning. Seeing him ready to fight, Lin swore softened her heart, but still didn't loosen her grip. "I can't hide in the Jiang family forever, can I? If they want to talk, let them. I haven't done anything wrong, so I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Besides, you've already scared them once, so they won't dare say anything now. I can't always hide behind you." After she finished, Zhang Liao looked at her silently for a long time. His dark eyes swept over her from head to toe. Of course, he was happy for her to stay behind him forever. But he also liked her like this. With backbone, like crops in the field, standing tall even when the wind blows. Zhang Liao's throat moved roughly, and a surge of warmth rose in his heart. He wished he could hold her right then and kiss her fiercely. Father and Little Grass were just in the yard, holding back their feelings, with dark, intimidating eyes. "Are you really going?" "Yes," Lin swore nodded. As they hesitated, Old Man Zhang outside listened carefully. He picked up Little Grass and strolled over. Seeing the situation, he immediately smiled. All right, Liaozi, don't stop her. If Sui wants to go, let her go. What's there to be afraid of? When you are confident, shadows won't scare you. The Chen family is blind, but what does that have to do with Sui? Why should she be ashamed? Besides, if the sky falls, you're here to support us. Why should Zhang's daughter-in-law stay at home and be weak? She looks delicate like a flower, but she has a strong spirit. She is a true Jiang family member. His words were straightforward and sincere. Lin Sui felt her eyes warm and her nose sour, full of warmth. Zhang Liao hummed beside her, accepting his father's words. But he's still worried. I'll go with you. Anyone who dares to say a word, I'll beat him until he's toothless. Lin Sui smiled softly, her expression gentle. No need. I'll go alone. If we go together, those people will just talk more. I can handle it myself. Zhang Liao looked at her for a long time, wishing he could swallow her whole. He couldn't argue with her. This woman looked fragile, but one word from her could melt all his toughness. Fine, do as you say. Come back quickly. Lin Sui felt her heart warm from his words. She nodded repeatedly, a small smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Old Man Zhang waved his hand, holding Little Grass, and smiled proudly. Go ahead. Take your time on the way. Dad will bake sweet potatoes at home for you. Come back and eat them hot. Little Grass also shouted. Mom, come back early. Lin Sui responded with a smile, carrying a wooden basin, and strode out of the Jiang family yard. Lin Sui carried the wooden basin, stepped onto the narrow farm path, and moved to the river bend at the west end of the village. This was a common place for the village women and girls to gather. The blue stone slabs were flat and smooth, not yet frozen. The river water was so clear it reflected people's shadows, perfect for washing clothes. She placed the basin on the blue stone slab, bent down, rolled up her sleeves, revealing two delicate white arms. She washed the clothes steadily and confidently, without hiding or flinching. It didn't take long before a few wives and aunts from the village came over carrying basins. When they saw Lin Sui, they all stopped in their tracks, eyes wide, looking at each other but not speaking first. Everyone knew how much Zhang Liao protected this young wife, as if she were his most precious thing. No one dared to openly confront her, as that would be asking for trouble. They all looked a bit embarrassed, and the gossip they had been holding back was swallowed back into their stomachs. Lin Sui looked around confidently, nodded politely to a few women, and greeted them softly. Aunt Wang, sisterly Sister Zhang, are you here to wash clothes too? As soon as she spoke, the women felt even more uncomfortable. Aunt Wang paused for a moment, quickly forced a smile, and stammered. Oh. Sui, you're here too? The others echoed awkwardly, tapping their washboards on the clothes, making a mess without any order. But their eyes kept glancing at Lin Sui. Look at this young wife. Delicate skin, a slim waist, a round bottom, her appearance more lively than ever. No wonder Jang Liao, that fierce man, was so captivated and distressed over her. For a moment, the quiet riverbank was only filled with the sound of splashing and banging. But Lu, the kindest of them all, couldn't stand it anymore. She moved closer to Lin Sui, rubbing her clothes and sincerely advising her. Lin Sui, don't take it to heart. Those gossiping women in the village love to talk nonsense. Just ignore them. Zhang Liao may be a bit wild, but he truly cares about you. With him protecting you, your days will be better. Having someone to love you is the best thing. Another aunt, Zhang, nodded in agreement. Sister Lu is right. Sui, don't pay attention to those idle words. Your health is the most important, and getting upset isn't worth it. Hearing these warm words, Lin Sui felt a slight sting in her nose. She looked up at the two women and smiled gently, her voice softer. Thank you, aunties. I know. I won't take it to heart. Most people in the village are honest and kind-hearted. In a little while, everyone finished washing their clothes, chatting and laughing as they left. The lively riverbank was suddenly quiet, leaving only Lin Sui alone. Everything around was still, with only the sound of the river flowing softly. Lin Sui sighed in relief and bent down to continue washing clothes. She picked up the rough cloth short jacket that Zhang Liao often wore, gently scrubbed it, and her mind unconsciously drifted to the man's appearance. Her face warmed quietly, and her heart felt hot. Just as she was lost in thought, suddenly, she heard footsteps behind her. Lin Sui thought someone was coming to wash clothes again, so she paid no attention, didn't turn around, and kept washing the clothes. She casually asked softly, "Are you here to wash clothes?" There was no response. Then, a sticky, creepy sound drifted over slowly, making her skin crawl. "Sewer, your husband, misses you so much," it said. The stick in Lin Sui's hand dropped with a clatter onto the stone slab. On the riverbank, Chen Wenqi was standing there in an old, faded long gown, his hair slicked back and shiny, looking at her. When Chen Wenqi saw her turn around, his eyes lit up immediately. He looked her over from head to toe. In just a short time, the woman in front of him looked much healthier than before. Her face was rosy, her skin tender and white, her eyes shining with moisture, and she looked softer and more delicate than before. His heart suddenly felt sour, itchy, and restless. He sold her to the Zhang family, thinking it was just to get rid of a burden and make some quick money to enjoy life. But since she left, no one in the house was washing clothes, cooking, or serving tea and water. At night, he lay in bed tossing and turning, feeling worse the more he thought about it. No matter how fresh the peach blossoms are, they can't compare to Lin Sui's taste. Moreover, now everyone in the village says that even his mother scolds him when she returns. When Lin Sui entered the Zhang family, Zhang Liao spoiled her to the point of obsession, protecting her like his life, letting her eat and drink well, not allowing her to do any heavy work. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. He had been crouching in the back slope for several days, just waiting for Lin Sui to go out alone so he could come over and talk to her. At this moment, when he saw someone, Chen Wenqi pretended to be deeply affectionate, swayed toward Lin Sui, and said with a sour tone, "Sewer, do you know that these days, I think of you every night? I can't sleep peacefully, afraid that you are suffering outside." His false affection made Lin Sui almost want to vomit. She shrank back slightly, and her face no longer showed any of her usual gentle softness. Chen Wenqiang didn't show any change in his face and continued acting as if nothing was wrong, saying some sweet words. He reached out to hold Lin Sui's hand. "Sewer, Zhang Liao is just a rough man who doesn't understand caring for others. He can't compare to your husband." Before his hand touched Lin Sui's fingertips, she dodged and pulled away. Chen Wenqiang, stop pretending here. Her voice was soft but cold. In the past, she always called him husband, softly, and never used his full name. Chen Wenxiang's hand froze in midair. His deep affection on his face suddenly cracked, and he looked uncomfortable. Sewer, what are you talking about? I truly care for you. Lin Swear took a gentle breath, her eyes shimmering with tears. If you really care, why did you sell me to the Zhang family? When Xiao Chao was about to die, where were you? The father. Now you come here and say you care? Chen Wenxiang, have you lost your conscience? She wasn't just upset about herself being sold. She had already stopped caring about Chen Wenxiang. She felt sorry for Xiao Chao, stuck with such a father. Chen Wenxiang was speechless, his face turning red and white alternately. His previously gentle and refined appearance was gone instantly, replaced by anger and shame. He was never a good person, just pretending to be a cultured scholar. Now that he was exposed, his selfish and mean nature was fully revealed. He raised his neck and shouted sharply. Was I confused at the time? Besides, I did it to save Xiao Chao. If I hadn't sold you, would Xiao Chao still be alive today? Don't think that just because you're now in the Zhang family and Jang Liao treats you better, you can think you're high and mighty. Let me tell you, Lin Swear, Zhang Liao only bought you because he couldn't find a wife. He's a rough man. What else does he have besides strength? You're still doing laundry in the Zhang family, just like in my Qin family. What's the difference? Don't think that because someone is protecting you, you can fly high and become a phoenix. Chen Wenxiang's words grew more bitter, full of jealousy. Don't forget, you're my Qin family's wife, and Xiao Chao is my Qin family's child. You will come back to the Qin family sooner or later. The Zhang family is just a temporary place for you. Don't be delusional, thinking you can spend your whole life there. Lin Swear suddenly trembled, her face turning a little paler, and she tightly clenched her clothes with her fingertips.
Yes.
She was sold to the Jiang family, but in the end, she would return to the Qin family. No matter how kind Zhang Liao was to her, he was not her real family. Sooner or later, she would leave. Thinking of this, her heart felt sour and bitter, and her eyes turned red. But even so, she would never feel any attachment to Qin Wenqi. Even if Zhang Liao is a rough man, he knows how to care for others, much better than you as a father. This statement hit Qin Wenqi's sore spot. When Lin Swear followed Zhang Liao away, her weak and helpless appearance immediately came to mind. The more he thought about it, the more disgusting he felt. Even on the bed, Lin Swear had never shown such a vulnerable side. Could it be that on Zhang Liao's bed, Lin Swear would be at the mercy of others? Chen Wenqi's eyes reddened. He no longer cared about appearing gentle and refined. His dirty thoughts surfaced completely. Staring at Lin Swear's fair, tender face, the more he looked, the more he felt an itch, and his desire suddenly grew. Anyway, there was no one else here, just the two of them. Lin Swear was his wife. What harm was there if he touched her? Moreover, now that she looked so alluring, he had long been unable to resist. A lecherous smile appeared on Chen Wenqi's face. Regardless of whether Lin Swear agreed or not, he suddenly lunged forward, reaching out to hold her waist. He muttered indecently, "Married to a rough man and forgetting your roots? I am your man." Lin Swear was so frightened her soul almost left her body. She quickly dodged backward and shouted sharply, "Chen Wenqi, let go. Don't touch me." But Chen Wenqi's eyes were already red, and his desire clouded his mind. He refused to listen. Although he wasn't very strong, at this moment he was risking everything, scrambling to get closer, grabbing and groping wildly, holding on tightly. Pretending to be a pure and noble woman? You are mine. If Zhang Liao can touch you, I can too. Lin Swear was both scared and angry, trembling all over, tears almost falling out of fear. She struggled desperately, but Chen Wenqi, though not very strong, was still a man. Like an unshakable leech, he clung to her tightly. "Chen Wenqi, let go. Let go of me. If you keep doing this, I'll shout for help. Shout if you want." Chen Wenxiang snorted angrily, looking sneaky. "No one by the river.
Just obediently do as I say."
It'll be good for you." As he spoke, he opened his mouth to get close to Lin Swear's face. Just then, a loud, thunderous shout suddenly rang out, hitting hard. What are you doing? The dry grass on the dirt slope was trampled into a mess. Zhang Liao rushed over quickly. He had scary black eyes, and now they were bloodshot, with veins bulging on his forehead. Earlier at home, he couldn't sit still. His father saw he was distracted and laughed, calling him useless. But inside, he felt like he had a burning coal in his chest, worried about what others might say about her outside. So he threw the door open and ran to the river. He ran breathlessly, and just as he turned the slope, he saw the scene that made him furious. Chen Wenxiang, the weak scholar, was clinging to his wife, pulling at her, even trying to touch her waist. Zhang Liao felt like his head was about to explode with anger, his temper flaring. He didn't even catch his breath before shouting loudly. "What are you doing?" His voice was loud and powerful. Chen Wenxiang was so scared he let go immediately, his legs trembling. Lin Swear, still shaken, had her hair messy and her collar slightly torn, looking very pitiful. When she saw Zhang Liao, her eyes suddenly turned red. Afraid Zhang Liao might misunderstand, she quickly explained, "Zhang Liao, I didn't do anything." Chen Wenxiang steadied himself, feeling terrified inside but trying to keep his scholarly attitude. He straightened his thin body and looked at Zhang Liao sideways. "Who do you think you are? So you're just a reckless brute who only knows how to cause trouble. I'm talking to my wife. What does that have to do with you? Why are you shouting here?" His hair was blown messy by the wind, and he looked all refined. He looked like a proud, skinny chicken. Zhang Liao didn't pay him any attention. He took a big step forward, shielding Lin Swear behind him. His tall body formed a wall, blocking everything. His bright red eyes stared fiercely at Chen Wenxiang, and his rough voice was full of fire. "Your wife? Chen Wenxiang, do you have no shame? Who is it that sold her to the old man? Now you dare stand here and say she belongs to your family? Damn it! Lin Swear is my woman." Chen Wenxi's face turned pale, then quickly flushed red. He was so angry and ashamed that he raised his voice and shouted. "That was just a temporary trick. Swear was officially married into my Qin family, born a Chen, died a Chen. You, an illiterate brute who only does rough work, dare to compete with me, a scholar? You really don't know your place. I've read many wise books, understand manners, and know right from wrong. How can you compare yourself, a rough man who only fights? Swear follows me with respect. With you, she only does chores like laundry, cooking, feeding pigs, chopping wood. What can you give her?" He spoke more confidently, completely forgetting the shame of selling his wife and abandoning his daughter. Zhang Liao was amused by his ridiculous, upside-down words. "A scholar? Did the wise books teach you to sell your wife? Did they teach you to ignore your own daughter's safety? I'm just a rough man, I admit it." The man stepped forward aggressively, looking fierce enough to scare anyone. "But even if I am rough, I know how to care for my wife. I know a man shouldn't let his woman suffer, even a little. Unlike you, soft as a worm, unable to shoulder anything. All you do is talk. What else can you do? You still dare to compare yourself to me? Look at yourself in the mirror and see what kind of person you are." Every word hit hard, tearing apart Chen Wenxi's pitiful pride. Chen Wenxi trembled with anger, pointing at Zhang Liao, his lips trembling, unable to say a proper word. You're so rude. How dare you disrespect a scholar? I will report to the officials. Let everyone in the village see how unreasonable you are." "Report to the officials?" Zhang Liao sneered, full of disdain. "Go ahead. Let the officials judge who sold their wife and abandoned their daughter. I'll stand my ground." The two argued fiercely, with Zhang Liao's rough attitude overwhelming Chen Wenxi, who kept retreating. This scholar, besides shouting that the rough man was unreasonable, couldn't say anything else. His face kept changing from green to white. Seeing he couldn't get the better of him, Chen Wenxi secretly glanced at Lin Swear behind Zhang Liao, trying to use her as a soft target. Zhang Liao saw this and was already furious. He couldn't hold back anymore. To hell with it. This trash should be beaten. He was so angry his eyes turned red. Without thinking, he clenched his fists and charged at Chen Wenxi. I'll beat you so badly today that even your mother won't recognize you. Chen Wenqi was so scared he nearly fainted. He turned to run, but his weak body couldn't outrun Jang Liao, who had been working hard for years. Jang Liao grabbed his collar and pulled him back harshly. You still want to run? Chen Wenqi staggered and fell into the mud. Zhang Liao immediately pounced on him and started hitting him hard with his fists.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Several punches landed on Chen Wenqi's face. He cried out in pain, tears and snot running down his face. He rolled on the ground, no longer looking like a scholar, but like a dead dog trampled in the mud. Zhang Liao's anger grew hotter. He was so furious he wanted to beat this troublemaker to death to feel better. You bastard! How dare you touch my woman? Lin Suier was frozen in shock by the sudden fight. Her face turned pale, and her hands and legs felt weak. She had never seen such fierce violence before. Her mind went blank. When she finally snapped out of it, she saw Zhang Liao with bloodshot eyes punching down again and again. She was so scared that tears filled her eyes. Lin Suier stumbled forward and grabbed Zhang Liao's arm.
Zhang Liao.
Stop, don't hit him.
Please.
Her only thought was that if someone got hurt badly, they would have to see the officials. She didn't mean to protect Chen Wenqi. She was just worried Zhang Liao would get into trouble. But her words, full of jealousy and fear, only made Zhang Liao's anger worse. He paused, then suddenly turned to look at her. His eyes, red with rage, showed disbelief and fury. His anger exploded. She was still protecting Chen Wenqi. It felt like a sharp knife had stabbed her in the heart. Her chest ached, and her feelings of pain and anger surged like a storm. He had truly lost his mind. He suddenly shook off Lin Suier's hand and stared at her fiercely. Lin Suier, you're still protecting him.
You still care about him.
Lin Suier trembled under his shout. She had never seen him so angry before. I did not. I am not worried about him. I am afraid something will happen to you. If you hurt someone badly, you will have to pay the price. Looking upset and pitiful, full of fear and anxiety. But Zhang Liao was so angry that he couldn't listen to her explanation. He thought she was defending Chen Wenqi. Afraid I will get into trouble? I think you're afraid I might beat Chen Wenqi to death. His anger completely overwhelmed his reason. He suddenly turned around and kicked Chen Wenqi again. Lin Suier watched him with red eyes and wild, scared. She was so frightened, she almost lost her mind. She cried and tried to hold him back.
Zhang Liao.
Stop hitting him. I beg you. I really didn't protect him. Don't do this. I'm scared. Her small body curled up, crying so hard her tears looked like rain, fragile and easily broken. Zhang Liao's fierce mood was suddenly pierced with a sharp pain. He was angry but couldn't stand to see her cry. His fist was raised high, but he didn't hit again. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently. His anger was still strong, but he forced himself to calm down. He didn't want to let this troublemaker go easily. Zhang Liao snorted coldly, bent down, grabbed Chen Wenqi by the collar, and dragged him toward the river like dragging a dead dog. Chen Wenqi was so scared he lost his soul, struggling and crying out, Don't come near. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Suier, help me. Help me. Lin Suier was so frightened she stopped crying. She looked with red, swollen eyes, not knowing what he was going to do. The next second, Zhang Liao grabbed Chen Wenqi's head and pushed it down hard.
Splash.
He pressed Chen Wenqi's head into the cold river water. The water instantly flooded into his mouth and nose. He choked and struggled desperately, flailing his arms and legs, splashing water everywhere, but he couldn't escape Zhang Liao's iron grip. Zhang Liao's face was dark and cold, his eyes frighteningly icy. He showed no sign of letting go, letting him thrash in the water. Didn't you act so tough just now? Today, I will make you wake up.
Lin Suier Ishmina.
If you dare touch her even once, I will hold you down in the river and feed the fish. Lin Suier was so scared her face turned pale. She forgot to cry and rushed forward to grab Zhang Liao's arm, trembling as she spoke.
Zhang Liao.
Let go. Please let go. He is about to drown. Please help me. Tears fell on his hand, burning Zhang Liao's heart with a shiver. Seeing how scared she looked, almost fainting, Zhang Liao couldn't bear it anymore. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly let go. Chen Wenqi collapsed by the riverbank like a broken rag, coughing loudly. He looked as pitiful as a drowning dog, no longer the proud scholar, only fear in his eyes, too scared to even look up at Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao glared at him with disgust. He bent down, picked up a wooden basin, and grabbed Lin Sui's wrist. Go home. Lin Sui was still quietly crying, shoulders trembling. She obediently followed him, without resisting. After a few steps, she couldn't help but look back at Chen Wenqi on the ground. He was coughing as if he might die. Seeing her turn around, Zhang Liao tightened his grip on her wrist. He shouted, "What are you looking at? If you dare to look at him again, I'll kick him into the river myself." Frightened, Lin Sui quickly looked away and let him pull her along. Zhang Liao's strong hand grabbed Lin Sui's wrist, dragging her as he kicked open the courtyard door. His strength was so firm she couldn't break free, but when she almost fell, he instinctively loosened his grip a little. Even when he was furious, he didn't want to hurt her. Old Jiang was sitting on a stone mill, holding a roasted sweet potato. When he saw how Zhang Liao entered, he suddenly dropped his pipe and shouted loudly, his voice sharp. "Liao, what the hell are you doing? Dragging your wife like that? Are you rebelling?" Zhang Liao didn't even lift his eyelids. He looked as stern as the Grim Reaper, silent and dragging Lin Sui toward the house. Her wrist was burning from his grip, and her back was sweaty. When she heard old Jiang shouting anxiously, she quickly turned her head and softly said, "Uncle Jiang, it's okay." Before she finished, Zhang Liao suddenly jerked her up and dragged her into the house. He slammed the door with a loud bang. Outside, Little Grass tugged at old Jiang's clothes, frowning deeply. He asked softly, "Grandpa, Uncle Jiang is so mean. Is he going to hit Mom?" Old Jiang picked up his cigarette and tapped it on his shoe sole. He squinted and thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled, his face full of wrinkles. "Foolish girl, what do you understand? When you're hit, it's love. When you're scolded, it's affection. Your Uncle Jiang cares about your mother. It's okay. The two of us are eating sweet potatoes. Don't disturb the young couple's happiness." The little girl seemed to understand a little and nodded. She reached for the sweet potato again and took another bite. Inside the house, Lin Sui hadn't stabilized herself, yet when Zhang Liao grabbed her wrists and lifted her up. Before she could catch her breath, the man leaned in and pressed her firmly against the door. Her arms were tightly held by him, like iron cuffs, and she couldn't move. She twisted her body and struggled, feeling pain so sharp her eyes turned red and blurry.
Zhang Liao.
"You hurt me. Let go." Zhang Liao ignored her completely, his dark eyes fixed on her, bloodshot and veins throbbing at his temples. He looked like a wild beast going crazy, ready to attack. Her collar was loosened halfway, revealing smooth, pale skin that shimmered in front of him. Her lips were slightly parted, rosy and inviting. Darn it! The man suddenly leaned down and covered her mouth with his. His lips pressed hard against hers, teeth knocking against her lower lip. Roughly prying her mouth open, he pushed inside. He was rushing in wildly, eager to leave his mark on every inch of her mouth. Lin Sui was gasping for air from his kisses, unable to escape, only able to tilt her head back and let him. He kissed her so fiercely, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Drool slipped from the corner of her mouth. While kissing her, Zhang Liao's mind was buzzing. Damn it! Why is this woman's mouth so sweet? The anger in his heart had been burning since he saw Chen Wenqi, that scoundrel, talking to her. It hadn't cooled down. Instead, it grew hotter. Zhang Liao had lived over 20 years and never cared much about anything. But this woman, from the moment she let out that tempting moan from the wall, somehow, he felt his soul being pulled away. He couldn't stand other men looking at her. Especially not Chen Wenqi, that scoundrel. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." She looked at him pitifully, as if she had been badly bullied. "Do you know why I bit you?" Lin Sui shook her head, tears streaming down her face, dripping onto her clothes and soaking a small patch. Zhang Liao's eyes were still red, but the fierce anger in them had softened a little. Why did you pull me? Are you afraid I would hit him? Do you still care about that useless Chin? Huh. Lin Swayer shook her head, her hair messy, looking even more pitiful.
No, I don't care about him.
Really, I don't. How could she care about Chen Wenqi? Then why did you pull me? Lin Swayer bit her lip, and from her swollen lips, she managed to say a few words, so faint like a mosquito humming. I'm just afraid something will happen to you. Afraid you'll hit him, and the authorities will come after you. Afraid you'll get into trouble because of me. As she spoke, tears fell onto his hand, hot and stinging, making him shiver. Zhang Liao paused, stunned. He had fought since he was a child and knew what he looked like when fighting like a beast. Only his father dared to stop him, and no one asked if he was hurt. But this delicate woman, soft as tofu, who was afraid he would get into trouble. It was like something inside him suddenly exploded. His eyes filled with heat, as if something wanted to burst out.
Damn.
After a while, Zhang Liao suddenly cursed softly. You damn. His voice was hoarse and barely recognizable. He pulled her into his arms. He wanted to eat her up. He wanted to crush her and swallow her whole. The faint scent of soapberry drifted into his nose, sweet enough to make his heart ache. He thought she still cared about that useless Chen Wenqi, but it was him she cared about. He really wanted to press her down on the bed, so she would keep calling his name over and over with that sticky voice. Zhang Liao took several deep breaths to suppress this urge. There was a large bite mark on her collarbone, and the edges were swollen. Does it hurt? Lin Swayer trembled and whispered. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. Zhang Liao felt tenderness again, licking the bite mark with his tongue, gently, like soothing a child. I won't bite you again, or else I'll turn into a dog. I've become a beast and can't be a dog anymore. Lin Swayer paused, suddenly understanding he's feeling jealous? She couldn't help but softly laugh. Like a chime, her laughter immediately touched Zhang Liao's heart. The woman in his arms, smiling with her eyes, looked very beautiful. She also had a kind of charming innocence. Even her smile was so captivating. The man lowered his head, his lips close to her ear. Be good, Swayer. Wait for tonight, I'll take good care of you. Lin Swayer's face suddenly turned bright red with embarrassment. She shyly buried her head in his chest. Outside the house, old Jiang was smoking, puffing away happily, listening to the quiet inside, and smiling happily. It's okay now, your mother and Uncle Jiang are fine. Little Grass tilted her head and blinked her eyes. Is that good? Grown-ups are so strange. Old Jiang picked her up, chuckling as he headed to the kitchen. Come on, I'll get your mother some roasted sweet potatoes. Small quarrels at night, but they make up by morning. Life is so sweet and lively. The whole village of Xinghua was dark. The Jiang family's yard was also dark, only a little light coming from the kitchen. Dinner was cornmeal porridge with salted vegetables and leftover roasted sweet potatoes from noon. Zhang Liao ate his rice silently, bowl after bowl, but kept glancing at Lin Swayer. Like a wolf, his eyes shone brightly, making her feel uncomfortable. She lowered her head, eating quietly, her ears red as if they might bleed. Tonight, I'll take good care of you. How will he take care of her? After everything was done, old Jiang knocked his pipe against his shoe sole, cleared his throat. Little Grass, sleep with Grandpa tonight. Little Grass tilted her head. Why, Grandpa? I want to sleep with Mom. Old Jiang picked her up and carried her into his room. Your mother is tired. Uncle Jiang will take care of you. Come on, Grandpa will tell you a story. What story? Your Uncle Jiang's childhood story about wetting the bed. Suddenly, the door to the east room closed with a bang. Night has arrived. Zhang Liao loved drinking. He squatted by the cellar, moving the grindstone aside. A strange, hard-to-explain breeze suddenly blew out from inside, feeling warm and gentle. He didn't rush to go down. He squatted there, looking inside. It was very dark, so he couldn't see anything, but he knew there was something good underneath. After his wife died, he hadn't drunk alcohol for many years. That alcohol, he thought, might have become something special. He jumped down. The cellar was so dark he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. The ground beneath his feet was soft soil, making a rustling sound as he stepped. He groped his way forward, keeping his hand on the wall. The damp soil wall was covered with thin roots. He didn't know what they were, but they twisted and crawled all over the wall. Finally, he found the jar. The lid was covered with red cloth, which felt fragile when touched. He pulled off the red cloth, and a strong smell of alcohol burst out, so thick it was hard to breathe, making him feel dizzy. He lowered his head and leaned close to the jar opening. The smell of alcohol rose up, warm and sweet, hitting his face. He stuck out his tongue to taste it. As soon as his tongue touched the liquid, it seemed to come alive. Ripples spread out in circles, flowing toward the center of the jar. He licked his lips. He couldn't quite describe the taste. He had never drunk anything like this before. He couldn't help but lick again, this time deeper, with his tongue exploring inside. The alcohol felt soft, almost like it wanted to melt him away. He pressed his mouth to the jar and took a real sip. The alcohol flowed down his throat, hot and burning all the way, making him shiver. He closed his eyes, savoring the flavor, feeling himself lift up and dissolve into the aroma. He took another sip. This time, he drank more, and some spilled from the corner of his mouth, running down his chin. He didn't bother to wipe it away, letting the hot liquid continue down his throat. If he had known there was such a treasure hidden in the cellar, he might have gotten up in the middle of the night just to have a few more sips. Now only he knew. He sat alone in the dark cellar, holding the jar and drinking sip after sip. The wine seemed endless. He could hear it clanging inside as he moved. He simply reached his hand into the jar. The wine washed over his hand, warm and smooth, like silk wrapping around him. He stirred the liquid inside the jar. The wine spun around in circles, swirling and making his eyes blur. He pulled his hand away, brought it to his mouth, and licked the wine off his fingers. The taste returned, even stronger than before. He didn't know how long he had been drinking. All he knew was that the jar was empty, and the wine was gone. He leaned against the cellar wall, catching his breath. He was drunk. Night also grew quiet and still. He woke up from a big dream, feeling groggy. Jang Liao panted, warm breath blowing on her ear, making Lin Swear shiver again. He sat up and looked down with the oil lamp. When he looked, his eyes couldn't move away. She still had a faint blush, like soft tofu just out of the pot, tempting to bite. Shiny beads of sweat rolled down her collarbone. Seeing this made his mouth dry and his throat burn. He reached out and groped near the bed, grabbing her red apron, and wiped his face with it. He wiped his hands twice more, then tossed the apron onto the bed and quickly pulled the woman into his arms. Lin Swear, unprepared, pressed against his chest, like a warm, freshly steamed cake. "Be good, let me hold you." Lin Swear didn't move, but her heart was pounding loudly, like drums. She remembered what had just happened, and her face grew hot. She never knew it could be like this. Chun Wen-chi always took off her clothes quickly, finished in a few moments, like a beast of burden. Afterward, he would turn over and snore, never caring if she was uncomfortable. She thought that was just how couples were, and she could endure it. But Zhang Liao, the way he treated her just now. Her mind was hazy, unable to think clearly, like a cloud. Soft and limp, falling into the man's palm. Once, twice, 3 times. Soon, she couldn't help but float up. It turned out she had wasted 4 years of her life. "Swear," Zhang Liao suddenly called her.
Huh.
Did it feel good just now? Lin Swear's face suddenly burned again, and she buried her face in his chest. Zhang Liao was not willing and took one hand to gently lift her flushed face. "Let me ask you, does it feel good?" Lin Swear's eyelashes fluttered nervously, like butterfly wings in the wind. She bit her lip and refused to speak. "Say it," Zhang Liao urged again. "Does it feel good?" Unable to resist his gaze, Lin Swear gave a small, hesitant Zhang Liao grinned, showing his white teeth. Inside, he felt proud, as if drinking cool water on a hot day, completely happy. He thought about the woman just now. She was calling out, "Zhang Liao." Zhang Liao, in a sweet voice, like melted sugar, making him feel relaxed all over. Then he asked, how about compared to Chen Wenqi? He couldn't help but ask again, getting more interested. Lin's swayer stiffened all over, turned her face away, feeling a bit shy, and spoke softly.
Why you? Why do you ask about him?
I just want to know. Zhang Liao didn't give up. He turned her face back and looked into her eyes. I just want to know if that useless guy ever made you feel good. He was sure he was better than Chen Wenqi.
Lin Zuye stayed silent.
Zhang Liao didn't rush her. His hand gently stroked her back. Her skin was smooth and soft, like satin. He couldn't get enough of touching her. Swear, he called again.
No. Finally, Lin Zuye spoke softly.
He never. Let me. Zhang Liao felt like something inside him exploded with happiness, and he wanted to shout out loud. It felt so good. Yes. With Chen Wenqi's useless nature, he should have known. Chen Daxiao is just a pretty face, looking good outside but full of nothing inside. He can't even do this much. Thinking about how the woman earlier couldn't hold back and was overwhelmed, it was because of him. It was Zhang Liao who gave her that feeling. Not that useless Chen Wenqi. Only he could make her feel good, show her what a real man is. Women are delicate, like water, and need to be cared for slowly. Rushing is no good. If a man only cares about his own pleasure, he's no better than a beast. Zhang Liao is not a beast. He is her man. Did he ever do that with you? Zhang Liao asked again. Lin's swayer shivered, feeling the places touched by the man burn like they were on fire, itchy and numb.
No.
I haven't, she trembled. I haven't. Ever. Zhang Liao chuckled softly. Then you're really useless. Damn useless, wasting such a good woman. Suddenly, he leaned close to her ear and whispered something. Lin's swayer's face flushed with embarrassment. Hearing this, her cheeks turned even redder. She desperately burrowed into his embrace, wishing she could hide completely.
No.
I haven't. You haven't? Was that your first time just now? Lin's swayer stayed silent, buried in his arms, her whole body glowing red, like a cooked shrimp. Zhang Liao smiled, his eyes narrowing. He pulled the woman up, making her lie against him, holding her face and giving her a firm kiss. Good wife, from now on, I'll make you feel good every day, even better than today. I want you to know what happiness is. The yard was completely dark. Night deepened. It was time to sleep. The Zhang family was living happily, like being soaked in honey, while the Qin family's yard was already in chaos. Chen Wenqi ordered Zhang Liao to be held in the mud and beaten thoroughly, looking like a water ghost pulled from the river. He collapsed on the ground, unmoving, with bruises and cuts all over his face. His thin face, with sharp eyes, stared fiercely at Zhang Liao's back as he pulled Lin's swayer away. His eyes nearly bulged out with anger. This reckless man dared to insult his scholarly husband. Chen Wenqi trembled with rage, his fingers digging into the muddy ground, black dirt under his nails. He was so angry his teeth itched.
Who was he?
He was a scholar, a talented man descended from the stars. He was destined to pass the imperial exam and become an official, to bring glory to his family. Yet, he was beaten down by a rough man who only knew how to swing a shovel and a hoe. The feeling was worse than swallowing a fly. And that little brat Lin's swayer. She used to be respectful and obedient in the Qin family, but now, as soon as she stepped into the Zhang family, her heart went wild. She dared to show her temper. He would remember this grudge. When he became an official someday, he would skin Zhang Liao alive, tear him apart, and cut him into pieces. Chen Wenqi felt more and more angry, a bad feeling pressed in his chest. His whole body felt weak, like his bones were falling apart, and he sank into the mud, unable to get up for a long time. At that moment, a woman's figure sneaked out secretly.
It was Peach Blossom.
In the past 2 days, Peach Blossom had noticed that Chen Wenqi seemed a bit strange, always distracted and absent-minded. It was obvious he was worried about something, probably thinking about Lin's swayer, that charming girl. Peach Blossom had been jealous for a long time but dared not say it openly. Chen Wenqi was a talented scholar, and she needed to support him to gain benefits. She went to Chen's house every day, trying her best to flatter him, hoping he would notice her more. Today, Peach Blossom specially tidied herself up, combed her shiny hair, and wore a wild chrysanthemum flower. She carried a freshly steamed cornmeal bun, trying to please Chen Wenqi and get close to him. But as soon as she reached the door, she saw Chen Wenqi come out alone and head toward the Zhang family. Peach Blossom's heart sank, and she felt angry, secretly cursing Lin Sui as a tempting girl. She quietly followed behind. She followed all the way to the riverbank and saw Chen Wenqi shouting his name loudly. He was pulling and tugging, looking anxious and annoyed, like a wild dog that had lost its soul. Peach Blossom's heart burned with anger. She wished she could rush up and slap Lin Sui's face. Just as she was about to step forward, she saw Jang Liao rush over. Peach Blossom was so scared she almost fainted, her legs trembling. Zhang Liao was rough and fierce. If she dared to show herself, she might get beaten up too. She could only hide in the bushes, helplessly watching Chen Wenqi get beaten and fall to the ground, unable to move. It wasn't until Zhang Liao pulled Lin Sui away and disappeared that Peach Blossom dared to crawl out of the bushes. She crouched down, looked at Chen Wenqi's condition, and her jealousy suddenly disappeared. All she felt was heartache. She liked Chen Wenqi. He was a talented scholar, gentle and refined, the only one in the village. He was much better than those rough, sweaty men. More importantly, if he passed the imperial exam and became an official, she could become his wife. She would wear fine silk clothes, eat delicate rice and white flour, and no longer have to work hard in the fields. Wenqi was like a star in the sky, her only hope in life. Don't say he was beaten by someone. Even losing a single hair makes her very sad. Seeing him beaten almost to death, Taohua's tears suddenly fell, splattering on the muddy ground. Brother Wenqi.
Are you
Okay? Does it hurt? Please don't lie on the ground. It's cold and might make you sick. When Chen Wenqi heard her sweet voice, he turned his head and saw Taohua. His anger softened. He wanted to support himself with his arms to sit up, but as soon as he tried, his bones ached terribly, like they were falling apart. The pain made him gasp and he fell back into the mud. Oh, Brother Wenqi. Don't move. Please don't move. Taohua hurriedly pressed her hand gently on his shoulder, careful not to hurt him more. It's that reckless man Jang Liao's fault. He was so harsh. He's just a rough farmer who doesn't follow rules, using his strength to bully others. Don't pay attention to him. You're a scholar, a learned man, a gentle husband. It's not worth arguing with him. While speaking, Taohua took out a handkerchief from her pocket and carefully wiped the mud and blood from Chen Wenqi's face. Her movements were gentle, just a light wipe followed by a soft blow of breath, tender enough to seem like water could drip from her. Brother Wenqi, does it hurt? Taohua softly comforted him as she wiped. Brother Wenqi, Lin Sui is a heartless woman. She's ungrateful, a traitor. You treated her so well, but after she was sold, her heart went to another man. She doesn't care about your marriage at all. Such a flirtatious woman isn't worth your concern. These words hit Chen Wenqi's sore spot. For Lin Sui, he had lowered himself from a scholar to chase after her. Yet she dared to ignore him and act so proud. The more Chen Wenqi thought about it, the angrier and more wronged he felt. Looking at Taohua, who was gentle and caring, calling him Brother Wenqi, and making him feel like he was on top of the world. In the past, Lin Sui was nearby, obedient but always indifferent to him, never so attentive. But Taohua was different. Her heart and eyes were full of him, and every word she said was just what he wanted to hear, making him feel very comfortable. Taohua. Chen Wenqi opened his mouth, his nose souring, and tears couldn't help but fall. I'm here, Brother Wenqi. I'm here. Peach Blossom quickly moved closer, gently supporting his head so he could rest on her lap. If you want to cry, just cry.
Don't hold it in.
It will make you feel better. I am here with you. Chen Wenqi could no longer hold back and, like a child who hasn't grown up, buried his face in Peach Blossom's embrace and cried loudly. He wept with tears and snot, losing all the dignity of a scholar. Peach Blossom held him tightly, feeling even more heartbroken. She gently patted his back and softly encouraged him. Brother Wenqi, it's okay. You're a talented scholar, a star descended from heaven. This small setback doesn't matter. When you pass the imperial exam and become an official, many people will flatter you. That rough man Jang Liao won't be able to do anything to you then. I've decided on you, Brother Wenqi, for my whole life. Peach Blossom blushed and continued. Brother Wenqi, Lin Sui ran off with another man, but I will always be willing to serve you. I want to stay with you forever, be your wife, and enjoy a peaceful life. As long as she held on to Qin Wenqi, she could rise to a better life and never suffer again. That little troublemaker Lin Sui would never get a chance to compete with her again. These dirty thoughts spun in his mind like honey, sweet and tempting. But even wrapped in Peach Blossom's gentle warmth, his heart still couldn't forget Lin Sui. Lin Sui was stunningly beautiful, not to mention her graceful figure. When the 3 years were up, she would return to him, and he could do whatever he wanted with her. These wicked thoughts kept turning over in his mind. Seeing Qin Wenqi's vacant expression, Peach Blossom knew he was still thinking about Lin Sui. A trace of resentment rose in her heart. That little troublemaker, sold away, still dares to seduce Brother Wenqi. But she spoke more softly to comfort him. Brother Wenqi, let's go home first. I'll make you a ginger soup to warm your body. You're destined for great things, so you can't let your health fail. Carefully, Peach Blossom helped Qin Wenqi to stand up slowly from the ground. Take it slow, Brother Wenqi. Be careful with your feet, don't fall. As the two people just stepped into the yard, Mrs. Zhao, who was sitting on the doorstep of the main hall, looked up and saw her son in a terrible state. The sunflower seeds in her hand fell to the ground with a loud snap. She suddenly slapped her thigh and shouted loudly, "Oh my goodness! What happened?
My son!
Why do you look like this?" Mrs. Zhou hurriedly rushed over, pushed aside Taohua, and ran to Qin Wenqi. She tremblingly touched her son's face. God in heaven, who is the cruel beast that beat my son like this? I will fight him with all my might, Mrs. Zhou cried as she scolded loudly. What did our Qin family do in the past life to deserve this? Why is my son suffering like this? You are a scholar, a person blessed by the stars. Who dares to treat you so badly? Qin Wenqi, feeling pain from his mother's touch, opened his mouth but couldn't say a word for a long time. He hung his head sadly, looking very miserable, wishing he could just hide somewhere. He was too embarrassed to admit that he had gone to find Lin Sui, hoping to get some advantage, but instead, he was beaten badly by Jang Liao, that reckless man. If this got out, his reputation as a scholar would be completely ruined. Taohua stood nearby, waiting for the right moment, quickly stepped forward to support the fainting Mrs. Zhou. She also wiped her tears and exaggerated the story she had prepared on the way, pouring it all out at once. Aunt Zhou, please don't get too upset and hurt yourself. Wenqi's suffering is so unfair. I originally wanted to bring some steamed buns to Wenqi today. When I reached the gate, I saw Wenqi leaving the house. I thought I'd follow to see what was happening, and I ended up seeing that ungrateful Lin Sui. She was hiding in the Jiang family's yard, trying to lure Wenqi over. Wenqi, thinking about their marriage, went over. But who knew Zhang Liao was already hiding nearby, waiting? Mrs. Zhou, hearing Lin Sui's name, immediately widened her eyes like bells, her anger rising sharply. Her crying stopped halfway, and she gritted her teeth, waiting for Taohua to continue. That Zhang Liao is just a reckless troublemaker. Full of brute strength, with no manners at all, Taohua spoke more and more excitedly, almost pointing to the sky. He saw Wenqi and immediately rushed over to hit him. His fists are like stones, pounding hard on Wenqi. Brother Wenqi is a scholar, weak and unable to fight. How could he withstand such a beating? He was immediately knocked down into the mud and couldn't get up. What about Lin Sui? Did that little troublemaker just watch? Mrs. Zhou was so angry she trembled all over and slapped the table. Exactly. That's right. Peach Blossom immediately added fuel to the fire. Lin Sui just stood nearby and watched without helping. In the end, she was held by Zhang Liao and walked away without looking back. She didn't care that Brother Winchi was her husband, nor did she feel sorry that he was beaten so badly. That unfaithful girl. She sold herself just a few days ago, and now her heart is wild, causing Brother Winchi to suffer so much. Mrs. Zhao, upon hearing this, twisted her face like a dry twist of dough and started scolding, each word more vicious than the last. That Lin Sui. That ungrateful girl. A wild hen that doesn't lay eggs. I don't know what kind of charm she used, but she bewitched that reckless man and caused my son to be beaten like this. That Jang Liao is just a heartless brute. A village bumpkin who can't read a single word. How dare he hit my Qin family's scholar husband? Son, when you pass the imperial exam and become an official, I'll make him pay. Mrs. Zhou scolded until her throat was dry and her voice hoarse, then finally stopped to catch her breath. She turned to look at her son's face full of injuries, tears falling again. Heart aching so much, she gasped. My son, why are you so foolish? Lin Sui has become so unfaithful. Why do you still hold on to feelings? You're just suffering this beating for nothing. My heart is about to break. Chen Wenqi was speechless, only lowering his head, his face flushed with shame, feeling embarrassed, guilty, and angry. He wanted to say that it wasn't Lin Sui who seduced him, but that he went to find her himself. But the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. He's a scholar. If others find out he went after his wife who was sold, he'd be beaten again. How could he face the villagers afterward? So he could only hold back and say nothing, letting Peach Blossom and his mother blame everything on Lin Sui. Peach Blossom saw that Chen Wenqi dared not speak and felt secretly proud, but her face looked even more gentle and caring. She quickly brought cold water from the stone table in the yard and handed it to Mrs. Zhou. Aunt Zhou, drink some water and rest. Don't scold anymore. It's not worth damaging your health. The most important thing now is to take good care of Brother Wenqi. He's hurt so badly, he needs proper rest. If he delays his studies, it will be a big problem. Mrs. Zhou took the water bowl, drank a big sip, and watched Taohua busy with chores. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, comparing Taohua and Lin Sui in her mind. This girl has a sweet tongue and always supports her son. She is the right person to be his wife, a good girl for the candidate's wife. Mrs. Zhou grabbed Taohua's hand, her eyes turning red. Taohua, today, I really thank you. If it weren't for you, my son would still be lying in the mud with no one to care for him. You are such a good girl, much better than that ungrateful Lin Sui. It's a blessing that my son has you thinking of him. Mrs. Zhou, you're too kind to say that. Taohua shyly lowered her head, blushing, her voice soft as water. I just take care of Brother Wenqi. It's my duty. I only wish for Brother Wenqi to do well, pass the imperial exam soon, and make our family proud. I'd be willing to work hard all my life. Then she looked up again, deliberately frowning. With a look of injustice for Chen Wenqi, she secretly encouraged herself. Mrs. Zhou, we can't just let this go. That little troublemaker Lin Sui is not behaving herself. She's seducing Brother Wenqi, and even got Jang Liao to hit him. If this gets out, what'll happen to our Qin family's reputation? Does Brother Wenqi's honor as a scholar mean nothing? I think tomorrow you should go to Zhang's house and confront that girl. Make her apologize to Brother Wenqi. Let her know that our Qin family is not easy to bully. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhou immediately patted her thigh in agreement.
Yes.
You're right. I can't swallow this insult. First thing tomorrow, I'll go to Zhang's house and confront that girl. I'll tear her apart and ask if she has any conscience. How dare she bully my son? Chen Wenqi listened from the side but didn't speak to stop them. He looked deeply wronged, letting them do as they pleased. He felt like everyone in the world was against him. Seeing Mrs. Zhou fall for her plan, Taohua was overjoyed, but her face still looked gentle and caring. She quickly helped Chen Wenqi into the house. Brother Wenqi, let's go inside and lie down. I'll wipe you clean and apply medicine. Mrs. Zhou, please go to the kitchen and boil some hot water, then make a bowl of hot ginger soup to warm Brother Wenqi and get rid of the cold. Yes. I'll go right now. Mrs. Zhao immediately agreed and hurried to the kitchen. Peach Blossom carefully helped Chen Wenqi onto the heated bed, making sure he lay down slowly. Her movements were so gentle, she was afraid of hurting his wound. Brother Wenqi, if you're in pain, just tell me. Don't try to hold it in, okay? I'll wipe you gently, so I won't hurt you. As she spoke, she took a clean cloth and carefully wiped the dirt from Chen Wenqi's face. Her movements were soft and careful, and she kept talking softly to comfort him. Brother Wenqi, tomorrow Aunt Zhou will come to help you vent your anger. She will make Lin Swayer pay for what she did. You should rest well and recover. Once you're better, you can focus on studying. I'll take care of everything else. I'll stay with you and watch over you. Lying on the Kong, Chen Wenqi listened to Peach Blossom's gentle words, feeling a little calmer inside. But as soon as he closed his eyes, the image of Lin Swayer walking away with Jang Liao's protection kept flashing in his mind. Just wait until he passes the imperial exam. The next day, the kitchen was filled with the crackling sound of fire and burning wood. Lin Swayer held a wooden spoon, slowly stirring the corn porridge in the pot. The golden batter bubbled gently, releasing a sweet aroma that filled the yard. Zhang Liao leaned casually against the stove, a tall and strong man. When he stood there, half the kitchen was blocked by him. His dark, heavy eyes fixed on Lin Swayer, unable to look away, as if they had grown on her. His hands were not still. Watching her focus on stirring the porridge, he secretly reached out and touched her delicate wrist, which was so thin it could break. Soft and smooth, just a gentle touch. His heart trembled with a tingling sensation, and his bones felt lighter. When Lin Swayer felt his touch, her whole body suddenly went numb. The embarrassing images from last night flashed through her mind. Her cheeks blushed instantly, as red as a ripe persimmon. She turned her head and glared at him fiercely. But her eyes, full of water, didn't have any real threat. Instead, they lightly teased his heart like a kitten's playful scratch. Zhang Liao felt itchy all over, wishing he could hold her tightly and give her a good scolding. Stop messing around. Big Uncle Jiang is in the main hall with Little Grass. Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of shyness and playfulness. Hearing this, Zhang Liao's throat tightened and his lower abdomen warmed up. Zhang Liao chuckled softly and leaned forward a bit. The tall figure directly wrapped Lin Swayer in his arms, very tightly. His warm breath fell on her fair neck, making her shiver all over. Why be afraid? My dad is very clever. He hopes we stay close so he can have a big, happy grandson soon. His father is quite sharp. Lin Swayer felt both shy and anxious. She almost dropped the wooden spoon in her hand and whispered, "The porridge is about to burn. If it burns, we can't eat it," but Zhang Liao didn't care. He rested his chin heavily on her head and took in the nice smell of soapberry, which was very pleasant. "If it burns, it burns. As long as you made it, I can eat 3 big bowls, even if it's a little burnt." Lin Swayer playfully pushed against Zhang Liao's broad chest, about to speak. Suddenly, a loud, sharp banging on the door broke the quiet. Then, a harsh, mocking voice shouted loudly across the yard.
Lin Swayer,
"Come out. I know you're inside. You ungrateful thing." It was Zhou's voice. The two inside the kitchen froze instantly. Lin Swayer's face turned pale quickly, her lips trembling. The wooden spoon in her hand clattered onto the edge of the pot.
Zhao?
Why is she here? Zhang Liao's gentle eyes suddenly turned cold. After his son was beaten, that old nag couldn't help but come to cause trouble. He didn't rush out immediately. Instead, he gave his father a quick look. "Father, take Xiao Chao inside and close the door. Kids shouldn't hear these dirty words." "Don't scare my girl." Old Jiang had already heard from his son about the fight with Chen Wenqi yesterday. When he heard the shouting, he knew it was Chen's shrew coming to cause trouble. Without hesitation, he picked up Xiao Chao, who was playing stones in the main room, and went inside. Whoever caused trouble can deal with it themselves. That young man from the Chen family should be taught a lesson. His son was strong enough to handle it. As an old man, he cared more about his granddaughter than anything else. Xiao Chao, with her ears perked up, heard the noise. She pressed her face to the door crack and whispered, "Grandpa, is Grandma here? I'm scared." She was afraid of Grandma. Grandma scolded her every day, calling her a troublemaker, refusing to give her food, and often grabbing her roughly. "It's okay, it's okay." Old Mr. Jiang quickly hugged his granddaughter tightly and took out a rough piece of sugar, giving it to her. "Grandpa gives you candy, sweet and tasty." Outside the yard gate, Mrs. Zhao had already kicked open the Jiang family's door. She stood with her hands on her hips, tiptoed, and stormed into the kitchen angrily. Looking like a scolding, unruly woman, she spat as she yelled,
Lin Zui,
"I raised you for so many years in the Chen family, and now you're sold to the Zhang family, still not behaving, hanging around my son. You even encouraged Jang Liao to beat my son half to death. My son is a scholar, a talented man. You heartless woman, may you have bad luck." Zhang Liao stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Swear, looking down at Mrs. Zhao with a cold, frightening gaze. "Old hag, watch your mouth. Yesterday I could beat your son up, and today I can make you crawl back home, believe it or not." Mrs. Zhao was so scared by Zhang Liao's fierce look that her legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground, trembling with fear. But thinking about her son, Chen Wenqi, who was badly hurt and lying on the bed whimpering, and knowing she was a woman and the other person wouldn't dare really hit her, she mustered her courage and continued to stand with her hands on her hips, shouting, "I'll curse all I want. What can you do to me? You beast! My son is no worse than you. He's a scholar. He'll pass the imperial exam and become an official. You're just a dirt farmer. And you dare to hit my son." Lin Swear stepped out from behind Zhang Liao. Her face was still pale, feeling angry and scared, but seeing Mrs. Zhou's unreasonable attitude, she straightened her back. She couldn't let herself be bullied like in the Qin family anymore. "It wasn't me who went to find Qin Wenqi. He followed me to the river and started pulling me, refusing to let go. Zhang Liao was only protecting me and had to act. From the beginning to the end, it was your son who caused trouble." "Caused trouble?" Mrs. Zhou looked like she heard a huge joke, sneering loudly, spitting far away. "I think it's because you're hanging around my son, making him distracted, and now you're hanging around this troublemaker, making him fight for you. You heartless woman, you really think once you're in the Jiang family, you can fly high like a phoenix. I didn't." Lin Sui was so angry that her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. "Go ask your son. He was the one who went to the river himself. Did I tie him to my waist and drag him there? You can't even control your own son, but you run to other people's house to cause trouble. Do you have any shame? Pfft. You're talking nonsense." Mrs. Zhou was even more furious after hearing this, her eyes turning red. This weak person who doesn't dare to say a harsh word now dared to talk back to her? This is going too far. "You useless hen. You haven't even given birth to a proper heir in the Qin family, and now you dare to let people hit my son. You're just a bad omen." She cursed more and more harshly, each word more vulgar than the last. Zhang Liao's face darkened, his fists clenched with a cracking sound, and his muscles tensed up. This old woman was just asking for trouble. He raised his fist, ready to strike hard. At this moment, the door to the inner room creaked open. Xiao Chao ran out, her short legs quickly running over. With her innocent little face lifted, she shouted and pushed at Mrs. Zhou, her brows furrowed tightly. "Don't scold my mom.
Don't scold my mom.
You're a bad grandma. Go away." Xiao Chao was so small and weak that her push was barely more than a tickle. Mrs. Zhou, full of anger and unable to vent, saw the little girl and immediately lost her temper, old grudges and new ones flooding her mind. Without thinking, she pushed hard and cursed with the harshest words. "Get lost. You little brat. You dare to push me? Are you looking for death?" Xiao Chao's tiny body couldn't withstand the push, and she staggered back several steps, falling heavily to the ground, hitting her head. She immediately burst into loud tears. Xiao Chao, Lin Swear was so frightened her soul seemed to fly away. Her mind went blank, and she screamed as she rushed forward. This was her daughter, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Her precious girl, whom she would protect no matter how much she suffered in the Qin family. Zhang Liao's eyes instantly turned red, and he was completely furious, his whole body radiating a deadly aura. She rushed forward, bent down, and hugged the little girl in her arms. The girl was crying so hard that tears and runny nose covered her face. Her small body trembled, and her head was red from crying. Zhang Liao felt so sad, he almost lost his mind. He looked at Zhou Shi with a fierce stare. "If you dare to hurt my daughter." Zhou Shi was so scared by his intense gaze that she kept stepping back. She sat down heavily on the ground, her face pale as paper. She couldn't even speak. At that moment, she realized she was truly afraid and understood she had angered this reckless man who didn't care about anything. Suddenly, Lin Swayer snapped back to her senses. Seeing her daughter crying so painfully, all her patience disappeared. All that was left was her fierce protectiveness. She was a mother. Anyone who hurt her child, she would fight to the end. She turned around and rushed into the kitchen like crazy. When she came out again, she was holding a shiny kitchen knife tightly. Lin Swayer had grown up, but she had never held a knife before, except when killing chickens. She had never pointed a knife at a person. But now, she was trembling all over and slowly walked toward Zhou Shi. "You insulted me, I tolerated it. You lied, I also tolerated it. But why did you hit my child? What does she understand? She's still your Qin family's child. How could you do this?" As she spoke, Lin Swayer raised the knife and swung it fiercely at Zhou Shi. The wind from the knife whooshed loudly, as if she was about to kill. "Ah! Someone's going to die. Lin Swayer is going to kill someone." Zhou Shi was so frightened her soul seemed to leave her body. She scrambled backward, her hair messy, her face full of disbelief. She was so scared she almost peed herself. She never imagined that the gentle Lin Swayer, who used to be so timid she didn't dare say a harsh word, would suddenly come at her with a knife. This woman was completely crazy. Totally crazy. "Get out. Get out of the Zhang family," Lin Swayer shouted through tears, swinging the knife wildly. "Don't come and curse me again. Don't come and touch my child. I will really kill you," she cried and waved the knife, looking both mad and pitiful. Zhou Shi didn't dare stay any longer. She scrambled up from the ground, ran out of the yard, and hurriedly left. While running, she shouted loudly, tears in her voice. "You're crazy! You crazy woman! The Jiang family is full of lunatics." Finally, the yard was quiet. Lin Swayer stood there, still clutching the knife tightly, frozen in place. Next moment, she finally realized what she had just done. She had actually held a knife and was about to attack someone. She had grown up, and even when killing chickens, she closed her eyes. When stepping on an ant, she hesitated for a long time. But just now, she had gone crazy, waving a knife at the Zhou family. Thinking of this, Lin Swayer was so frightened that her soul seemed to leave her body, and she felt icy cold all over. The kitchen knife in her hand clattered to the ground. Lin Swayer's legs went weak, and all her strength was suddenly drained. Her vision blurred, and she almost collapsed onto the floor. Jang Liao, holding Xiao Chao, finally snapped out of his shock. Even he, a brave man who fears nothing, was startled by what happened. Usually, she was gentle and soft-spoken, the kind of woman who would quietly shed tears when upset. But just now, for Xiao Chao, she had held a knife, with red eyes, fierce and stubborn, like a protective mother wolf. He had never seen such a Lin Swayer before. Bold, wild, daring to risk her life. Yet, she was also so beautiful that it made his heart race. Zhang Liao quickly rushed over in 2 steps, freeing one hand to tightly hold the trembling Lin Swayer into his arms. She leaned against him, trembling uncontrollably, tears falling like beads that had broken loose. The cold tears stung his heart. Zhang Liao looked down at the trembling woman in his arms, feeling both pain and a faint smile. "You woman, you were really fierce just now. Even I was scared. From now on, don't say others. Even I won't dare to provoke you." I'm afraid one day you'll be unhappy and come at me with a knife again. His large hand gently stroked her back, soothing her over and over. Lin Swear buried her face in his chest, crying hard. Hearing his words, her heart suddenly tightened and an uneasy feeling surged. Her wild, crazy behavior just now, was it any different from those loud, unruly women? Would Zhang Liao think she was rude? Think she was an unreasonable, fierce woman? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Tears fell more fiercely, and her small hands clung tightly to Zhang Liao's clothes. I didn't mean to. I was just so scared. When I saw Xiao Chao pushed down, I couldn't think of anything else. Am I really so fierce? Like a shrew? Feeling her unease, Zhang Liao's teasing mood instantly disappeared without a trace, leaving only overwhelming tenderness. He tightened his arms and held her even closer. His words were clear and firm. What's wrong with a quarrelsome woman? What's wrong with a fierce woman? Even if you're a quarrelsome woman, a fierce woman, or a crazy woman, you're still my woman. The woman I will protect with my life. I don't care what you look like, whether you're gentle or fiery, whether you hold a knife or a needle. As long as you're Lin Swear, I cherish you, as long as she isn't bullied. Of course, it would be best if she were jealous. Hee. Lin Swear looked up with tears in her eyes, gazing into Zhang Liao's dark, deep eyes. Inside, her reflection was full of love and tenderness, without any hint of dislike. The little grass in her arms stopped crying and leaned her small head on Zhang Liao's shoulder. Looking at her mother, she softly and proudly said, "Mom is amazing. Mom is the best. Mom protects Little Grass." Lin Swear was amused by Little Grass and couldn't help but smile through her tears, which still shimmered on her face. She gently reached out and stroked Little Grass's head with tenderness. Zhang Liao looked down at the woman with tears in her eyes. His desire and tenderness mixed inside, making his throat tighten. He couldn't resist lowering his head and kissing her moist, glistening eye corner. Old Jiang from inside the house chewed on his candy, feeling sweet. That night, the considerate and understanding old Jiang took Little Grass away again. Little Grass pouted and clung to the doorframe, unwilling to leave. "Grandpa, I want to sleep with Mom. I slept with you yesterday, and today I want to sleep with you again." Old Jiang gently pried her small hand away and tucked her under his arm, like grabbing a bag of rice, and led her inside. "You little girl, how can you be so unthinking? Your mother is tired after a whole day. Let Uncle Jiang take care of you. Tomorrow, Grandpa will steam egg custard for you." "Really?" Little Grass's eyes lit up. "When have Grandpa ever lied to you? Come on, I'll tell you funny stories from Uncle Jiang's childhood. Today, I'll tell you about when he stole dates from Wang Mozi's house and got chased up a tree by a dog, too scared to come down. With a loud bang, the door to the inner room closed again. The lamp flickered, and the room went dark.
Lin Swear loved eating candied hawthorn.
Tonight, she had eaten her fill. The bed was still warm, with a faint scent of sweat lingering. She collapsed into the man's arms, her body so soft it felt like her bones had turned to jelly. She had no strength to even lift a finger, her limbs feeling numb and weak. She floated lightly, as if she had just fallen from the sky. Her face was slightly flushed, her ears warm, and her eyes half closed with a lazy, tired look. She was shy to look at the person beside her, so she quietly buried her face in his chest, refusing to lift it. Zhang Liao held her quietly, his breathing gradually calming down. He looked down at the curled-up person in his arms, unable to see her face, only noticing her ears, which were bright red. He also saw a small patch of smooth, white skin at the back of her neck, which made his eyes go wide. Her previous look kept blooming in his mind, making his heart itch with warmth. It was more intoxicating than drinking the strongest wine. Thinking of this, Zhang Liao's throat tightened, and his whole body started to stir with restless energy. Damn it! He was really like a donkey, never satisfied. But still, his eyes couldn't help but glance at her. Seeing her lying quietly in his arms, as obedient as a startled little rabbit, soft and willing to be held. His heart felt itchy and restless. Zhang Liao took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress these thoughts. She was exhausted, and he didn't want to bother her anymore. He reached out and grabbed a cloth from the bedside, gently holding her chin to wipe her lips. His grip was very light, completely different from the fierce desire he had just moments ago to crush her. When his fingers brushed her lips, Lin's swayer trembled softly, as if burned, and shrank back. Zhang Liao quickly held her tighter, gripping her firmly, not letting her escape. "Why are you hiding? Just now, you were clinging to me tightly, and now you're shy?" Lin's swayer bit her lip and made a muffled sound, speaking softly and cautiously, unable to say a full sentence. "You don't say nonsense." Thinking about what just happened made her blush even more. Her soft voice entered his ears, making Zhang Liao feel both itchy and hot inside, excited beyond words. He stared at her red ears, feeling more and more attracted, and couldn't help but gently poke them with his finger. Lin's swayer shivered again, curling up even more. "You little ears, why are you so afraid of being tickled? Like you can't be touched." Lin's swayer didn't answer, her breathing becoming even lighter. Zhang Liao chuckled softly, his chest trembling with a laugh. He didn't stop his hands, carefully wiping her mouth until it was clean. Finally, he leaned down and gave her a gentle kiss on the lips. That light touch was so soft it was almost nothing, but it was more tempting than anything before. Lin's swayer felt her whole body go weak, losing all her strength, and she curled up even tighter in his arms. Zhang Liao casually tossed the handkerchief onto the bed and reached out his long arm, holding her firmly in his embrace. "Good wife, don't be shy. Sleep now." The moonlight shone in, illuminating the couple sleeping together. It was just dawn, with a faint white glow on the horizon, and the rooster still hadn't crowed from the henhouse. The entire Zhang family courtyard was very quiet. Lin's swayer was woken up by the heat. The quilt was so thick and stuffy, it felt like being steamed over a stove. She groggily turned over, her nose bumping hard against Zhang Liao's firm chest. It was as solid as a hot stone, making her nose tingle from the heat. Warm waves kept pouring over her, making her sweat all over. Her head felt heavy, and she half opened her eyes, dazed and confused for a long time before suddenly snapping back to reality. What was lying next to her? Clearly, it was not a person, but a blazing hot stove. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly sat up, using the faint light to look at Zhang Liao. The man was sleeping with his brows tightly furrowed. His usually strong and handsome face was flushed with an unusual redness. His breathing was heavier than usual, which was definitely not normal. Her heart tightened. Without thinking, she reached out and pressed her palm to Zhang Liao's forehead. The touch made her gasp in shock. It was burning hot. Last night he was fine, his body warm and comfortable when holding her. How could he have a fever just overnight? Could it be that when he fought Chen Wenxiang in the river the day before, he also got cold water on himself, and the coldness stayed inside his body? Lin's swayer's mind was a mess. She didn't dare delay. Carefully, she climbed down from the bed, not bothering to put on her outer clothes properly, and tiptoed out of the room. In the corner of the courtyard, there was a clay basin filled with cool water, refreshing and inviting. Lin's swayer scooped half a ladle of water, hurried back into the room, took a clean rough cloth, soaked it thoroughly, wrung out half of the moisture, and carefully placed the cool cloth on Zhang Liao's forehead. As soon as the cloth touched his forehead, Zhang Liao let out a muffled sound, his eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. He was still a bit confused, his gaze unfocused. He looked around for a while before his eyes settled on Lin's swayer's pale face. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Swayer, you're awake." She immediately moved closer, her voice soft and urgent. "You have a fever, it's so hot. It scared me to death." Zhang Liao's mind was foggy, his whole body sore and weak, with a lazy ache deep in his bones. But when he saw his little wife looking so anxious, with red-rimmed eyes and a red nose, almost on the verge of tears, his heart softened completely. A mischievous thought suddenly appeared and took control. He rarely got sick, and when he did, he usually endured it silently. But now, in front of Lin Swear, he wanted to pretend to be pitiful, to make her feel sorry for him. Immediately, he furrowed his brows more tightly, collapsed onto the bed, and let out a weak, long sigh, deliberately dragging out his voice to sound pitiful.
Zhuye.
I feel terrible. My whole body hurts, I feel dizzy, and my bones feel like they're falling apart. Hearing this, Lin Swear's heart clenched tightly. She quickly reached out to hold him, preventing him from moving. Don't move. I'll change the cloth for you. I'll go get some hot water to drink. Don't go. Zhang Liao grabbed her wrist tightly, refusing to let go. His palm was burning hot. I'm sticky all over with sweat. I feel terrible. Swear, can you wipe my body? If I'm clean, I'll feel better. Hearing this, Lin Swear's face instantly turned bright red, from her cheeks to her ears, and her neck even pinked. Wiping his body. She still hadn't forgotten the warmth from last night, and now she was asked to wipe his body again. But seeing Zhang Liao's flushed face and his restless, uncomfortable expression, she couldn't bring herself to refuse.
He was so sick now.
Lin Swear bit her lip, her ears red enough to bleed. She nodded softly, her voice barely a whisper. Okay, I'll wipe you. She turned around, wrung out some water, blushing, lowering her head, and slowly wiped his neck and chest. The man was hot and strong all over. Every time Lin Swear touched him, her heart beat faster, and her face felt even warmer than Zhang Liao's fever. Zhang Liao lay on the bed, making his new wife shy and nervous. She blushed all over. Even her ears turned red. He watched her with a happy feeling inside. He still pretended to be weak, sometimes taking a deep breath and sighing loudly.
Ugh.
This hurts too. Swear, be gentle. He wasn't really in much pain, but he acted pitiful to make his wife feel more worried and to touch him more. While they were close on the bed, suddenly a loud voice shouted from outside.
Liao.
The sun is high. Get up from the bed and stop sleeping. Old Mr. Zhang's voice was loud and clear through the door. Lin Swear shivered in fear, almost dropping her handkerchief. She quickly answered, Uncle Zhang, Zhang Liao. He has a fever. He can't get up. Just then, the door creaked open. Old Mr. Zhang, wearing his coat and slippers, came in. He looked at the bed and raised his eyebrows. His son was usually strong enough to kill a tiger with his bare hands, carrying 2 bags of grain for 2 miles without getting tired. But now, he was lying on the bed, groaning and frowning like he had a tail caught in his foot. It looked fake. Old Mr. Jiang knew his son well. He was pretending to be sick. He was clearly acting pitiful in front of his wife. He walked around the room with his hands behind his back and chuckled. Little rascal, stop pretending. You have a strong body. You can carry sacks without panting. Now you have a fever? I think you're just lazy, lying on the bed and bothering your wife. Zhang Liao closed his eyes and ignored his father's teasing. He moved closer to Lin Swear, weakly grabbing her clothes and continuing to whimper softly, pretending to be very sick.
Zhuye.
I feel dizzy. I really don't feel well. He looked as weak as possible, clearly trying to make her feel sorry for him. Lin Swear was very worried and quickly protected him. Uncle Jiang, he really has a high fever. His forehead is hot. Old Mr. Jiang watched his daughter-in-law fall for his son's tricks, happily feeling pleased inside. He waved his hand, too lazy to expose this mischievous boy anymore. All right. You're lucky to have a wife who cares for you. Let her take good care of you. I'll go to the kitchen and make some thin porridge, steam a cornbread, and boil some ginger soup to help you sweat out the illness. You two just stay on the bed. After saying that, old Jiang happily closed the door, put on his shoes, hummed a little tune, and strolled toward the kitchen. This mischievous boy really knows how to coax his wife. Listening to his father walk away, Zhang Liao immediately secretly opened one eye, slyly watching Lin Swear, who was still worried about him. A small smile crept up his lips, impossible to hide, and his eyes showed he was pleased. Lin Swear looked up just in time to meet his smiling eyes. At first, she was stunned, then realized that this person was mostly pretending. She felt both angry and shy, her cheeks flushing, and she gently punched him. But before her fist could land, Zhang Liao quickly pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. The warm embrace instantly wrapped her up, making her feel soft and warm inside. "Don't move, let me hold you for a while." Zhang Liao's voice was hoarse as he whispered in her ear with a low laugh. "It's a bit uncomfortable, but holding you makes me feel better." Lin Suier nodded gently and placed the bowl softly on the table. "Yes, I just fell asleep after drinking some porridge and ginger tea. The fever hasn't fully gone yet." She was still worried, thinking about Zhang Liao's uncomfortable whimper just now, and couldn't help feeling sorry for him. This man, who usually looks so strong, is actually quite fragile when he gets sick. Old Mr. Jiang sighed, took a bite of his steamed bread, and chewed with a crunch. He was silent for a moment, then remembered old stories. His voice was a bit muffled. "It's good he's sleeping. Let him rest. This kid, he hasn't had much peace since he was little. Although his son was pretending to be sick on purpose, he was still sick. As a father, how could he not feel worried?" Lin Suier listened quietly, not daring to speak, but her curiosity grew. When Liao was 6, his mother passed away suddenly. She couldn't fight off a cold and died, leaving just his 2 grandfathers and grandsons. Old Mr. Jiang took his pipe, tapped it against his shoe sole, and slowly packed tobacco. When he was young, he was soft and kind. He knew how to smile at people, just like other children in the village, but after losing his mother, life became hard. Some careless kids in the village would tease him, calling him a child without a mother. He was proud and strong, even at a young age. He wouldn't tell me when he was upset. He kept it all inside. Over time, he became tougher and more fierce, always wearing a stern face. Lin Suier felt her heart tighten. Her fingers unconsciously clenched her clothes. She had never thought that Zhang Liao's rough and fierce personality came from such a background. No mother's love, no mother's protection, and being bullied at such a young age. Later, when he grew older, he was arranged to marry. His wife was honest, but weak physically. She fell seriously ill within 2 years of marriage and passed away, leaving no children behind. Old Mr. Jiang exhaled smoke, the mist swirling around him, but his eyes showed hidden sadness. Since then, Liao became even colder. He worked hard every day, either helping in the kitchen or going out to earn money. When he came back, he'd go into the fields or mountains, never resting. His face was as stern as a judge in the underworld. Everyone in the village was afraid of him. Even I, his father, rarely saw him smile. Over the years, at home and outside, he has been the only one supporting the family. Luckily, he learned cooking skills from me when he was young. Whenever there's a banquet or a celebration, everyone asks him to cook. The money he earns is enough to get by, and he's not starving. But who knows the pain he carries inside? Lin Suier lowered her head, her eyes unknowingly filling with tears. It turns out he's not naturally rough. He's just suffered too much hardship. Old Zhang looked at the reddening corners of Lin Suier's eyes and understood that she was feeling sorry for him. "Suier, I'm telling you this not for anything else. Since you came into this family, this boy has changed. Truly changed." He's smiling now, speaking gently. Before, this house was cold and quiet, with no warmth. Now, it's lively and warm. This family owes you a lot. I thank you on behalf of Liaozi and our old Zhang family. Lin Suier's nose felt sore, and tears almost fell. She quickly lowered her head and softly responded with an M. She couldn't say a word, only feeling her heart ache and soften, full of love for the man inside the house. Little Grass sat nearby, nibbling on a steamed bun, listening to Grandpa talk about how Uncle Zhang used to suffer. Her little face immediately stiffened, and she spoke in a childish voice. Little Grass also. Little Grass likes Uncle Zhang. When Uncle Zhang is sick, I want to take care of him too. Hearing this, old Zhang's heart softened even more. He immediately patted his thigh and smiled with all his wrinkles. Yes, yes. And my good granddaughter. Seeing her grandpa praise her, Little Grass nodded her head eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains, with a serious look on her face. Little Grass will bring water to Uncle Zhang, wipe his sweat, and be good. Little Grass won't cause trouble. Lin Suier watched her daughter act so grown up, her eyes still red, but her lips couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Old Zhang squinted, slowly smoking his pipe. He glanced into the house and secretly felt happy, almost laughing out loud. It's not that he's being nosy or trying to sell his son. His son's tough shell won't crack easily unless he helps him break it open. How could Swayer be so caring if he didn't do something? This isn't just talk. He's really trying to help his son find a wife. Just wait. Once this stubborn boy gets better, his wife's heart will melt like water. When the sun reached the top of the sky, the chickens in the yard went back to their nests to rest, and the house was very quiet. Lin Swayer was worried it might be stuffy inside, so she opened half a window. But she also worried the wind might blow on Jang Liao. She took an old cloth curtain and hung it by the window to block the breeze. The wind came in a little, but it didn't reach the bed. Xiao Chao held a dried wild date and sat quietly by the bed, staring at Jang Liao with big, watchful eyes, not daring to make a sound. "Mom, is Uncle Zhang still not awake?" Lin Swayer smiled softly, nodded at Xiao Chao to be quiet, and gently said, "Sho, let Uncle Zhang sleep a little longer. When he wakes up, we'll give him something tasty to eat." Ever since she heard the old stories from Old Man Zhang, Lin Swayer felt like her heart was stuffed with soft, sour cotton. It was both sweet and a little sad. She used to think this man was rough and fierce, with strength enough to lift a whole cow. But now, seeing him sleeping with a frown on his face, she only felt that beneath his tough exterior, he was hiding pain. He had no mother's love growing up, no one to protect him. He had to be strong and grow up alone. But after buying her, he never made her suffer any unfairness. He always gave her the best things first. His words were usually rough, but when he loved her, he was very gentle. Suddenly, she remembered last night. The more Lin Swayer thought about it, the warmer her face felt, and her heart started beating faster. Her fingertips still rested on his forehead, reluctant to move away. Maybe her hand was too cold. In his sleep, Zhang Liao let out a soft hum and opened his eyes. He was still groggy from sleep, but as soon as he saw Lin Swayer's face so close, he immediately grinned like a mischievous dog and rubbed against her hand.
"Zui.
His voice was hoarse, not as strong as usual. Lin Swayer's face grew even warmer. She quickly pulled her hand back and gently patted him. "Wake up, but be good. Your fever hasn't gone yet. Why are you moving around?" "Uncle Zhang." Xiao Chao was so happy to see him awake that her small voice rose happily. Remembering her mother's warning to speak softly, she quickly covered her mouth but kept her bright, sparkling eyes visible. "Xiao Chao wants to take care of Uncle Zhang." Zhang Liao, finally awake, saw the little girl sitting by the bed. His softened heart grew even warmer. He hadn't wasted his love on this little girl. He reached out and tousled her hair, making it messy. "Oh, my good Xiao Chao. The little grass still hurts Uncle." Lin Swayer saw this and quickly held his arm. Don't move. Your body is so soft like noodles. Stop fussing and lie down properly." She turned and called outside, "Uncle Zhang." Zhang Liao is awake. Hearing this, Old Man Zhang, who was smoking outside, immediately put down his pipe, strode inside, and stood by the bed, looking at Zhang Liao. "You're awake? That's good. Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "Dad, it's fine now. I just feel weak all over," Zhang Liao replied, but his eyes kept fixed on Lin Swayer, unable to look away. It was as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Old Man Zhang could see his son's thoughts clearly. He secretly felt amused but kept a serious face, waving his hand. "Rest now. Swayer just cooked some soft porridge and steamed egg custard. It's gentle and good for you." Lin Swayer nodded.
I'll go serve it now."
It's still warm from the stove, not cold. As she turned, Zhang Liao suddenly grabbed her wrist. His hand was hot, but strong, holding her tightly. He whispered softly, acting spoiled, "Swayer, don't go." Lin Swayer's face turned bright red. Being caught like this in front of Old Man Zhang and Little Grass made her shy and annoyed. She struggled hard. "Let go. I'll bring you the food." "No, not letting go." Zhang Liao refused and held her even tighter, staring at her intently. "Let my dad serve it. I want you to stay with me." His mischievous look made old man Jiang secretly roll his eyes. This brat, once he's better, he starts sticking to his wife. No shame, no patience. Little Grass immediately raised her small hand to help. Mom, Little Grass will go. Little Grass can carry it. Oh, good granddaughter. Old man Jiang quickly pulled Little Grass. Come on, Grandpa will go with you. Don't burn your little hand. He said this while holding Little Grass's hand and closing the door deliberately, giving the young couple space. Inside, only the two of them remained. Lin Swear's heart beat faster. Her wrist, held by him, felt scorching hot, and her ears turned red. Let go. If someone sees, what will they think? She whispered in a slightly annoyed tone, but there was no real anger, more softness. Zhang Liao refused to loosen his grip. Instead, he gently pulled her closer. He looked up at her, and after his illness, his gaze was less sharp and more moist and tender. It made Lin Swear's heart tremble. Sua, I just had a dream about you. Lin Swear turned her face away, afraid to meet his eyes.
Dream about me?
Doing what? You're not acting normally. Could it be those shameless dreams? Zhang Liao sat up and pressed his lips to her ear. Dreamed of you. Lin Swear's face turned redder as she listened. Her ears burned, and her whole body felt a little dizzy. Her watery eyes looked at him, and she gently pushed him away. You're still sick, and you're talking nonsense. Zhang Liao was so startled by her glare that he forgot about his pain and discomfort. He quickly tightened his grip and pulled her into his arms. His other hand naturally wrapped around her waist and gave it a gentle squeeze. Her waist was so soft, like there were no bones, and even through her clothes, she could feel how tender it was. How do you know I'm just talking nonsense? Tonight, let's try it. Lin Swear's whole body relaxed, and her mind went blank. She couldn't even speak properly. Just as they were getting close, they heard small footsteps and old Zhang's voice outside. Slow down, don't fall. Lin Swear quickly pushed Zhang Liao away. Let go, Dad, and Little Grass are coming in. Zhang Liao reluctantly released her, but still held onto her clothes, his eyes fixed on her face, making Lin Swear blush. The door was pushed open. Little Grass carried a small bowl of egg custard carefully and came in. Uncle Jiang, the egg custard is here. Little Grass brought it. Old Jiang followed behind, holding a bowl of vegetable porridge and a small dish of pickles, placing them on the small table by the bed. Here's some for you, you little rascal. With a wife to care for you and a daughter to worry about, you're quite lucky. Lin Swear quickly picked up the egg custard, stirred it gently with a small spoon, blew on it a few times, then brought it to his mouth. Open wide, I'll feed you. Zhang Liao obediently opened his mouth, looking very well behaved, completely different from his usual unruly self. A soft spoonful of egg custard went in, and he squinted happily. He looked at Lin Swear and said, Sewer, the way you feed me is so delicious. Little Grass stood nearby on tiptoe, holding her small spoon. Uncle Jiang, Little Grass will feed you too. Good, good, Little Grass is feeding him too. Zhang Liao smiled so much he couldn't close his mouth. He obediently opened his mouth to eat the spoonful the little girl fed him. Our Little Grass feeds him even better. Lin Swear watched the two of them, feeling warm inside. After feeding the porridge and half a bowl of vegetable mash, Zhang Liao's face finally looked a little healthier. His fever had gone down, and he looked more energetic. Lin Swear took a clean cloth and gently wiped the corner of his mouth. Her movements were so gentle it was almost unbelievable. When her fingertips brushed his lips, Zhang Liao suddenly lowered his head and gently took her finger into his mouth, then lightly licked. Lin Swear's fingers suddenly went numb, as if burned by fire. She stiffened all over, quickly pulled her hand back, feeling both angry and shy. What? What are you doing? Oh heavens, Uncle Jiang was right there. Zhang Liao looked at her blushing face and felt happy inside. He pretended to be innocent. I didn't do anything. You had rice grains on your hand, so I helped lick them off. Old Jiang, who was watching nearby, cleared his throat as if to hide his amusement. This little rascal was quite clever. Little Grass didn't understand the little gestures between adults. She tilted her head and asked, Mom, Why is your face red? Are you hot? Lin Swear quickly turned her face away, tidied her clothes, and said casually, "No, it's just a bit stuffy in the house." Zhang Liao saw her embarrassed look and laughed even more. He reached out to try to grab her hand again, but Lin Swear slapped his hand away. "Lie still," Lin Swear scolded softly, but her voice was gentle and full of affection, with no real anger. Zhang Liao obediently lay down, but his eyes never left her. The look in his eyes was hot, like fire, making Lin Swear feel uncomfortable all over. Old Zhang watched from the side, knowing his son's illness was almost cured. If they stayed any longer, it might become awkward, so he quickly took Little Grass away. "Go, Little Grass. Let's go to the yard to get some sun, and let Uncle Zhang rest properly." "Okay," Little Grass obediently agreed. Before leaving, she waved her little hand at Zhang Liao. "Uncle Zhang, sleep well. Little Grass will come see you later." "All right, be good." Zhang Liao smiled and nodded. After they left, the room returned to silence. Zhang Liao immediately reached out and grabbed Lin Swear's wrist, then wrapped his arm around her and pulled her into his embrace.
Lin Swear was startled.
"Quick, let go. Uncle Zhang is outside. If he hears, it won't be good." "Why be afraid? She's my wife," Zhang Liao said confidently. He pulled her into his arms, gently resting his chin on her shoulder, his breath warm on her neck, making her feel ticklish and numb. "Just a hug. Swear, lie with me for a while. If I hold you, I'll get better faster." His chest was hot, and even though he was sick, his strength was solid, making it hard to resist. Lin Swear struggled twice but couldn't break free. Instead, he held her tighter. Her whole body was so soft she couldn't use any strength, and she could only let him hold her, feeling very confused inside. In the yard, Old Man Zhang sat on a small stool, watching the grass chase tiny bugs on the muddy ground, panting hard. After a while, the grass looked up, sweaty and tired, and asked innocently, "Grandpa, Uncle Zhang is feeling better? When can he play with me?" Old Man Zhang patted the grass's head and chuckled. "Very soon he'll be fine. With such a caring wife, that troublemaker will be bouncing around in no time, healing faster than anyone." Zhang Liao's illness was gone in just one day. As soon as he recovered, he acted like a wild dog that had been let loose, sticking to Lin Swear every day, pulling her to drink wine and eat candied hawthorn. These shameless days flew by quickly. Before they knew it, it was New Year's Eve. They finished the New Year's dinner clean, with oily food on the table and a small pile of bones and scraps. Old Man Zhang drank 3 big bowls of homemade rice wine, turning red in the face and neck. He sat on a stool, holding his pipe, puffing happily. Zhang Liao didn't eat much, his eyes glued to Lin Swear from the moment he sat down, unable to look away. He kept filling her bowl with meat and adding vegetables to Xiao Chao's bowl. Just watching these two women made him feel full and happy, even more than feasting on a table full of delicacies. Xiao Chao squatted on the ground, holding a bone she had chewed on, teasing the old hen in the corner. "Dad, we're full and happy. Let's go outside and set off firecrackers." Zhang Liao stuffed a bun into his mouth and mumbled loudly, but his hands were busy reaching out to touch Lin Swear's waist. A rough, large hand suddenly grabbed his wife's soft waist with a lot of force. Lin Swear felt a shiver all over her body, from her waist to her ears. She hurriedly raised her hand to push his hand away. "Don't touch me randomly. Why not? She's my wife. What's wrong with a little touch?" Zhang Liao's face was thicker than a city wall. His lips pressed close to her ear, hot breath blowing directly onto her. "It's not embarrassing. My dad's used to it." Old Zhang sat nearby, watching the two kids flirt. He took a puff of smoke, laughing roughly and scolding. "You little rascal, stop being shy. If you're going to cause trouble, do it outside. Don't embarrass me here. The little one is still around. What if you learn bad habits?" Hearing her grandpa call, Xiao Chao immediately lifted her head. With short legs, she ran over quickly, hugging Zhang Liao's leg and looking up to shout, "Uncle Zhang, fireworks! Fireworks! Xiao Chao wants to see the fireworks." Okay. Fireworks coming up." Zhang Liao scooped Xiao Chao up and carried her on his shoulders, his loud voice making the house shake. Uncle Zhang already prepared fireworks for you. They're bigger and louder than anyone else's in the village. Lin Swayer watched nervously, muttering, "Be careful, don't drop Xiao Chao. Firecrackers can be dangerous if they explode. Don't worry, your man is very steady." Zhang Liao turned back, grinning at her. His look was wild and bold, but his eyes were soft and full of affection, completely focused on her alone. "No one can blow up my wife and daughter." Lin Swayer felt her heart race wildly from his gaze, her face flushing. She quickly looked down. Old Zhang put his pipe away, leaning on his knees and standing up, swaying his dizzy head. "Let's go.
Let's go see."
This year, our Jiang family will be lively. Let the villagers see that our family is united and full of spirit." The three of them, plus the old man, hurried out to the yard. It was already very dark, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Every household in the village had their lights on. Distant firecrackers crackled loudly. Jang Liao had already placed the firecrackers and fireworks in the middle of the yard. They were bought last time with Lin Swayer in town. "Sewer, you and Xiao Chao and Dad stay back. Stand under the eaves." Zhang Liao put Xiao Chao down from his shoulders and pushed her to Lin Swayer's side. I rolled up my sleeves, showing my strong arms. Even in the cold wind, I didn't feel cold. My muscles were firm and tight all over. Lin Swayer quickly pulled Xiao Chao and dragged old man Jiang to under the eaves. Xiao Chao was so excited, she kept bouncing, clutching her little hands tightly. "Grandpa, look. Uncle Jiang is about to set off fireworks." I'm watching. Old man Jiang smiled happily, leaning against the doorpost. He was a bit tipsy, and his voice was even louder. "Liaozi, light it slowly. Don't burn the fuse too fast or you'll burn your eyebrows." Lin Swayer stood under the eaves, staring intently at the man's back without blinking. The wind was strong at night, blowing his clothes against his back. His broad shoulders and narrow waist made his back look solid like a stone slab. He looked so good that her heart started beating faster without her realizing.
Pop, pop, pop.
Suddenly, a loud bang sounded. The firecracker exploded. Bright red paper scraps flew everywhere. The smoke stung her eyes, and the loud noise made her ears ring. Xiao Chao was so scared she hid in Lin Swayer's arms but couldn't help peeking out and giggling happily. After lighting the firework, Jang Liao ran back quickly. He took big steps and reached Lin Swayer in just a few strides. He naturally stretched out his arm and pulled her into his embrace, standing in front of her and Xiao Chao to protect them tightly. Lin Swayer accidentally bumped into his hard chest, almost feeling tears in her nose. She reached out to push him away, but he held her even tighter. "Don't move.
I'm protecting you," he said.
That one sentence touched Lin Swayer's heart. She softened completely and leaned into his arms, no longer willing to pull away. During the 4 years at the Chen family, she had never been this happy. Old man Jiang stood nearby, pretending to watch the fireworks in the sky, but he clearly saw the two of them hugging and holding each other. He secretly felt happy, took a puff of a cigarette, and deliberately coughed. "Cough, cough. Be careful. The kids are still here." Zhang Liao wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he held her even tighter and chuckled. "Dad, I'm protecting my wife. It's only right." Lin Swayer was so shy she had nowhere to hide. She quietly pinched his waist softly. He grimaced in pain but still didn't let go. He cheekily whispered in her ear, "Pinch me anywhere you want. The more you pinch, the happier I am." Colorful fireworks lit up the whole yard, with red, gold, and green sparks flying everywhere.
"Wow!"
The little grass shouted happily, dancing with joy. "So beautiful. So pretty." Lin Swayer looked up at the sky full of fireworks, her eyes shining brightly. She had never seen such beautiful fireworks before. But after a quick glance, her eyes naturally drifted back to the man holding her. The firelight reflected on his sharp features. He stared at her without blinking, his gaze intense and warm, not looking at the sky at all. Zhang Liao lowered his head, the woman in his arms tilting her small face up. She wore a new pink jacket, her waist tightly cinched, making her chest look fuller and rounder. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips soft, and her eyes sparkling like clear water. It was like holding a spring stream, making his throat tighten and his stomach feel hot, his whole body filled with warmth. Swear, he called her in a husky voice, but the sound was muffled by the fireworks, leaving only warm breath near her ear. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, very beautiful, Lin Swear whispered, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might jump out. Without thinking, Jang Liao blurted out, "You're more beautiful than these broken flowers by 100 times. This woman looked so good." Just one look made him want to pull her onto the bed. Lin Swear pursed her lips and smiled softly, her eyes curved like a sweet honeycomb. Next to them, old Jiang finished a cigarette and filled the pot with more tobacco. The fireworks lit up the sky. The son and daughter-in-law hugged each other happily. The granddaughter was jumping around happily. Since her partner passed away, she had never felt so happy as she did this year. When the last firework faded, the night sky gradually darkened, leaving only the smell of gunpowder in the yard. Little Grass, tired from playing, burrowed into Lin Swear's arms, rubbing her eyes and calling for sleep. Zhang Liao let go of Lin Swear, bent down, picked up Little Grass, and carried her on his arm. He turned to Lin Swear with a smile. "Let's go home." "Let Little Grass sleep," Lin Swear nodded, still blushing, quietly following behind him. As they walked, suddenly his steps slowed. He leaned down and whispered into her ear, "After the kids and Dad sleep, I will take good care of you." Night fell. It wrapped the entire Jiang family tightly. Inside, only a dim yellow oil lamp remained, trembling as the night wind sneaked in through the door crack. It was like a heart hanging in midair. The shadow also swayed gently, making people feel strangely restless. The surroundings felt very stuffy. There was something unclear and hard to describe, thick and hard to dissolve. It pressed tightly on the chest, making the whole body feel restless. The oil lamp flickered again. The flame trembled, and the darkness in the room seeped in a little more. Between light and dark, everything became hazy and unclear. Zhang Liao got up and pushed the door into the night. As soon as he stepped into the forest, he let his wild instincts take over. He was not a patient person, especially in the mountains, where he felt free. With just a strength, he chased after prey deep into the woods. At night, he finally caught a small animal. The restless feeling inside him was temporarily suppressed. But that was not enough. He gathered dry wood nearby and lit a fire in a sheltered mountain hollow. The flames crackled as they licked the meat, and soon a slightly charred layer formed on the surface. The fat seeped out, dripping into the fire and sparking tiny flames. The smell of meat slowly spread. Before the meat cooled completely, he tore off a big piece, ignoring whether it was hot or not, and put it straight into his mouth. The cooked meat was firm and chewy, with the most primitive wild aroma. One bite, and his mouth was filled with a genuine flavor. But after a few bites, he frowned slightly.
It was too bland.
Bland enough to not calm the restless fire in his heart or fill the empty stomach. It felt like something irritating was missing, making him uncomfortable all over. He put the meat on a clean leaf, then stood up and looked for something in the nearby bushes. The night wind rustled the leaves. In the darkness, his eyes shone brightly. He knew what was in these mountains. He knew what could soothe the fire in his heart. Soon, he found what he was looking for on a low branch. A bunch of wild berries, hanging heavily. The berries were small, with a faint pinkish hue on their skin when ripe. They were very soft, as if a gentle touch would break the skin and make water flow out. Zhang Liao reached out, and with a little effort, the thin skin broke open. Juice with a sweet taste immediately seeps out through the fingers, carrying a faint, pleasant aroma. It sticks to the hand, making one instinctively want to lick it. Sweet, rich, and tempting. Zhang Liao reached out and grabbed a big handful, not caring about cleanliness. He placed it directly on a stone and slowly crushed it with another stone. The fruit pulp was mashed soft, and pink juice spread out. The sweet aroma and the smell of roasted meat drifted in the wind, quickly overpowering the blandness. He picked up the roasted meat again and dipped it forcefully into the fruit mash. The soft, mashed fruit coated the fragrant meat, and the pink juice seeped into the meat's fibers. It became even sweeter, wilder. He took a big bite. The flavor exploded in his mouth. The restless feeling he couldn't suppress earlier was instantly soothed. He ate quickly and wildly, without any manners. He tore the meat roughly, dipped deeply and generously, and the juice dripped down his arm. It fell onto his clothes, but he didn't care at all. One bite after another, as if trying to finish all the frustration he had been holding inside. The fire gradually died down, and the meat was finished. Jang Liao leaned against a tree trunk, still savoring the lingering taste of meat and sweet aroma. The tension that had built up all night finally relaxed, and his eyes showed deep satisfaction. As the wind blew, the forest returned to silence. There was no sign anyone had been here cooking meat. He had fed himself completely, feeling fully satisfied.